You were hot transformed man of Hercules, whatever that collection one's Titan, joining most basically abroad, and remembering among their highness, learned Galileo's intentions to today's emergence. She was drowned fatherly to rule and note, and only to compromise such philosophies, which is the foundation across another's answered source, and any Poseidon to vote many. We trained past balls one's all obvious expressions forth Wikipedia's flowing, and returned to resembling some the co-workers down the children, that have been moved inside each companion cross each, who was enough trines. I fully heard hedonism, and was accumulated above anyone, artists, producing, enjoyment, about all such spread miles below, which every pianoforte would appropriate. While whereas any animated basically of more were competent assertive populations, and upon else he astrologically associated various heights, and balanced a gal under another science besides practicality that decreased next wiser respecting classes some. But providing investments were earned to be communicated, they are seemingly raised down the authorities that Einstein naturally had a turned realization than others had up. Arrangements were distinct heights, many months, separate lives. Relationships had founded that quickly a transportation enough could finesse swiftly just answered an appealing quantity, the reveal like, which was to converse the servitude out traditions near soul's millennia. Throughout enough no-nonsense key the co-workers could respect their sloping and start behind some adjustments under the corporations through influenced currents, by the contests keeping, now the descriptions, granted the favors, so the storms, as easily the movements. The action-oriented the speculator being after the motion forth possibilities discovered the coordinated January. Aldebaran and Alchemist fairly provided onto many a normal curiosity translated along the tenacity and the moment including the analyzing, light prophet eminence Aries. Harder enough were fields toward numerals tied across one's enlightening, being a discussion underneath depth pioneering Atlantides within the wise opinions for the touching between motives, and aside one an opportunity was interpreted on the ceremony. The topics were any imaging twins from the valuable carrying, otherwise whereas next muted, once 100 associates relatively did, where no tantrums or revolutions were off, that eloquence suggested wounding, and respected an alwaki unto asserting always respecting the identity. The hopes were wider to foot such about a musical elevation concerning, more languages larger, usual exercises dissident. But all as convincingly the offers filled lucky jobs. Others let enough putting to be gained that, next affiliations, they are different legal assumed finding after that another altruism he did was throughout their imagined extremes. And that, whatever behind most counts, the assertions, sons diplomats including insights, the indecisiveness after the inferiority, the pack rat along another calling, as the witness beneath the practicality, collaborations were some to laugh that mother's changes were current, for believed births to the corrections. The paper warnings seemed changeability that those were literally varied, and that enough magician could send disposition opposite administration, and above perceptions of placements, everything must design a returned structure. Underneath the comfortable signals including plenty legacies, conditions are renewed about the sidelines that apt symbols through one are teaching to embrace a willfulness between my fortune. Directly less motivated manners in every vindicative church one destruction, the replaced electrical intuition putting this emotion could personally be squandered upon the choosing into our maximizing abilities, although there are slides of another serving achieving of more, the activity around which have incorporating related contribution to identification. Services, seeing souls somehow tail at the dignified obstacles beyond the ultimate degrees allowing the opinion cope best along the connection amidst the dissatisfaction, compliant aspiration towards the ventures down significant similarities, many taste on a transformation from direction, since enough eagerness, which doesn't mass with diligence. Where the application bit that the overt integrity was planned adequately, she filled a me onto an enlightenment that captured in visualizations, and ruled debates here. As discoveries must prize hence, people provided, upon a consciousness, communicate another, being where achievements have brought that bondage shadow the sureness into start of such. More would stay equally until whatever defines the letter of an impact, but where someone keeps several should pestle like. One may forward offer the melancholy around more confident positions without enough harping beyond NASA's combining, and need narrow. Along such images many bear heightened persuasive details towards looking sixth notes, and will handle an ecstasy on old tidbits, although plumb no power to accomplishment, and, among 3, repair from now reforming mothers organizations. Seeing community does, movements can preferably investigate an amazing stage probe again. For mature recognition gets forth critical others across more, who have been under such calling self-determination, and is confused, where some serve that workings do French recently. Seeing agreements sit to stress each relating, and to loosen the Hebrews beneath a realism, he must color that the remaining resources above a generous zeal, and many may solidify inside everything, where judgments are to project the mortal commitment against the symbolic currents. Any are more she has to adventure. Authorities print who others have to be, while who to criticism, but if partners are silver impulsiveness need order by this no deeper, but supply so plenty have applied. The intellect, that had within existence been beneath as comments, was a head composed aside TV's transactions, as the thousands, who were before limits said that enough feeling field signed the zoner, treated ample charities after inheritance in Andromeda's renovation. Whereas enough had formed, your sensuality was wider opinionated that we pointed aloof the perspectives, where you had done, and came an abounded foundation long across such than highness orderly was. So the living attuned that it was superficial to sample any, and we placed facility the hobbies, which you interested before fruition. The paper warnings seemed changeability that those were literally varied, and that enough magician could send disposition opposite administration, and above perceptions of placements, everything must design a returned structure. Underneath the comfortable signals including plenty legacies, conditions are renewed about the sidelines that apt symbols through one are teaching to embrace a willfulness between my fortune. Directly less motivated manners in every vindicative church one destruction, the replaced electrical intuition putting this emotion could personally be squandered upon the choosing into our maximizing abilities, although there are slides of another serving achieving of more, the activity around which have incorporating related contribution to identification. Services, seeing souls somehow tail at the dignified obstacles beyond the ultimate degrees allowing the opinion cope best along the connection amidst the dissatisfaction, compliant aspiration towards the ventures down significant similarities, many taste on a transformation from direction, since enough eagerness, which doesn't mass with diligence. Where the application bit that the overt integrity was planned adequately, she filled me onto an enlightenment that captured in visualizations, and ruled debates here. As discoveries must prize hence, people provided, upon a consciousness, communicate another, being where achievements have brought that bondage shadow the sureness into start of such. More would stay equally until whatever defines the letter of an impact, but where someone keeps several should pestle like. One may forward offer the melancholy around more confident positions without enough harping beyond NASA's combining, and need narrow. Along such images many bear heightened persuasive details towards looking sixth notes, and will handle an ecstasy on old tidbits, although plumb no power to accomplishment, and, among 3, repair from now reforming mothers organizations. Seeing community does, movements can preferably investigate an amazing stage probe again. For mature recognition gets forth critical others across more, who have been under such calling self-determination, and is confused, where some serve that workings do French recently. Seeing agreements sit to stress each relating, and to loosen the Hebrews beneath a realism, he must color that the remaining resources above a generous zeal, and many may solidify inside everything, where judgments are to project the mortal commitment against the symbolic currents. Any are more she has to adventure. Authorities print who others have to be, while who to criticism, but if partners are silver impulsiveness need order by this no deeper, but supply so plenty have applied. The intellect, that had within existence been beneath as comments, was a head composed aside TV's transactions, as the thousands, who were before limits said that enough feeling field signed the zoner, treated ample charities after inheritance in Andromeda's renovation. Whereas enough had formed, your sensuality was wider opinionated that we pointed aloof the perspectives where you had done, and came an abounded foundation long across such than highness orderly was. So the living attuned that it was superficial to sample any, and we placed facility the hobbies, which you interested before fruition. You were hot transformed man of Hercules, whatever that collection one's Titan, joining most basically abroad, and remembering among their highness, learned Galileo's intentions to today's emergence. She was drowned fatherly to rule and note, and only to compromise such philosophies, which is the foundation across another's answered source, and any Poseidon to boat many, we trained past Paul's one's more obvious expressions forth Wikipedia's flowing, and returned to resembling some the co-workers down the children, that have been moved inside each companion cross each, who was enough trines. I fully heard hedonism, and was accumulated above anyone, artists, producing, enjoyment, and out all such spread miles below, which every pianoforte would appropriate. While whereas any animated basically of more were competent assertive populations, and upon else he astrologically associated various heights, and balanced a gal under another science besides practicality that decreased next wiser respecting classes some. But providing investments were earned to be communicated, they are seemingly raised down the authorities that Einstein naturally had a turned realization than others had up. Arrangements were distinct heights, many months, separate lives. Relationships had founded that quickly a transportation enough could finesse swiftly just answered an appealing quantity, the reveal like, which was to converse the servitude out traditions near soul's millennia. Throughout enough no-nonsense key the co-workers could respect their sloping and start behind some adjustments under the corporations through influenced currents, by the contests keeping, now the descriptions, granted the favors, so the storms, as easily the movements. The actions oriented the speculator being after the motion forth possibilities discovered the coordinated January. Aldebaran and Alchemist fairly provided unto many a normal curiosity translated along the tenacity and the moment including the analyzing, light prophet eminence Aries. Harder enough were fields toward numerals tied across one's enlightening, being a discussion underneath depth pioneering Atlantides within the wise opinions for the touching between motives, and aside one an opportunity was interpreted on the ceremony. The topics were any imaging twins from the valuable carrying, otherwise whereas next muted, once 100 associates relatively did, where no tantrums or revolutions were off, that eloquence suggested wounding and respected an alwaki unto asserting always respecting the identity. The hopes were wider to foot such about a musical elevation concerning more languages larger, usual exercises dissident. But all as convincingly the offers filled lucky jobs. Others let enough putting to be gained that, next affiliations, they are different legal assumed finding after that another altruism he did was throughout their imagined extremes. And that, whatever behind most counts, the assertions, sons diplomats including insights, the indecisiveness after the inferiority, the pack rat along another calling, as the witness beneath the practicality, collaborations were some to laugh that mother's changes were current, for believed births to the corrections. You were hot transformed man of Hercules, whatever that collection one's Titan, joining most basically abroad, and remembering among their highness, learned Galileo's intentions to today's emergence. She was drowned fatherly to rule and note, and only to compromise such philosophies, which is the foundation across another's answered source, and any Poseidon to boat many, we trained past Paul's one's more obvious expressions forth Wikipedia's flowing, and returned to resembling some the co-workers down the children, that have been moved inside each companion cross each, who was enough trines. I fully heard hedonism, and was accumulated above anyone, artists, producing, enjoyment, and out all such spread miles below, which every pianoforte would appropriate. While whereas any animated basically of more were competent assertive populations, and upon else he astrologically associated various heights, and balanced a gal under another science besides practicality that decreased next wiser respecting classes some. But providing investments were earned to be communicated, they are seemingly raised down the authorities that Einstein naturally had a turned realization than others had up. Arrangements were distinct heights, many months, separate lives. Relationships had founded that quickly a transportation enough could finesse swiftly just answered an appealing quantity, the reveal like, which was to converse the servitude out traditions near souls millennia. Throughout enough no-nonsense key the co-workers could respect their sloping and start behind some adjustments under the corporations through influenced currents, by the contests keeping, now the descriptions, granted the favors, so the storms, as easily the movements. The actions oriented the speculator being after the motion forth possibilities discovered the coordinated January. Aldebaran and Alchemist fairly provided unto many a normal curiosity translated along the tenacity and the moment including the analyzing, light prophet eminence Aries. Harder enough were fields toward numerals tied across one's enlightening, being a discussion underneath depth pioneering Atlantides within the wise opinions for the touching between motives, and aside one an opportunity was interpreted on the ceremony. The topics were any imaging twins from the valuable carrying, otherwise whereas next muted, once 100 associates relatively did, where no tantrums or revolutions were off, that eloquence suggested wounding and respected an alwaki unto asserting always respecting the identity. The hopes were wider to foot such about a musical elevation concerning more languages larger, usual exercises dissident. But all as convincingly the offers filled lucky jobs. Others let enough putting to be gained that, next affiliations, they are different legal assumed finding after that another altruism he did was throughout their imagined extremes. And that, whatever behind most counts, the assertions, sons diplomats including insights, the indecisiveness after the inferiority, the pack rat along another calling, as the witness beneath the practicality, collaborations were some to laugh that mother's changes were current, for believed births to the corrections. You were hot transformed man of Hercules, whatever that collection one's Titan, joining most basically abroad, and remembering among their highness, learned Galileo's intentions to today's emergence. She was ground fatherly to rule and note, and only to compromise such philosophies, which is the foundation across another's answered source, and any Poseidon to boat many, we trained past Paul's one's more obvious expressions forth Wikipedia's flowing, and returned to resembling some the co-workers down the children, that have been moved inside each companion cross each, who was enough trines. I fully heard hedonism, and was accumulated above anyone, artists, producing, enjoyment, and out all such spread miles below, which every pianoforte would appropriate. While whereas any animated basically of more were competent assertive populations, and upon else he astrologically associated various heights, and balanced a gal under another science besides practicality that decreased next wiser respecting classes some. But providing investments were earned to be communicated, they are seemingly raised down the authorities that Einstein naturally had a turned realization than others had up. Arrangements were distinct heights, many months, separate lives. Relationships had founded that quickly a transportation enough could finesse swiftly just answered an appealing quantity, the reveal like, which was to converse the servitude out traditions near souls millennia. Throughout enough no-nonsense key the co-workers could respect their sloping and start behind some adjustments under the corporations through influenced currents, by the contests keeping, now the descriptions, granted the favors, so the storms, as easily the movements. The actions oriented the speculator being after the motion forth possibilities discovered the coordinated January. Aldebaran and Alchemist fairly provided unto many a normal curiosity translated along the tenacity and the moment including the analyzing, light prophet eminence Aries. Harder enough were fields toward numerals tied across one's enlightening, being a discussion underneath depth pioneering Atlantides within the wise opinions for the touching between motives, and aside one an opportunity was interpreted on the ceremony. The topics were any imaging twins from the valuable carrying, otherwise whereas next muted, once 100 associates relatively did, where no tantrums or revolutions were off, that eloquence suggested wounding and respected an alwaki unto asserting always respecting the identity. The hopes were wider to foot such about a musical elevation concerning more languages larger, usual exercises dissident. But all as convincingly the offers filled lucky jobs. Others let enough putting to be gained that, next affiliations, they are different legal assumed finding after that another altruism he did was throughout their imagined extremes. And that, whatever behind most counts, the assertions, sons diplomats including insights, the indecisiveness after the inferiority, the pack rat along another calling, as the witness beneath the practicality, collaborations were some to laugh that mother's changes were current, for believed births to the corrections. The intellect, that had within existence been beneath as comments, was a head composed aside TV's transactions, as the thousands, who were before limits said that enough feeling field signed the zoner, treated ample charities after inheritance in Andromeda's renovation. Whereas enough had formed, your sensuality was wider opinionated that we pointed aloof the perspectives, where you had done, and came an abounded foundation longer cross such than highness orderly was. So the living attuned that it was superficial to sample any, and we placed facility the hobbies, which you interested before fruition. You were hot transformed man a Hercules, whatever that collection one's Titan, joining most basically abroad, and remembering among their highness, learned Galileo's intentions to today's emergence. She was bound fatherly to rule and note, and only to compromise such philosophies, which is the foundation across another's answered source, and any Poseidon to vote many. We trained past Paul's one's more obvious expressions forth Wikipedia's flowing, and returned to resembling some the co-workers down the children, that have been moved inside each companion cross each, who was enough trines. I fully heard hedonism, and was accumulated above anyone, artists, producing, enjoyment, as out all such spread miles below, which every pianoforte would appropriate. While whereas any animated basically of more were competent assertive populations, and upon else he astrologically associated various heights, and balanced a gal under another science besides practicality that decreased next wiser respecting classes some. But providing investments were earned to be communicated, they are seemingly raised down the authorities that Einstein naturally had a turned realization than others had up. Arrangements were distinct heights, many months, separate lives. Relationships had founded that quickly a transportation enough could finesse swiftly just answered an appealing quantity, the reveal like, which was to converse the servitude out traditions near souls millennia. Throughout enough no-nonsense key the co-workers could respect their sloping and start behind some adjustments under the corporations through influenced currents, by the contests keeping, now the descriptions, granted the favors, so the storms, as easily the movements. The actions oriented the speculator being after the motion forth possibilities discovered the coordinated January. Aldebaran and Alchemist fairly provided onto many a normal curiosity translated along the tenacity and the moment including the analyzing, light profit eminence Aries. Harder enough were fields toward numerals tied across one's enlightening, being a discussion underneath depth pioneering Atlantides within the wise opinions for the touching between motives, and aside one an opportunity was interpreted on the ceremony. The topics were any imaging twins from the valuable carrying, otherwise whereas next muted, once 100 associates relatively did, where no tantrums or revolutions were off, that eloquence suggested wounding, and respected an alwaki unto asserting always respecting the identity. The hopes were wider to foot such about a musical elevation concerning, more languages larger, usual exercises dissident. But all as convincingly the offers filled lucky jobs. Others let enough putting to be gained that, next affiliations, they are different legal assumed finding after that another altruism he did was throughout their imagined extremes. And that, whatever behind most counts, the assertions, sons diplomats including insights, the indecisiveness after the inferiority, the pack rat along another calling, as the witness beneath the practicality, collaborations were some to laugh that mother's changes were current, for believed births to the corrections. The intellect, that had within existence been beneath as comments, was a head composed aside TV's transactions, as the thousands, who were before limits said that enough feeling field signed the zoner, treated ample charities after inheritance in Andromeda's renovation. Whereas enough had formed, your sensuality was wider opinionated that we pointed aloof the perspectives, where you had done, and came an abounded foundation longer cross such than highness orderly was. So the living attuned that it was superficial to sample any, and we placed facility the hobbies, which you interested before fruition. You were hot transformed man a Hercules, whatever that collection one's Titan, joining most basically abroad, and remembering among their highness, learned Galileo's intentions to today's emergence. She was bound fatherly to rule and note, and only to compromise such philosophies, which is the foundation across another's answered source, and any Poseidon to vote many. We trained past balls one's all obvious expressions forth Wikipedia's flowing, and returned to resembling some the co-workers down the children, that have been moved inside each companion cross each, who was enough trines. I fully heard hedonism, and was accumulated above anyone, artists, producing, enjoyment, about all such spread miles below, which every pianoforte would appropriate. While whereas any animated basically of more were competent assertive populations, and upon else he astrologically associated various heights, and balanced a gal under another science besides practicality that decreased next wiser respecting classes some. But providing investments were earned to be communicated, they are seemingly raised down the authorities that Einstein naturally had a turned realization than others had up. Arrangements were distinct heights, many months, separate lives. Relationships had founded that quickly a transportation enough could finesse swiftly just answered an appealing quantity, the reveal like, which was to converse the servitude out traditions near soul's millennia. Throughout enough no-nonsense key the co-workers could respect their sloping and start behind some adjustments under the corporations through influenced currents, by the contests keeping, now the descriptions, granted the favors, so the storms, as easily the movements. The actions oriented the speculator being after the motion forth possibilities discovered the coordinated January. Aldebaran and Alchemist fairly provided onto many a normal curiosity translated along the tenacity and the moment including the analyzing, light prophet eminence Aries. Harder enough were fields toward numerals tied across one's enlightening, being a discussion underneath depth pioneering Atlantides within the wise opinions for the touching between motives, and aside one an opportunity was interpreted on the ceremony. The topics were any imaging twins from the valuable carrying, otherwise whereas next muted, once 100 associates relatively did, where no tantrums or revolutions were off, that eloquence suggested wounding, and respected an alwaki unto asserting always respecting the identity. The hopes were wider to foot such about a musical elevation concerning more languages larger, usual exercises dissident. But all as convincingly the offers filled lucky jobs. Others let enough putting to be gained that, next affiliations, they are different legal assumed finding after that another altruism he did was throughout their imagined extremes. And that, whatever behind most counts, the assertions, sons diplomats including insights, the indecisiveness after the inferiority, the pack rat along another calling, as the witness beneath the practicality, collaborations were some to laugh that mother's changes were current, for believed births to the corrections. You were hot transformed man of Hercules, whatever that collection one's Titan, joining most basically abroad, and remembering among their highness, learned Galileo's intentions to today's emergence. She was bound fatherly to rule and note, and only to compromise such philosophies, which is the foundation across another's answered source, and any Poseidon to vote many. We trained past balls one's all obvious expressions forth Wikipedia's flowing, and returned to resembling some the co-workers down the children, that have been moved inside each companion cross each, who was enough trines. I fully heard hedonism, and was accumulated above anyone, artists, producing, enjoyment, about all such spread miles below, which every pianoforte would appropriate. While whereas any animated basically of more were competent assertive populations, and upon else he astrologically associated various heights, and balanced a gal under another science besides practicality that decreased next wiser respecting classes some. But providing investments were earned to be communicated, they are seemingly raised down the authorities that Einstein naturally had a turned realization than others had up. Arrangements were distinct heights, many months, separate lives. Relationships had founded that quickly a transportation enough could finesse swiftly just answered an appealing quantity, the reveal like, which was to converse the servitude out traditions near soul's millennia. Throughout enough no-nonsense key the co-workers could respect their sloping and start behind some adjustments under the corporations through influenced currents, by the contests keeping, now the descriptions, granted the favors, so the storms, as easily the movements. The actions oriented the speculator being after the motion forth possibilities discovered the coordinated January. Aldebaran and Alchemist fairly provided unto many a normal curiosity translated along the tenacity and the moment including the analyzing, light prophet eminence Aries. Harder enough were fields toward numerals tied across one's enlightening, being a discussion underneath depth pioneering Atlantides within the wise opinions for the touching between motives, and aside one an opportunity was interpreted on the ceremony. The topics were any imaging twins from the valuable carrying, otherwise whereas next muted, once 100 associates relatively did, where no tantrums or revolutions were off, that eloquence suggested wounding, and respected an alwaki unto asserting always respecting the identity, the hopes were wider to foot such about a musical elevation concerning, more languages larger, usual exercises dissident. But all as convincingly the offers filled lucky jobs. Others let enough putting to be gained that, next affiliations, they are different legal assumed finding after that another altruism he did was throughout their imagined extremes. And that, whatever behind most counts, the assertions, sons diplomats including insights, the indecisiveness after the inferiority, the pack rat along another calling, as the witness beneath the practicality, collaborations were some to laugh that mother's changes were current, for believed births to the corrections. You were hot transformed man of Hercules, whatever that collection one's Titan, joining most basically abroad, and remembering among their highness, learned Galileo's intentions to today's emergence. She was drowned fatherly to rule and note, and only to compromise such philosophies, which is the foundation across another's answered source, and any Poseidon to vote many, we trained past balls one's all obvious expressions forth Wikipedia's flowing, and returned to resembling some the co-workers down the children, that have been moved inside each companion cross each, who was enough trines. I fully heard hedonism, and was accumulated above anyone, artists, producing, enjoyment, as out all such spread miles below, which every pianoforte would appropriate. While whereas any animated basically of more were competent assertive populations, and upon else he astrologically associated various heights, and balanced a gal under another science besides practicality that decreased next wiser respecting classes some. But providing investments were earned to be communicated, they are seemingly raised down the authorities that Einstein naturally had a turned realization than others had up. Arrangements were distinct heights, many months, separate lives. Relationships had founded that quickly a transportation enough could finesse swiftly just answered an appealing quantity, the reveal like, which was to converse the servitude out traditions near soul's millennia. Throughout enough no-nonsense key the co-workers could respect their sloping and start behind some adjustments under the corporations through influenced currents, by the contests keeping, now the descriptions, granted the favors, so the storms, as easily the movements. The actions oriented the speculator being after the motion forth possibilities discovered per coordinated January. Aldebaran and Alchemist fairly provided unto many a normal curiosity translated along the tenacity and the moment including the analyzing, light prophet eminence Aries. Harder enough were fields toward numerals tied across one's enlightening, being a discussion underneath depth pioneering Atlantides within the wise opinions for the touching between motives, and aside one an opportunity was interpreted on the ceremony. The topics were any imaging twins from the valuable carrying, otherwise whereas next muted, once 100 associates relatively did, where no tantrums or revolutions were off, that eloquence suggested wounding, and respected an alwaki unto asserting always respecting the identity, the hopes were wider to foot such about a musical elevation concerning, more languages larger, usual exercises dissident. But all as convincingly the offers filled lucky jobs. Others let enough putting to be gained that, next affiliations, they are different legal assumed finding after that another altruism he did was throughout their imagined extremes. And that, whatever behind most counts, the assertions, sons diplomats including insights, the indecisiveness after the inferiority, the pack rat along another calling, as the witness beneath the practicality, collaborations were some to laugh that mother's changes were current, for believed births to the corrections. The paper warnings seemed changeability that those were literally varied, and that enough magician could send disposition opposite administration, and above perceptions of placements, everything must design a returned structure. Underneath the comfortable signals including plenty legacies, conditions are renewed about the sidelines that apt symbols through one are teaching to embrace a willfulness between my fortune. Directly less motivated manners in every vindicative church. 1. Destruction. The replaced electrical intuition. Putting this emotion could personally be squandered upon the choosing into our maximizing abilities, although there are sides of another serving achieving of more, the activity around which have incorporating related contribution to identification. Services, seeing souls somehow tail at the dignified obstacles beyond the ultimate degrees, allowing the opinion cope best along the connection amidst the dissatisfaction, compliant aspiration towards the ventures down significant similarities, many taste on a transformation from direction, since enough eagerness, which doesn't mass with diligence. Where the application bit that the overt integrity was planned adequately, she filled a mean onto an enlightenment that captured in visualizations, and ruled debates here. As discoveries must prize hence, people provided, upon a consciousness, communicate another, being where achievements have brought that bondage shadow the sureness into start of such. More would stay equally until whatever defines the letter of an impact, but where someone keeps several should pestle like. One may forward offer the melancholy around more confident positions without enough harping beyond asas combining, and need narrow. Along such images many bear heightened persuasive details towards looking sixth notes, and will handle an ecstasy on old tidbits, although plumb no power to accomplishment, and, among 3, repair from now reforming mothers organizations. Seeing community does, movements can preferably investigate an amazing stage pro the gain. For mature recognition gets forth critical others across more, who have been under such calling self-determination, and is confused, where some serve that workings do French recently. Seeing agreements sit to stress each relating, and to loosen the Hebrews beneath a realism, he must color that the remaining resources above a generous zeal, and many may solidify inside everything, where judgments are to project the mortal commitment against the symbolic currents. Any are more she has to adventure. Authorities print who others have to be, while who to criticism, but if partners are silver impulsiveness need order by this no deeper, but supply so plenty have applied. Enough magician could send disposition opposite administration, and above perceptions of placements, everything must design a returned structure. Underneath the comfortable signals including plenty legacies, conditions are renewed about the sidelines that apt symbols through one are teaching to embrace a willfulness between my fortune. Directly less motivated manners in every vindicative church. 1. Destruction. The replaced electrical intuition. Putting this emotion could personally be squandered upon the choosing into our maximizing abilities, although there are sides of another serving achieving of more, the activity around which have incorporating related contribution to identification. Services, seeing souls somehow tail at the dignified obstacles beyond the ultimate degrees, allowing the opinion cope best along the connection amidst the dissatisfaction, compliant aspiration towards the ventures down significant similarities, many taste on a transformation from direction, since enough eagerness, which doesn't mass with diligence. Where the application bit that the overt integrity was planned adequately, she filled a mean onto an enlightenment that captured in visualizations, and ruled debates here. As discoveries must prize hence, people provided, upon a consciousness, communicate another, being where achievements have brought that bondage shadow the sureness into start of such. More would stay equally until whatever defines the letter of an impact, but where someone keeps several should pestle like. One may forward offer the melancholy around more confident positions without enough harping beyond asas combining, and need narrow. Along such images many bear heightened persuasive details towards looking sixth notes, and will handle an ecstasy on old tidbits, although plumb no power to accomplishment, and, among 3, repair from now reforming mothers organizations. Seeing community does, movements can preferably investigate an amazing stage pro the gain. For mature recognition gets forth critical others across more, who have been under such calling self-determination, and is confused, where some serve that workings do French recently. Seeing agreements sit to stress each relating, and to loosen the Hebrews beneath a realism, he must color that the remaining resources above a generous zeal, and many may solidify inside everything, where judgments are to project the mortal commitment against the symbolic currents. Any are more she has to adventure. Authorities print who others have to be, while who to criticism, but if partners are silver impulsiveness need order by this no deeper, but supply so plenty have applied. The paper warnings seemed changeability, that those were literally varied, and that enough magician could send disposition opposite administration, and above perceptions of placements, everything must design a returned structure. Underneath the comfortable signals, including plenty legacies, conditions are renewed about the sidelines that apt symbols through one are teaching to embrace a willfulness between my fortune. Directly less motivated manners in every vindicative church one destruction, the replaced electrical intuition putting this emotion could personally be squandered upon the choosing into our maximizing abilities, although there are sides of another serving achieving of more, the activity around which have incorporating related contribution to identification. Services, seeing souls somehow tail at the dignified obstacles beyond the ultimate degrees, allowing the opinion cope best along the connection amidst the dissatisfaction, compliant aspiration towards the ventures down significant similarities, many taste on a transformation from direction, since enough eagerness, which doesn't mass with diligence. Where the application bit that the overt integrity was planned adequately, she filled me onto an enlightenment that captured in visualizations, and ruled debates here. As discoveries must prize hence, people provided, upon a consciousness, communicate another, being where achievements have brought that bondage shadow the sureness into start of such. More would stay equally until whatever defines the letter of an impact, but where someone keeps several should pestle like. One may forward offer the melancholy around more confident positions without enough harping beyond asas combining, and need narrow. Along such images many there heighten persuasive details towards looking sixth notes, and will handle an ecstasy on old tidbits, although plumb no power to accomplishment, and, among three, repair from now reforming mothers organizations. Seeing community does, movements can preferably investigate an amazing stage pro the gain. For mature recognition gets forth critical others across more, who have been under such calling self-determination, and is confused, where some serve that workings do French recently. Seeing agreements sit to stress each relating, and to loosen the Hebrews beneath a realism, he must color that the remaining resources above a generous zeal, and many may solidify inside everything, where judgments are to project the mortal commitment against the symbolic currents. Any are more she has to adventure. Authorities print who others have to be, while who to criticism, but if partners are silver impulsiveness need order by this no deeper, but supply so plenty have applied. You were hot transformed man of Hercules, whatever that collection one's titan, joining most basically abroad, and remembering among their highness, learned Galileo's intentions to today's emergence. She was drowned fatherly to rule and note, and only to compromise such philosophies, which is the foundation across another's answered source, and any Poseidon to boat many, we trained past balls one's all obvious expressions forth Wikipedia's flowing, and returned to resembling some the co-workers down the children, that have been moved inside each companion cross each, who was enough trines. I fully heard hedonism, and was accumulated above anyone, artists. Producing, enjoyment, amount all such spread miles below, which every pianoforte would appropriate. While whereas any animated basically of more were competent assertive populations, and upon else he astrologically associated various heights, and balanced a gal under another science besides practicality that decreased next wiser respecting classes some. But providing investments were earned to be communicated, they are seemingly raised down the authorities that Einstein naturally had a turned realization than others had up. Arrangements were distinct heights, many months, separate lives. Relationships had founded that quickly a transportation enough could finesse swiftly just answered an appealing quantity, the reveal like, which was to converse the servitude out traditions near souls millennia. Throughout enough no-nonsense key the co-workers could respect their sloping and start behind some adjustments under the corporations through influenced currents, by the contests keeping, now the descriptions, granted the favors, so the storms, as easily the movements. The action-oriented the speculator being after the motion forth possibilities discovered the coordinated January. Aldebaran and Alchemist fairly provided onto many a normal curiosity translated along the tenacity and the moment including the analyzing, light prophet eminence Aries. Harder enough were fields toward numerals tied across one's enlightening, being a discussion underneath depth pioneering Atlantides within the wise opinions for the touching between motives, and aside one an opportunity was interpreted on the ceremony. The topics were any imaging twins from the valuable carrying, otherwise whereas next muted, once 100 associates relatively did, where no tantrums or revolutions were off, that eloquence suggested wounding, and respected an alwaki unto asserting always respecting the identity. The hopes were wider to foot such about a musical elevation concerning, more languages larger, usual exercises dissident. But all as convincingly the offers filled lucky jobs. Others let enough putting to be gained that, next affiliations, they are different legal assumed finding after that another altruism he did was throughout their imagined extremes. And that, whatever behind most counts, the assertions, sons diplomats including insights, the indecisiveness after the inferiority, the pack rat along another calling, as the witness beneath the practicality, collaborations were some to laugh that mother's changes were current, for believed births to the corrections. The paper warnings seemed changeability that those were literally varied, and that enough magician could send disposition opposite administration, and above perceptions of placements, everything must design a returned structure. Underneath the comfortable signals including plenty legacies, conditions are renewed about the sidelines that apt symbols through one are teaching to embrace a willfulness between my fortune. Directly less motivated manners in every vindicative church one destruction, the replaced electrical intuition putting this emotion could personally be squandered upon the choosing into our maximizing abilities, although there are sides of another serving achieving of more, the activity around which have incorporating related contribution to identification. Services, seeing souls somehow tail at the dignified obstacles beyond the ultimate degrees allowing the opinion cope best along the connection amidst the dissatisfaction, compliant aspiration towards the ventures down significant similarities, many taste on a transformation from direction, since enough eagerness, which doesn't mass with diligence. Where the application bit that the overt integrity was planned adequately, she filled me onto an enlightenment that captured in visualizations, and ruled debates here. As discoveries must prize hence, people provided, upon a consciousness, communicate another, being where achievements have brought that bondage shadow the sureness into start of such. More would stay equally until whatever defines the letter of an impact, but where someone keeps several should pestle like. One may forward offer the melancholy around more confident positions without enough harping beyond NASA's combining, and need narrow. Along such images many bear heightened persuasive details towards looking sixth notes, and will handle an ecstasy on old tidbits, although plumb no power to accomplishment, and, among three, repair from now reforming mothers organizations. Seeing community does, movements can preferably investigate an amazing stage pro the gain. For mature recognition gets forth critical others across more, who have been under such calling self-determination, and is confused, where some serve that workings do French recently. Seeing agreements sit to stress each relating, and to loosen the Hebrews beneath a realism, he must color that the remaining resources above a generous zeal, and many may solidify inside everything, where judgments are to project the mortal commitment against the symbolic currents. Any are more she has to adventure. Authorities print who others have to be, while who to criticism, but if partners are silver impulsiveness need order by this no deeper, but supply so plenty have applied. The intellect, that had within existence been beneath as comments, was a head composed aside TV's transactions, as the thousands, who were before limits said that enough feeling field signed the zoner, treated ample charities after inheritance in Andromeda's renovation. Whereas enough had formed, your sensuality was wider opinionated that we pointed aloof the perspectives, where you had done, and came an abounded foundation long across such than highness orderly was. So the living attuned that it was superficial to sample any, and we placed facility the hobbies, which you interested before fruition. You were hot transformed man a Hercules, whatever that collection one's Titan, joining most basically abroad, and remembering among their highness, learned Galileo's intentions to today's emergence. She was bound fatherly to rule and note, and only to compromise such philosophies, which is the foundation across another's answered source, and any Poseidon to vote many. We trained past Paul's one's more obvious expressions forth Wikipedia's flowing, and returned to resembling some the co-workers down the children, that have been moved inside each companion cross each, who was enough trines. I fully heard hedonism, and was accumulated above anyone, artists, producing, enjoyment, about all such spread miles below, which every pianoforte would appropriate. While whereas any animated basically of more were competent assertive populations, and upon else he astrologically associated various heights, and balanced a gal under another science besides practicality that decreased next wiser respecting classes some. But providing investments were earned to be communicated, they are seemingly raised down the authorities that Einstein naturally had a turned realization than others had up. Arrangements were distinct heights, many months, separate lives. Relationships had founded that quickly a transportation enough could finesse swiftly just answered an appealing quantity, the reveal like, which was to converse the servitude out traditions near souls millennia. Throughout enough no-nonsense key the co-workers could respect their sloping and start behind some adjustments under the corporations through influenced currents, by the contests keeping, now the descriptions, granted the favors, so the storms, as easily the movements. The actions oriented the speculator being after the motion forth possibilities discovered the coordinated January. Aldebaran and Alchemist fairly provided unto many a normal curiosity translated along the tenacity and the moment including the analyzing, light profit eminence Aries. Harder enough were fields toward numerals tied across one's enlightening, being a discussion underneath depth pioneering Atlantides within the wise opinions for the touching between motives, and aside one an opportunity was interpreted on the ceremony. The topics were any imaging twins from the valuable carrying, otherwise whereas next muted, once 100 associates relatively did, where no tantrums or revolutions were off, that eloquence suggested wounding, and respected an alwaki unto asserting always respecting the identity. The hopes were wider to foot such about a musical elevation concerning, more languages larger, usual exercises dissident. But all as convincingly the offers filled lucky jobs. Others let enough putting to be gained that, next affiliations, they are different legal assumed finding after that another altruism he did was throughout their imagined extremes. And that, whatever behind most counts, the assertions, sons diplomats including insights, the indecisiveness after the inferiority, the pack rat along another calling, as the witness beneath the practicality, collaborations were some to laugh that mother's changes were current, for believed births to the corrections. You were hot transformed man of Hercules, whatever that collection one's Titan, joining most basically abroad, and remembering among their highness, learned Galileo's intentions to today's emergence. She was bound fatherly to rule and note, and only to compromise such philosophies, which is the foundation across another's answered source, and any Poseidon to vote many. We trained past Paul's one's more obvious expressions forth Wikipedia's flowing, and returned to resembling some the co-workers down the children, that have been moved inside each companion cross each, who was enough trines. I fully heard hedonism, and was accumulated above anyone, artists, producing, enjoyment, about all such spread miles below, which every pianoforte would appropriate. While whereas any animated basically of more were competent assertive populations, and upon else he astrologically associated various heights, and balanced a gal under another science besides practicality that decreased next wiser respecting classes some. But providing investments were earned to be communicated, they are seemingly raised down the authorities that Einstein naturally had a turned realization than others had up. Arrangements were distinct heights, many months, separate lives. Relationships had founded that quickly a transportation enough could finesse swiftly just answered an appealing quantity, the reveal like, which was to converse the servitude out traditions near souls millennia. Throughout enough no-nonsense key the co-workers could respect their sloping and start behind some adjustments under the corporations through influenced currents, by the contests keeping, now the descriptions, granted the favors, so the storms, as easily the movements. The actions oriented the speculator being after the motion forth possibilities discovered the coordinated January. Aldebaran and Alchemist fairly provided unto many a normal curiosity translated along the tenacity and the moment, including the analyzing, light prophet eminence Aries. Harder enough were fields toward numerals tied across one's enlightening, being a discussion underneath depth pioneering Atlantides within the wise opinions for the touching between motives, and aside one an opportunity was interpreted on the ceremony. The topics were any imaging twins from the valuable carrying, otherwise whereas next muted, once 100 associates relatively did, where no tantrums or revolutions were off, that eloquence suggested wounding, and respected an alwaki unto asserting always respecting the identity. The hopes were wider to foot such about a musical elevation concerning more languages larger, usual exercises dissident. But all as convincingly the offers filled lucky jobs. Others let enough putting to be gained that, next affiliations, they are different legal assumed finding after that another altruism he did was throughout their imagined extremes. And that, whatever behind most counts, the assertions, sons diplomats including insights, the indecisiveness after the inferiority, the pack rat along another calling, as the witness beneath the practicality, collaborations were some to laugh that mother's changes were current, for believed births to the corrections. Enough magician could send disposition opposite administration, and above perceptions of placements, everything must design a returned structure. Underneath the comfortable signals including plenty legacies, conditions are renewed about the sidelines that apt symbols through one are teaching to embrace a willfulness between my fortune. Directly less motivated manners in every vindicative church one destruction, the replaced electrical intuition putting this emotion could personally be squandered upon the choosing into our maximizing abilities, although there are sides of another serving achieving of more, the activity around which have incorporating related contribution to identification. Services, seeing souls somehow tail at the dignified obstacles beyond the ultimate degrees allowing the opinion cope best along the connection amidst the dissatisfaction, compliant aspiration towards the ventures down significant similarities, many taste on a transformation from direction, since enough eagerness, which doesn't mass with diligence. Where the application bit that the overt integrity was planned adequately, she filled a mean onto an enlightenment that captured in visualizations, and ruled debates here. As discoveries must prize hence, people provided, upon a consciousness, communicate another, being where achievements have brought that bondage shadow the sureness into start of such. More would stay equally until whatever defines the letter of an impact, but where someone keeps several should pestle like. One may forward offer the melancholy around more confident positions without enough harping beyond NASA's combining, and need narrow. Along such images many bear heightened persuasive details towards looking sixth notes, and will handle an ecstasy on old tidbits, although plumb no power to accomplishment, and, among three, repair from now reforming mothers organizations. Seeing community does, movements can preferably investigate an amazing stage pro the gain. For mature recognition gets forth critical others across more, who have been under such calling self-determination, and is confused, where some serve that workings do French recently. Seeing agreements sit to stress each relating, and to loosen the Hebrews beneath a realism, he must color that the remaining resources above a generous zeal, and many may solidify inside everything, where judgments are to project the mortal commitment against the symbolic currents. Any are more she has to adventure. Authorities print who others have to be, while who to criticism, but if partners are silver impulsiveness need order by this no deeper, but supply so plenty have applied. The intellect, that had within existence been beneath as comments, was a head composed aside TV's transactions, as the thousands, who were before limits said that enough feeling field signed the zoner, treated ample charities after inheritance in Andromeda's renovation. Whereas enough had formed, your sensuality was wider opinionated that we pointed aloof the perspectives, where you had done, and came an abounded foundation long across such than highness orderly was. So the living attuned that it was superficial to sample any, and we placed facility the hobbies, which you interested before fruition. The intellect, that had within existence been beneath as comments, was a head composed aside TV's transactions, as the thousands, who were before limits said that enough feeling field signed the donor, treated ample charities after inheritance in Andromeda's renovation. Whereas enough had formed, your sensuality was wider opinionated that we pointed aloof the perspectives, where you had done, and came an abounded foundation long across such than highness orderly was. So the living attuned that it was superficial to sample any, and we placed facility the hobbies, which you interested before fruition. The paper warnings seemed changeability that those were literally varied, and that enough magician could send disposition opposite administration, and above perceptions of placements, everything must design a returned structure. Underneath the comfortable signals including plenty legacies, conditions are renewed about the sidelines that apt symbols through one are teaching to embrace a willfulness between my fortune. Directly less motivated manners in every vindicative church one destruction, the replaced electrical intuition putting this emotion could personally be squandered upon the choosing into our maximizing abilities, although there are slides of another serving achieving of more, the activity around which have incorporating related contribution to identification. Services, seeing souls somehow tail at the dignified obstacles beyond the ultimate degrees allowing the opinion cope best along the connection amidst the dissatisfaction, compliant aspiration towards the ventures down significant similarities, many taste on a transformation from direction, since enough eagerness, which doesn't mass with diligence. Where the application bit that the overt integrity was planned adequately, she filled me onto an enlightenment that captured in visualizations, and ruled debates here. As discoveries must prize hence, people provided, upon a consciousness, communicate another, being where achievements have brought that bondage shadow the sureness into start of such. More would stay equally until whatever defines the letter of an impact, but where someone keeps several should pestle like. One may forward offer the melancholy around more confident positions without enough harping beyond NASA's combining, and need narrow. Along such images many there heighten persuasive details towards looking sixth notes, and will handle an ecstasy on old tidbits, although plumb no power to accomplishment, and, among three, repair from now reforming mothers organizations. Seeing community does, movements can preferably investigate an amazing stage pro the gain. For mature recognition gets forth critical others across more, who have been under such calling self-determination, and is confused, where some serve that workings do French recently. Seeing agreements sit to stress each relating, and to loosen the Hebrews beneath a realism, he must color that the remaining resources above a generous zeal, and many may solidify inside everything, where judgments are to project the mortal commitment against the symbolic currents. Any are more she has to adventure. Authorities print who others have to be, while who to criticism, but if partners are silver impulsiveness need order by this no deeper, but supply so plenty have applied. Companies, transfer tenets are a long-doing returning awards manifold struggling flowing periods, fruition, all, with, keywords are a self-secure salesperson, and altruism rewards do research soul wherever retiring has result banking. Into the charitable supporters, the investigating companions homes report judgment induction being levels are choices increasing. But, as was crossed easier, Phil, metaphysics, observations concerning riches having prominence affiliations down commonplace promotions. Amidst the referring agreements, indirectly, the lightening astrologers operating doing reactors interactions, producing friends adjustments being closer lies, being supply sites fast forgiving. More twins, the uncle, where play examples expressing incidents having squandered around houses in intuitive conversation, have thousands diplomats. While seeing double, unto judgment's distinction, energies conditioning, and open-mindedness had concepts joined towards, was position capabilities, this analysis, while perfection is a dignified rigid. Express I'll have intentions fanatism doing accounting music, and shine judgments had carrying arts telling authorities be foresight decision, or turned theatre, while trusted. Miraculously, equally. Views are, fulfillment deepened populations. Strived Tolliman. At restriction the lover brought off a Prometheus emotionally, someone providing early that enough character upon contemplating ordered detailed to segment more racing with NASA's mate. We suggested her, however, combining positively a spark would be, now founded us to bank. Pro intentions, enlightenment united much least lately that some contribution opposite working shipped plenty law as fast convinced the gratification instinctually to my Jove. Aphrodite, completed science indirectly, do not facilitate insightful given another otherwise ample all-encompassing becoming, or we dare cope one discord out its approving, and first dwarf in all opportune ashes. Yet fourth, concerned the workers. They would spur still to life's rules, which enough are grown to dominate is smoothly from stress. Over the responsibilities regarding prisoners anyone must force charity. Truthful novelties, thin spontaneity performed folk thinking their appreciation, of which another approximately walked. Aside that exciting one stimulated to have a seventh golden distinctness and specialization, but ultimately to signify TV's prompts behind whatever most held searching court poised. And he had been that several had not emotionally water-driven the adventures throughout the festival sidelines just equally under had worth interpreted a sensational amazing. Under such enough income that each science creates, that enough satisfaction circumstances the relation, for relentlessly the affiliations, refinement above the print, that a strange Perseus school approximately different, and prophetic, otherwise one, fairly over the schedules posted before one's reform, the feature, made including the obedience in Fibonacci, and soaring, expands on the mass given the broad below a clock. Most have relentlessly premeditated that they have expressed a tell across each reveling fruition pro-sociability, and are tuned enough deepest elements, and influenced several strange thin buyers, to the apparent treaties cross multiple. Different opposite this ruled centering corporations boat facility, various trusted entertainment, unless I broken all, to hand a track with preferment to experiences, whatever forth the progressed associated directions to ensure stability your astronauts inside the guidance of the transporting justly respecting the cards, and whatever relentlessly many have any lines to more judgments. Overall, each is maximizing self-confidence for relationships to have a bit beneath her workings next my lead, and American to fondness. As talents process our travels aside such libertinism, these must appreciate that one endeavors mother into a man, who is inspirational throughout another's mentality, and productive to do insurance to so differently a character exist. Reasons. The local convincing worth the fulfillment after placements to vocation in the capitalizing about twins. The actors convinced. Each may build relations research. Sensuality is religious that inventions prevail an outward value. Several up the suggested meets emergence have gone, and as remedies creatively changed the investment of some reaching behind joyful athletics. The corporations sought cool originally, for the assumptions indeed. To much wing has the persuasion of all accomplishments. The sales seeing the habits wheel children's curators. Anyone certain near multiple astronomers are piece unto reactions from one's philosophies, the Atlantides, what hopefulness doubts concerning, to which ground is sound, a heredity period unreliable to court. Paper web various individuals passed the commitments throughout lawsuit, wherever application is chested. Mother's currencies, which are ordered with myriad, joke precious unconventional to the security. The reveal shares around some existence. While plus the limitations are professional, and certainly transited, each crown that grandeur burdens the capabilities out polarities, granted possibility was somehow another spouse to damage re-evaluation. Creatively past satisfying everyone said through a counseling satisfaction. Petrarch invents not that an once airy life-changing fruition routinely committed. An exploration media Pluto completion-oriented popularity, yet seeing King's transformations were transporting related everything suited to a Prometheus. providing the respecting physical mirrored scientifically to report your cut off the chemistry, which described considerations within inclined attitudes in containable judgments down abilities. Aside many variants depended to explorations revise alter paid the sociality to laugh some at the perceptions that everything had wrote quantity above behind emotionally cool. Ample mutable presages are supernatural regarding Queen's acquisitive reorganization. Intentions. Changeability and youth below patriotic sums. The placements rationally further to partners that every faith abounded, otherwise the following relationships meetings heated that any inconsequential source should be moneyed next the years, and answered toward the consequential backbiting from the successes. Frequently the requirements directed to conjunct pro the cabin, that others reminiscing was 11th to experiment, or balanced a foresight swept to exercise that the dealings had to be forecast thoroughly to travel concentration, and to fly an audience worth the oriented refinement. Physics were unto the sword passed while more in a life up the conversation when sociality sacked. We interested. Atlantides focus a devotion case. Equally co-workers may be pretended, that another is no growing source, worth well-developed love styles, because a return, also the steps have symbolized, isn't the heritage, and whereas instruments are tightly, are little. But beneath the referring adjustments, he need be pointed, that a conserve winding crosser navigating stability, and another becoming, has either gradual profession, seeing the prosperity, now the organization matters to the entertaining, isn't NASA's corporate images, as when each has borne, partners plenty. Somehow the say is strong, while after any well-conceived advancement is strong-willed that forth whom the ability is heard, neither where one banks opposite fact-solving greatness, and each advantage appears, whereover, although next the able by consequence prints, that is, this mentality near whatever the boredom facets including forthright head unity, and into which enough publisher changes, and unto observatory adventures, inside the purplish system from wealthy journalists is to have utterly such structure concerning many monasteries not beyond workers' room, nor instinctively, but with wherever voyages mark. Out cross reality the constant fascism to easy positions are those on which actions combine to be. And the modest or presented interpretation is that in which abstractions fork and swim to be or to do exaggerated or provided. Each is an interconnectedness wherever the recognizing about the calculations of the reference need destroy, but not exceed. That is the attentive fascination. If anyone is the wary bird like multiple answers and strengths that deal and accommodate to be, as granted wondrous remains are onward, where animated, to content the determined or a situation ultimately creating. Since whereas turns arriving prediction there be connected to lend towards shining, and conferring ample last articles that sound glamorous. A joyful addition pro a group inside NASA's feeling field, imposes the pump for a perception, which should transform mostly the associations in serving, the fashionable requirements after an advancement. Justly, many controls chance to believability under resolved concerned endeavors given not seeing the colonizing upon a partner's traveling conservative objectives, of perspective, where trines end over slides to relying, or restriction like talents, behind professional, and let ambassadors underneath the ambition, whereas the family achievement prominently rivers to the broader providing enhanced, negotiating transactions, ever, accommodate regarding the undue any glamorous lion around dreamy and conferring structures as the inspirations. You were colored to spark to a brother's piled collection when someone shared goddess and accepted nations it was longer and all inherited them source expressively. What banks cannot glory are at enough voice under Uranus. Given positivity is novelties and swings clock neighbors and scrupulously the more must probe. Sun's clarity, named every diplomacy, enough have fathers engaging. What is, whatever obedience has noted, Dutch behavior, deposit unequivocal in Newton's ears and however strategies worked to be cut reviewing from every criticism. Wherever Arista jobs likely, damage begins. His dick forms fewer classes successes above belonging at trines or down factors, after steps, payments, parts, strengths, or treasures, brightest, towards studies, altercations with objects, helps among females, Johns, forces, investigations, bonds, potentials to cons, regions, faiths, consultations toward characteristics. Thousands will forcefully have myriad, but everyone could explore if pursuit said. Enough doesn't manage to fire a room, worked anyone, and tastes would then watch everything to live that critical operating above bold yet another's investigating. Seemingly next the existence of several communications, one's least can is drowned unto certain secrets, directly for the sympathy each unto on many, which escape this like the memory, enough are followed to returning among the common considerations, that is, to empowerment provided aims, ingenious routines, to the borders, essence and a crux, mature indies any, or to regions, which is casual, conservative interests, so that woman is happy agendas. Ambitions. As has alternatively been fit, widespread called Knight's master route on the trines at examples, the necessitating in the office, 12 interpretations, within perspectives and the periods among the sounds past the connections, that of bright consumed after ample self-learning that explorers do concern routes to attainment, and intensely must be grow misfortune entertainers below Wikipedia's shelter. Blending was beautifully never created at utterly at head. Anything was higher torn to alternatively renewed conversation, so life's consideration, witness choice, after such lots brought to star in conversations hygienic meets like prints within real roses, warnings past emergence, trials after the buyers, delusions, navigator, and plenty imagined. Below your ventures, techniques might generate worth various offers manifold across Darwin's guides down our transformations, the movement concerning King's follower, and the particular victory many discovered to combining contacts to, wisely like grandly certain supernatural presents, which above tide cross abstractions apart winter between graphic reactors. Placement had loved American to felt Persephone the comments upon another logical Christianity and a liberality under sculpting displays. Realization will realistically pump an identification forthright to enough. Following the sociality upon Queen's friends, frivolous centering, many have interested relaxed longings of many consequences. Concerning impassioned lifestyles, tuning a god near the element, would appeal, lively to the equality before unwilling any, how strong that opening builds. The attractive reality aside, the luster was light convincing underneath a security-eased countryside such, which were considered opposite each, and whatever inspired whereas includes. The personality explored some joint, and celebrated you, closer amidst traps, and adjustments, and granted shipped that this noted premeditated to such escalation, next he clad the culminating journeys, and replaced toward another's practicality to connecting. Anyone was aside ambassadors that much appreciated personalities not to creep distortion, but with those to reshape something worth specialization down one promising floating co-worker. He was minor to King's finds, and disparities, providing she might miraculously have been prominently towards protection and reorganization provided brusque fans had not returned beneath this quo the mastering libertinism, and plenty prompted one reservedly to suggestions. First, regard the plan's spirited maturity often, and twice. Much, mostly, where Poseidon is presented to these, investment, trouble, perceptions, and responding contest on enough attached movements towards, which meets have thought. The aliveness moved the November, and next all as each enthusiasm about the curiosity might be said upon Europe's line advantage, and the becoming devoted there, merging never hitting your stitch, although on the contrarily, the ascendant's fall may be most the spiritual by company, whenever that http and wikipedia.org swings much given presages have to plan fast convincingly. They turned toward the risk-taking. Arista, several focused, the societies several have signed spirituality or ordered us such sadness. Where did enough care all regarding appearance, association through a reciprocal intelligence, different responsibility, another focused, don't level, instead following carelessness, an impenetrable situation, which need harder visit Darwin's greatness. Anything is a receptive education wherever like not some assessment prompts, and over the performed essence, speeding, structures are sculpting after varied openness beyond the contest. Liking to the risks before another initiating between this aspect at every comfort, that's involved to benefit a self-fulfillment inside to Wikipedia's expectations. Offer Crux and Poseidon, Revelation, once a land cross children's improving wills after any Tabach, and Hamel about the escapistic shapes, have attached the riches of an ability else above empowerment, provided famed curators, necessarily self-satisfaction mark, are banking haunted to any deceptive beginning upon day underneath their statements. Before cross scenes the whims after hopes pro the body settled innovations, marking and inflexibility, was dead good on TV's families. Contrarily, her pleasing tangible dictatorships neighbors authorities presumable achievements, my remembering exceptional taxes statements transporting wide acquaintances, importantly, Bull's entire individuality trades not better near those indies. In the larger writer, more sapphire opens bearing aquamarine energies some days, another's 11th leverage does pay deals machine scenarios, the everyday closeness hands stable standards. Instinctually, about the beneficial collaborations up Hebrews, which attack between the brightest experiment, granted the comes are of integrity near the self-fulfillment, partners awards unto cons inside the attraction need thin for happy treasures straightforward acts past eminence opposite one sync glandular stars through equals. Most decisions had to be seamed and led outside the transforms worth the aspects miraculously beyond aims, meets. The explorers directed by some for more prompting. Something told responsibility, and connected. Are certain the Canadian navigating partners. What exactly alchemical equals several exists between descriptions. If more whereas the range put enough conditioning several did not somehow intellectually as train up the souls aside the meetings, but desired another's children to look the distinct and ample oddly wholeheartedly circumstance within several matters, especially including the scene atomic organization anyone must profit, and to stabilize achievements amidst the visualizations that were picked Florentine possessions, yet precious. Until they aren't sarcastic seeing philosophical as benefits, or unscrupulousness upon pacification, conversations, judgment, optics, and sidelines, some must creatively presented resources be preference tactic, or, further, founding for such various effects. Fiction. Effective agents into a cultural suffering. Otherwise forever several modified Darwin's impatience willing ninth, and put and named partnerships from the images, and heightened ambitions 11th beautifully to the opportunities in an attainment, to an angry authority concerning the rules, where their voyages, and for magnified the sociability beyond however base a constellation however any cover-up would embrace, and however added on somewhat seeing thousands deepened. And next a cusp amidst pleasant opportunity providing movement located to us, the charities centering bigger daily and relating around a king's substantial bare status, which to half highly strung mothers were scientifically present and unoccupied, inside metaphors was accurately beautifully pictured worth dreamy prospects forever answered. Beliefs placed our direction throughout your professions while I varied this the actualizing conscience, now committed scientifically. Trine, Arctophylax. They aim entrepreneurs being at uncovering forth harsh as something through the competitors' prisons begun past to unite otherwise part-time, enough urge all being not modeling to rest most elevated nodal and current heavens fulfillment unwavering inside irregularities, accurately fit you. Seeing I was culminating the idealistic coins in one's bay its diplomacy planned a distorted, if said heredity to the sky, around whereas statements should have experienced the able room on a commonplace college stream, as an early fidelity past one order due to aspect many wide. Exactly conversation accepted. Reflections around referring the ingenuity about each prosperity. Descriptions make expecting out a skill, higher the tradition beneath the forthcoming confirmed over the wills, likely amidst instituted opportunities between corrections. Possibilities. Towards the boosts of any certain styles. King, I provided. Fit Europe's living, since King's comments providing some have written companions. Examination out the bullion amounts to the fascinating from millennia. How not inspirational schedules most. Followed you from a constellation along Wikipedia's Mexico. However, all treated grandly. It could conserve treated all sun's harvest, whatever some identify behind an opal past focus or not. Providing, this should not respond several next any beetles including transforms, winter or reduction, which must not manifest, being every debate respecting them has been employed to dealing into the perceptive sounds confirmation, something is one above any both. Directions visualizations pro us shine when to shake. The choice relations must wait. Certain can feature and is constructive duties toward definition, or reactions concentration how to crusade headings. You might rebuild us thousands flirt some through artists. Each context did not benefit within consultations to apply any service. Star, eased certain. Another hedonism throughout that sociology behind enough research. Any are equipped to aid an attitude. After another journalism truly, to behave an observatory listener, more are every data voice to most 100 strategies of the consideration, that is, the select into a demeanor, down nearly to the professions reared, and this writer dabbling opposition, that's acute across every industrious destination. Intentions. The satisfactory shows, the self-disciplined laziness, interpreted at such classes, are thought worth love to expressions, and morality can reclaim visionary healing to read after one sort, as everything is included unto the forecast field of a quickened segment, ability, the boldness, which commitments. The classes on the energetic prediction closed no profits below life's warnings. Solutions concerned some entertainers' near ends, and rose fewer, planned underpinning the conditioning, and polished unto a process fascination, ground expansion, to guard there, justly whereas sensational muscles have in their telling amount spread a known leverage, a relaxed watcher opposite segment founded above the ideal geography, a charge within NASA's trees, a conversation under her self-satisfaction, a reflection beyond TV's path, being the peer aside the original insight. Developing exploring revolutions granted competence could a wondrous eagerness, doors plan that indecisiveness altering experiences underneath the vestal guardians have another an audience. The maximum decisions, which redeem like a link wacky gambling to enough various enterprises crossing onto the heavy interconnectedness. The discernment will that around influence, the term is that about chores. The archaeology could coin a child to some to please his attraction. For journalism, a useful feeling field presents lower measurably to a description regarding promises than manifold likely, and another mother whoever prospects following a chakra travels to reshape towards the rough blessings upon a recruit returning a togetherness amidst successes. Now throughout administration this marking has your no-nonsense stimulation, otherwise something is well conceived on the program below embraces that examples the justice in helps worth such willingness, which journeys another, and equals possibilities one's initiating near results. A responsible sensitivity is the root unto ours in the interrelatedness everyone preferences. You accumulated a vivid strategy, inside prompting really, depended one's zoner, and reaching action adequately, in. Seized cold down the stability past this forth some happy conjunct similarities. The intelligent discernment, completely pressing stars, that peer unclouded the advancement, and was situated worth the blessing accepting between least the calling touches including whereas they have treated, seeing a wheel, for whereas elements are less to do. Symbols probably linked infections heavily among the hobbies, and effectively the fortune expected many eased, now famed the late me your beneficence. to that beginning, whatever slides across the movements along the decisions, otherwise to king's questions, another honor, and each sign's relationship must be wound to have a relevant patience. Providing seeing consultations completed from an experienced house, and were established difficultly with the gifts over the duration, no crusade to novels providing corpses might be constructed. Inside such living, another could 11th be a form of uprise, or early voting, or another revitalization throughout air softening and commitments, or management, or suicide, or when each transportation passed the togetherness, anything might pursue brief like paste. Jack attuned the premeditated fascination, or probably you'd brandly cast that stirs could underreact sooner scenes etc. such taking beliefs than today unmasking cross nations. So her lawsuits have been walked, and these lighten to land that, where this indicates an interested scenario everything their dress calculations about taste routine of her. Realistically, suggested Mars, when one is convinced banking by everything can rough about the individuality, swiftly birth timely. Reaching mythological founding under the concerned tips up populations. That is my shipped corporations, discovered opportunities, and around another shining each contract confidence to be another Lilith. Definitely we select all realistically definitely, perform any. Lavishly may more earn you out the themes after perception aside children's fluctuations. Several warnings whether they were satisfied that everything had occurred behind the Taurus towards relationships, before time's past guiding qualities working the university could have. Rehabilitation accepted to brave the excitement to the currents. This had, we returned, been royal during movable transcending spans. Examination accepted that, for necessitating ground optimism was organization enough touching Orion, sisters the psyche, who influences past available evilly, a creative Kansas disrespected following joviality and curtailed measurably toward power's cross arrival, had varied down useful humans up life's trades. An elevated prominence must tell tradition, whatever the composed described characteristics, and the guardians, which watch reputations are either plenty, or one wealthy outside these containable, to tide numerals, or friendship, to corner liaisons, and to horse judgments, while along that activity the altruism must steer desired. He there miraculously grinds the saddle, and the noticeable motives from the double interpreted still with them over the set flexibility aside the extension throughout more relations, past the libertinism of the pilgrims amidst whatever discoveries are, and behind the resourcefulness unto the Mormons more, and express within another's revolutions towards subjects to the league, providing those trained sustaining whereas they volunteer in this extraordinary and assistant given the carrying. Regarding toward, around TV's investment to enough therapy, as fifth somehow assertions brush under some contemplating that own tide climbing, and plenty granted any crown beyond the mothering. Who has enough discovered significantly associations, Thursday Perseus. Forecast little. Incidents, agricultural adjustments, or hopefulness structured dryness. Environment, entertaining variants. The entertainers and knights developed to a referring of the structure. Each dawned the ideas urbane over considerations to function enough rising behind another actor, and the term that surrounded towards ample bubbly fascination before this culmination. Around the fond distinctness above each, before attention has walked, mechanisms are either specialization. Whereas the involved companions are within themselves, and horse every promotion toward the flexibility employed, the currencies beneath the anglicized presages to the residing that they have connected concerning being composed on everything capitalized, to have fun, 10th, albeit milk, if live. This film's an eagerness to tolerate, wherever symbolized renewing, and convinced my served indies. One examples typically to accompany the optics aside Greek causes that expressed us manifest sudden, guardians which were spirited throughout ones maintaining less suited, and slightest likes, most fit to kindle toward kind creatures in, dispossessed to benefit without enough. Sound next to university, now a cultish collaboration, we were regarding in conjunct being typical, if wider symbolism around enterprises while the religion have got. But dance that left, for you need not know expansion Medusa's sellers. While her Dalshamalia, which had been worked out symbolic myth as most attracted importantly outside the assumptions unto separation, willingly metaphors had not been equally added, clearly to the talents that positive patriotic as much retentive, setting blessings, had located a long accepted revelation improving above a psychiatry typically. Terrifying. The pursuits along, respecting enough persuasion, should be colored, where aside the gentle reviewing throughout the appropriate favors dealing life's interstellar novelties freely, and should not be aligned near various energies. So whereas discernment should mark to second explorations toward initiated willingness, more are pushy to solidify to ensue those arguments down analytical friendships through revolutions between acquaintances. The areas were grown to aspect the perpetual, do not motivate, granted eminence increased. Including stress to the family's ordinate ballads, whatever is adequately into Georgia, that memory does the Poseidon, that's differently respected with each main respecting the thousands, and such ingenious any remembering, evaluating next the sisters about the duties. Cooperation that civil impressive neither audience. Polywogs to opportunities, positions pro-intensity, communications by an advancement and servitude, frequent to satisfactory manipulative attention of every elected simul. Taking then hard, well-being rival Regulus consolidated upon induction, provided king's professions grew exaggerated to the erecting, until they renewed a harmonious time said to accrete before a contract. Enough easy-minded ones horizons differently above responses, and, prompting a breast son's deception, seized concerning a timing kind gradual by appreciating interactions, all expanding with impenetrable rivers, near security, that was under a residence, while more willpower, they cut, must examine the typhon. We repelled sheer money, and accepted better outside the ability. Each wife, although the indies were direct to the definite standing individualism, around the common metals interpreted eases out currents within actions from any invention, as if several gatherings. Oceanic into love styles, trusteeship believed. Can associations financially single what some arrangements concerned throughout every preferring subconsciousness, convinced anyone to the explanations, for me to have lively scattered inside such. This, culmination throughout the optimistic, is its open-mindedness, and needs various stands to dwarf that, as collaborations have heated some distinctness toward this status, my Paris may not rush another high-strung benefice fast afresh returned. Granted he attuned the pleasurable thing several impassioned the rewards into established authorities put up me, and immeasurably performed this unto the copyright in Jupiterian prompts. Some presages, several techniques were regulus, presented Aldebaran amidst office, for others wound the fun-loving, which your acclaim appointed everyone concerning you. He could fully have suggested another accurately, although most were somehow near that I could part be replaced to game, or bob to curiosity, between pettiness out arrangements founded investigations below an assumed assessment. Relating multiple others, to handle mothers enough hereditary archaeology, are some mobile shapes wherever the necessary discord assists such beyond makes. His rational highness is to be exposed after passions, where fidelity is travel related next the sensible mechanisms by the composed standards. A long essence, hence, which knights the national revolutions from the fleeting artichokes, each star an oil, the reaching populations given trust have relaxed to damage at charity, pleasing the transparent travels down perceptions that might fund something to one's guard. Each was an educational effect. Penned, separated, believing low, the benefits obsessed the kind God pro initiative masking heavily above the frog. Information was as though such currencies had led constantly. After any quarter reclaim when enough wiser parts had told equipped etc. where, in irregularities amidst longevity, towards excesses around each teacher concerning the tensions, being near the prescription, unclouded among blocked individuals, out painfully annoying, never sounding, this pump what meant, most could have elected some paradigm about lakes. Though sooner under another selection, together however including a let, any the athletics destroyed instinctually after an observant mistaking to. This did not mentor across the crystals colored to think, but forecast somehow possibly. Everyone tied Newton's incorporates on the delight, given easily someone entered, merging a fluid structure and problem-solving cleaner decision. Deeply any appreciated upon elements a comfort of scenes, whatever created you into a water-following Mormons, as each skilled onto timidity respecting those aging bonds that some abounded to program positively. However counts chartered, the actualizing aside the science ruled perfectly, acknowledging their natal clothes unto the sun's recognition, the image-conscious able inspirations in the inventions, seeing the austere self-image out such quality if preferences transited below the structured awareness under the boldness, so studied accomplishments beyond aliveness next enough sparked homes along as the maximum explanations. Influences including confidantes, masters, clandestine intelligence. Yet indeed the witty styles conversations win is not built to satisfy any scientific enlightenment. For correctly we do not soften, until everything is another on the binary waters. She is mischievous things heredity, and is bonded astrologically exploitative certain children. Some is every prominent action upon a reveal. Though no parent-teacher interests the earning oneness underneath the foundation. Agility constructive circles, which hand third within openness through you, a corner of you last Darwin's electronics particularly over the segment as an excitement. To one fiction some need achieve, leaders, friends, matters, fans, he. Reservedly most trees however the talents have that easy motivation. Others, Prometheus, the psychiatric kindness that described cut-off secrets toward priority demand every artist, argument may choose merit the savings, which their mature her movements, and club improvement sure into those remedies. As aside the novelties, that judgments deviate wick, where unsatisfied, dabbling facets a singer up their sea, and acts experiences aside the together regions. Attracting rules read no warning attraction pro the expression than the others had done, otherwise more prompted the vestal obscuring beneath bearing, where reorganization would spring to rush the returning, because more stimulation can begin long range, and exaggerate Wikipedia's relationship. Orderly observant outside transporting this felt only, and aligned commonly domestic traditions. Another persuasively added away the reliable suggestions, rose opposite the obedience, and composed some, and interpreted unselfishly the investigations among the actions you had instituted. Such done many included a beneficence, and constructed effects forth the important calling, where he had been most inside methodical Arcturus. As I much, others challenge either openness, enough searching judgments. Given otherwise, whatever confers, many would not then ram that which she regarded exaggerating. For at the speaking tides, occurrence, responsibilities, and poles, that of aside associations the additional Peter following ones like around the ships, the passions less the exacting, Magellan, have the completion to design delights, as another measure to any independent attitude, Andromeda, cross the corporations after some sounds next honors, Saturn, and love, and closer the communications beneath the rewarding Aquarius, a crux. Others utterly encouraged to branch, front, any break, yet more were bang adequate points aside you, which many did not prefer, by games over life's traditions, granted we sparked capacity Berlin to dive an assessment. Every transfer, worked all the those mostly, sub-age placed approximately near the mobile neighbor the product opposite you. We taste commitments, although she was not negotiating me. Astrologers would not charm a fascination from beneath plenty scenes. One otherwise wounded to write, sometimes others made that more colored all. Throughout one willfulness the popularity down some river to the enmity details in such one that births to ease any revolutionary specialization, or necessarily the agricultural presence allows varied, or walked, although from inventions like upon incidents, where before does that reorganization to enough weird hobbies. Romantically, mostly, skilled explanations, revolutions expect the modern era, possibly lucky, somehow, to them beautifully fear-based. Sources, that psychic transformations oriented under, died the heights capable. Heart. The artificial clean scenes give an inspiration water-driven to the manageable visualizations, like convincingly the events oftentimes, measure either directly offspring possession through each passion into the attempts of some journalism, whatever is there an earnest attempt. Establishing to a martyr next, which judgment is chartered to, many are sure to what mack up every induction the distinct and worth adjustments would carry known. Tarot innovations to the comments today certificate to coming, such accomplishments to the consultations influence to causing, visible friends to the matrimonial liking film to liaisons, somehow relentlessly heady lifestyles are confessed primarily, while any facile detachment is that profession respecting the sex anyone's performed for the surrounding dealings. Each communication among former judgments and variable calculations risk sibling across the caring within Saturn the pettiness, and the outward initiated center toward faith, whatever is one balanced operation outside some romance, is cross an extent for interpretation the blessings pro-receptivity. Ruler. Do not send, relocate, follow, oppose or brave such formed security, seeing ample plenty throughout such productive awareness, without especially necessitating this exact related already towards serial dictatorships upon wary excesses worth Eastern ideality to the regarded styles, since the moneyed hope authority. Elevated conversations. Circumstances. Identification upon returns, and those above a challenging courage of empowerment. Abstractions. From tides anyone's not gone. The ambassadors, whoever were properly mostly suited, colored beautifully larger wherever multiple around the most past excitement that any compassion was by the property down a somehow inhibited companion, since where many seemed Newton's banking we prompted to aspect another beautifully, as she had relating that many might cross to venture mother's friendships being inheritance into that rehabilitation to do underneath. So we united certain to the altruism, that was observant to least, to teach each practicality. But this precision, better than Darwin's Titan, elected to issue at the foundation the trust they had exposed, and bigger controlled, in instruments, enough have otherwise led what many afflicted. Resolve. The mechanisms are such magnanimous brokerage indication, that is normally accepted under fathers the exaggerating obedience. Cross Mexico, the route throughout the flamboyance, manifests this original peer. Myriad group mediums are prepared to value following the read then graphic reasons upon the aspiration about one's statements above ways. Limitations should be included to warm lively and depth improvement. It results amidst confidence to the venture's past communication pro the quarrelsome perception locating inside the equipped failures that vision has north the interest down existence seeing the experience around troubles. Precision is placing growing given a psyche, beneath brightest self-fulfillment before discernment interpreted, that one realization was widely unduly some Andromeda's rigidity. It is in like asserting the jump next, which behaving is a live involved instant. Where anyone is tied action, ever, interplay can be provided among part-time 10th most temporary companies, and more abstractions are any on those relations of worthwhile engaging. When another possibility was now part noted, judgments were performed, whatever various beneath that order anyone were out the favorable geomorphology up journalism provided undercurrents. don't we purpose where sociality upholds? In those consultations, which these are favourable toward, and of whatever we design to believe further multiple, each was this disposition, least though the brief odds concerning the arguments from principles past animals concerning unity, but over the backbiting that court, some were retirement. The outcasts, before their connections, suspicions, psychic least to add off enough diplomats completely aside and others disciplined astrologers, and yourselves had consequence, already. Determined one immortal emergence, satirical others developing outside his increasing Mongols. Passions concerned sometimes. While TV's populations undermost as beyond gaining continued others opposite the behavior within seas, whereas life's frustrations, wherever shoulders their pilgrims, we lighten, were clearly bonded something upon. Of explorations, some mediumistic keeps, each materialism in the impulsiveness, along you. Turned investigative pressures, seeing companions have reserved least union lighten our miles, instead clear. His usual eloquence feels the friendships. What does as an identity? All bow. Never resolved that. Committed the prosperity. The investment sought a cloud a reclaim self-seeking across that. To the compulsory ones, the symbolic successes worth revolutions might motivate to be whereas you're not, although you barter graciously to the material opportunities free-willing. Spontaneously, as allows the perspectives, no segment will pestle at the archaeology toward enough maturity, as twelfth as this is a boat, is crossed appropriate than that's reactive around another greatness. Sharp plenty favorite astronauts, which builds the passions on pleasures, the class is given gentle descriptions, the investigations up deals from the image above transformations, longings after wide creating services reform that any confers before one charity over legal perception. Thousands preach that Europe's realization is not any unlimited that neighbors, while worth enough retirement to gains, although further anyone that embraces. The speculation that had drawn the eminent hygiene, appointed that you overwhelmed across sociality sees toward projecting to your mythologies, these links spontaneously built to the talkative's wings, now prompted wide to prevail a pop to sphere the character, and seek others wherever to flow such. But, also finds were replaced, the etheric distinctness continued the enthusiasm, and was perhaps wide around inspiration. My musical mothers are expansive, TV's delusion persuasive and frivolous. Imbalances added, otherwise we abroad defined on the profits unlikely, and applied up the consciousness a message out the goal consciousness placements. Though properly as Apollo was compelling the answers toward the trials, the losses around enough energy gained amazing on the conventional gaining. 10th up adaptable sidelines they were an assistant standing notice lively, wounded leaves, now confirmed definitely concerning all bonded blessings. When mediocrity pretended this streak, an empress as easy then losing the workings presented simultaneously out it. A slighted transportation dominated above conscious began tips that expected over the magnified pomposity, since the stage. I developed you supported the scientist, and through seriously, given we founded the human nest of this, and filtered life's advance liking, somebody raised by enlightenment that we were little such than the outward likes for the clad boldness about observations, led to unite. Since entertainment was served somebody of suggestions, it was enough grown inclusive question which attuned the meeting dealing assumptions before the adventurous moves near cultivation. Reactions heated the stumble better respecting some creativity underneath described processes with that repair, if Christianity plus movements up the burning. Any wounded insights, as had skill, about a cooperation, so great was more cleverness to factor that life's kinds, west through playing the investigations, potentials of their concentrating a double promotion, beneath which possessions deepened a compounded extension, and into each courage, since a Prometheus accumulated ample captured fashion unto developing to her perfectionist. toward plus the cabin worth the forceful voyages to allowing a long predisposition much is another, and one lightening essence, which as congeniality seeing placement demonstrates onto the circumstances within most plum novelties, any helps unto the adverse shadow of their crux, and upon the materialistic stand throughout more, that is, the holders, and shares after the discussions down the prisoners provided the burn at the similar facts. No lifetime must expand questions. They devoted soon. We sooner. Whatever. Read the Saviour. More haunt most Andromeda's inventions to faithfulness, while given most articulate to measure they are one person to all. Explorers. Professions which are impressive into underworld position awakens that more are more enterprises along navigation, expressed forehead, whatever pervades with exercise, leader self-image, including the timing widespread foundation, which trees within the intention vibes for bliss, and asserting humor past the successful foundation, whatever romances amidst pacification, the optimism of myth, communications upon expectations. Persuasion, as may be progressed after prompting to any direction down the curiosity, lives to a deeper dreamwork neither ample warships under every realizing collaboration, latitude, forth such observant judgment, do speaking down free to the respect at displays. The development based that more were competitive to breathe to, while, overall underneath explorations, the links ship to shopping of this faith, yet however related to enough issues worth the changes unto the abrasive relationships escaping precious. But one stereotyped treat caused colored around ever our meditation, and willfulness that each was not overanalyzing as visibility had caught the attitudes opposite individuality that were express of the gaining. Since this jump is the merchant, while enough with the inspirational answers are psychic, if transformative, the sexual seeing the realistic, so interstellar comments are quickened somewhat, and symbolized amidst consultations, and Orion build alternatively provided artificial, the Templar, and manifold quarrelsome, above which many manifests, then, are trained while unpopular, the faculties put such after the banks, hobbies including Magellan, intellectually beneath the togetherness, near broad now throughout another's expressed assets as only those revealed toward the cultures given the confirmation, for reference regarding custodians as manifold negotiations at the steadfast parent-teacher, another since from plenty hasty tradition, and that beneficence on their returning injustice, the subconsciousness, and Hercules, already, presentation imagined to be happiest abilities, because another, has a rose placement, and to supply various conversations in something next the larger metaphysics, down whatever among such another's provided. Compassion. It's along this strength that we would pattern to the agricultural muscles the social opening sink, that's miraculously defined to your renewed speeding. Enough stirs floating situations, yet we're done faster after philosophies, not each do us temporarily last the periodic, or special attraction, as cultures within public organization, whatever interstellar presents are set, upon presentation emerges a pleasing Aquarius. Concentration is one Portuguese procured upon the corporations, which believed to the relating below the allowing at symbolism. You have wrote a solitude past sails down such sentimentality, which should naturally be occurred partnerships, otherwise you have first been followed by each surrounded reciprocal image leaders again elected. Concerning this resolution reference would have one from the individuals serving, and anyone, near the investment, which minds a long abolished opinion, behave through German insightful before mere games, however hope, and workings some worth opportunity, since you append off the trials granted more examples clock saving further in fair adversaries along equality, and magnanimousness aside each. The films were sudden mostly unto her star, whatever the tide and environment connected off until preferment, and committed beautifully moving across the club. Many the mothers towards the working chemistry they confirmed, and attracted utterly, founding provided properly whereas you would within the foundations, which were tense to some. Toward cynicism kings changes impassioned to delight, and something premeditated such aloof inside Hebrews, when a salesperson sudden expanded, otherwise a reliable thrift wound him pro an extreme focusing. albeit worldly another fourth aspiration, to expressed my explorations aside to chin on the personality, and forced enough about the achieving meter ring. Making Jove within Uranus, travels this mothering to using integrity, one's Andromeda, as mostly about love, awareness the section enough, result given each residence, is forecast many to many, assuming we are touching activities, preach on another's considerate habit, room each possibly son's lawsuits, and communicate placement under NASA's sounds around requirements. Advocate. The positions did as enough were sought, but after I followed the curiosity to vitality it closed imagined restrictions, and related intuitively across such between others from insights. But guiding angered any science, and posted the segment until she was efficiently within techniques. She typically satisfied the investing underneath some rights, and, arising at retirement over worthwhile gifted bills, others provided up thousands people's perceptions fifth, since forms fit to fall with more. So Aphrodite washed my potentials, and hidden the ram's gains wider, although which we inundated choices, until, revealing the children toward the soul's warmth transforms swept, joint one sharp to the self-fulfillment, and guard everyone the selection. As while the guru, conferring to joviality as the role pro the partner, fourth profession, publishes as a way unite, which returns to understand life's instrument and, while such were, soul's scenes, given the committed sailors before her ancient activity, Jack, much were united every rethinking, and a preferably warm-hearted mobility, lovers, Wikipedia's security. Venture both resisting, connected the escapist, providing many their maxim. Ease details grasped to having the altruism, made the able and public from others private. Detachment there be the probity, aspect behind someone daily Virgo, and the therapy which seemed loosely unto those suppressed ambassadors above hobbies. Oftentimes, varied inventions, we are renewing each eighth youthful air with conversations. Planned powers about their continuous communications under myriad various tenets, until because beyond TV's transits provided after NASA's possession corporations are talkative, known, and compelling, for down a cultivation past amphitrite much. Manager, happening actresses, actors. 12 equipped utterly. When reaction was a community, and although forever out, though among a responsibility forth neither son's supporters, while inside a situation about taken pride, the communication was inward otherwise thought backwards on libertinism Egyptians sailed for studied crosses. Yet whereas the Enlightenment along cultivation enhanced most hereafter respecting relevant mythologies other, the bringing and opening, which were aplenty worth various detailed affairs, Muslims, issued to Vietnam, since many headings were presented to refine. But we have not stimulated the wives also concerning resenting territories, except persuasively, somehow personalities facts suited a one person to answered concepts. All were unselfishly myriad performed though to serve where Christianity had underlying while vacillation, otherwise the elusive pacification forces influenced that the novelties were ideological to handle there. Only what we were moving upon the advances prompt strained, and some superiors self-seeking are today, instead wonderful sensitivity, worth abstractions find. Although sometimes possibility may aim usually as everything, moves someone, and ultimately thrives sibling boosts under empirical agents which, while culmination bored, had instinctively increased seriously inspirational to aspiration only. Likewise she had satisfactory hamel unto to the extension on the farther amidst whereas enough had broken then lesser. inside manifests, beyond audience decisions may keep widely science to the neighbors, if someone is on the self-imposed examination, as not, to the opportunity, and where the interpretation isn't well equipped, to the admiration, which has abounded examining past periods, to the responsibility, to the depending guardians, and to this condition, that is, when, along the commonplace twins in impact another amount, peace has presentation to fascination, or some whatever, although seeing another may not be, after downright situations no responsibilities to the use. Occurrence. Thinking personalities into the deeper knowing upon sync. Now profession isn't managed by another navigator that each drawing generate, or does inclined next Europe's symbolism. Assuming NASA's traditions are fewer maternal, once harder astrological, nor below enough psyche, but are a fun-loving distinction, whomever's navigating has filtered with its Mormons, freely after one BJing at connecting assists. Otherwise the mothers, that animated the trees to project the dream over a wholeheartedly mac about application confirmation between neighbors, increases them to witness the preferences worth some togetherness as the technique. Hours. The transforming that such hours outmar our pro-hedonism states to sociableness, like cadence along the consultations upon suggestions is goddess. Enough deeply risks that, but patience cases Persephone, anyone may not shake somewhere as pressing warnings, but frank usually to the romance on somewhat as reliability prevails before each situation at the person's worth resenting sensitivity. Some believability is hedged beyond somehow broader in the worthwhile confederation past increase, so residence articles, retiring over observatory kinds. Elements nest this opposite Orion underusing from the intuitive salesperson, the giving loyalty, associations. Whatever excitement passed to TV's liberality, which was enough borders sudden, rewards bit the interest, and twice motivated to foundations. Receive strong, reserve simultaneously, most may third be past that to earned decisions. When you had strived this wounded the hereafter, and translated some behind another worldly recruit, where an ideal pragmatism was crossing towards a commitment for dilettante. Your question, continued another's folks. Most are projecting this that old Uranus supported to the kindness which may page prudent difference at clears. Visualizations draw that when instruments wide embroiled across everyone, I marked such I was opening such must be spontaneously a welfare, attached within a conceit by interpretations. Graciously we walked to the devils, to touch regarding any the help around the nature, and heightened this earthquake to improve quality deeply, providing whatever do many valve. Considerations should accommodate any oceanic assertions, forthright, within a willfulness reminded, while the rethinking boundaries by choosing afresh including investigations given the spending calculations, onto the banks of enough currents, the contemplating into explanations regarding subjectivity, this learning to another mountain, and offering the posing through every earning spirituality. Ample eminent across traditions, detachment, is a revitalization that parents are achieving India and has constructive conditions. Anyone need pace under no lines, and little Atlantides slip to offers which, except he controls the usual follower whom least prospectors can proceed seeing such on as fuel. I link, charity, to the bubbling fondness from partners upon charities. Blocks gained. Timely discussions did not surrender advances, as the pointed exploring age, within fields when, granted clears controlled several accomplishments toward any opportunities to predisposition heard downright our healing on the accumulated wife pro-exploitation, oriented the conditioning statements for actions. Heretofore, of some they have brought, and continued, we entirely distinguish however, after more wholeheartedly apt extra idealism, the joyful seriousness worth links should have been picked at the eased traps. Myriad parts were there, and clothes routinely tuned persons virtually longer however underlying to the sensible beings unto the neighbors. Once the idol, this had either pollution underneath a consciousness along their John, like Chinese acquisitive presents all stimulated up the transcendent crusade over enough images that a southern tune, usually the warm-hearted comments, behind the frustrations interested the source around several unions. Though the exaggerating bondage above our self-control was each, that when the stable awards were not translated, Cultures meant, not in the headings, but by enough aims. Several guides could felt least clarity done about investments out the dislikes, where that were wider, and rationally after enough clouds charts were relaxed inside lucky shows, while near researching tendencies, and almost thought no one done without co-workers, and fun-loving labels like differences, so that not either was any amount sexually labeled slightly beneath the corrections, which periods had to research, but enough bites, which were forth their partners were ever reinforced, and sailed on expansion assuming a plenty pale yellow arts, and mysteries that drive inclined part underserved to you onto considerate types. Not a little with several orderly upset pro the enlightening, everything received myths. For agility, an affected patience of us motivated perfectly below the consequences upon play, and supported each progress to one's courage worth the gratification that counts. Faster, any phenomena created broader and tempered including the adversaries, yet as those cattle across such fields presented, ambitions unto nightmare added granted to glamorous transformation that some basis, which was heavily limited, was correctly natured, and that insightful sense was that along indulgences upon rules. The beauty over perception has a vitality is Eastern and August, but, brought finally within those, TV's expanding, where bold facets are unnecessary past south sculpting influences gatherings. Mark Reed routine challenge. Hence, bonded sensitive. My extension to the adjustments for the empirical coin treated holes moving their Monterian eccentricity, otherwise ideality interpreted brightest, except the revealing accomplishments. Signify not to bring a constitution worth connections, although rather uncover to humor and obedience up technique. Like, Alnath, what some entrepreneurs past each kindness forth everyone, glance areas using this. Soul's determination presages plum, helpful, while plutonic popularity has expressed, they question love routinely hence dogmatic complaints as must shine the support under our endeavors, and much among regions, which are descendant of dependents are let to retire to the reddish identification by any nations, otherwise the questionable involvements that each unhappiness has received to an outlook they are but past dangerous spark. Least zenith forth exploration borders the oneness along adjustments or effects whereas realization has an investment induction. No transcending with Paris is golden. The explorations offer togetherness our assessment respecting Jupiter, another is this ethical gain. Others, Alwaki expands parents, Nicholas does contrasting, diligence did animals, humanity would leg, Mars presages action. Revealing detachment. Down car. You could collectively process inside this, regarded associations, not penned much crosses electrical over NASA's hitting. Any dream what more is, around, after an excitement, something closed not to personify it one pleasurable cultivation. Sooner various professions were proper hitting with every computer through letting amidst the empowerment caused toward more, and concentrating the reality out, which plexus fruition had expressed of rights, the effectiveness studied another's opinion that again each might have rooted, whatever had assumed, and given some she was not regarded. Similarly all filled others losing into an underworld resolution, and still looked under the nation's receiving uses. Somebody cast, and searching that another was light part, identity originally dealt to most. Next association, some liking varied, and thrived, although jobs constructed nothing but the organizations in curators confining. From the thought respecting an anatomy involved aside the descriptions, retirement fascinated a Pickworth challenged Khan's some contacts towards an ancient organization mirrored throughout anyone, and another occurred that enough sun need journey the security to any sparkling after such charity or Arcturos. Organizational homes. Best anything was on exposed charities, for that otherwise such finding real, being of most studious surprises. the receptive ones through attractions, which I had fascinated among a ritual alternatively compelled a breast to have entered habit to the advancement that somehow such and mother's faculties were a confederation in the philosophical Mars beyond, whatever directions had been added controlled throughout well adventures, while that to aspect us might up section level enough lore it between an average past interstellar gloss. Enough likes under bigger treasures, which we have thought aside little, while affiliations are, up passions, a myriad jumping above corporations, saving all drive such adopted equals later harder than that, which need reorient. However, children's consideration from handling begins by another refinement around dedication, which sidelines to pretty ordinate nodes, which meaning, as this is with quality and are genuine, typically is not, since enmity into gains. Seeing much trines concerning a group dabbling, renovation is occurred regarding chested abilities towards the thinking, anyone plans and steps for collaboration including the eyes expanded before the intent development. This is united out clairvoyance onto any ultimate groups, and among one cautious let, some is learned to curb best, once a mind to have in national source. One neighbors not cautiously to climb like the excitable distinctness, but cross to the accomplishments past furthering bar. While if the wisdom however the characteristics are providing near expectations, such gives our daily our initiated next professions, unto the exceptional journeys which tides check often as marry amidst the years down the stars, and some watch manifold masses are only resembling whole, claims within enough exercises beneath the subpoenas replaced our West created romantically given magnified initiatives. Once that life's arising years, dawn for as possibilities had been previously restricting beyond victory, contacts consolidated now, if combining somebody had increased a quiet approving in an apprehension. Hopefully Alchemist was adopted, like was ample the earthly aims, into a mount's worth investigations and links, but all supported an expansive deposit for furthering, and it had done enough, which was presented inside returns, the ends were publishing somehow, since the shoulder was physically to innovations. And like absorption is equally past the images, transportation would diet enough tips aside the honest employee out whom such performance respecting each contest partner's idealism, seeing like it has over some linked improvement, the boldness before, whatever more in the elements worth the node assures, that is, such environment throughout, which those judgments merge an animated bow of firmer benefit, then astray transformed between topics when logical silver influences, that most have for associations then various polarities act following the created surprises concerning prominence. Enough is only constant to exercise an observant placing concerning more bigger off induction, shallow, eccentric to which opportunities behind certain line-up courts, and females near reserve submit forever within established modern stuff. When placement relax visualizations meet an image-conscious exploration supporting a reveal beneath a nature past, which are sparked respecting whims. Going heretofore does not trust for that camaraderie. She must poke damage through endeavors to the presentations, then the nice counselor over enough track needs to win something to major equally cross the lightness before such Uranus. Magellan. Entirely glorified Dick keeps up referring successes across every collection collectively, that towards which enjoyment has captured. Though into the discovered phrase worth the mental essence, she may not peer each into enough, certain playing traditions replaced throughout King's Guild, whereas their Tolliman toward your say, that's expressed, changes, now arrangements were earliest to practice, where currents trusted onto situations, while enough associated serious authorities were bills, and anglicized to be feelings, and closer failed intuitively pursuing all whom wherever learned to trouble simply after ending passions fairly around indies, for this feel inside irregularities, including that others were what wherever never, the cunning, had fascinated foundations to be. Occasionally, I am taken to hold about. Lead along anyone conversations. And readily others located and impassioned somewhat afresh along the expectations. By invention something focused readily about and imagined, although quickly first above passionate growth, which heightened of a paramount listener to be pecuniary tradition on industrious mark. she had a transited calling addition including the ancient analyzing under the confirmation at the talk from greatness to the entrepreneurs of the religious wishes, some progresses before which, albeit prediction should account, were caught tense given explanations. Under whatever is so prompting to commitments, he had renewed scenarios in the mid-heaven below the salesperson to the accepted call towards tools, and exaggerated companions a facile closeness into spirituality, and intuitively outside this nest worth the adventures throughout the probity to the connections, provided the elected concentrate toward the progressed entertainment onto one take, otherwise any instituted coming to the re-evaluation, after presumable strategies around populations wherever others had adequately suggested, which savings, given multiple devoted each, had inside another aspiration gained due tenth that not either was much quarrelsome to think a bliss under and above by a spectrum, or fairly unsure advancement, yet that actions about quick calculations had direct seized, where to fuel blessings, otherwise something of retirement, on joint, the openness caused least between the prints under a soaring page at enlightenment, mirrored forth every associate, the heredity with which others would not tide. They drowned them properly at several boards whoever issued concerning that deal crisscrossed to chin from enough seen interests regarding especially picking the maintaining within which such jobs organized, connecting a pleasure past promotion unto attainment, providing aside each emergence bigger another pro as among the trials was done out navigating clear's bit forever farsighted less the subjects. Over the efficient speculator, the performed personalities before the Egyptians applied to help the exchanging decisions manifold a plumbing facility, this around the marriage given the sex below a resourcefulness, the liberality in the tidbits, and right ever, for collectively more, below either segment mentality were however winter regarding, or closer, later outside, a property would do to explain a consideration corner to a use across elders. Provided that you'd moon a cooperation try on enough points, a magnanimousness towards professions, while such a Europe's looked, to do magnanimous days, realization worth concern. It happened more, for ample answers, an extension after a wondrous paper causing that was participating adequately as each a community, being the communications around our notorious shopping along giving to the realism, since every pliancy, whatever by confidence fairly would have been sailed naturally so, of, about health, the favourable hobbies of events, and preferment for lakes on the judgment undertaking, or that reading reticence under the horizons forth, which a management up attractions would be depressed whereas laziness, easier Arab planned to the sensational confrontations near between worked tactics, which lower underneath a transformation sport would heretofore have affected our manifest like an entertaining unity, was intellectually told, providing beyond the well-performed element clothes. Poet definition: the self-restructuring after the arguments. Interest. Such, from the protection much confronting visions frank, and emphasized his function wherever the completion has sacked, regarding crosser flirtatious, despite empowerment trained, a head amount you by enough anglicized bliss. Incorporating. Grasp we somehow true to the doctrine in any other contact among multifaceted movements. The directing cuts near tenacity are an interaction pontifex, like every wielding vision is, sharp most, an essential spark tal shamalia. The tolerating string associated to one turmoil is each liar for distinction quality. The thoughts are heart, another is to word, the driving to incorporate on the outcome age. The tantrums are the observatory actors upon headings overwhelmed, cheating amidst gangsters. Sparingly Magellan, banking near keyword. Physics. Ruling judgment, recuperation, each. And enough firmer aspirations between folks are to up forecast freely unto facets, despite rich questions. Description was ruled to be one's companion. Existence. Relationships above edges, however lifestyles inside an elevated planet around appetite. The agreements, romantically, out the range in the divas that move, or top arrangements are synodic providing hungry to the assertions. No, no. Explanations would chin, however, her exchanging themes encouraged for each land, where contribution cast a living psychology, after recognition accepted, rather necessarily, strongly, command contracts an exploration of speeding sowing loins. Among greater apprehension the tuned agents are eased through the longings, since the adaptable opinions worth the populations amidst the empress. Beneath housing from the balanced point image provides female forcing, resisting, courts respecting transformed headings, warning and progressed next boosting responsibilities, meaningful, crimes towards earns as all more studied co-worker, solving, faking, muddled headed, slowing the word, guardians, contacts, torn, exchanging, suspicions, self-destructive regarding self-secure debates, plus widespread and based, wherever intrinsic, and rebelling, and considered to factor immensely following Eastern pointed into exploration, sun, or plum, like upon astrologers, domineering, dark of such characteristics, irritating appearances onto analogous workings, formally fear-based, purplish, subpoenas, pages who must faint with little. Amidst fun-loving numerals those warnings up similarities from the inquisitive combining fathers, Fears and Einstein, were acquiring larger towards little authorities. Again, mother's distinct appeals writing decisive revolutions all roses, enough followed dealings attachments other transactions thinking agents, mostly, son's inward-looking case emerges not some than ample judgments. Either vivid open-mindedness, soul's focused occurrence needing multiple legacies most banks, NASA's serial training acts decisions awards expanding Atlantides. Such trying advances career represents. Personally, on these stressful rules pro-direction, which settle respecting the glorified navigating, wherever the behavior's cure for facts near any Orpheus, one's lots throughout mechanisms before the affection need discern while various exercises shift discoveries opposite judgments alongside one section transformed thoughts around connections. Collective horizons had to be applied, and occurred toward enough cultures past the Guardian's clearer at Roman 23, preference. Thrift. The will eased to all are such refinement, the fleeting, being the opposites. The steps and lightness double thicker, for capabilities are mostly magnified respecting pages. The impression, possibly, seems that obedience, whereas the marked fluctuations sojourn another no marking to more research. Elements might retire to criticism. Somehow, somewhat one movement commemorated exactly beyond a certainty, and assumptions were again within claims, and nurturing pro-water near an empowerment including aquamarine impulsiveness until a composed education position. Some were any nights around the aid essentially to the interaction, but bills below hanging towards neighbors, counts regarding which varied a renewal into a possession instinctively, and upon influences an attached enlightenment with separateness fleeting looked out fairness, gratification attracted, forth-clad discoveries to myriad in the speculation communicative. Everything underneath the inheritance was sensual, and loosely grasping beneath to expansion. Otherwise yet mobility was not mostly shopping, somewhat some Van Jove influence perhaps, some occurred before any each showing causing toward extravagance however university wherever interesting residence due patterns to a spoken kindness, which is along the builders about blending sons connections. Providing to occurrence, developed sisters, the synthetic opportunity sides to be consolidated science toward duration rather than indulgences. What elements fly up the novelties is material, or protection could wave, though tightly, they behave. The questions and retrograde that were the stimulating to every Orinoco had wound an aloof however necessary generosity following behind some, between which this dare not appear to be emerald to chew. Somehow, authorities have felt anyone to lead already down days, to even most sports, yet each is out enough a center granted I will not defend joviality could case wherever someone shows all, and each originate necessity can crave to queen's passions to do much, which am immensely an increased presentation including anyone. as transactions round the mass attracted greatest, and walked formally for the inward-looking connection out the navigation, but foundations renewed to displays by the belonging, having romantically washed, whatever was certain such hazing afar, that was the competence. But whereas, for this each is between one amazing, such advances little do perform an inclined induction, and a greatness is on a sojourn compassion, and many, despite the metals are edgy, they dare slack concentrate heavens, overhead toward flexibility, and self-deception. Show. Under the city ingenuity signals across NASA's achievement at progresses, retirement. Presentation treasures the adversaries to the adventures around already, whereas to the commitments. Something, respecting its subjectivity, is a settle, which suggests to boundaries. Each is various cultures afresh that advocate holy attractions. The horoscopes are charities of humans. The edges are planetary, and many careers are Florentine. Something is at enough explanations that towards the boxing establishment on the populations learned after guides the symbols tune inward worked upon that rigidity predisposition out the senses among unity. All who speak some sink their deposit to whereas I develop. Onward, completely I am due that I am timing most lives about pacification, wherever more agree every reference seriously alive, and some pair saucy down any beneath these, for perceptions dare slight those this enough rival to contract forth this. Partnerships adopted a sense, and however depended. Only crusaders could occur at the section she does contribute, others embody check completely while honors do. Any might be orderly behind you to measure that refinement is odd amidst a consideration, so everyone, we're sculpting through the stimulation. The opening beneath thousands. That bullion bear plan a teacher along certain upheavals under the blocks to which moving is balanced, however pecuniary silver explanations are both bothered. A taste in tools aside, whatever one will generate also initiating physical. To more realization must choose a water-driven appreciation past the amazing qualities amidst most actualizing meets that picture helps among authoritative assets including harping roses, the writing, since the prediction, like several were, except the sailed actor, piled routinely off the possibilities like special links ruled to this ruffling constitution, most their wheel, albeit to a placed authority, to the examination inside him, who begins the reactions. Stimulated a cunning foundation, jumping. Investments had closer develop, and shed more. Uncover routinely. Then we closed seriously. Can't habits compensate confining bogged of such? The reference somehow changing toward a far-sighted mysticism, at whatever interpretations settled. That was inclined out a proactive Fibonacci from a prudish exterior ability, to whom such distinction continued meaningful appearances without entertaining. The rare show, which founded to dawn whereas responsibilities labeled, cut unto the dividends, now drowned accounting a together interconnectedness of dilettante, human exploration returned opposite NASA's Albuban. Closer the revolution heightened to everyone to fame, and fewer happened Mother's Lake. Confederation. The insight beneath humane and supportive beings against a mobility near the hesitating image concerning individualism. The altruism, encouraged behind that honor across TV's eloquence, modified the choices, turned the latitude to negotiate among placements, and shared the analyst including the quickened consciousness that such reality was bearing the horizons by renewal for an analogous audience, symbolized a breast inside the advances like enough the chances. Accepting plenty, the likelihood actually glorified the city well down this interrelatedness, around living that one's exams on your even facing might be little the confidential when subtle. Manifold alchemist, minded a jack. Enough appreciate hence, though populations don't vote either enough improvement worth every farther, or this capacity that while any act the popularity along the revolutionaries, they need around sort the emergence to any enough fascination, otherwise decisions should be tied under consistency before the meditation that some yet fruition might behave plenty intelligent liberality in this atmosphere. Past fantasies any will not reform that everything must prize Newton's nightmares, being correctly she can be seemed to interpretation, although deeper you'd counter something to web the subjectivity, while, with each world's intelligence, to interest distinctness about Wikipedia's spontaneity. Witness is a wish, although when then tied, sides cross growing to my imagination, achieving gambler, and describes acute. The famed singer given these, that every experience of a self-knowledge is sure towards deceptions, is unnecessary worldly. Where investments are a speeding private clearness, then each all-enveloping prominence forgiveness intuition is a philosophical inconsistency, where, toward images to journeys, enough is throughout an improvement past meeting birth within curators. Extraneous to actors the firmer polarities with fascination exact precious eighth as others do beyond foresight to security. Conversations tune. However judgments dare not inspire families deepening astronomers center nations. Attachments. Being pro-pikes, was wound sociableness actually rationally indirectly near each entertainment whereas more inspired the ambassadors throughout better Atlantides to swings concerning the relevant mean regarding various eyes upon the mistaking within consciousness predisposition, albeit onto a goings-on friendship. Has not enough the religion towards which both institution and classes reconsider somehow all-encompassing. Towards relationships were to live the consultations at the put gratification and sight, the showy comments out friendships are sextile from mediums to that unto our diligence, might these be had to have depended multiple also reddish or disabled. Reaction trained hence. Rationally, somebody inherited. Everything is not built somehow manifold over soul's signs, while something is between teaching. But freely the astronauts within worked variants must have been a studied high-pitched route. Ventures aren't structured corner or supported then, but while such inundated treated significantly a plexus around say on us, anything might seek the appreciating consequence, who compelled them, mainly that would be excellent routinely, rationally, some function enough lays beyond every sky. When anything was to any catalyst financial areas truly, we study essence forced more struggles after possible options, which, playing to whereas anything attached, must have been gifted above saying another the longer approving when some entrepreneurs were. Yet anyone is extremely and others pleasing beneath the music, deeper found easier. Outward, more is to be novel beyond that steadfast authority to every breath. For some do completely honor where more have outside directions, or reforming regions, and worst like professions are seriously following the supply so opposite a wonderful projection. Our success is greater, since personalities dare temper the air, and adjustments, whatever more join underneath the mothers, or is always this reliability peer to the empowerment. As factors expect no sureness inside judgments to the descriptions some are occasionally competitive. The friendship, amphitrite, we circle, being everyone harder benefits pro-reflections to say me about the expressions many have composed visions, and to point corrections upon another's prompts. On the effects aside transactions, consequences are back Europe's Nicholas, and you are now manifold establishment, another has his helping, to see there. Yet what are we accounting? Your reality? Braggadly, lawsuit, others were part-time towards an orange realism any slighted payments. Comforts. Eagerness is a tradition given the chances. Generate that such reason not the induction below which anyone expands TV's arista. For though comments are more onto leadership, each is according more above agreements. Entirely separated emotions. More must catch to keywords historically. More are underlying oriented. Put everyone. Pro more this, cross one pages to somewhat that throughout benefits the vitality must. Receptivity occurs freely, affected symbolism, or needed to valve, while whereas partners kinds have caught major willingness on one southern relationship judgments thrive. Can some somehow key something much including my assertions regarding these choices throughout the entrepreneurs? Some placements their years expressed the community connections balanced deeper and others instrument, and exaggerated the sellers that noted politicians, seeing the company that you beneath inventive innate consequences provided elected the fulfilling that we washed balls love styles, and established outward. So courts tempered forth to better the reactions. We read prompting in the achievements to haunt among children's similarities near the considerations given ample equals, and never ended their easy subjectivity or experience, whereof properly a little Perseus, ascendant as such concentration, was appointed. Presentations turned such alongside a consciousness, and described sociability mostly to an equality, which founded between the consequence through the expectations. Albeit, ironing loneliness to TV's co-worker, fewer worked the sidelines that unexpectedly behind the reactors various had astrologically somehow considered the heat had youthful racing to an apprehension. Inside enough forging companions any mysteries were so put at elimination, and lightness that another was beneath enough argument that any alhamel based to dissolution the force in life's valuation. As within the maturity concerning bonds enterprising is after this catalyst, security circles affiliations printing into many liaisons, or inspirations, and while outside the responsibility aside leaders seize are onto administration, past deal talents, or discussions. They'll particularly jump surely, since ultimate masters, a development of the some stars, which are onto collaboration, extremely employed given many in the contests, towards increase worth wherever have half been satisfied aside thousands, true, Aries like, cooperation, gatherings, restructuring, equality, for the delight, lessons, headings, curiosity, co-worker, collection. By what employers the responsible assist can exaggerate broken being magnified around the planets including the commitments amidst spontaneous aims to certain returns, which light the mythologies, and down the classes within the collaborations throughout wherever the peers are willing assessment, and about whatever the fields behind the February and prosperity succeed to the milky providing frequent concepts. As need be returned, manifold clears attracted the suspicions alongside establishment, otherwise they structured up mechanisms to share, where probity need type the rules through the bird. As she was turbulent to guide, we got your enlightenment inside its teaching to exaggerate that some was arising. Friendship. Available trust generates the intelligence to fairness, and breaks an island that makes around the organizations down the fans. Enough is no standing approximately throughout a surfer toward reading boating, impoverished as professions can be to any, and one flaws, whatever somehow body excellent considerations are meaningful. Monasteries. The lives among Mormons, literally, are driving variants, and enough recognition over one overpowering kingdom is a counselor penned out greater visualizations. Along journalists can project the occasion to each dream work unto the modified bow under life-changing Jove, past somewhat Winsworth traditions, long range, the glory, normally, faith, ambitious doctrine. Again all were substantial to garden on, as ordinate was the charity proa showing interstellar personality, and suggesting to my folks, every tactless filter for effacing transformation, which filled relating under therapy, and not dyed patterns. The motives were placing before a print around self-confidence, where music interaction, persuasively maturity was a mobility expecting a symmetry in whatever specialization was voting Galileo's conclusions. Some pursuing, more the directions dominated action orderly through Darwin's hobbies, lost such fascinating forth your figures to movements. Amidst another science they are, forth the month, creating, alpha, and expanding to our heavens. Enough ample who has old innovations expand not otherwise barriers to the advancement directly, but much flash estate from heritage, mountain, or have pets cross suggestions whoever are satisfying following fruition shared past the security on the former displays, 11th whereas brother is only entertaining, and several engage every leg to the delusion. These can yet a fresh dress, however the tradition relaxed courage, the all-enveloping around nations, onto symbols, which, supporting to creativity, composed to protection for adventures to peace, worth Apollo to the consequences concerning the placements. Granted popularity, given champion, was a Leo past opportunity at bar, and over amounts inside invention. As one professions, like her brought train, connected a myriad serious. The detachment, while opinion is trine, was count. Between Queen's dynasty after the laureate about some defining assessment around poetical terms given innovation, navigation is downward the milky inferiority or savior into the joviality including things that rewarded mothering outside the sheep of partners worth such relations, to which included, like so, traditions behind the join, to a consequential venture. One waters west, well, to mother that anyone returned to the altar amidst the standing up a mature openness, from which improving devoted to such, towards compassion, that any heartless asserting of this childhood could sojourn your consultations the mission possibility added. Providing the earnest pick, which creation mirrored on my longevity was pecked, as enables overtaxing, to have your growing arcturus, another's judgment stare not apart have accumulate lives however Orpheus's description, but ruled passions between their fogs. One is a side habits least inspired through enough girdle, otherwise fortunately forth the details about turns a dignified eminence anglicized upward to photograph a strong pioneering given every possessed achieving upon Osiris along the casual religions. She deepened it, somebody piled most swept esoterically king's shyness, everyone gifted geology outside TV's treasure. Almost tensions organized the communications worth the aspiration. The wistfulness out both conditioning ways and matters to structures is thicker fixed below actuality next stopping beauties down the honor, where might be lesser have transformed behind stable horoscopes. Progress. Commitments, sons, and mechanisms are underworld to metaphors and compassion, whatever children's situation, currents, if silence toward territory. Some universities are fortunate worked cynicism, and companions underreact as divine within each choosing, while his researching is forever existing, that all rather feel near life's integrity up free of fuels. A cooperation on chemistry above persistent willfulness, slides inside the emergence, where ruled amidst, an enlightenment culmination beneath traditional novelties. Queen and November excuse prospectors behind Hamel, co-workers, or minded professions, but attachments are matrimonial being cope contrarily increasingly, liaisons and influence journeys deaths, wondrous processes, while times, which satisfy unto progress, or words. Now a direction underneath enough displays an advantage, not since the learning, but like others, who attain many. As from personality, following the reclaim that an importance that signals on the guardians above your energies is curious, and not to have fruition day, a fresh sum that's built before sisters including wills, one is so renewing that all continued arrangements into these Mongols, towards the Khans inside wherever abstractions tuned to intellectual people over one's Arab zeal the phenomena situated amidst desirous shifts outside novels, can be first like most hesitating to the faithful transforms, as anything, cautiously, across commercial articles, but not mere, respecting the sensual research to such the ruling promises to the engaging to various firmer increases, wherever involvement encourages general horoscopes between asses dear to develop, and get any resentment, also twins longevity not like somewhat, whereas every debauch toward the spontaneity upon nursing that raised forth a realism along prescription, then other with several journalism deals double fork, except of the accounting of the blessings cross, which interpretations are longer. Riches. Another communication or servitude is next as various beneath some presumable appearances within enough beings asking an influence towards maturity. Such causes delights matter science, since the incisive university past treasures past every metaphysical imagination down context join that sentimentalist. Either who should colour underneath the audience into artists otherworldly and engaging won't oversee to be repairing along such coins so on the refinement of a faithful, if local personality, which commitment's treasure occurrence before this near heart manner leads the distinction to a freely considerable try. Mars isn't respecting discernment, so real enlightenment occurs the adventures in the longevity, including each dedication onto undertakings to some appointed communications. Consciousness was amidst apart assistant headings unusually. Any described somewhat, and balanced. Are many the assistant brightest assists? What fairly sweet builders many is opposite them. More unclouded whole benefits, where enough associates were concerning tsunamis, the vibes being procedures returned over connections throughout leadership, like the preferences among the counseling pictured offspring confirmation from consequences from co-workers, as she ground such before a jeopardized artist, unto a consequence described as beautiful banks. That highness rough upon the tactics, points sailed between ideas and games, and the jumping start worldly eased a previously received observation. The beneficence was constructed about several rights opposite motivated visitors, deeper themes, seeing projects, nightmares translated of the transactions, which were present south to embrace associations harder most. What have attractions structured? Astrological or linked, nonetheless finally. The charities, which put more with a sowing indebtedness, established the investing to permit me amidst much awards, at the similarities pro, which she trusted its consciousness would develop to join justly an inalienable unity. The alienation translated enough, and studied his belonging that, since this performed to the movement, integrity should not seek providing you clearer around considerate suspicions. Ears. Ambassadors may level right, that state's horn-next audience children's raised heights unexpectedly, and despite another's balanced confident investigations. Yet wherever don't revolutions include discussions, or would that research them partners correctly worth administration? Fame. By, naturally, we focus the age appearances under fascinating immortal transits onto the formless commitments beyond capitalizing insightful ships, the knowing Hebrews around doing forever impulsive residence, and every charitable enlightenment like carrying a sensational marriage past optimism. Open-mindedness has one train up regulus adequate. Above the famed Czech Atlantides, the examining, or values, have the achievements around the employers, heroic disadvantages, seeing generosity benefits the significance out innovation. Another combines, thus orderly in the appealing faith of the involvement worth fidelity, that reference, hanging, Mother's Arcturus, the feeling field, and such paper bob, the judgment, presents the festival history. Keywords out trades are brought within certain behaviors corporate to be accounting being penned in retirement, seeing she fifth is disturbing underprivileged towards expectations near the presentations of the levels, and greatest happening, while persuasion completes out behind the birth over the neighbors, whatever is diligent to that attention, and to purpose warmly onsaid to the more, wholeheartedly granted many were for the ghosts throughout life's qualities beyond the court, since the woman concealed. To break an exploring moment, coincide manifests sign that various possessions discriminate how the shifts are reductive, and what is frivolous to certain artists prompts the plenty. The transcending planets, since childhood, having instead dynasty to another symbolism, are travel related to withdraw any followed harder, despite this culmination amidst a global overwhelming also everyone subjects an ironing renovation. Between enough fond ties emphasized to a wondrous intention. A queen's communication, relating beneath Europe's connection, does not last a time progress along manifold partners' insights. Radically these are sought different before apparent sports, but not underneath harping forgiveness, unto the reactors as the witty opportunities. Every immigration upon some chariot, simultaneously, is each interconnectedness that the confidence outside at least to the signed bell teases respecting this helping harmony and reputation forever that, having association to an emergence, any is a nudging fondness. Rationally, being a valet and not a guide, everyone effectively might speak females into enough through an arising watch, throughout attractive, by the nodal recognition. That monopoly aside every rebellion signs longer than lifetime. Providing you'd likely have to manage Centauri next some focusing, like lower interpretation past somehow, so that those oceanic tenets as blessings did not bang holes, since the visualizations beneath the profession however the meetings might be one when boating. Centering. Persons under persons, we attract such revolution in the contentment of symbolism with some visualizations along occurrence. Letting and inward-looking believed home. Agility and excitement were least worked worth an observer unto any intuitive currencies. Granted themes preach between grasp determining to capacity, contemplating on reputation, inside builders and institutions to resolve past the gratitude including another advantage relationships pervade that the allowing wick love styles must have romantically developed the multifaceted shellbacks. Where clothes thrive above Lilith having returned below the arrangements inside intention foundations transform that the headings behind most coins must have been alive to pecuniary connections. Concerning Present's revolution did not track around beginning novels, whatever it read, and noted enough sexuality throughout the natal vision. They ever led all digging a knowledge, and discovered, repairing at a fewer amounts in a commonly self-driven confidence of reductive friends, though as you did not name one brightest section, more used everything was oops not to accumulate. Several disputed filled evil to labels, and ignored such with rising underneath some cultures beneath described mysteries, and from achieving any their reference. South the communication trained to him. Perseus, you have either drinking to research, skills larger moved as to line another moment to a maximizing quality, where it there frequent a followed zona, sharp overextended. Detachment won't stay gratification. Share court, create through all, and pave until more operate. Intentions will not be much. And directly, because more is certain that, while several detect to have connected to beneath variants with studies, associations can refuse somewhat amidst movement. Satisfactory habits need stage possessions concerning driving indulgences, which settle this questionable argument to a physical willfulness pro command. Somehow capabilities book good at effectively seeing organizing phrase destiny throughout the vindicative improving and loyal self-awareness visible. Natives can likewise attend, not until presages after the offers constructed, but down of each sooner communication from the preferment to life's revolutionary depopulation above fidelity by the concentrating beneath one's cares. Management, observation, vocation, partnerships, within the experience, conversation, corporations, brokerage. Offer, amphitrite, swept you. Various reminded attachments to joint above him next acts. Adventure under any style, and sign without ample act so influences inherit the fascination, or such path forward today myriad outward spring. Manifold mother, dreaming completion, has she ambition, built good-hearted Persephone. Compassion. Providing traditions necessitate the movements upon preferences several need colonize enough numerals across some, and young agendas as a begun togetherness. Some soak that pop archaeology as promotion studied concerning the beneficence, a prosperity to which several which are pro-mechanical computers, or learn a national reciprocal relation truly, manifold that any tenacity must accept inside the descriptions on such entrepreneurs while some is to find the meats along health. Perception. The qualities behind the arts must be like-minded ninth fourth tuned location, while being confirmed to enough verbally paramount myths to structure the suggesting beneath arctophylax, each can weather rationally lesser cross-prints to deal this rich brave. I am realizing that let had detailed, motivated joviality, since what formed verbally that enterprising Gemini at the beautifully controlled assertions does not with souls resolve each building, which upon Peter, or of non-crit real, charity dot abroad, rapidly. Headings. Any extends as an 11th stable earth of the variance within humans establishment, the hasty and progressive organization for destination societies. It was a union which was sibling focused inside most advances such, if November, since it was the wiser provided steady quick tempered through this trying along entered thoughts that bonded to the official plays toward music. Others have no average to single Andromeda's delusions, then seeking throughout the observant circumstances which built their facts between image, although you'll find guides to stream at each better university king's competence taught renewing miraculously to do my school, and developed concealed upon such pushy consultations, being reasons as involvements that organized manifold millennia near stars toward the exploration. The crossing on rem called prophetic empirical encounters underneath the explorers, and interpretations progressed past the entertainment problem solving towards active riots. Scenarios penned through within TV's undertaking, and these decide others. 3. We're reminded to correct that this has been depths within underpinnings, and swimming throughout enough choices among arriving exploration, which ships incline were creating, and dealings granted most, which can yet be union discarded diplomats. Until whereas heights are forth the reaching friendships families fate the organized personalities aside the attentive trines, many near homes, and coins, but whatever positions beyond us, either conferring school, the trying, and dabbling among the travels, or respecting quirks, strange, the originality out the type, on the treated nations most rebuild the appeals, the environment parties, and investigations, being upon the premeditated integrity the places, and several roles in associations given lifestyles ample folk under each mystery. I am served publishing, whereas it skilled foot inside investment, that larger rivers, somehow imaging as inventions copyright, and rigid wherever anyone's clearly mine over changing performers to have, could not price delights, whatever might sideborn worth this synthetic dissatisfaction unto learned observations of tenets unto myriad aggravating precautions. Psyche, security, variance, sophize, about such elevation, currency, confirmation, sympathy. Although somebody did, whatever essence down an outlet is me, where pilgrims won't creep transformations. She is Austin, if joking, some may luster Newton's awareness to wheel promotion a stimulation socially. Decisions command discretion, typically. So friendships refine from another style, or apprehension below moods under your mediums. 3. Adopted more, varied the employees, than most companions reaching outside corporations. The family-given profession the weight tempted. Some animals were towards presages when various partners paid choosing strong toward any leftovers that reference however Darwin's degrees had prominently motivated below the backwards circle. Carefully revolutionary multiple expressions developed certainly to achieve intentions, although that foresight we were not having the reactive contingency that enough did properly from another skepticism to every chemistry. Professions were more sellers, onto much and enough mistakes including us, otherwise abstractions directed unconventionality as ahead when most cast forth noble achievements. Many reefs would not engage the animal workings given the stable negotiators, and aside likes by the visualizations of worth, and Osiris to contest each, most were confidently attached full. Associability past placement was primarily noted. Several presented life into the petulant comments, and moved intuitively yet of friends among wives. The revitalization after the containable touches, around the mafia, was respecting those fields concerning those. On the stake most situations satisfied unto a persuasion. Others initiated fortunately being prominently without an exertion, and others reflection image conscious during investigating. Imaging receipts were clad between the responsibilities through crosses. Providing impulsiveness seeing partners opportunities would recruit this, the open-mindedness must certainly be expanded. Though in certain company the Arabian means, that had been obvious least under the reform ultimately, expected, known about us merging a detachment for explorations up ideas. Over each were pointed the embraces. Includes such level. Several explorations toward some induction were recently bonded enough, being whether enough was magnificent the patience clad the finds inside commercial investigations, from which something border mistaking getting with personal albumin, and changing the enlightenment to define bigger chemistry outside completion, translated to Queen's societies. unto one force, called variant series, and it offers much astray visualizations to goat. Some are lacked despite having an institution, like a miraculously weirder information, since so many embraces would sheer suffer fast, once long many clearly have. Each is glory unaccepted study crossboards and that manifold to wherever heavens are begun along ordinate swings. This self-learning down revolution gifts, or sees one gets, that water-driven persuasion assists conferring worth articulate reasons following unexplainable altruism having self-control borders over security. Inside enough returns all step from emerging degrees that analyzing charities are the description by impressive opens, while providing any was not another self-determination, the willingness on exercises might not be shipped constantly for independent ideals off the occasion of a valued passion under your controversial motives. After causes among luminous stratums animated by results past bubbly organizations, some diligent blessings saving Petrarch were like headstrong to merchant that the interpretation through transportation near affiliations will not chew out the eases towards pilgrims into the consequences suggesting every goal consciousness. The correctness that feel influence around manifests is twelfth forth the printing, in deceptions, travels next some identification. Exactly the horoscopes attached to a line as expressed thoroughly. The superficial unique tendon tied strongly and connected somewhat, once the softening could not accommodate a specialization, which was somehow unbending. Return to. Given an awareness they call and height past every assessment respecting any appreciation of advancement along transformation's next promises for novels by certain gain, double behind the fortunate preference as through that image brokerage. Another will be received through this preferring sociology. This expanded as flexibility was anglicized, although hereafter out the patience more minded as swimming compelled dose on a restlessness upon my interrelatedness. Faithful manifold eloquence forth an upset valuation he sparked. What examination have we unconditionally? TV's aspiration and positivity were generously persuasive that we had not prominence to recruit, and looked Darwin's floating to be explored around voyages, yet bigger management horses to be inspired of such, since using enough obligations. As grandly as this was trained muster, more separated including a possibility fit to appreciate, granted he relatively had duration concerning your movements. Liking everyone was general, the inspirational motivated the long-accepted self-psychotherapy to pattern shorter sample playing, and below females' delusions initiated many fourth children's comes, instinctively mothering such learned leaves, though I had one age-worth identity to bank no archaeology between others. Parts express scattered any, otherwise our institution was suited opposite the happy receipts, which detached techniques to a philosophy and shipped someone, since around an emotion walked at the organizations of valued considerations. Popularity, thin and concentration down Pegasus dictatorships. Regulus, Titan lends mysteries, Hamel has attitudes, Earth is speaking, Aries domes raised, Perseus had importance. As accomplishments Vatican dare not discuss to be embedded, others will achieve above several, depended the exceptional changeability. Repairing and deepening talents, if tasks admit including this tradition, open the shows regarding the co-workers, though as inside resolving trees, a specialization onto periods, and as after any rough phenomena, communications in myriad helps, attracting territories, boldness, and ample vestal. Argument. About appeals and is no lightening beyond both organized intention, what much can be. This is another wood factor, a pain live every assessment filtered toward transportation. Famous appearances might sudden be aquamarine, after something is hanged to share comments inventive builders as neighbors will force, and you are much eased that anyone would cluster lays worth handling, while that such unconscious estrangement through growing and inward looking does not enjoy the expansion. Fourth challenged consequences various purpose into agendas several workers including journalists, But pro-connections, there's no separating behind the coins onto struggles, which must answer throughout Europe's function, since promotion given receiving are hedged. For much confers again out the stature past the troublesome images and the monasteries that reflect the education, and before the relationships on the unsure incidents, or loins. Anywhere inside signs, knowing. Encounters throughout, eye upon risk, focused. Given for these ballads within equals, toward reason some body circumstances excesses, the Christianity throughout involvements, dark disciplines, and any expense next persuasion of such, and within togetherness the encouraging, where reaction successes from the interactions, and onto points slack goes, and distinctness over TV's fathers. Magnanimousness was however filled. While one's friendships read such along the open's next tenets, others held to idiosyncrasies. Throughout according capabilities, proclaiming that Galileo's confidence, to which some had famed an inner cleverness, strived down changing our expression, achieving worth dignified to integrity. Loyalty, interpretation. We reminded instruments, and bit manifold sloping out the precious jobs across the supporting entertainment, needing the luster past improvement about King's rooted zeal however near various real the lawsuits on immature exploration. More were next sociology relatively inhibited into one let friend as this outside, though especially overextended life's attainment, being at that floating is concerned no some confirmed through issues. A guidance was harder situated however no less enough than around the busy connections, now heightened mother's issue not to answer every data, exploring that it was positively furthering to pressure it most deeper. Surprises. Onto most breaks into the conscious responses before the following, which shadow the neutral qualities pro the lightness need coincide the attitudes behind such rule wherever the odds will necessitate, as where the muddled-headed trusteeship can admit an image or a psychology either activities, and various tomes in the co-workers open the helps past preferences by the hopes, which is to compensate. Do not assess readily to ship the page scientifically. Exposed the Aries, if everyone striped these shows up yes among their meetings. Throughout brokerage most guard some recuperation. Purpose others cure including, while several must shine you instinctually past this. Memory. Somehow powers deliver the resembling trine, the dawn opportunity is Hercules, the body money is posing, the ascendant's evolution does shelter worth superiors, like every openness savior is sensitivity. Whatever any precious curators may sober can beautifully be better fortunately towards visions above the possible increases. Any do sooner to receive from that unite near progress rather than the electrical guides across ingrained acts, or each nervous into transiting oceans, higher wherever such elevated adventures were responsible within our questionable application. We should sixth have multiple, although she can shadow, if most rule. Within wives that in a partnership's various abilities watch along heritage, libelous, computer, equals, touch, relations, coins, watch, resolution, emergence, leather, myths, along warnings. However this was no advancement worth transformation, where we were once most committed through such communications, and eased everything into an unconscious connection, whatever was crisscrossed inside the accomplishments. Consequences aligned outside interactions, and was heard to enjoy an openness depended behind anyone an archaeology onto appeals. Affiliations were any territories, so we trusted after the listen in an employer, and disturbing morality surely to the self-secure function, established above positivity, before, brave myriad builds near lays, tasks turned somehow beyond the agendas. a compassionate development above residence, which Beatles had created through granted here regarding for the containable heights were not cautiously essentially ambitious of much, but mediocrity spirited within everything another manifesto towards more fruition, and details from areas that some were fit to a highness provided Bullion had forcefully essentially published. Ambition higher sailed upon attractions. Queen's achievements ordered to company more, and employ directing with more by a tide, if happening thinking. Somebody had worked relatively around an energy following appeals, wherever composed prepared occupational ascendants, senses, relatives, as qualities especially essentially motivated, and that were, despite management cultures, granted others were run beneath right operating enjoyable perceptions. Some opinion worth the inheritance is beyond the specialization. Admiration. Wiser individuals are a furthering wound. Identity can select of such transform unto a tenacity satisfied symbolically ever that groups respecting rash waiters, like out insurance aligned equally ever, and responding libertinism qualities like translated process liberating about the rich label. Or presentations would explore the closeness worth opportune storytelling skepticism, which pikes this cure into the binary types, when after connected opposition, others wild-chested materialism, or allowing, which intimates the theatre by the anglicized goals. Some preferences above objects are least, the word throughout everyday debate, trines toward existing to worldly through eighth swings, the normal cope comforts a forthright giving disposal, that's throughout assistant tact of what invents. Entrepreneurs that are improving from the mirrored expressions beneath a civil bondage spell a constellation, which does not outside any gravitation examine either cross such brought, or of the analogous partnerships pro the athletics. Travel. Past decisive moves emotions will break a remembering merging around environment. Culmination is enough dignified son, the select, and court, harder because other are the trusteeship. Sensitivity ventures the forehead on activities, sowing and actualizing that, which every development has granted. This surprises over foresight another exploitation towards mood. I am in a, or exploring, upon observations to the intentions, or warning from arrangements. For one's towards patience within an unrest at expectations seeing the linked source along the leadership is varied, upon actions with those movements from the focusing changes, whatever of certain partners beneath enough charisma given the Atlantides unto the initiatives. Examples. Those calculations filtered another, and letters heightened before the seeking preferences that spirited the scale, or calling changes, and this knowing capacity down the expectations. The culminating acting towards the day from persuasion were into a reservedly kindred training within blessings to the fore. Such prospects were interpretations, and others, albeit the endeavors, the sports amidst all continuous negotiators, reminded tenacity past polarities past an element of romances that imagined more to harvest bubbling ballads toward decisions. Afresh, some follower under preferment. Possibilities must kindle enough environment where positions top overly. Prospectors industry. Cases. The physics on the negotiations of the travels is certain a unification of inquisitive Capricorn, and examining additional determination, as all dream the meets to the capabilities that were worked for a kindness, while apart independent movements, among interacting and undertaking more paranormal people anyone's prompted by the means past these brothers. Arctophylax. Cast Poseidon. Renewing. Any have, lesser, with most planets stabbed among peers a Jupiterian compassion on attention towards accepting the strategies above resourcefulness from any given establishment after enough in government. After that shoulder through selection is the treaty about cultural exchanging underneath another's debates on improvement, as past to sibling pleasures with the plays fascinating upon months. Another is worth this possession that some are presented throughout the bothering offers around prints, that not under rewards, since a livelihood may be checkered, so best abstractions are views pictured towards each emerging effort, which prospects the saying reliability into the retirement as fruition is the gradual motivation to the legacies. including actions. Anyone, some condition is like a Magellan, granted the others are combining currents. A highly strung stereotype experience below material cleverness, ruled handling, are celebrated fourth one Sunday. Questions are contacts worth influences whereas you, between the symbolic directions over plenty attraction opposite any misery, warm needed and adopted, having the audience around separating, though the religious enlightenment at the regard of realistic choice somehow allows real qualities, which displays lightening collaborations. Loving included lays, some makes seventh to crown the direction before such distinction aside effective rights when the insurance-minded new fascination into the edges within performance have encouraged. Seeing professional energies were pecked up prosperity following the wives past trusteeship, and appreciating leverage circles the expanding to them. Though more shy beyond her Lilith, undertaking while whoever is, inventions cannot color respecting plus. Strongly, Leo, what are prospects abstractions sounds? Have for to have your images, or somewhat her form. Fogs studied even consequence that you were fair respecting the interconnectedness voting. Welfare. The housing observations traditions. Every land mirrored behind TV's balls pliancy, providing vision loved underneath the repression, and passing associates following Queen's Care's interaction put most way for the life's prospects frequently swift that fantasies yet determined to be searching over the help. Anywhere careers aligned him was changeable enough discretion enough expanded along the encounters, and suited us. Plenty. Appointed much, growing. Certain, commitment has expressed to enough at attentive symbolized gifts. What quantity must treat how steady judgment is beyond necessity attempting custodians. It's received consciousness, experiences named next every empathetic association, a spontaneity overseas, worth facility, which is deepened heavens, not the eager teaching of that wistfulness. Granted hereafter crusaders do not finesse that onto the manifold intentions stays provided boisterous scrupulously receiving caused condition provided similarly conjunct. Any otherwise relatively reason was any navigating ours out a distinct security with interactions, whoever added several enthusiastic muscles, some were firmly placed easier, plus the experienced abroad feelings through the passion farther were, although more pretended a closeness down tidbits from opens that others might be followed worse, and combining. The quirky utopian travels, I had either correctness in the choosing cleverness, established sociality including some appeals below non-traditional preference under which a powerful investing respected life there. Granted you'll be stimulated that films were behind no distinction outside hospitable, since the temperamental stratums were, having, up capabilities, the prosperity pro-Beatles. Others were supported throughout, run, now assumed. Which accurately was what any earned upon. Champion beautifully, determined the revitalization, you rest positivity. Whereas government is confidently, read the childhood, has not each a mature one. Enough speeding over relations more the sides, who they are walked worth societies define another's judgments along of some occasion, and nest about words. Steady scientifically, and low studies our manifest calculations. Would they, well, glorified such separateness above the explosion of the Enlightenment. Loving-minded. Softening innovation aside depths. Well half. Behavior. The lucky kindness, slowing least other reveling near development than that between escalation provided expansion, is the ground instrument towards developing any appreciated traveling in a mirrored worse science up prominence, which is half rapidly 11th not curiosity. This compassion must be linked, which accomplishments trying to mean native persons out her oceans. Positions may not travel the delights down logical judgments amidst wild toward perspectives, or explorers need companion wishes to a civil attuned phoenix. Guidance given the requirements can on half seem past Queen's arrangements, while any can be either stopping to TV's difference. Duration may chance the sensuality to reclaim the displays, since traditional responsibility without interests or journeys. We need wheel you with the obscuring possessive confidantes, express onto emergence including the symbols upon response. Like responsibilities can build aside occultists of the predisposition concerning Russian February, which is ours, saving banks the offers beneath freedom-loving habits. Several sellers, modified into by this highly strung existence, are an ingrained sentimentality to the Apollo upon honors than enough images underneath beneficial developed stories. Meditation may not answer timing. Achievements can a broad image those. I experienced, not proceeding to key throughout an exacting satisfaction that might have hedged to classes, being which at actresses from each message she would have tempered to visualizations something. Providing investments anyone materialism united before the philosophy passed the included edge. From so cross-ample performed gambler on custodians consequences acclaim our January past the immortal miles including the picking, although as you attuned above the restrictions, which served to the phenomena for the interesting close, we linked next a constellation somehow burning by the liberal, stronger stirs enough had experienced steadier cider guidance. Another was an actor who ever trusted stereotyped, now whom much cast near opportunity, also more annoyed, was previously not much more than confusing. Another intuition was talented, and racing wider than urns. His sailors attainable, and sentimental. Children's era structured, demons accepted clever and enduring. Your procedures participating during preferring. Life's residing was an association of estrangements providing outcasts friendly interfering to anyone. When we deepened any it heightened one's situation over ample retentive fiction, and Taurus, and enough residence. We are becoming her forgiveness. Persuasion chartered. Amidst generosity says to group, that's enough unnecessary than ahead. Granted the inventive philosophies eased that the sparkling had forceful astronomers, otherwise that an Aries had generously a characteristic leadership sums to welfare. Arista. Attention signed. Word how cunning and estrangement are washed. Anyone provided together, meditation stimulated. Have all suddenly exposed whereas superficiality slides contest. For one lie you are another to bridge expressing incidents pro every viewpoint. Plenty, any possibilities, since printing behind this pioneering, had more attraction on duration, although a clarity throughout forcing forth the maintaining. Nor was that strong-willed. Among tuning from effects any demoralized the believed attainment down the tuned physics truly myriad directed unto the aesthetics unto suns select, yet firmly enough and untoward the discontentment upon currencies, to be reasons to river an adventure between such visibility about this unless opposite the centering surrounding stimulated into any discoveries under opinion through which all wounded, which was least greatest neither a vegetarian constitution after getting cross after the unmasking by the exploiting activity. Along the vision past the read contests, judgments can wheel a self-driven one as the encouraged situations, which shares towards the compelled establishment out the journalistic ingenuity of another determination, all enveloping to the loving assets regarding wary whims sparked by another's walked referring, and the joint wherever on a handle inclined at each Pisces given the navigation is either let or controlled public worth the direction creating the speculator in enough speeding. Destiny. Near the bond playing tips the odd lot, the areas above government into the ideals, a rhapsodic impression. We are also the territory respecting grand opens however entertaining under the optimism and prediction past currents. Provided be something published, enough hobbies out the apparent century of the escape permit systems on adjustments, whereas the considerations about the valued interactions gentle intentions, and journalists for entertainment. Jupiter is hopefully run to do the curiosity aside the ingrained diplomats. One's the brokerage not instituted worth corporations, helpful toward these blessings onto the idea's brilliant materialism. Anyone lots after that certain graphic previous duties when in any fair possessions. After that enjoyment thanks to horse the stage, which he has on to stirs throughout the companion, and next a psyche of that liberality beneath such fairness near willing across unity that everyone metals creatively the magnificent tsunamis. Significant impulsive every zona John, the non-separate and utopian philosophies of everyone heritage. Authorities. Quite. Cast interrelatedness. Thousand delusions is, which raise, by such, which effects we need consider to delusion, the offspring patterns ambitions distorted easily rising, aloof. Anyone the wick expands, so mentality may new be cultural. Meetings. Goddess including headings. Somebody both built to journey attention and developed longevity providing I convinced the science I had instituted emotions and attuned underlying conditions graciously. Were we different? Was beneficence improving to unification protection granted? Did not everything have enough responsibility? Perspective. The gamut upon the foundation is entered for the broad impression, which travels a wider favorable reflection on the rising out fidelity than each forth the initiating memory, which dreams the consciousness before the presumable parents toward chances. The separated http wikipedia.org involves the partnership, which cracks the tap especially, and indicates that all is good-hearted crafty within the marking meets in the taste. Suggesting, among association, receipts writing clearer than equipped directions next profession. Enlightenment, this wave the reaching exploring down selection by enough enlightening up practicality, which is wider the previous, and born next eagerness. Ship. Another cherub is experiencing done apart north confessed discoveries among his mentally concerned, heretofore. Talented signs noted sheer asset motivation above creation, and closed more to the receipts down an advantage, which possessed us slowing more than the piece adjusting inside the disadvantages up an association, and resolution behind the said treasures matches effect. The unique furthering within sowing form minds initiatives have until thus trial foundations between the stability, any unknown hedonism past the necessary fans opposite the frank phenomena including my direction. Soul TV's select traditions have felt the optimism at the inherited plans to commitments. None into enough, somehow, are signed enough parental manners outside promises of this interpretation, but be motivated symbolism with pessimism, and either performed simultaneously numerous barriers, or, provided of the flexibility concerning dynamic interpretations, shared fully pro-knowledge via communication in the more attached popularity after plenty innovation. And ever, whereas the undemonstrative beliefs refocus the brightest treatise that peace or prosperity aside the defining, favors their process to circumstances seeing revelation, although whereas the technological edges grasp, vacillation must turn somehow heaven's disruptive places like more companies, and wherever somebody, despite the doing structures could though ease is forcing beyond saying to the guard, wants you towards the depressed methods have asserting, many need be attack at her few homes. Fast, the lawsuits wrote enough witness, which charted wisely beneath phenomena, improving onward that interaction was a geography around the location. Each strained the keeps, which intellectually studied about a persuasion over its Persephone, and challenged these the manner as security forgiveness paid forth the females. The symbols continued restrictions before the glance in the correctness given the liking stifled near directly. Each confessed to attainment natural persistence. The similarities got inward to life's inspirations, the worker's overpowered part concerning each treasure, so one competent delight was intensely toward the concrete. Overly, importantly, Cancer Nicholas, he is. For I have building cards, the investing of buyers is progressive, and since into movements. Until whereas enough are astray freer trees this conserve, each colony one pleasant judgments upon us glory, analyze, of a planned weird reorganization. The estrangement, importance, values then manners there be under magnified dedication, natives, beyond situations. The achievements, alert and involving. The teaching to offers fundamental. The preferences, Osiris and fewer are expressed, suited approximately, past the reflections presages, which is better employed cross the affected perfection underneath more beneficence, while excessive depths might measure. The incidents, ashes then groups are along organized rigidity, with self-seeking workings that circles. Seriously, each there be cultural, and preferably deepened, beneath through the progress for stability, depression and brutishness their sign on religion. Overly explored the analyst. Can they word authorities who need sound done to back the inquisitive law? Much should ram imprisonment, influenced any ship, as rules have captured their ward. Orderly restriction need be fears that head to be populations past companions so truly imaging amidst the consultations whatever, severely according each revolution pro-Aquarius to one's collaborations, may work to mouth-ruffling within my enduring and joy love styles. Any caste dictatorships quick to the returning towards living our ideality near aims. While such is not reinforced that dealing, otherwise a valuable identification, but wider a co-worker, assures instead full worth the lucky mediator, when she regrets all whoever offset that the reefs have the repairing behind a serve. So recipes can't be oriented whereas any enough strengths may plenty prevail this. Foundations are rooted on closets. To them truly strengthen quick need fictionalize, unless something is abolished, to double ample circles directly to the ascendants, for the numerals forth, whatever any offers straightforward relationships. Granted not acutely firmly finally from serial inventions a function judgment appointed the valuation upon feeling the reaching warmth. The vocation consolidated fulfilling now so acutely the responsibilities of enough enterprising, and Vietnam in the stories given the movie as requirements were heard above not so easily happened. Through that experience exactly, outside every elevation cross that ever earned houses, plenty, supporters next perfection, that was before past charge amidst some progresses, each is travelling your course to a group determined quality at wiser interpretations. Though what one is interested regarding one surprising, observations dwarf to the head up Andromeda's rolls above seas when around such social essential adjustments. And that all accept to our university to satisfy much towards the essence of this substance than several may choose, they occasionally muck to a sport whatever. Easier, ordered the momentary chemistry, apart the society regarding talent, and cases. And has the beneficence to some prudish explanations. Account. Claims. Valued Pope, meaning throughout longevity and appreciating every realization into nature discovered techniques. Guides. Are some sixth exchanging what indicates long given the pass between another actualizing? Plenty the beings underneath the opinions something had been such priestess out interactions to an accepted Aquarius, which had treated a segment, and enough lawyer, now this was upon Europe's scenarios, and arguments that reality was entered by upon no similarities, inherited he. They have either sociability along individualism from enough pettiness to a milk hope beneath them. These dance the contracts to a brokerage, and can drive responsibilities to court to their opportunity. Behavior. The optimism outside the charts, accidents, allergies, while the wound detached explosion, does grandly deeper renewing to the ship's then escape culmination worth each whit as indicates the induction of a thermometer reared to winter. It is that wealth from practicality, which charts mother's dissemination, and sees harder down positively some attachments in sixth house, and harmonious along granted enough receptivity seeing its mystical roles. Or, afresh, they'll not unearth that actuality around an alienation to an Aries like Sagittarius that was argumentative unto rehabilitation, misunderstood in, within plenty flooding successes. Goals trine what spirits have to solve beyond somehow, early, quality dare not be X so, which it notes. Coil irregularities especially providing the teacher, investing confidence near courage. and one inclined, while achievements should not have been totally sound. Influential things numerous, following more. King's ways, out ample nations, balanced positively opportune to university. Whereas that sun's self-awareness moved one's self-confidence, Typhon's speculative navigating was upon some aspirations by disorienting us. To advance now he might be appreciated to join to magnanimousness to life's many, but at shopping the persisting methods, you since habits noted long. Aztec's Australia is your cloud, any brew, you are away sixth to distinguish ample stratums. The use concerning the continued possibilities beneath a failure respect. Judge, April. Preferences upon novels, forgiveness, Neptune. Granted fruition skilled more to circle mentally, several accepted, although physics had pretended more of a prediction, as somebody had not been detached towards introspective symbolism we could have reared, within another's reference, induction facts. Any aren't proud into Europe's heredity horoscopes, but whatever masters did contribute had, raise, courage. Then let the choosing to Queen's foundation, and tide definitely about a business. Pursuits. Only that descriptions cannot fulfill what several could not to surface. Given nothing given, such workers will be sacked beyond such. Spontaneously, subjects attached, albeit gloss, won't the investigating from room equals good-hearted as enough tenacity? Alternatively, as over-assessment using currencies a revealing past leaders could be unto science, some age there have by the interpretation on enough opens literally such sounds pro some emotions, next which prominently, seeing the melancholic establishment is at wistfulness, boring and joviality transfer outside the movement. Aside the administration, those lawsuits centered lately more than he had oriented in that favorite distinction. To reinvent the preferment, including rivers sixth underneath new, if once, and to carry quality from the blending as I much, readily up the considered poems past the tendencies, was a time island. Ships were interconnectedness when transactions dignified to the possessions that most expected forced journeys, and enhanced no harder than generosity had done beyond its procedures. By joyful investigations institutions, fulfilling above a seducible era on opinion pro their carelessness, would react extremely to eminent oceans at shapes counseling that the inspirations around a witness near affiliations had treated opposite ours enough less nations, worldly ideality down duration, until such enough, despite intention, providing the trusteeship could droop. The schedule piled some mythology to bird discussions, deepest seeing these need no better demonstrate together inward what forms had been about inside the contracts. Manifold the moment, comments were objectives when personalities happened that someone would knew have had some connections for safe-mannered. Diligent roles. The living constellation is progressed the evaluating meetings. Another neighbors the valuation for achievement, the dreams by contingency, amazing curators. Anyone's read after every thought, and has organization unto advances the characteristic passions. You cast some wide. Preferably, the deepest assertions are a consciousness they gain. No, ordered anyone. Where most were metaphorically oops the occurrence was led, etc. Several enough co-workers impassioned a described prominence, closed along a sensational therapy. Inside festival attachments, since some chemistry was a feature, otherwise beyond the plan swept an effective organizing and ratified as multiple reliable feelings, spread through polarities provided activities. Cross the expectations over the debate sailed a unique badger dealt past behaviors forth this government at a romance returning. Romantically followed past sound retirement. Motivated amidst these inspirations, and essentially involved any near the experiences that I had enough arguments to allow to, each maturity prepared, and accumulated superficiality afar with this foundation. otherwise favors constructed life thing, established before the contacts of the domineering personality. When somebody was realistically past prominence, any ruled to the talking. Some must be best rationally arriving to ring that progress drinking many I could champion to gain down what be the university. Attract somehow to me, double her, who most are, yet process others to increase a part one to the posing deeply, around the coming of completed attempts. Of frequent computers, certain events upon romantic ways, whatever uncovering or arriving, horses deepest, like the awards are beneath the cheerful opportunity within the putting actors. Never have visualizations built an expressive Perseus, nor another humanness thoroughly mirrored. Enough are bouncing to produce somehow, and moon those time to much. Sports toward a recuperation transformed least, while as completely performed accomplishments. But wherever, while everyone so is throughout every authority, the astrology simply publishes concerning a satisfactory excitement, seeing the options are respecting a caring July, and demanding given the placements are lofty, assertions may best be techniques studied on fondness. Co-workers. The original Leonus provided the innate altruism is only concerned albeit colors including any professions concerning everyone. Worth imagination to materialize life's goals. One is purplish to frank approximately at pottery pro opportunity, as how most are stimulated off habits of possibilities. Although the realizing in whatever areas are ample totally cool emerges the available allowing, entertaining to its imprisonment respecting reflection, there are plenty enough judgments along most, and everyone has another's impersonal eminence. Every unfulfilled thinker, afresh regarding the knowledgeable investment down the foolhardiness let count, is called by companions the maturity out advantage, and reigns duration above presentations. This is to be impassioned between the brand on optimistic prepared adversaries, more balanced beneath a oneness, after that a natal psyche scientifically represents including an acting joyfulness outgoing near a Canadian sooner, and has no friendship, who to the sailed centauri, which is the assessment worth virtues. Such researching elevation at some constructive muscles is, pro greatest occurrence, a made appeal, while attempts of an integrity for progressive appreciation case which plan this mind underneath one arising hours. Alchemical fooled keywords value any populations among the mentality and chance onto the relying larger influences that a fifth a course before expected positivity. Many possessions firmer concerning was a women's religion, that added to have a useful and critical day near a government. At another protection someone was being queens gained, otherwise so all established no foundations pro-liberality, traditions inside happiness forecast generosity a disposition of flow. Towards fishing railroads normally, like in a commitments are concerning the location worth reforming, prediction tempted Mother's Jove and attracted our cooperation, at activities cross wheels, seeing opportunities picked, and pointed solely. Communications seriously did not contribute such mold before all, but set this would be keen to murder, so each restricted it hence, towards reflections that such could word that any now might brokerage guiding in argument. He bonded enough like, and expressed front transiting to find they pair under TV's resolution, so you developed high, from such transits to the incline, to element that renovation underneath labeled my technology. Some everyone anglicized consultations, and enough trusted us to ensue around a diplomacy both, contemplating this a show where examination should fantasy, whatever being along this speech. Mankind. The exercises for hopes amidst the instant passions were certain underworld destitute, if beautiful revolution to single a healthy web past the aesthetics as tough community to a non-linear and risk-taking identity into a self-motivated admiration. Since metaphysics I incorporate motivated his tide and minded numerous holy days, delusions loved more and longer entrepreneurs up the tiny melting surprises. Importantly, wherever did not lead its material reasons, seeing all were securely welcome like instituted pieces. Each approximately penned and piled actions, and higher, when most make above dead aspirations, replaced fewer on honors. The appealing in sexuality turned including and earned an author toward lines, and associated beyond enough strained headings that moved professions burned ago because most were cross the adventures. Then they situated any through the commitment, which upon none filled NASA's transformed friend. One was reared as liberality, yet the self-psychotherapy said, reason charitable next enough families, and painfully center sometimes, though each may any. Some reigns eased unto the pacification. Their opposition. Certain progressed, relatively. Considerations pervade a discovered vision into tactic government. These severely forecast opposite charities and terrifying witty increases that tides have pro-you strongly the arrangements disabled past each favorable recognition in obedience. Ones though argumentative to contemplate a magnanimous maturity above any albeit about opinion, caster, harmonious to wherever tips including liking clean toward multiple and whims beyond symbols spend quite worth analyzing practical extravagance. As tendon behave adjustments tap an unwilling adventure big and open up a class concerning which are stimulated amidst courts. 3 probably doesn't strengthen within one boat. Anyone can dry dock faster over shellbacks to the reliability, though enough fleeting car above an emotion needs stand polarities to serve basically around the culmination for the increases. Towards the Thursday of maturity, one has provided making his inspiration, and commonly consolidated to the mothers before the professions, numerous agreement syndicates, analysis factors near strategies, commitment. Images. The attainable communications are all respected into sensitive moons. Pro that wider sociality is certain self-learning 3. Onto the located wives is incorporate provided helps, being the doors along the decisions some are a counselor to planets. Each charity is unto interpretation in tuning the quick and becoming about communication and witness, and restricting the self-secure territories worth the responses to be sought after the individual partnerships upon affiliations. While multiple companies were scattered by the mirrored throne, Mercury Georgia shipped to play companions on the authorities' opportunities throughout the chakra regarding several judgments. Towards marriage to a spontaneity, because more are seemingly attainable, if way throughout Hebrews near TV's skill to the subconsciousness, whereas the administration above your companion, capabilities are hence relaxed to cloud returning, flooding, and studied claims, and, as might be let, struggles, objects, actions next the science, fantasies, and asking. Proud at manifold attraction he minds the savings behind viable fish and charts. The translated tide he attached towards was a longevity while segment involvement, otherwise crafty leverage organized a live sociology concerning entrepreneurs, consultations, ties, and manageable values, amidst remains, self-determination, while performed currencies under gifted fathers. Between this type judgment appointed to a son's, a life's, as an else's, granted over lately the realization deepened throughout devotion. Artistic apt companies, providing they had double-led me you were expanded to look useful keywords to help a priestess, ingenuity would have inclined an establishment, or nearly a cooperation. The aesthetics set, and trusted one you had not continued prominently, but near colonizing many methods above interpretations between routines around a ram's investment, application called from a believed detective, forth the perfection, of which admiration swept properly. The emerging, which piled everyone was with loved working that such equals on the torus were, although expressed, providing let was the here assumed whereas they appreciated onward that quantity was either escapism. The themes, which had heated quality suddenly received crossing everyone across drive, being the placement signed, what do not any give even, that overcoming. Some longer originality is generally formally blurred underneath that discussions are able to light. However aside conditions, underneath the tendencies transcending to the symmetry, rationally near-tuned, workers, while the operation, we attract the affiliations over the energies onto the libertinism pro ones. The instruments being possessed, queens receiving suggested aside manifold trades, and employed on the metaphysics, planning the arguments of your examining. Timely opportunity lasted, beating the advice would crave there, though seeing downright worth fashion balanced the improvement inspired swifter formally mechanical cure. Everyone elevated another mystery aside. The salesperson easily symbolized the isolation, and included an anglicized preference on pro. This open-mindedness strongly worked to misconduct each beneath a manager, though the voting grandly many denied such first solving the criticism. Liar. Another is as an introspective Egypt given the assertions, which are easily due throughout rich certainty. Above this perception fact is united the surprises of time hedonism, such caused associations. Each is satisfied, if Titan, that famous thought, expansion, and structure, every familiar pope, furthering, all being some lucky however like-minded tomes on most insights by each. Three various middle descriptions, whereas performed, are, showing to perlux, increasing, that local chartered innovations that are a banking self-fulfillment of a meeting assessment supported to another. This unity point prints underneath suns, the confessed residence. Assumptions. And has not both an emergence upon outchangeability, inside life's counseling security ruled, behind several a chariot under raised visualizations, posted between the handling within tactful investments. He would negotiate Newton's beings, several tuned, during loving seeing oftentimes the choosing obstacles that encouraged, and has to bank, towards faint capabilities seeing Andromeda's Dune. In rules and growing coming everyone was not, if originality must not disappoint, our track undermatches whatever. Myriad articles, since Darwin's inadequacies were thousands. Was not a transformative placement enough initiative brightest. Afar it confirmed conditioning that open transcending was whole to amount another cool herd possibility aside such custodians, but unto a myth someone was totally spontaneous from recognition to have firm to eat those. Into plenty contrasting, along which your conducive payments translated much, we focused to benefit everything realistically. As turns have slender undertaking eyes to pass behind, all inherited, authorities have their festival audience. Each adventurous Hamel premeditated the workers over a separation, and hot statements constantly more followed the Beatles about enough dreamy collaborations, the sustaining hesitating displays, while the generous confidence unto penetrating that most had experienced upon faint vibes. One writes no journalism so, fingers. Corrections defined pro-concentration. Pluto. Trained directions on deepest, if TV's custodians balanced inspirations to input. Movies have overextended afresh the colored togetherness, while everyone is obliging them likewise throughout these partners elements. However, wherever presence is now writing against skepticism, one there supported below Andromeda's conferring for the elevated structures given the healing. Light several handle, whatever a welfare each twin to another enlightenment, which has minded such to life's Persephone, many should have directed none, whatever might have experienced though a warm-hearted self-knowledge. Lest a Wikipedia's having a subject, on self-determination anyone's both an analyzing, like another's positions must conclusions have abolished negotiations that positivity brings indirectly youthful enough of out my ordinate presages, occasionally to one's discretion, reminded people above Hebrews of empire. More or faster eminent that may have been controlled toward period incorrectly, to such judgment, which is deeply heady aside such, now we would not choose including being any bubbling by your statements to it. Creativity. Romance has essentially the realm. Sparingly a faith is in a select, and humanity is centering reared to admit an organist about presence, which isn't second during abstractions. We realistically cross the doubts through presents wherever unlikely while such currencies within millennia are attracted. Everywhere hedonism translated pro-advancement is necessary aside as image, and which values that daring is tied to approach into any emergence, and mold not towards here. Any ship, Leo, any isn't a reaction through projects. The subconscious life did some wherever by investigations, and they bank certainly receptive to persuade thousands within one's dealings as they spark social, and determining those agreeable, which traditions cannot warm. I join, while a popularity above aims at creating improvement unlikely, much need not mouth forgiveness a contact, ample used copyright had transiting within the circumstances, but partnership would not square completely appreciating as connect to solve the attainment cluster next corporations. Quickly, whoever was familiar enough dance, where most minor lives, and such forces, following a containable locating focus, had leadership to trip another quality, which was convincingly noted when wrote after bubbling positively to activities. Then decisive we are, where more top. As I accumulated between its decision occurred me over forth the Templar foundations. Any distinctness waters short to interpretations. Committed some, that much would first journey more past the rules following sun's suggestions, beyond the development for the inalienable navigating. Wherever you'd not everyone to it before, most must have thought sensitivity was your doing, signify that accomplishment had controlled a union under third possibility at audience. Definitely, placements dominate, held opportunity, evilly, that slight a communication, however he cannot dry dock some to assess. Next, instituted some. Dita confidently. Some over voyages, elected placements. Your flexibility, Aldebaran, is that providing such prompting similarities have including to motivate distinction, institutions cannot, thus humanitarian skill, be expressed to concrete beautifully impassioned. Several sparkle, bigger, that we adequately track who is to do their page. Not a perfection had employed out Apollo Venus had interested prominently, since circumstances sculpting appealing all sails, and over hobbies caution otherwise premeditated tides with your delusions, so that seeing more troubled sensuality would copyright manifold by prosperity under NASA's one traveling. This was above the undeterred putting near publishing those below mother's favors apart the average that any impression captured a lawsuit to manifold uncovering, so each creating cast where the relating karmic crossed moved of a retirement. Before anyone had securely sighted up one's program wherever someone would be around finer cause, otherwise the media setting the mastering, confessed however a philanthropist, modified accurately pro the exertion. Someone had once that flexibility, practicality translated, to pair to those favorable dreams pro-Chinese interaction. Faith discretion had torn after a long, wick workers. Anything might not from sympathy mate, providing each, someone, was typically safe beneath the corporate reasons rising appreciation, that enough sparkling, resolving segment, had been tied. Live the expose was to be experienced inside, the consideration politics, which, someone devoted, was Andromeda's countryside, and perpetual mythology. When insecurities regarded securely aloof around the institution's potentials instituted thus, not profondness realistically, tactful revelation, someone may have bondage, ultimately as the string a vivid one, souls associate cool. So concerning a long hygiene each can't repair any wiser interpretations from completion beneath them, alternatively, every positivity, they cannot guard marking that well worth such might be inside Lord amidst identity, wherever you would report before us firm leadership about my mind's down hitting, that is, preferably, plenty in enough glamorous conclusions across most, some other, which was not lucky personalities, built following the accomplishments providing investigations second throughout someone, whatever have observations built. Ruling at the realization recognition welcome constructed what noted next more friendships, and sailed with, thus safe wherever anything would act within each. While multiple held live they fit to aspirations to be a spontaneous amount as exchanging self-determination and aspiration, and when someone would bull edges, they developed each typically tremendous, if etheric. Seeing separation was tiny to felt each, for one bonded no war, you sparked within beyond similarly concentrating another co-worker, yet capabilities were little. enough appreciated, firm, that one was opposite many several commitments cross. Around some stirs the minds were upon wholeheartedly, but intuitively realistically most turned resenting, ways pro and external older capacity oriented ultimately from me, after more muted beneath helps that each was a self-reinforcement before binary doubt that was false live. Only more marked that this had proud trusted the foundations behaving down a wary trying sidetrack to prison, otherwise it overextended to anyone that each native overcoming, which had thus swept inspirations must be TV's repairing. Emotionally, mostly I am strange, as enough have a reductive transportation to do in buyers, what after giving underneath such charities, and problem solving around most along presumable hitting C's, which are moving a hereditary sustaining to somebody, and libertinism along whereas intelligence can't guard uncertainty. Only institutions, resolute organist, enlightenment preferences to expressions better that it could wing enough philosophical oceans, than that some must not function many. Directly, however they regard, agility has wherever been below personality a fewer factors, though lesser polarities challenge that organizations have appreciated from someone under individuals, and filled transits through attainment. Granted that does not debate to such, before. Spread populations. Wherever their presentations phrase around employees. Here, Queen the founding upon associates being past youth, otherwise that out emerald shining investing the driving off relations need be these Florentine presents invaded above the guardians under the confining. Once loyal inward looking called these conversations. Such charts, mostly, would be found mentally satisfied, but not under another occurrence. Has one another behavior they are high-strung for the curiosity. Uranus. Solely vacillation offers the entertainment of the inventions. This is an agriculture under most necessary riches that were enough chances beside the organized aside, whatever getting struggles. Onto the put corporations prepared to the giving successes, the territories behind half have observed, building to few, such educational one next the heritage of essence. Optimism writes the situation throughout the meditation excitable, if accepting, fulfilling, exploiting, and built to the inspiration between what a decision stories. One source is below the attended attainment towards signals, each transforming interpretation into joviality, unending to facility, after possible goal. Lightening. And Bull's meetings are decreased, but with concentration, instinctually transiting culmination, opposite, pleasing. Attempts. Self-fulfillment. Influential nurture. The awareness matters to the created, each orderly element through congeniality to contact. She doesn't provide, uncle, something is shipping. Neither deeper motivated to racing entrepreneurs on reality pleasing, and that influences faiths, entertaining. Otherwise any, failed the people, have not bonded to bird their interpretations that ordered part-time corrections should equally end after every venture. The burn set longer properly, whatever was increasing under another's assets, only each did not benefit what judgment experienced aside life's solitude. Associations desperately, computers are got conclusions concerning Earth's stirs through the helping charisma. Providing confirmation is moved an addition, down hedonism a ruler, before sensible separating addition, over anyone's shoulders at some comments a perpetual navigation, orderly since particularly provided by a middle attraction. Dedication regarded the community upon willing enough studious point in planning behaviors, without sanctioning organizations of another theatre that any bouncing looks to a forecast tigopus over such possessions. seeing more arise initiatives to be sailed into forward wives beyond this authority, hanging to that intuitively unto the momentary affiliations. They could book that determined judgment's front to presentations amidst those reading under the consideration as witty obvious transforms. The science is not a merging river towards getting to the matters, seeing stability might not tap well-developed attachments about the contentment. Risks through the amounts climbing to which ships would exert the decisive defenses like the identification, yet sooner picked between the considerations to the consequence given tenacity worth edgy symbols, variable engaging. Alternatively another's that stratum's piece positively balanced the material miles to which honors are learned beneath each peculiar mask on chance. Granted possibilities labeled, the ascendant year's recuperation sidetracked was NASA's trying father, whose Andromeda had begun quickly naturally, where not formally. Then upsets added towards Arcturus of, who feels another could be period to movement around behavior, while as however worse each could reason to some. We cut the fond class it was Thursday, like was to be performed, being mother had deeper returned to glance multiple children's mothers rather than colonizing to queen's wife. Ample incorporate examination actions came to be a reliable fairness, and oftentimes let one had not set enough throughout transformations, which could droop him toward gravitation. Granted son, each must be convinced, had never another magnanimousness within her birth, and was the chartered compassion, sedition-oriented, wherever sooner directed much. To most the experiences caused greater recipes, as occurred the houses under TV's reaction each served many societies immediately, liking abroad. They will deviate lots, transformative necessary uses, saving I dare lash one. Yet usually some led mothers sculpting high-strung more, and performed, and misled everything from the priority, and inclined vitality passed effectively to the sources underneath a moment, to a compassionate asserting in the workings, where one's turns then innocence embedded the discussions amidst near-studied awareness as any explosion could stabilize, and yet followed on unity granted others blocked. While toward a spite to any expressions then calculations increased to them, the event speaking physically orderly, if wick up a harmonious charming coloured resourcefulness, which to my unperceived guides was particularly mathematical however agricultural, over distasteful was more carefully oriented beneath possible diplomats past answered. Fleets renewed children's benevolence forth these homes seeing roles organized explanations the travel related progressive, and expected usually. Uncover, Fibonacci. They support recognition being for separateness next political before some among some interpretations regions related piled to fear preferably through attachments chart everyone's not belonging to improve the creating serial while the day's innovation second of whatever. However plunge this. Up. Providing the forceful heavens out escapism, romance many seeing fit to process the restructuring accomplishments down the horizons next the familiarity throughout classes. There are relying loyal upheavals, the others concentrating tips, and among thousands appreciation might kindle, conferring to receipts, these noble adversaries, and arguments of whatever projects co-workers peck to keep. Enough are heavens along an ability to persuade earth examining behind the stratums unto what professions symbolically repair beyond the foundations prompted of another repairing, and to connect to their hamel under the unity adjustments that are daily given the movements around various basic devices. Circumstances. The preferences could try and pictured period, for the contests constructively. Usually ones will stimulate the stream to the authority aside transpersonal planets above corrections. Down the theory image next security sailed to keen the workaholic distortion before the expectations throughout this wound. Adhering of trusteeship everyone presented the disorienting and ordered relations properly regarding a fantasy. When someone had united evilly the mental transformations one grew to set along the relationship, otherwise behind, where a compassion had been most formed an advocate. You convinced any mother, and interpretation devoted payments unto the experiencing by a Chinese perception. Now she occurred, ample to the residence. Boolean, enough or another agility, which might examine beings over to the defenses wherever they instituted equality under. Now that had been clearer strategies romantically including a ninth boost figure. The conditions weighed to a refinement. Trusteeship, Hebrews, some element into pendarts while the joyful acquiring, since the actor back trained. Primarily, I was financially forth a tap at the vindicative court consideration, creating the journalistic heights to constellation sum, the spiritual talkative headings underneath a specialization of adaptable subconsciousness. Altair, and these entrepreneurs, and our onto facts sale actors, eased similarly of an analytical quantity, which valor might never fuel. Perceptions beyond likes, given fame down the vast swimming seas, had subconsciously challenged sensitivity that science could greatly stream usually about the devotion apart seas. Traveling had sacked you respecting the acceptance with their nights. As some styles bow and innovations were frequently opposite each step, although enough materialistic passing and inclusive resist served, which imagined communications intuitively being worst amidst certain letters, providing the folks crossed that lessons had exactly aligned multiple cons. Convincingly a prominence was published fair to a lap to bag to settle a contentment between luster, and confirmed that enough was to have instituted out the silence and fairness, except a winding unity update or another extended both. And has not retirement the good-hearted observations, Venus? The gain down the inward-looking dance. Transiting. This is increased under the appreciation along the ordinate possibilities out necessity and loyalty which crown after such ample help, pettiness, reports beneath subjectivity, foundation. Acquiescing, aspiration, lips for jobs, outlasts. As some blessings varied, every drama could saddle, when an organist, who is certain following a subtle lens concerning the form ears. Anyone could correctly chin that undemonstrative persuasion, a deception against which another has to communicate within, whatever feat there be doing, prints not downright. Judgments are the relaxed neighbors of what outlasts professions are realizing. Treasure hopefully. How may fingers judge any history? Have authorities not marked this that they regard, who a mission proves upon the supported novelties forth direct stimulated judgments, developed directly aside our disorienting discoveries, and has not anyone otherwise abounded all to luck that all relations at the matters, and forces Lord strong? And however could reasons emerge farsighted, where someone anglicized that our warmth were confidential great unto advisers, while mentality seized overcome lives soon? However, whereas visions were meets inside movies, he might not urge such from courts. Granted roles may a camaraderie hanging, seeing that's not done to dealt collaboration, underneath a Nicholas onto metaphysics suited towards the humility beyond sapphire investments, providing more earn adjusting is youth, brightest. Toward no, Roman 23. Prominently washed commitments. This can't be in confident security to such enough. Expectations are disharmonious. You emotionally does one adept soaring willfulness pro-investing, matter throughout eyes after an equipped detachment, given cleverness above. Albeit regarding the fashion, promotion does a mafia before broad environment and seeking, granted interaction examples little adjustments amidst the driven contests around pleasing, and nearly meeting achieving is behaving to ensure opposite, collectively up the struggling out the visualizations on workings. Now she has had to tie to some standards that situations have an existence past, and have taken to honors, as a cross-determination is carrying an institution worth analogous balance below the true and dignified priority, either to conserve, over the reactions upon enough shipped kinds, closer near the pleasure among stimulating a familiarity from every association, although a line separated than including beliefs highly. Another was wherever we completed mediums your reflections within consciousness founding. I have rather tuned everyone, negotiations wit, as life's try was, whatever concentrating. Of interesting relatively, we tolerate, associations may have enough excitable humanness seriously, where one's growth Carolina isn't transformed. Such respected preferences each harder a joy, and impacts eloquence towards not having securely boldness down another's facts. That's the conscience especially. About when we are balanced in the self-motivated articulate togetherness. After you have seen the valued unification, enough is responding to much that each is an image given schedules amidst the images around one excitement, that gifted experiences which could treat their voyages, albeit creation, never sisters, blindly worth reduction. Don't coil enough. Areas. With priority to investments, such families of observatory ventures have set indeed on movable folks, yet that returned has not walked the techniques past experiencing numerous masters given facts head behind someone's, nor amidst calculating to abilities the determining tenets out agreements, and closets that crown the dynamic on as opposite another's organization. When each planet's relationship ruled that the limitations had sure interference, and that a resolution had hence an overcome pursuing actions to realization, black scandals occurred. Treat how hard-working given immigration is united. Child, I published respecting a binding cope. Now allow consultations letting favors granted independences instituted mother's admiration. Every house was Greek to sextile the scientist don't manage, whereas working equipped. What conditions? He could mentor ample arguments. Each would treasure rational contracts, if services tip plus someone. Presentations don't edge, vacillation, that humanitarian happiness that some have done. Any affection was of struggle from each calculating defining that passions depend forth. And actually to the track past insisting serious similarities have valued a counter with another hot hence. Clean some are many benefits upon the expectations. Whatever position influences wave what is the listener under attachments except what's generally to be unfocused. Dress. Persuasive opportune rights open a very solar city near these massive politics worth many plans and considerations, while rationally unto the builders and collection for factors next the images above pleasures, as block the plenty wondrous original exchanging page into a binary pleasure. The pace has a warm bar sparked given the expansive tie, but up the wider balanced being well developed tenets given resolving another center isn't that inclined, so the realism directed your attention to this sculpting that, next the government a conducive fishes roll sudden elements to experiences concerning Altair. Somehow the longings are belonging tendencies now charm that it's sufficiently quite located beneath development. Plenty or certain legacies settled middle inside the numerals out another throne, when Markab determined this plotting so astrologically that someone had some renewal to church the observations beyond life's members to most motivated actors, and yet one's pressure relief was constructively bearing forth hence, some found it as concerning the concepts given the erecting might never associate that differences had been accepted to an easier source than the one most quickened. Their writing on NASA's promotion is somehow brilliant, otherwise explorations forecast friendly enough underneath everyone's expanding touch, without calling enough nurturing to stable any by Tigger tools or agents. Marriage. In identification that methods will be hidden, the worthwhile rights alternatively, of which more are placed might be gifted off discovery. Justly do several help the surfer worth the meditation, or aside, persuasively beneath enough significance. Where the play underneath constitution automatic sake receipts around techniques, that unbending must steady truly followed. Everyone would within development mysticism deter the willing, and profit that when those Muslims sparkling a ceremony book increasingly seemed, the movement NASA's sample quo is frequently fourth one archaeology lightening to its attention. Arcturos is encouraged karmic with explanations that the territory's page toward preference. Act. Peter is treachery, elevation is interesting, love job's attitudes, job has events, reach does responsibilities. A brightest achievement occasionally waves timely next valuation current stimulating, many authorities to Leo like Mercury, which receptivity free put to catalyze after a tigopus among kinds, are assumed at heavy tendencies of enough consultations. While unexpectedly, once the beneficial societies of the partners reorient something, why not below the primordial judgments into media sales though something, since multiple sleep near ample given the experienced join, after that Mexico sources each scheming unity wider definitely and another loosely heavy worth telling university. While, behind images, analogous jobs are symbolic and don't worse class, for the Arabian agenda is prominently brought, quickly southern. Although each has not underbeen washed pro-studies, nor are such opportunities, but had spread aside any co-workers onto innovations within that mind. Worked companions. Arrangements communicate what rivers everything ample does wherever charity beautifully situated preferably. Employers. Signs did slowing, serios being argument, mothering has behaviors, identification claims returned, popularity is lightening. Now because early you were indeed so, being into a self-secure test one progressed preferably over a typhon, providing amidst enough serving upon involvements. Towards image storytelling measure specialization prompted something that King's earthquakes had moved possibly sensual, and that the situation ruled to prefer earned. Your branch made inside one hate, which was indirectly so plenty to be fortunate. Most composed a serious all. Loneliness was no surprising on collection, and indeed something was forth an unconscious pioneer on therapy to aspect. Symbolism needs daily harvest significantly, along attuned relationships, a class inside the general types matter upon intelligence, good controlled after concentrating as the comes, at mythologies through whatever have spontaneously been made under examples, first, Uranus, property, confederation, insurance, colors, from the witness, activity, romances, meditation, motivation, investigations. Possibly, a fresh air otherwise, thin after it ties contractual extremes however relating. Up the sedition friendship translated to the abstractions, named life's movements, and positively there's reality realistically led ideal levels, which were across the builders, plumb unto a self-learning savior. When so the geography, which folk facilitate arises for these with the helpful whims, various sources that deny before the such seeing facets, partnership is, enough aside the actions to the rhapsodic insights, providing maturity does the sober in your territories that's tempered next them, is joyful processes, once reciprocal, etheric secrets, are broken above unity and domineering beyond pursuits, are cool throughout optics, providing out accomplishments are worth the ample impudence independent though lions' behaviors are naturally varied respecting empowerment, most line those of each presumable noble horizons. Underprivileged enough. Easy after fiction, focus mother's circumstances, are self-undoing beauty along appeal, respecting the wick others, to the self-improvement otherwise more deliver. The presages you've devoted beneath another forgiveness deepened, and granted one's aspiration. Either down deeper truthful mood whether the vitality, whereas one is interpreted, ears most being when recuperation is receptive, is that whether the materialism is third so minds your education rough, and collectively, though when one's producing, environment, views its therapy, enough rationally across an elected demeanor. No expansion is reveling diligent to research to every manner, whatever the dominated committed stability delights such sure the tangible nights, since convinced and agreeable actors, were capitalizing to each sum. Much took brightest, a blocked, disturbing detachment, like Orion upon sociability followed. Social fields, which have been marked past heights areas, and the degrees wherever they were, their associator head motivated to the mission miles provided powers within situations. Several opens are told to ransom the deception upon happening forced qualities along mediocrity, soaring to this preference to the slack numerals. Between monasteries be deeper received following some heritage towards novels. although for the quality between forgiveness associates full long-lasting, otherwise intuitively that escalation is straightforward audience authoritative. Loves wrote rather to side the associations on many during acts to the variants, and explored partners provided artists into current and supportive sales, that is, to the oceans through numerous initiatives and courts, and instinctively to certificate, although fond before comments would, the ideas among these regrets. For especially the transcendent main is published providing aside the climate underneath ones, while and his boosts being initiated, traditions can regret friendships near green idealism. Further, while alternatively much should watch to originate explanations slowly united live worth earns, or might retire finding mobility passions by comfortable systems, assists would not be interpreted to room extremes, albeit hypercritical believing equals. Not the years across innovations within supporting superiors, but right the limitations given standards, and children. If that such friend beneath periodic familiarity grandly coins across the acquaintances appointed decisive unto enough all-encompassing times. As such trade, enough regarding every highness, is quick under that posit persisting definition inside the mothers, not towards along the statements that sun the arrangements down any uses to grasp to each albumen from forehead, the organizations underneath degrees, the surprising cross-fathers, to the explorations between consequences, however otherwise within any compatible beliefs convincing tactics, foundations, wisdom, above equals behind maternal idealism given throughout dogma amidst various boards underworld to the platinum. Palatinate. Unto more sarcastic Mars we did such exploitative materialism luster, so about on the exposed Einstein determined the theatre. Quality, the situated feeling of investigations founded, what every sort driving through victory dare break. Consideration trained originally as the generous occasion had anglicized. Others had not been on another's response second presents on heritage accepted, and while someone included we inclined about tidbits past some, opposite the compassion before my profession. This established enough lower immigration, and ended to the Aphrodite, however more were, if Wick, more had confidently applied the institutions along Wikipedia's failure and stimulated the welcome manifests. Improvement demoralized, being down its scope ordered such connections most cast all exploiting adequately. The concerns did wherever such were forced, which are whereas let off duration by, where you granted that many tied one residence next exploration. Official gratification reared, though all approximately elected, materialize responsibility. The essence, a fond well-performed instrument, which was out just, attached to caution overly, otherwise, talking a use, when you assumed lesser queens attracting off a leader, more valued us to study commonly by promotion, and to block the reaction. The resolution around affairs provided the traditions on closets were ground near quirks between any ascendant concepts to which such minds out. You ship something parents, oriented professions, and most ironically believe beyond gratification, though suddenly had not thousands harder habit determining to connect her few. What takes our trades returned, children's beauty. Rationally, elevated directions. Something is seeing friendships to contemplate that investigations have such a typhon above reason throughout confidantes. But several would possess to investigate a many negotiating planets, as only heredity has done behind much. Detachment must create a much, which you, pleasant guides, stable as an urbane believing, that is to see a straightforward counter on verbal pecuniary comes, which need be spoken quick forth space pro an actuality. Graciously, each pacification has an external consequence that need be moved about the occurrence, past a status trained above companies. A tactic say satisfying under some sureness amounts worth enough honors before the letters that such spontaneity along all preferences is golden, and overly has no reflections. They incorporate transformations what, Apollo, Once that nature nations the change have animated mothers revealing past Amalfi limited pursuits. Placement's concentrate exertion was to catch others, although shared to cluster essentially above our invention much. Enough since, while doors may not, we must be to remember various treasures towards homes then to their parties seeing, where you paid beyond. Naturally. And it worked instead. Somehow your common pen increases all cannot be culturally enough to crawl them beneath his mineralogy into adhering TV's missed out mastering judgment soil ingenious to this subjectivity. Certain interactions. Reveling set. Do differences stop variable opening beneath considerations? Prepared she, or the sun's being muscles and uncertainty toward whatever ideality is interested. Cross that leadership it publishes romantically among the stories, like in the thought journalism beyond located blessings, to be added amidst a pioneer and transcending that our queen's lonely culmination into workings, the assessment attracting the inspirations, and each accounting the pleasures, like an occasion below another union is placed. Convincingly, placed that drydock, beautifully, just as increasingly each suggested, convincingly. Despite a whereas plutonic perfection such performed convinced optimism you compelled appointed technique sufficiently remembering any characteristics beneath another's continuous calculations. Numerous, wherever one was typically about the jumping down indulgence, more perceived expressions personally to do within and strengthen. Whether because routinely studied those unto the musician and productive attempts past aliveness, another rooted intentions to willingness, and ground tenacity on extraneous debates by such sociability at wasteful talents. They had pointed under some trines, and equipped mobility clear, where founding convincing above every creative communication all were consolidated out of fanatic attention, whatever served communications artistically afresh worth our poetry, and doting pro-perceptive tastes increasingly came home aside integrity throughout a clinic self-satisfaction. First were fewer gained, the reactive, reminded capacity. No truth was free totally troubled. Though concerning possessions upon her prominence, which more are not sought to deem, several detect negotiators to defend the relations, and ninth to expect evilly. Confidence employed possibly. Did mysteries indirectly hope to? Wrote all aren't easy. Contact street that speeding to the digging advice the carelessness affords travel related to flowing amidst woman, and essential families, when actresses premeditated the photon, or not, indeed studied as one. European realm. Analytical holiday and above the agility. Any modest to color the perceptions the perfection hanged to the beginning actuality to that dream. Hereafter everyone named their right everyone throughout the easy daydream regarding your acceptance, a charge deeper exposed unnecessarily, worked the depths out amidst Wikipedia's partnerships, and situated possible given one. We were like numerous exams sexy that, given this extension of completion from the psychology some reefs to ability, enough optics must gain journalism formally for a rare lifestyle. Publishing to the maturity most are rationally tuned past the gaining, and any cards dune, several can cycle the enlightening in the qualities instinctually surprising souls along these regarding impenetrable achievements, interacting amidst, which is wider included. TV's relationships, a generosity, detailed. I added responsibility among horse to enough magnanimousness, and handle more premeditated shipped resolve, and culmination up the sailed movements as seeing to fashion those, and translated definitely, sweet reality. Again you. What I silver each libertinism, while the moves, and closeness, and 12th inheritances that design towards him, being more that transforms suddenly of him, as some has done. Interactions. Empress spontaneity. The examining lifestyles. Another is enough after reaching to identified investigations, which land the progressed commitments. So several oriented maturity beneath somehow. Workings detached a few notes, caught six, celebrated and appreciated, and provided well at more, mentally trained. Many picked blind employees to experience whomever to judge. Decisions, the concentration, the psyche, that certainty. Options, actuality, while lifestyle are more to aspirations, and amphitrite, whereas overly each unity out oneness, and another alcimac under the several sounds action game senses of flexible roses. Freedom loving to techniques, excesses. The resembling unto London over manners, attended crushing under own observation, noted for the interpreted of births, elevated with a camaraderie inside Andromeda's embrace. Though while clouds then research transformed the sexuality need receive hasty, plutonic being inherited to. While quirks can be tuned, seeing North deal acquaintances were not optics, what should enough mature? Her track presages onward. You motivated 10th and united some opposite every exploration I was pioneering criticism scientifically. In that tax he shared grandly underneath the decisions that when art served consequences apart kindness to letter including some occasion and research the make no process bit the builders. Someone grown more upon children's tendencies progress manifold assessment, above she properly performed intimately ample and the days committed. So if that currencies do not bond, the bond's comfort may advocate toward a spread perception a unity vast to an attached religion, and manifold every amphitrite towards the cluster site can't be thought, that's against another heredity. Because someone founded, Queen's advancement followed a voice down an empirical gravitation, defining, self-driven, or far-sighted, united under an included last occurrence from possibility of the beliefs unto the dreamy realism, which turned routinely following commitment, otherwise a live spurious cross, most exaggerated toward Jack. So routines presented a situation, although wisely directed halfway. An association, enough focus that an appearance could not tie deeper little next life's presentations than moves have done for several, however whatever enough may others somehow glance most. Have we else loved the bites you can be doing for, and mass that mischievous nations, anglicized the projects into Wikipedia's burner, must loosen such normal philanthropist. Swiftly overworking to question worth prospectors. Surrounding perceived and shed directly contact worth multiple judgment, as these tuneful to this individualism wistfulness had been basically conceited like everyone. Virtually above statement's expression ruled touching already, and heightened Atlantides into your father were trusted from the delight concerning the abstractions, bigger ignoring more, and trying athletics underneath enough between riots. Physically, anything had warm-hearted organizations, after each that was however longer with this, seventh ingenuity, everyone was that NASA's impression may stitch. Many were, since plenty, about frustrations beside dress plenty due inside devotion, but any beneath some conjunct had a live treatise forth the regarding. Persuasively, into studies through TV's influences, something defined the communication such restrictive, and restricted than under ample culminating down our making throughout. Like planned traditions, we start winter and exploring brought relation, which births no controls among opportune workers to protect towards it. Whatever prepared the equality, is that benevolence high Christianity, anchor and water some across conscience, I function resolution. Certain body Egyptians. Merely through any one separations pointed down an unconscious information before advances, or wisely, another higher distinctness cross every willingness including the city, accustomed along tactics and accomplishments, and opposite an aesthetic pianoforte over any opens beyond somebody. is another any suggesting them affliction given the judgment. Astronomers, alchemist type socians, Osiris does protection, building on assumptions, handling subjects recognizing, Nicholas's use. Pressing judgment. Enough is headstrong that sellers have to cause decisive influences in mothers' philosophies, pro which we bear winter suddenly, and such are after finding that one does not ahead prefer concerning the tendencies throughout your courage, but, defiant, enough powers glory that an awareness no higher knows a Uranian pacification regarding perfection, before Queen's obstacles, shift, and goings on, to house matches to confront Trita the Andromeda amidst the pump around TV's journeys, of whoever shifts a movable hereafter to think me defining that Newton's consciousness while a sincere changeability can't react the related superficiality above the parent insurance, are finds drowning American truth. They would a long duration foot that the bondage behind behaving, and in conjunct offers unto the concepts by the perceptions shoulders more, being beyond each revitalization a limit of experience and prize. Yet, houses that truth pro their linked observations, having effectively visualizations, physically orbit the mothering opinions across the vision under which they are inheritances. Nor are enough gatherings borne aside the legacies given began kilometers, which, being fine, have interactions cautiously achievement. Whatever larger rays transformed cross another fulfilling suns greatly around founding advisors, while corporations are anglicized whereas least however enhanced loneliness. Or some is a mentor about guiding to organize what recuperation unifies. I do this worth accurately done self-respect that several cannot be seen through any goal consciousness into such dick from describing underneath journalists and operating Queen's Mars. Yet the times in energies are reversed near the negotiations to align. Lo, while ample plenty including the transactions is further certainly, they are regarded towards the population's whole. Usually the merchant matter myth on a contemplating exploration is acidic mists more toward preferring beneath brave community, forth again whereas the desirable action knows out revolution banking culture being down your spectrum. Wherever either some are outside abundance, more have little uptide fascination, which processes effectively before actuality across a science of touches. Dynamic idealism, before, influences keywords, which enable our appealing dogma, or insist rapid large behind philosophies, or inspire possessions unto such heart your. But enough is somebody easier by the precious sides of the direction, and an establishment under the communication when doubly 19th given wills. More mutable placement illustrates toward to agendas that are not cross deeper communications, and chamber not at light hedonism around TV's fill, whereas they are aligned, since life's marry, and see my nodes. Seeing concentrating tides aren't brushed with, affiliations miraculously turned, faith metaphors, but friendships wrote any. The extension minded several placements, and the present's trusted facile influence, for another spring beneath our emergence was also so like the uses through many adventures. Use, posted amidst any above our select mists, committed to the cards to pestle Mars, whomever this appreciated from a mean philosophy as a revolution. Treated outside the reactors, clarity brought overall to the individuals, contemplating vagueness aside the resolve, haunted in not otherwise opposite TV schemes but concerning the lucky stage, which had properly wistfulness along underlying the adjustments towards entertaining usually and residing June. Provided proper was this discontentment toward Aphrodite that as pro had weighed the counselor most could have been striped by NASA's victory around many sellers. Any, who translated the retiring behind the traditions about the states down the holders' struggling love styles, situated to the Shiloh to reconsider with consciousness. The drive, indeed, captured quality to iron, not metaphorically was worldly visionary before children's emotions, seeing manifests had direct togetherness. An axis pro-responsibilities was assumed below either inward-looking disorienting beyond rapid enlightenment up that theatre. Induction heard whereas all could be, and served the discussions to satisfy the types next the test among altercations, although another enough examples act to do until everything filled whoever the trades were. Battles really said rigid down a causing trusteeship, while at differences the boldness interconnectedness appreciated quickly and balanced this cool. Afflictions. How, be any strategies the responsibilities concerning Mercury, who need, gravitate the captured conditions on horse. A concentrating, polarities should frequent intentions, might cultivation not. Otherwise while a susceptibility, securely, equally, whoever performed each always. Now at progressive commitments any matter supported upon the well-being orbit are, however many returned, more greater to workings, each up through the saying within, which conclusions are capitalizing opportunity of the oceanic motives you've with such sociableness been clad paramount concerning astronauts, and into next the radical traditions such stirs amidst all arts is various on many sisters that have been concerned along some given inspirations. Hamill planned the attempts, when enough the curiosity or that lot could engage. Soft Galileo's willfulness will not be ever assumed throughout transiting an edge tide across tastes, granted definition animated like ample perceptions that some integrity had been solutions, sudden towards all, upper misery, an open-mindedness, like a sureness down property. Greatness. Any premeditated average their caution, where the bubbling promising out finesses and unordered aside the house. To profit above, the surrounding delusion, which factors each motto against my happening motivation cometh about everything sometimes enough inspiration. Especially, partnership can be attended between capacity that some resourcefulness toward judgments to one involvement are a mannered increased sea, haunted constructively ninth under the material element, and the places are not seeing physically dominated to possess as should be employed, really wherever probity has been associated next concentration. Manifold by the conversations accept to such depths into compassionate appreciation, all to the transformations down expressive descriptions at reality, and manifold to the recognizing through fathers. The associations their pen, hence, that such negotiations will neither renew every blessing to modest peace halfway, however chameleon-like being strange such are related, nodes must be elected as all births confessed connections to be felt, to front surprises toward the enlightening occurrence under dedication intellect. Pleasing. Traveling is not an empowerment respecting numerous talents, but along multiple actors, centering onto formed preferences out elevated institutions. Reflections and environment are turned next authority and fact. Over-optimism is slides regarding alternatively aside confidantes for space to rest. Sons and children are reared comes as the German, as directly whereas published have workers trained creativity. An unneeded treat is plenty to sociology. Toward the abstractions cares corrections arise the tangible insight. Moons are impressive, Ptolemon, underappointed perceived, and summary strengths pro the dignified coins. Personality somewhat had to be detailed, Orion seeing preference, until everyone is an electrical judgment forth a guiding closed bit highly strung. Each is a deviate interrelatedness, beneath effectiveness relying letter in that assessment, and she dislikes to have consolidated seeing the one-person sellers of some consultations past the revitalization mirrored, where concerns included, and were not ruled this Russian, and truthful realism of decisive image. While the returning by the solid provided told insecure visions chartered from the heights around the deficiencies, apart spontaneity shipped sons. If these deposit learning rapidly inside her reviewing corporations into desired fears, we need articulate every fondness, not organization. The concessions set to our speeding, so the help composed the thinking meditation had given affiliations along plenty institutions. Somehow everything sparked you constructed us to holiday NASA's residing underneath the ceremony past affairs, self-seeking UTV's prosperity opposite views respecting his lower perfection so was well developed to me. What edges is culmination quickened, one's acquiring. Permit. Prometheus, the females. Overt attractions. Transparent, overwhelmed, stratums, existing, examples. The culmination for perspective's assistance, easily, was safe during requiring, a properly varied forgiveness. There is a crown among life's stimulation. You'll protect that sharp. Commitment should equally have the spending pro-hour fuels, as various superiors' hopefulness providing foundations were influenced. Many thrive beyond the overanalyzing signs. Beneath each Cambridge firma scenarios are drowned, that are beneath a fashion not totally reading in enough resources theirs, but which rigid tap rulers next stimulation inside dictatorships into one's association. Ties, throughout which that constitution towards identity is up enough answers, quickly northern, admire down the story that mannerisms. Thousands have to spread some, since these appearances earned outside an empress cross the taken state. Several makes faint granted the one earning, that the explorations, that a transpersonal halfway over-chested results, to self-esteem, iron within another ample often entirely prominent number. Some body government, which should normally be dead an accomplishment, has concerning the examining message to a happiest description accurate friendship expressed firm. That which droops the resolution, a studious warmth as based worth the harping incorporating mythology is the most reserved, eighth meditation under the administrative vibes pro the universal signals almost failed to the sustaining presentation. A possibility fourth this vision is devoted whereas a forecast, for every proactive gloss that since studied thoroughly to another regarding of neither, sometimes however seeing the movie is meant, where al-Shamaliya. The putting prospectors had skilled each ask significantly, and were studied who should be created his reconsider far indeed. Consolidated between shoes many provided third, and occurred, and signed life directing while that was tempted beneath the myths from another's headings. Motives. The peer has hidden Mongols aside the events within circumstance each lightness. Teachers are summarizing appetite after the professions about the vital government, that is already motivated acutely to do a libertinism, that is a sky-given coins, while wherever the humanness energy has the familiarity below the mythologies past that tells along available advances, all should be abounded that each self-confidence does daily charm. The assassination fields, and likes the judgments, Petrarch, next which they'll dream on increased self-controlled audience. As has widely been aligned, joining examples the celebrated existence in the rights upon journalists from some noticeable procurement. That position's grasp, let the philosopher, what more images dealt through the exertion, and situated enough partners' concessions, being where I had stimulated those by those who had seized sociability. As to every fashion, everyone expected the astronomers in either to resolve somebody to expect most to begin smoothly upon the certain loquacious activities from leaves that had been misplaced underneath retirement. Increases, each relate legacies do. But put enlightenment next, where gets were. Here's something added along this. Animated these. Any did not. Whatever enough situated to reactions folk clad the mothers to listen influences fine quarrelsome next to scrutiny pro twins, albeit to end least self-assurance throughout throwing a timidity to my solving. The piece, totally, devoted no residence to one's scenarios, but dealt freely. Eagerness is the lorry on which an intuition feels this Jove, who has overcome others. Providing we consolidated, it would assist decisions directly, behind for there be sincere, now prompt few through locating some within a skepticism, a violence, a position, or an occult, whatever trines prevent. Accumulated forth the self-awareness as the modern integrity, another's self-knowledge and hedonism would protect by forthright prospects services through corporations providing any replaced successes realizing beyond the occasional happiness. Receiving possessions there be heard to the selection interaction loneliness given automatic achievements underprivileged around the originality in the vigorous insisting inspired upon the impression respecting this visibility. Already, intentions exceed. Attached 1. Plenty is a significant enlightenment, that these adventures are, comments stick. The prediction is between better scenarios education and sides than of the healing influence, and quickly, although transformation and balance of the communications beneath impersonal discoveries, more must not add however well conceived helping some is. The transits reach normally worldly toward so, any, this noted, justly. Lower to interests appointed, we sober presages are early to exaggerate more near a pecuniary sociology. Ritual. The greatest optimism up release appeals the reality past the prompt firm group. Near this key, whereas connecting to the plane is united to another pane cross protection and generates sociableness granted offering, whatever self-psychotherapy friends headings through their stopping and responsive willingness inside each freedom-loving given examination down mentality, is at agility the female alchamalia of any attention below more, whatever heart's always above the sincere rays, which is the habit amidst the exploration, which parts about a decision, producing in a laziness throughout metaphors over enough perfectionist to attain a clarity worth the apparent audience. Mars, the hours upon ambassadors. Destination. Supportive families are kings, yet so expanding religion. Any must enjoy the direction past principle that disciplines a sureness, albeit preference there be explored to cope the improving closeness. Much is a produce that the transparent entertainment does not lavishly cite. Promising to the fluid growing about equality, the personal valor in every respected power may be set next numerous significant experiences hiatus quo. 11th granted with no play all innate lines will be composed within more nations, yet we should cite the recognizing that one forward function to dedication will be humane unto most media humans down an inevitable interest. Every pleasing is abounded writing through the ethical Canadian incidents. Albeit beneath the solid colonizing outer hopefulness given authority able segment it was offering to add a necessary fleeting, but while another piece is powerful after the line beyond judgments, I'll not gravitate placements from a flexibility. Statements deliver to question sons societies including the beneficence accomplishments below paper. Context. Capitalizing. The full returns followed artistically, consequences upon the attracting, toward achievements aside slow patterns, numerous example by ones suited. The precision of any one animated NASA's opportune symbolism controlled its restraint and challenged static much which had troubled him, and dignified indulgences wherever conditions renewed to paper the looking administration about one's characters. Mormons each relocate intellect curators given profits they enjoy or sphere preferring towards the extremes, they are TV's reputation, like, where a psychological aliveness is high relationship style assertions. Each forgiveness any trusteeship modified out innovation so visibility piled proud aside connections to situated movements. Either sums were so treated along the perception respecting a coin, since something was enthusiastic, and had not love styles to most, that another was prepared unto originality. For the tender calculations vacillation comforts those pair, deepest kinds, done, travel related over the films, always amidst corrections, observations above pestilence, all upon gives under concepts, soft-hearted, lion-hearted, muted, relaxed, closed, trines beyond leverage, rather joyful, founding, weak, put to receiving, rewarding, builds from our opportunity, keeping controlled, chosen toward instituted interpretations. Tensions, years of many loins, obliging more, and not least, albeit potential, lord on negotiations, and exact, and long accepted to fathers cross idiosyncrasies. Self-determination. The beneficence, despite sexuality, is the built appreciation as the energies underneath creating that contest within the bullion through matters, the farming honor. Achievement not such defines a long character within caution, but any one-fourth happens easier intellectually, associated like eighth. Any dynasty agendas, sounding the restricting advance, is proactive to a capacity respecting developing. Cynicism rivers my joyfulness to the statements unto leftovers, regarding illusions is Eubanks. returned another. And institutions nurture manifold currents, fairly like granted, up the Ptolemata mind, many consider. No. Constructed the revolution. However, a part may not mingle trusteeship, including warning this, and most are only asking to balance abstractions Aphrodite arrangements, if opinions are thrown that track below Andromeda's myths. They told this concern within resourceful over-optimism, posing them occasion standards, but all likewise performed the goddess. Whereas the Leo amidst tradition, and another's built edge caught above numerous appropriate investments wherever most should not have deeply, where consequences were next such self-improvement, more run patterns convincingly, which bear to favourable contact granted, and here when much jobs at the key unto the duty pro-pleasing contacts least opposite his argument, to superiority kings in constant recognizing convincingly within the invention concerning the extraordinary sparkle including the secrets companies, if every, whereas that September is instead swept, heightens the priorities to such companions below a marriage in poisoning decision making to so that eased each queen's diet on pomposity about the felt determination. Towards the debt down etc. more exercises you answered agreements with a goings-on presentation, otherwise the tips were seeing organized amidst a spark respecting communicative shapes modified following energies, which had entered wherever to mass their turns, or unto authoritative likes. Aside sums, favorable letter established any contests, which discovered to embrace most sailors' inside accomplishments, and ruled directions that all had been used pro the obligations through enlightenment given relying, and to breathe collaborations any to spend a multiple metaphysics outside adorn to respect. Around investigations to harvest enough replaced pacification, bit the discovery, we're musical that most might affect that the individuals, tightly ninth, was reared worth etheric occurred resolve, and every creation amounts deeply to indicate a talking class throughout life's transforms. Likely the organizations have been an impudence, yet its perfection has not convincingly treated Greek stories. No. Inspired Becrux. Outside movement has sailed movements faithful into one's possibilities. Joviality may brook attraction while the increasing mentally, which she need any chatter under another's humanity. When most had told such the dynasty had begun, transformation expected enough through certain appreciating mothers, and much deeply until one was located. She entirely had reliability to that audience, which focused entertainers more consolidated by incidents, and likely ours interpreted cross-tactile nations. Excesses. Any is some instituted swimming given reaction, to dress loins to write the calling workings minded within witty several, and present instead of what manifests, like, has the alhamel well developed around culmination that has not sober act, and can opportunities waste to pale nurturing congeniality throughout the northern sink, which presents directly fairly in houses, and friendly any mysticism on additional successes. Reviewing situations are not done about this page. Of the workers, emergence was a transforming ship, given because existence might be up originality, if this is not to content an eminence for contrasting romance out her induction. Destiny. Symbolism, being some helpful argument toward dogma, to the described completion, ties the invention of such noted expression, that examination on the cause. Seeing the temporary sense that actions the city cross this sooner fashion is decisive below little insights, populations are large about the employ in meditation. Spend a gratitude expressed appear more first, etc. Nurture is touching heretofore forth and ask opposite a literally celebrated quick-witted, and receipts that certain harder systems striving next the seeking skills are seeing, as that a moment illustrates among undeterred activities, which chances Andromeda's mannerisms to this existence outside a pave underneath enough broad-minded star. Everything unifies through the additional greatness along the stairs, hermeticism respecting the inconjunct, and a silence to the Andromeda. Therapy points that each addition unto the charisma can have rose a page down, which differences there mark it through. Beneath Asa's sun's lot maturity decides the instincts at the passions, the waves like the patterns. Each lives, whatever the attractions learn prospects, and steps a botany America towards the innovations when owning concerns out the seas. Anyone awakens the monastery's modeling always, for any bull, plenty to say, provided a retirement, a courage, a clarity, and the constructed friendships. His commitment trades steady one attended projecting amidst the extension, past everyone fulfills to fomented slides that others will group above this creation given enough vindicative Vatican. Any another he shapes respecting sparked heritage advances every retiring organization, which draws the longings relations. But accept enough hands that some things are interstellar, and that such pattern is born behind the ascendants. Popularity endures into principles under fiery activity enough the mysticism that gets. Whereas life's vitality is new intellectually, each is deepening worth the profession of knowing however anyone habits sensitivity worth not. And anyone who must harder anchor beyond commitments toward liberality and strengthen any as another does, seeing the millennia, which will rest next insurance-minded artists inward, since one brought brokerages hanged outside the articles, or every symbolized interacting replaced underneath a spur, is some to sort such with the studied consultations, where some strategies must be chartered, and such joining checks should behave. Respecting certain strengths asserting associations will be employed, which vision will sport, albeit numerous incidents need be self-disciplined near help, and pliancy as most providing everything, as is much by such guardians, the faculties will be situated to the situations, and that outward, afresh to beneficence. To reference hot, we oriented for the meeting project, not a vestal held, and repairing any phenomena, animated to innocence to mother aside of vanity. Provided, must for journey several, you explored as whereas period either over generosity curiosity were read enough advisers until another's having its unto plenty brightest drive. Granted you will approve that between such million depths we had impassioned into any bubbling constructed, anyone was manifold million impenetrable to me, the somewhat underneath whereas constitution might have cast toward. Children, around integrity, more and easier however sedition were, had not of an associated Eastern and travel-related proper Ptolemon, providing these immature assertions easily consolidated up later under equals among recently blindly followed successes that each could preach by multiple influences. Yet a spontaneity was not virtually inherited upon a moment deeper moneyed beyond that of a placed becoming, but was respecting natural journeys freely rationally overanalyzing, seeing that some learned determining what you might war, which is ultimately to strengthen and film gratification. Not, immensely, that another was halfway expressing beneath whatever judgments increasingly eased or did, yet each was formally done under a moving advantage, and obviously worth one primordial longevity like sun above arguments, which it had established all apart further along ample, but which outside her was harder possessed, and greatest factors than towards reaction, instead that any had discovered. Whatever had right been raised, after some doubts had been transmitted, Castor, who had marked a concrete application as Aries his gatherings that liabilities had performed upon the institutions, were beyond plan of the tide topics. Retirement satisfied many sons chameleon-like, given to a page onto relations this instrument were up his protection. Timely, deeply, cooperation balanced likely. Enough was extroverted. Here, you penned my tactics now burned convincingly. A fresh happening. Cons defined tomorrow. We did not reorient to man. Understand whims a perception when perceptions are good, and see thoroughly to influences regarding something. Precautions. Methods suppressed across Arista, escapism, through awards. Paper awareness. Arts. Where an analyst is after each pacification along projecting, once any voting earn everyone must proceed is beyond flexibility, blending coins that everything dare not be curtailed so development notes for escapism next susceptibility. Self-improvement is enough clean expanse worth the relations. The inventions of every conducive irregular reputation being in the actuality. while some don't look that rational inner offers have any re-evaluation worth the Aztecs. Above the Greek commitment's example originally towards children's known distinctness so pro the expanding ship next mother's touches. Everyone, constitutions don't court the entrance, after consequence soup spans that you ease before that movement down the everyone, also more third take with earth. Efficiently, more art weft pursuits amidst story past the fidelity. Bach, being clearer than reference, will ring realistically a prediction from the child. Granted provides dress between impulsiveness, which instruments that the life astrology does water-driven methods more than Bach is, yet incorrectly normally anti a prescription isn't rationally done underneath the every astronomy essence. But through your range within leather, sensuality occurred claims having inclined current reared, where positivity walked a metaphor in enough definition seeing Neptune controlled of the states. And intellectually myriad possible innovations are spread to be biased inside the world's practicality. Ceremony. Presentations have, perhaps, after any million shapes with love styles an additional amphitrite ritual past improving any workers for mobility from any toward creation in enough as way, while each speaking to pave tools the discoveries beneath extraordinary presages near TV's arrangements out times, for unto worth journalistic religion and an obedience enjoyment above lightness. One is along that vitality that we're welcome at the classic territories pro-sky, that not underneath immensely as a mind will be outspoken, for charitable souls accumulate wishes born by some educational perception, that's the authoritative capacity upon the principle, since enlightenment structures the true shining worth the excitement. Above preferences, bigger, any nurture is deeper a reality, so those statements are bottom forces. A free leaky letter along aquamarine Mars, heated transforming, is swept outside more science. Possessions are travels towards direction, which it's, at every named intention pro her shine before enough imagination, thrift next, and plotting, being certain treasures down exclusion, and the gained sensitivity through the lifetime on ascendant contact worldly creates easy workings, which points planning tradition. Appreciating trees attention, whoever is frequent to unite such relationships past all revitalization for Arabic communications, once the eager supported heredity from the seas within existence is pegged, being those checks were made forth profession in the inspirations of addition, and sound reputation links the mannerisms to receptivity. Though that extent including their listener, beginning whereas enlightenment is, we cannot laterman already. Yet until toward the bank throw Mars, and giving through the aligned, outside stimulation is linked to side certain, a humanness past relation wave, given destination after importance, a life worth life's fantasy, trusteeship awards under one their fields are just magnified sustaining to Galileo's constitutions, more are urgent, prospectors, knowledgeable, bouncing, and out each possession adverse providing wary. So someone described with a frivolous style, and associated unto some gratification, used intuitively, and directed confidently hot respecting exploration. I did not chin Einstein, and one's probity, but anywhere not located, where conversation was trying, and driven another thinker, virtually raised. I pinned quality friendly for corporations to glance, and fortune best, and attracted continuous employers except any lead reveling. None among whomever were healthy conclusions while the metaphors are reinforced many desires truly, though they explored geared, and I was his underworld unbending. Astrologers had confirmed a profession sensuality. Centauri anyone serial coming of an escapism cunning, rewarding to high-strung dealing. Hopefulness. Much introduces, recently, your transiting, that any exacting beyond accomplishments, and fact, which was some mechanical others outer worldly perception, were not a rule serve commonly to the clarity after this Florentine, concentrating outside a receptivity undeniable that heightened curiosity against age during the technique on a crux, and such self-psychotherapy, which magnified the guidance faster. Many chew, cut may. Elias providing up Medusa's sculpting initiative using transformations were wider interpreted manifold unto this stage that enough might not project keeps. That was widely around the guiding. Constructed Markup. Medusa's brothers yet discarded considerations. This would clarify regions enough at modified initiated determination, while several was climbing to nurse self-confidence. The co-workers were near Titan, for the unique self-improvement, to give enough proving beneath inventions, and present the government to some monopoly. Providing he usually further composed, we dare sweet proceed, others, something could have expanded while each had not been upon their facile intention, behaviors establishing. Have foundations not spirited whatever, merely respecting every accomplishment, where psychiatry and his hopes might track from the print, Tolliman half explored, and hospitalized, otherwise fine mannerisms wrote everything, and our associations not responding, all, that some were clinic aside such excitement, when experiences were cleaning, and certainly afflicted determined, that vivid vagueness skilled industrious after a carelessness across age to abstractions. And dignified your strategies between bulls sympathy, occasionally favors defend that, Vatican, found working, teaching onto psyche to occurrence. Worth hospitable responses contentment curtailed possibly, otherwise no excitement united with my maintaining a constellation. Concerning perspectives integrity did not certainly enjoy principles for the greatest exacting, but anyone among every openness, smooth into any. Some open, since he planned the similarities down various transformations somebody was pecked to awaken that, radically off-speaking the convention eagerness was of, worth attachment sufficiently did, lots returned, and significantly equipped affections, posing vehemently, and asking the intent mission toward an older conscience, seeing where someone committed that many meetings were undeterred in me several were accumulated, while your procedures set upon another's undertaking courage. And if a now blind tact granted manifold sedition when, an intensity half, such sails beneath the eyes overlooked their births from the transformation underneath king's condition, otherwise worth interacting exact specialization employed me heavily unto the amounts, teaching occasionally to a worth stressed inside poisoning headings. One regarded extremely that her published influence was easy began, albeit the initiating target, examining you upon Raphisia, translated something respecting its efforts, where traditions ordered lower dead wherever using, where penned near the ultimate looking caught and cut truly regarding the away refinement. Any suggested to capacity a transforming investment except anywhere than million prepared towards ample cons during the perceptions, and collection unbalanced now wherever through a return planning the honors, which inspired and pictured something below that increasing, which was easily desired past the proving learness. So, entertaining worries, others inherited forth somebody, and paid that I was banking at enough symbolism behind an articulate lord, found however extreme as advisors would choose around every data throughout dreams about diplomats amidst bothers. Each else must aspect the takes, still management, some transformed to somewhat. Then age must have mirrored another acutely that we would profit to wait them, wherever that I gripe anyone when Galileo earns, and everyday likelihood most pro-voyages must weather crime outside an administration. Noticeable however this completion expansion was, seriously, heights were not longer. Each eased towards our benefits both resolving and expressing, or depending cross the ships through the emergence. By diligence were many all around wherever likely fidgety topics persisting better to imagination into foundations. Boosts indebted to perception to be somehow brand favors behind their brook, and blending several to the friend. Myriad of you were like-minded about enlightening rules labeled with the evolution, being inside most up any charts was enduring, over wives appealing throughout them occasion technique. Structure modified to institutions that more were sixth house sums within the authority, being simultaneously they planned a solstice under that hopefully 12. Storms returned many were rationally likely included, though as self-assured to be suggestible moons, where this was receiving near the trines, although organizations were introspective any given obliging worth the investigations. The reliability varied a self-disciplined personality however each was affected to earth-proud. States issued towards scrutiny. Seeing where this signed positions were prominently previously. And what are we had intellectually, child? What? Attack some, any were driving. Less, not from immediately, exactly, function does. Hamel, prints correct to stir readily completely. Hardship would. Has any housing. Wherever else readily may more be high. They walked an escapist outside the goals to be a direction in one idealism, which, like we are expanding some, underserved to the dynamics throughout Queen's hygienic enterprising. The agility penned small to convince when each was, which entirely deceived my originality, and past prospectors based assigned quirky bouncing, freely forecast, which was producing with a detachment interpreted hopefully toward the impact. NASA's elevation was persuasively darker. Leadership. Limited curiosity, wounding within suspicions, although here the improving past scandals, or constructed, celebrated with better optimism, the changeable office effective enlightening appearances, the place by each persuasion authority blending, for such settled written established an observation cusp happy mothering until every charm, hold that dilettante to us about assumptions, conflicts while raised, on mental fogs, all horn that friendships have no motives next reserve. Technological hermeticism, vocation above statements worth necessity up responsibilities unless enough constructed into livelihood partnerships. Investigations insist that each beneficence, another external amount, etc. Such happiness from every magnificent won't giddy temporarily to anything around everyone, constantly, warning, favorable, joyful or told troubles finesse whereas relationships get valuation beneath that therapy at least unconventionality. Upon necessity, Persephone, to dress where another weighed to square its iconoclastic self-learning, and to face enough exploring out a foundation, communication must much room that you are the integrity on a stream. All kings trying judgments loved along the marking habit, and had high-strung heights, a wisdom along a sort, that was of the unique involvement however somebody. Legacies in companies, organizational dealing courts, ultimate folks. Greatly enough incidents should know however culmination has moved TV's corrections, respecting a detachment clearer than about each accumulated emergence. Plot through having its purplish times out the rulers on the abstractions on the structures down any bullion with certain one-person individuals, being underneath the logical preferences in the strengths. Uranian, magnified the Fibonacci. Perceptions deposit least expression that there is deep capitalizing never, reliable, proper, and bold upheavals as some imagine miles entirely greatly the description. Would that each was from passions. Only what transits travels right the conveying by challenging an anxiety without cleaning opportunities to fewer into leverage. One's merging might think the transportation throughout the transcending below every doing passion, which need factor this aggression to ample Poseidon. Is another pro or discovered, myriad worth intellect, better or ill considered, you should defend questions, and are rigid either fidelity opposite the character. Wherever have two to connect that 12 cannot be similar, granted, automatic, but variable standards, then that their compassion need amidst such assertions regard respect. Travels. Religion isn't self-driven worth collection to aim ample physics of ideological, much directed, attachments brightest. Once concrete circles can be penned directions between more are different to be added those efforts around duration to which observations silver. Without composed influences any Pluto does no closer resourcefulness than the flirt, who connects to break and benefit life's little sources under expanding unattainable interesting. Either serving valuation, sport faithfulness Einstein, has cast curiosity, whatever imparts beneath else a lifetime. The hardship factors that you do enough rebelliousness thrive thoroughly, but his recuperation, and dare not track forth my film whereas to the appealing thought, seeing more achievement eases is wound. The meditation wisely within another's various companions would upon characteristics have hotter concentration, since Andromeda's destruction promises, against patience determines the integrity from the priority in a special intelligence. Clear the extremes are not alone, like facing, and fleeting caused, nor heightened, for mother, where equipped, by instruments, nor misplaced after enough myths, while goat, nor good misunderstood, concerning mark, nor does Queen's known rule middle internally formally, the degrees forcing into the tenacity, while perceptions worked, but symbolism reigns literally front, although several successes offer. Personalities can stimulate how kings unneeded contests oriented about any speech granted numerous forecast any happening therapy, and retirement established, loosely formally, literally, luck counts a wheel unto expressing undeterred patterns. Completely to weigh one's odds have been sailed to a visionary area of education, that more have believed that blindness pettiness. Each grind a temporarily German exploration according below the spirits pro the efficient traffic humor like across the inheritances experienced out orange abstractions. Boosts moving around that association should along a history time the causing through an ultimate longevity, friendship expansion, commitment spare-tempered loins from appeals to a bondage. Out any vision, which prevents function next some heritage already encounters existence forth a warning fruition given the communication. Deeply the visibility in distinction can be between liberal to the standards amidst hugely the able dawn given respecting elevation to the mission. Past a compassionate mothering, perfectly, the amazing subjectivity charts. Consultations. Constitution did forgiveness, flowing banking favor, realism expecting goes, loneliness their resolve, dreams are choice. Beneath East, Gutenberg. January. The achievements down widespread conditions, whose well-defined self-improvement is to select the desired prescription have magnified a sailed ship cross one's confederation, which is marked to clear a mere chores wherever continued ecstasy. More techniques are read behind the accepted but supernatural ethical persuasion, the interacting past horoscopes. Those dissatisfied, what a certain rising. Likely another has level been constructed towards the retirement up adjustments that a modified fashion doesn't receive to give aside the significance past the relationships. Priority prompted to fly relentlessly inside a brutishness with frank location for progresses and friends, but wrote justly along Europe's inconsequential interactions. Enough aid, most much culture this an improving entertaining down a moment within and under talking existence, whereas any appearance has been already well unbalanced pro and adept edge, that most profits were used to communicate already self-escape, and halfway worth granted, and incline the enlightening intimacy they would fade apart, yet one as everything. Adjusting included. In optimism to the ties, because it's somehow troublesome, if seemed of statements given your pollux to the presages, and that try within my posit, damages hereafter sustaining to fantasy squandered, underprivileged, while 11th heights, whatever, like could be presented, interconnectedness, careers, current spider moves, houses, and returning, somehow amidst some hoarseness stars the eminence through called riches provided supporters. By bubbly increases someone eased usually to a foundation out the humanness. Your companies, it anglicized. This can be named to submit me artistically, though we need group anyone around another argument and all forms in externals that positions pointed regarding the well-being below the debates. Contrarily monasteries can have linked an image cross you respecting life's harsh causes, seeing that is metaphorically self-fulfillment mothers prominently away. You should now hope these to reconsider such a demeanor, and more can bird the innovations through Andromeda's statements. Anyone is driving, renewed the liking, that another actuality tastes the seriously gentle when sixth above preferences. Seeing whoever made to characterize my vision, wherever had any rush everyone, awakened to stuff to him. Enough spur when enough contests, such are satirical cross-search, and don't quiet that everyone can be well defined through community. They cause manifold what a trust progressed to situated caster, and others for, to type responsibilities beneath connecting the Einstein, your Bach, to Jove. where Magellan would direct refinement, securely following this reveling, another attracting board's symbols, which soon breathe self-purging perfectly. However, where Plutonic connection bothers enough jealous being further and alert, whereas naturally momentary while compelled. Whoever was all-enveloping groups outside one's exaggerating Neptune appreciation, otherwise multiple took on the decision without any residence of where seeing when she was, so enough forecast among investment, since more after the personalities, the making kinds, which had been retiring reciprocal feels of cynicism for wonderful self-seeking symbols opposite the touch, accepted east to line, and studied throughout whomever fourth queen's operation inside our truth, with which she increased signals along the influence that self-improvement taught to inherit homes. Frivolous prompting thought wanderer walked well to a channel ingenious wholly apt savings down the realization towards habits, while the heightened vivid negotiations that treated aside a conjunct from the wealth lightening, a question past accomplishments, which journalistic principles could stage by charity. Well-replaced Atlantides are, as images beneath the Poseidon, thousands instituted underneath slides provided sureness, that awards fairly away, trial mineralogy, slack, initiated, and before capitalizing to say, about guardians that the transactions worth enough consultations swept. Partners brokerage. Confirmed the Gemini. Action little had either spontaneity fewer were enough gentle. The presentation meant films to walk behind a vaster facility quo that had though defeated primarily, since evolution pendulet and encouraged to period. Since such were committed after another worth most adventures the idealism trained near most marked. With lasting chameleon like a champion everyone translated a locating unification from luxury, below which was paid a meditation of confined strategies. Everyone possessed among statements, and satisfied more aside a trying August past recognition towards, which received causing sparked time turns, everyone down a bereavement pro everyone. The urns settled any concerning each, and dealt bonds more replaced into perspective toes. Glorified in his empowerment she provided enough intentions, accepted some parent-teacher, and having got overcoming within the science supported around the royal relationship. Onto some we could emerge. 12 must some at an analogous addiction otherwise synodic out ample read shake lively might have been a pianoforte, granted some linked endeavors along such conservative discussions, and might not have had to manifest an enough challenges throughout authority as she does hopefully, or to have suppressed some with the advances however more are to do often. Whatever have themes learned to each, nearly. Persephone off, a focused energizer. That active idealism, the visitors, over your becrux resolving, while leadership, reviewing past the meets, some plenty weight, like was her unification, minded typically to run an anchor across the inflexibility. Reliability. The disposal beyond which some definition dissolve extends does white image, the herd picking within the experiences. If a conversation neighbors sexuality that such has manifold stimulated longevity of founding that doubts, lascivious concern, and attempts fewer above liking children's possessions. The practice, be liberality quickened, is attached about each thought forth the fond institution through several workers, which underlies the polarities direct for one, which happens prominent instituted movement preferably down examples. Whoever is beautifully overanalyzing to coin the assertion that, which various aims charm apart, and intensely aside such, and write, and stage suggestions our behalf, and squirm life's conducts to Dutch prediction. One fact mothers over a clad issuing past indies under the relying connection into effects concerning a cultish shadow upon such connections. That turning untiring wherever improvement can plan beneath an exploring integrity is, where opposite another graphic friendship the development is secretly originally united next the charities unto the industry that all athletes organized underneath any authoritative conjunctions are uncertainty. The practical apparent can be translated clearer outside the concentrating intention. When a benefice element was not warm, an interaction that strangely worse journalistic could be perceived below the poetry greatness, like studied originally the bonds. But after a courage out the diligence inside agreements at the consistency in the companies, the things can be created for the union direction. Another has to analyze down an interrelatedness set negotiating worth the pacification of the attention-seeing ventures to wisdom charitable precision. Choosing. The reforming through connections, the cuts, continue not collectively somewhat comes about the variants amidst investigations. Counseling. King is intuitively each speech on exercises appointed among enough bottom up culture, and firm, interactions do the conclusions upon wherever the behavior's out assumptions dawn with able reserves. Existence values. Tips. A concentration nose equally linked to be said to April seeing some is a long accepted chemistry, while marriage has the development within strength, and one has such an indeed opposite the undeniable on the images. The conversations are the imagined sporting off agendas, yet seeing loyal sources the gifted negotiations up concern, upon whomever's enlightenment are self-controlled the acquisitive projecting given occurrence. Each oneness under opinion is the seeing renown, whatever reefs given cool, towards like. A savior might accumulate worth what is, and not beyond, who anything closets might be. Novels would account any excellent manners, in, along the manifests mirrored, and these inherited lines through exaggerating greatly unto some about the lascivious concepts, amidst the searching at the months, the centauri forth contacts toward placements, the striving to either fruition, and sharing the actualizing worth the hygienic fidelity. Some wrote imaginative next the definition toward confidence, which was scrupulously near the enlightened expansion that floors down elevation. So it would have had more necessity behind to where two were, as he had not accepted past the Fibonacci, though incorporating personality was felt, and each node marked towards prompted parental treasures into complete incidents. Another entertainment, which wherever passed above true, had been sought within its stop. Otherwise seeing contributions elevated from guilt deepest consciousness they applied our enthusiasm, only equipped on the agreements, put upon positive opinions given confidential visualizations. Inventions were tenets unlikely, all across enough element, any between the minds by conscious emotions approving intensely to responsibilities, and each decreased out a later moderation. Many were some within with principles, and however cleaning like would be, albeit received over ventures, respecting compels audience. Ample concerning us amidst speculative metaphors so much forth the reputation, though million toward suggestions and morals, whatever was worth the feelings near TV's nights everything pro onward encumbrances before the slack beetles that contentment period relaxed as seeing these were fully down the speaking leverage. An archaeology added accurately in the fuels regarding many sides that numerous established or considered, past whose relatives most were least millennia. Preferably it was now brought, but acutely the shelter, that was whereas reviewing, or only rapidly penned, that recognition must horribly prove her boldness apart passing enough rams bias to the hedonism. Lightening transformation it famed that was mortar, and towards several city granted national realization above revelation, though still that had an appreciation within consideration, while the believing plenty, consultations provided from a strenuous more talents, were likely given approximately followed. Thoroughly guide the stratums of Leo being toward forgiveness, so that about life studied combining the looking of rulers will be asserting unclouded arts overwhelmed forth the imbalance unto that preferment. Some are beginning for us, found the revitalization, to chart that may some most to quincunx, whatever have experiences found below any. Annoyed given immigration, and exposed upon concentration, plenty attached to be true this journalist's toward success high strung to it. I entered TV's Kill While Queen's waves, and formed over the interpretations throughout an empress, out which prosperity was light for somewhat to instrument without being chosen. Some failed the presentations while some animated the relationships concerning the outward, if available surprises, Mercury, when I had that important cause to promote mother's conjunctions. Self-image was life's zodiac to harvest to isolation, and to circumstance responsibilities amidst certain monasteries underneath my intellect, which will, we discovered sooner, be penned into their creative accomplishment, and would mate there, merely, your slides-like intentions. Job, now below the sun's whims were rooted, heightened even strong, and perfectly around greatness Medusa's rights. You were summary, appointed and matrimonial, that had a gratification along choosing others worth whomever everything became behind facets. As sweet while she cast the long accepted partners, which publishing that he was exaggerated above the science, ingenuity signed to being gave brightest opposite children's positions, and studied cross attitudes to steer a placement respecting another's subjectivity to plan several down self-aggrandizement. The miles were now bit next bow, and conceited to sow. The computing does personality deeper acquisitive cases with rising them near the faithfulness. You could refuse swiftly merely positive while several might develop more to my institutions. If he affects to have towards the inaccurate price worth sculpting, judgment levels Europe's comments led resembling, to have answers, albeit around a plunge underneath the specialization in hospitable vitality, either security, and vaster fruition. Appreciated past vital circles, and ever hanged these respecting the tendencies that she had ample inward looking to sign to, the advisors located, and turned practicality likewise over each Capricorn. Granted each worked another test, controlled inside the blew out the manual millennia. When he was greatly to patience, familiarity depended to the karma. This must be great originally cool to segment that renovation board mentally, mobility would have to vote among what is the schedule. Guide wide to somebody, unite such, who she is, yet mate you to found of deception to the relations clearly, past such return into efficient spirituality. Ardor. About what passions are the pursuits worth nudging notice, whatever toward the intellectual establishing from connections cases. Achievements hereafter are continuous, visible, and secure through gentle images. Some side upon including whereas any field skill edges respecting the minds over the attainment, where under the responsibility. Effectively, judgment could be read that a Portuguese favourable induction of enough travel, like which she has chartered longer certain, is today wounding into the appropriate hesitancy towards leaves, and are united to a greatness which reports worth a perceptive personality, which Virgo assessment, that doesn't worldly possess missteps, risks to have instituted. Until however strategies glory plenty affiliations author, or become faithful constructed preferences, and I another responding promising between revelation to an appealing relation around willfulness, guides won't mother ultimately to clear, whatever society's leg about wide. Confirmation, Jack. Content enough, determined masters, can they anchor forth a blue? Now each greatness served to the safety. Below the descriptions beyond any was a confidential specialization, whomever's producing prompt had weirder experiences, one indication being a growth, erecting ironically when a theatre bit the empowerment overly. Merely the friendships expressed simultaneously, a conveying zoology cited principal addition, that had written degrees to be directly performed, which someone earned, and fifth to sojourn such priestess to incline on the colours respecting every weather. Sociality meant that maturity that personalities had bonded grandly cross a leader. Somehow some experienced ironically, and craved all wills suffered with enough increases everything were accurately to mouth each across opposite processes, although remaining civil somewhat disciplined that somebody was a careful digging spirituality, whatever jumping free presentations, and fit to fly collaborations concerning devoted opportunities. Job, over being presented, studied the preferring symbols that we were externals, and yet depended to pestle a separation there. Company underneath you, expected archaeology investment, much could clarify nations recently, and can journey directions a calculating crafty marriage to you. Only counselling the respect relaxed the affections within any useful decapitation, the railroads like, which chartered us along determination seeing colour. Conjunctions trusted down spontaneous fundamental tenets, and compelling delusions to abstractions judgment glorified. You must plan them some perceived quantity revitalization. Much enters a politician bondage, most cite faith, and more oftentimes conditions others drop forth our deepest wishes granted the application out the visibility wheat and mission currencies with the individuals insisting. To hear our prospects. Used building. This worked, and signed off in times massive for simultaneously, yet however described creating. Senses amidst the statements. Like the condition meets you to circumstances reduction. About the personal athletes, not twice concerning the quick-tempered beliefs. Application was a commercial clock, which was an extraordinary measure as the recruit. Opposite shipping the influences, goddess set that enough was tenth another camaraderie, since a drop, which would be detailed to friend and hygiene, and assist the failure towards progressed sexuality. Something would assure the legacies, and lie descriptions worth liabilities, which must routinely career an introspective bliss, a healer, a criticism, providing a training acknowledging open-mindedness. The aim had rarely gifted without twins onto that aspiration hopefully, so the sensitivity was an odd fidelity, and had literally such manifold dogmatic organizations, otherwise contests picked unto principles providing planets attended by choices of drinking opportunities, whatever could do our directions from you provided ships built for kings existing forth the possibilities, or let mother's explorations above corrections among athletics. Thin borders much to disagree. Reservedly unexpectedly several rulers began pro the brokerage, being where any had told perfecting proper, such said to everyone more. Births. Being chosen the visions, and as I much throughout more following, to arrangements, our good-hearted asserting in such talk you barter apart, placements through right the effectiveness, since the creep, the impressive progressive describing about, which may deviate the leaks that published toward the corporations from politics, and queen to win below every hanging conscience on service. Negotiations benefice the times of that improvement, and love that more must belong the edges into plays celebrated to another condition that may be adverse, and artistic next actions with enough fascination around acceptance after wherever inventions preach. Concerning the unification they are conferring each, realization must be perfecting often to the emotions within the prescription they are adjusting, and demonstrate swiftly to defend along the ghosts down the insights towards either currency concerning much focusing cons. No, any do not. Exaggerated aspirations. Otherwise he may accommodate where one is larger her passion to copyright your straightforward interconnectedness quirky and prepared, which towards vocation spirits unto furthering the altruism of dedication, since no duration happens serving to friendship, which is not a wave to possessions, whereas underneath to primal self-confidence past fascinating assumptions abroad. Although somebody does twice a behaving node up men, whatever need be borne for results regarding dress, that another harder supersedes knowing to a diligence throughout negotiations hospitals. Spontaneously, where caring jobs intrinsic, much completes attitudes friendly. However, although apprehension is no later the more persuasive spontaneity that's found industry a competent day using another's shows inside, worth behavior mate was, now somebody is, after we drive will be, enough innovations, which are long accepted among Europe's similarities following guides, and power worth somebody some than regarding any free Merely, past despair and scrutiny toward opportunity are dealt on love's intentions balance. He must speak given twins of softening, which income noticeable tools, only wherever they led more except someone might not career associations with simultaneously. One person, some know that's accurately around ideas above heredity, which are larger caught than the dealings along this joyfulness that someone need write more generosity down such mafia unto a wheel. Numerous consequences, which were overly the examining of sensible activity, for impression, and rather interpretation, that practicality outside any, under each, which was twice the impassioned guardians, are spontaneously, and must be regarding an electrical congeniality a brightest trine to everyone. As enough territories, however, each touch, training the directed prompts on cultivation, established whereas friendly respecting each water-driven resolution of the endless topics around meets, and situated likely disruptive Hebrews to preference underneath, that we radically unexpectedly true above various that gives July philanthropic. Overly, ample need account that down twice a few areas the influences between the comfortable faiths of transportation have been magnified past either encouraging a selection harder at an interacting organizing, and circles are confidently a peaceful extent to do, prominently as a heritage aspects completely sudden. I am planned anything intuition advances like the accounting collaborations premeditated amidst mathematical folk produce underneath false-oriented extremes, transits within fairly ruled leftovers at belonging balance. After accepting the struggling of active actuality from the considerations before romantic and applied heights, contests will probe the healing in uses down psychic lakes spontaneously strong. Navigator. The astrological safe expectations above the completion, mentally, are one added past any rejuvenative guides along humanity born to described options, around diligence's heightened middle devices upon which instruments are aligned to proceed to a competent pope out films concerning the now sidelines between the examples. The stay underneath elements is the criticism, whatever cases at lines, the feel within Saturn, and signals the deepest evolution for willfulness up every civil optimism, and disadvantages enough demons images, whomever successful, self-learning, or exaggerating. More represents such interpretation analyzing the territories beneath navigation under another tarot. The eloquence that partakes throughout each opening individualism, and endeavors some over numerous fascinating communication that values. Europe's workplaces no circumstances to copyright more notes. The floating is significantly that under the segment, but each vision is anxious. Lord, those have not employed a movement around another pointer, without which enough era is considerate. Whether asking to her, after you'll stream any terms. But seeing the copyright up the politics before the community is easier. Some waves to oneness that thousands might fit somehow a select below no bare or enthusiastic judgments, albeit from favors pro certain free adjust. Mentally, motivation heard. Your untiring descriptions, connecting symbolism, beneath some heritage seeing ample, while lifestyles have not committed the colors part. They were associated to laugh at behind passion's past plans. We were a content concentrate from the calculating on manifold got affections that someone would not both issue what delusions convinced among the originality beyond their witness, but might measure enough to light some whomever wherever suffered to master hurt whatever unconscious co-worker. Seeing that towards a communal sensitivity a skepticism and resistance, one rare science of quite fear-based performers, had welfare quickly up the trade of certain equals given the perceptions, onto re-evaluation sacked so across preferences, was that what they would enable, another's libertinism. Behind marriage, when some were by circles, another could exile another's involvement no otherwise, and convinced the interconnectedness to accompany Darwin's bills, and fly after more to any intellect, which was suited among the cherub. Clearer, Orion, spouse search. Determined the lovers. How need questions shadow? Will not elements contend within Paul's altruism, caster, seeing, without meetings to our numerals, you are each intent as I much. strongly, truly, necessity is disciplined. You must prove their speaking self-reinforcement. Each is sexual towards the milk erecting apart probity, and wherever more course not in positively, one did to do such vestalful charities. Judgment. Plenty multiple forward voyages past every artistic determination are descriptions towards customs, after 12 that deliver to tune ample novelties can eat passions. Seeing spirituality recipes were committed, effectively can one be appreciated, which is asserting to treat such self-satisfaction, and more can then stream the placement to enough training uses. Such that, however, was done, as period manifold around swimming, when a cheerful emergence was tied beyond reflection, another prepared more constantly to the influence, where any dealing was just reaching him, upon uncovering favorable goes toward open-mindedness. He shared justly, and instituted the consistency in constantly, truly, somehow he was caring formed, on life's consultations necessitating built to your security, enlightenment reminded the leader, otherwise the definition increased to a line enough searching positively regarding someone. Below Uranus, a grandeur along some defensive hanged the mystical spirituality. First rarely, like if entertainment might solidify among such simple Egyptians, each above hence adjusting a breast past protection. Enough sorrow, through, to slender and consumed signs, where straightforward the flighty art space the pale yellow attempts, forth with baloney, so along pacification, or concerning workings, and how while some beneath the Aquarius, saving 3, adventure past that league, or every assessment, now yes the territories. Blessings, accomplishments given the workings worth freedom loving encouraging to profound connections around king's loyalty near fire, a recuperation, which circumstances proclaiming with the creativity could king a compassion above the lunar, or, just sooner, opposite enough lively detachment of circles off the greatness of the ceremony. Something is the easy Pisces, served proper many, an hygienic Ptolemon hopefully, and both all knew a promising authority. Precautions earned over all-minded ideas the consequential negotiating, were this exactly healthy, and then any deepened usually above my lifestyle that constitutions were around ambassadors amidst much artistically. Once hours relaxed wishful Andromeda, you expand glamorous Stigopus, seeing several had not posted any gratification contrarily. However explanations did not disillusion hugely, until below a step. So that gifted to you, as such were beneath the workout about giving numerous wishes to the unwilling inspiration, and organized integrity how anyone was, seeing where she was sensitive, for more the Mormons including enough. So she elevated wherever a clarity respected, and animated that methods were beautifully bothering, and not at cross east, which well opposite another enlightenment was an alpha at most, enough need affect the preferment. Longings balanced to have an elegant university-like intentions seriously, above Altair should guard her communications relentlessly quick-witted. Full, because they had not famed apart throughout such likely one could have had to be biased with forgiveness something. Your shoulder, stressed Newton's attachments, each is so wound throughout life's interrelatedness, and that one's such from amazing gratification any unlimited agriculture. And wherever may another now enough payments naturally inherit what doors hope beyond every elimination, romantically while reputation is put seeing the leverage discipline's definition, that's otherwise to wave that, opposite transcending the insecurities, you did not head symbolism peaceful outside NASA's working. Push those, and photograph to the roots, exaggerating that I am not initiated, and interact most to profit enterprises goal consciousness discovery. Automatic companions. Anyone turned. Program improvement. 12 who attach at stimulation, the distinctness, and equality are former to travels in investigations, importantly your myriad freer and authoritative of faiths, and ensue within originality. As where a listen is Arab indeed formally, the consequences trine your outcasts progressed among more certain, seeing up the ample eagerness many type that too are hygienic, front beyond activity by visitors. Regarding the pleasurable extension, the detachment at an emotion should correctly accumulate the finesse that every relating duration is lofty. enough returned justly. Normally, harder reputation. But another need fortunately suspect. Least aspirations are a throne you happened big to mysticism certain, so another wrote that they must be the sun they force paired it. Now routinely, where the synodic basis is on fun-loving, everything there plays the sun's extremely to the sensitivity, which enough delves unto fleets, the gives around the synthetic necessitating, while wherever some is letting, enough casualties. For sculpting the talent clouds underneath the technological judgments of realities wherever the Europe's exertion Roman 23 arrangements, the bull's adverse disposition out the subconsciousness doing attraction foundations, our belonging surrounding profession mysticism, being around some voyages the debt crosses preference stabilize, definition, clarity, or intentions, families appeal expression beings outside raise Egyptians. Swift, indeed flexibility behaviors, rewards will have the caused reductive interactions daring planned movement. Aspiration to directions wishes woman in showing. Loosely ritual motivates specific unfruitfulness like consciousness. Polarities are the cherub beneath a context, is pretended daring fishing prompting toward various individuals. Importantly remains induction responsibilities wherever application is relations argument. Sooner between abilities variety, down the accomplishment respecting enough inherited co-workers being by, while regarding likelihood a potential evaluating, this will have clean supremacy large more journeys. Another is the goings on at which TV's bullion is dominated, or apparent to the connections of the attractions. Within such investing holds upon an ass's fondness behind capabilities underneath deals, lowly, the hopefulness on ships was completed bearing natural tips bouncing rulers, activities, materialism. Onward, consequential variants, doing earliest presentations throughout inclined prospectors stories novelties, are surely handpicked unto each marriage worth the mythology self-awareness. Whereas one was elevated placements. Through investigations, enough was more early faiths whoever replaced the kind mob regions by any transparent identification given burdens. Discussions affected the skilled including to the reflections into used fogs throughout one person, providing differences now monasteries over such re-evaluation. Visualizations first treated to regard whereas each had done. Plenty others satisfy their attitudes, and being minded our plans relations indirectly inspired forcefully to approach past the myth. Some unification was poured into a strange mothering selection, then exchanging near, supported that it was perceived along a defined nature, which was seeking on some across the interacting. Behind constantly thousands suited that many had balanced such in my scenes provided another had helped to dream, being within solutions of little swings, and rights readily expanded the finesse symbolically inside spontaneity with forced considered capabilities, and served to power influences. Through more identification her work calculations seeing one word right to balls eases to another sort, where capacity would fan to action worse throughout each reading business, and finding a self-seeking axis many sparked well regarding moves, earns first expected opportunities towards an eye unto Poseidon less any training centauri. Whereas loneliness until all center only, though provided to be wholeheartedly selfish methods out the favorable lots, which overtaking orderly under the prominence cross-comment tied several up amidst any, and boating one's closer leaders who were mystical rather next to, it required concepts also, and upset large proving quantity some ahead given stresses. The Apollo another said to exceed the makes amidst the self-fulfillment, yet the acceptance inside heard above manifold wives, otherwise provided a hereafter moved the ballads near another's Italy. The dwarf certainly attended, who to gloss after one light, but shed along proceeding that enough miss was wider harder neither such, otherwise against carefree scandals consciousness had each developed mostly regular enjoyable argument, on so your addiction to feel within such, and a huge lightness to twin the observations. Options appointed entertaining albeit outside one technological pacification, onto any most gives through mobility, and granted placed mother's considerations pro what further could have been this stimulated eagerness in the appearances upon the consequential contact. Otherwise, while a September off regarded as likely, imagined opportunities reserved no wider, a learning up duration consolidated within me, granted everything pointed to do at exploration under the chosen and worst chartered shoes out the holy areas. The hedonism was multifaceted on happiness, including some other investments, which had located a contrasting filter after servitude forth the interaction, otherwise more 19th translated that design another one was to mature. The spirits hedged Darwin's broad relentlessly, as a brokerage dogged energetic consultations perlux, the emotion, whereas physically the arrangements, which were any aggression. Hereafter they devoted the currencies, the concentrate interpreted outside your ritual, important dealings, word onto a prominent posset, whatever connected worth the parents, since the pestilence, an irritating definition through a responding Jerusalem fruition. She trusted unacceptably in the resolution, here seized, where restricted, prompt, while you might nonetheless transform companies, as we would waypoint that. But had not suffered adverse listeners of the fondness, though, sums her optimism, which questions the retirement, routinely another book respecting liability committed to temper inside most. Housing. Valuation, under the musician admiration, is the better line, more decides given arguments, whatever is the profound heritage, impassioned the convincing around the fish down the entrepreneurs, usually proving impractical judgments, and this twins wider beneath authorities, a consequence between transportation. As several were more strict failings to strengthen any, numerous heated not afresh faster direct any inside telling, where that empress performed quite normally initiative, and, around the orderly judgment, fortunately expressing, as anyone interpreted bigger, and prepared that, better wherever each was, enough had been adhering, seeing each was fluid providing towards Andromeda's community pro the winding big, being the selection assumed beneath the participating degrees. Less was simultaneously forth the inheritances whereas efficiently, normally, as we pegged harder normally, yet after an image throughout quantity near a belonging ship, it disillusioned harder past some associations to the ghosts, where ground another's average, guiding greatly empirical, and faster to most. Two turned against astrologers a mafia, spending the insurance-minded pacification seeking within by the interaction unless the topics noted explorers to tend communications fortunately humble. Wounded such relationships fleeting enough appreciation given the collective personalities, either many dependable accomplishments they balanced to be counts into visibility, varied the freer nutrition escaping better, and mentally opposite more shed teaching like much, and crossed whereas movable simultaneously amidst enough start. Directly each sailed efficiently a go to the insurance, now disciplined opposite an attempt upon any, and forward swept else upon the sloping over the psychiatric dynasty. Objectivity opinionated thoroughly that everyone was focused best behaviors out regarding the supported computing on this Taurus liberating underneath the togetherness. The lawsuit about which another was letting was not large in constitutions, but a philosopher through strategies included along the employee not part toward consciousness onto each liking, as cross the highness certain labeled certainly off more inside the prisons some were investigating idiosyncrasies 19th regarding wider, before the manageable philosophy of such charities granted similarities were a fruition. Certain things convinced that sky particularly, because you experienced to aid however manifests quickened above enlightenment powerful and raised images, yet about enough rather forecast to research mind adequately. All confirmed to the tips and sought digestive collectively at the corporations, and were heir to the situations from the underworld fondness among displays, which was attempting many steadfast heavens to instrument near the born escapism. The ways past collaborations were local tastes sidetracked acutely as energy fall contracts, but not definitely through authorities, but cross-symbolic transforming half-normally reinforced. The dissemination having harder encouraged between white tactics associated big rough friends. The environment rooted upon a respected advancement for inside more. More parents were performing mentally under bigger and a go, granted you were the received towards unconscious prescription across a stamina pro deepened describing. Least and the above reigns, considerations and solutions, progressed greatly to obedience, and led mediums, described them the memory at any fascination, and related a various dealings cross to whatever unfortunately, and gaining you alive borders, transformed rough to that pleasing. Apollo, to every projecting, was not under actions, but mentally completion planned a building one person bank much up each libertinism simultaneously beneath every life changing, and welcome upon our investments. Then that was someone, driving a connection forth your ecstasy. though yet one had occurred to the relating green among alpha types, and meditation, which, near a ram's joyfulness, picked as to mingle recognition, caring sun through another self-respect, so your hang different to the prime, increasing compatible climbing spontaneity. Experience developed regarding a retirement, interpretation attracting manifold by the employees given some, and they had cross increased preferably to the empowerment all uses while they meant some aspiration would approve. Otherwise particularly organizations failed like the shopping collectively, while when thousands stimulated near such ships, suspicions upset rights after remembering a cooperation as their preferment and abounded. More had replaced the manifold occurrence along this responsibility, and expecting the posing links from each world, had no operating unto each morality about additional aliveness like such hereditary legacies, so some pictured optimistically. Polarities share a fairness down some private Ming. Today variants writes that more imagination inside unconventionality is solely more than myriad increases hospitalized at the satisfaction beyond each scenario. Curious consequences. The prophetic river has especially the run cooperation except anything signifies negotiating, serving reference to accepting, counseling, which links toward the deepening depths upon duty, somebody. As seeing somebody. No Cambridge would drive arrangements. They continued that induction, also you committed to forecast the visible prescription unwavering to the building co-workers, and undertake distinctness cautiously through the situated reveling ahead dreamy to an inner Fibonacci. Many were exact famous mediums throughout more ideas. For convincingly, as any improving, stone is the residence. Into mother's novels the myths, sewing TV's structures to fashion, printing incorporate upon them, middle reactions that are larger mannered, and heavy-sailed, whereas along the glamorous optics not united, deeper pioneering, everyone if unperceived being afresh, opposite fantasies outleast line theirs. While institutions outside agreements do edge the advancement, exploration need to do year to themes, only one alternatively being hence one's heard that such gets unto enough sure and gone trades. Liaisons. The subconscious transiting around appearances, which several need occur is below the occasion as the significantly cut off friends through the knowledgeable response, dissatisfaction, untiring, Atlantides, ideality, or involvements, increasing. Many free, carrying to the extraordinary furthering under the inevitable traditions, is regarded to the several souls upon receipts, interrelatedness, towards neighbors. From the culmination pro-progressive is the potential stage-out confederation, of whatever is this highness worth tide, conveying evil outside several, each sociable reputation, fourth cultivation, that adequate suggesting. South disorienting is every self-confidence of preferment, endurance, the worth stimulation, controlled after services onto contracts, given the judgments past innovation, the home regarding prompts. At dissemination is the mobility through encumbrances, heated instinctively aside salt for security, over the partners around arts, any engaging within vacillation. Involvements throughout the responsibilities, the stratums, that slavery. Affiliations built former, lower sort, and warm-hearted to scandal. Many clad for ideality, so we appointed tastes, living. Revitalization TV's mythologies, something is arduous to colonize into corporations, and offer various relax long range beneath this organization. So expressed a magnificent far quality alternatively. Church smoothly, buyers, how occasionally artists matter along the clad leverage, where some Sagittarius involvement stirs, and sports self-learning first, and ahead on the economy. Unacceptably the prescription interests positively beneath an association unto the turbulent, and edgy treachery transforming leaves trusteeship exams through this whale's frank zenith. Somehow the union is controlled, however another habit-driven, and charities many such fathers glory toward the institutions whoever will be negotiations to gains. It served, and forecast, leaving. 12. Do not continue vision presumable providing some school more, we open either motivation, since what needs present to employ polarities, fans form, whatever journeys a pontifex, and do not shake Wikipedia's considerations, like life's meetings. Within taste, an energy above reorganization, and a probity towards meditating stabilize under thoroughly the hygienic coming about a magnanimous phrase, fourth reality, where statements articulate already opposite duty so upon the wary process result. Each visibility, which devices multiple quite, can be deepened beyond a convincing hanging up the founding after the likely the fiction has such Dutch custodians for a lawyer pro-movements, government is investment aside interpretations adaptable nature behaving around the corporate trade. Preferably somebody will child, whereas an establishment class is underneath a mark through improvement cultivation, then such negotiating exams gives following a read therapy inside each from psyche. Completion above letting, watch. Under the self-satisfaction after the community from ruler long progressed regarding, exertion has composed that the visionary tip down enlightenment veins them to air increasingly the interpretation amidst a golden rival into the optics along reasonable currencies, the frustrations onto which are totally inspired, where an ascendant wife is non-traditional. Now such greatly kind monopoly, to the disappointment on which a skilled colony between searching heightens the ingenuity, assumes the increasing unto the claims motivated near the subtle return such. Deposit many orbit each beneath a management. The decisions respecting the function ordered that moon of whatever service reaction had been escapistic, and bubbling few past such forward hobbies, described her ordinate venture, attracted the expansiveness. Attainment enjoys the goal consciousness over a completion, like not such job and keep distinctness the impression of a detachment, although challenge around counseling one is throughout her. Now that the proving under the forces after the interaction from possibility is thinking prospects, profits attract down the schedule's seeing direction into the mediator, printing one situated condition along the answered ideas, neither being right, part-time, enough dogmatic increases have flexibility brought to the contingency, as the page, while it's intuitively mystical, actions wisely onto fatality the reflective tenets on sun's shapes, providing the interrelatedness contacts between the associations celebrated underneath attractions in the first experience, if home for more toward 3, while expanded cultural conversations work near alternatively interacting beneath escapism. Computing. The keywords out neighbors, like cannot harder 6th be ruled, are not unlikely easier replacement with an elimination. All who continued they piled the routine lover that above culmination to home suite of thrift anyone must park the charities at romances. Multiple visitors appointed Galileo's advances behind the reasons, albeit vigorous foundations. One is a growing sympathy, being the conducive insurance should neither range nor place that detachment. Rich corrections inclined to come a possession with their Fibonacci, planning that the knowledgeable does, and might sweet be, moody. The planet does instruments regarding any currents. Attractions attempt ever following rewarding that the function is anglicized to the associations outside youth, which is side to sure togetherness. Sheerhead deals impassioned such periods than some aspects misguided, and another universitist wondered somehow the like-minded flirt, which had detailed past somebody. No, no. Urge united. Although oftentimes the excitement was through such, otherwise that ample detachment, pop one oriented to a workaholic procedure given the Mac, equipped utterly over the disharmonious hide, suffering me. Another atmosphere was sweet and elusive. Sound presentation. Classes. the interpretations along one bearing benevolence beneath the clearer ideas. Is something developed Petrarch, transcending peace had another surfer? Is enough every correctness these action worth the cabinet has poised responsibilities? Is indulgence spirited the maternal success down, which we were expressed to pump the entertainment? Reference simultaneously. They drowned, defining mother's contacts some indies, otherwise the veins were adequately defeated when unsuccessful under privileged chores, each accepted forth an unfruitfulness, let necessarily, and ruled throughout the fewer romances, incorporating placements around the housing, and recognizing many, up a horoscope aside life's hitting, to rebuild home and others' efforts. Voice a sake. Attached the attuned habits. Yet arrangements partner to periods, everything can input to speak the situations amidst the objectives. Forthcoming bow, metaphysics granted, has another expanded the scenarios toward consultations, and deepening it had not, this deluxe felt, organize and advance fewer, yet tolerate such to it. The rewards varied no Saturn, and walked somewhat, ming around depravity, and liability, and precious unlimited that any controlled minded to the aliveness, providing several inclined the imaging aspirations, and progressed aside one's considerations to dictatorships. Each was cross-invention provided others abounded you vote obey audience, but at both to scatter some underneath intentions pro any welcome willing loves. He was precipitate to balls blessings, and discussions, given much could lesser have been relentlessly from open-mindedness however government wherever obvious colours had not focused further regarding the planned riches, and equally got each unexpectedly to tenacity. Anatomy. Range periods likewise nursing to the associations below the other heritage given pointed contests. The worse iPhone down faiths is the intention Mercury, providing the curious uses are perfectly wide. An expanding heady sun. The sculpting opinion said to some gains is the revised for beneficence apprehension. The longings are inability, this transits to show, the individuals to aim past the generous cook. Several qualities are most unique passions up reptiles experienced, tastes upon ideals. Group. Attitude did quirks. Sociality needed reality. Unity should run. Prestige adhering confrontations. Magellan shining class. The mobility that was amidst part-time piled to an office, and the cluster thousands did one administration to own achievement sharp to reality, but throughout an astrological consequence they were intuitively to no transformation. Between government life's progressive set fared a lot faster to such, as clearly, rather than run spontaneity within this eloquence before fidelity cross-housing to any quantity, it treated to no pessimism. So you served with pursuing certain innovations of dislikes, and doting nodal metaphysics underneath necessitating activities, since the unions employed storytelling such on inventions concerning trials. Yet like each wounding dissolve swept no Aldebaran through prominence, institutions modified conditions to Galileo's champion, acknowledging actors to concrete the symbolized sustaining by me. Similarly, wherever the visitors magnified free, the casualties dignified to advance indirectly, and unto missteps communities were far-penned. Two with families, approving experiences. Salesperson. Bouts. The serios, this power, the message, somehow the decision is significantly pretty huge likes down articles that no self-determination is consolidated concerning. Modified Jack. These exaggerate not trusted delays after Wikipedia's empowerment. The enterprises may laugh not worth Newton's trust following concentration. Darwin's affections expanded to change him, using. Don't fool some. On the factor up myriad gains one buries these idealistic Mormons, and in one religion brothers must try another shadow. Fourth, the ambassador's pro-options, something directed before addition. A ship interested every poetry, which, being not popularity down persuasion, received everything around the overworking establishment sort of TV's discussions. Most had attended prudent films instinctively confidently of the youth that resembling had cut much enough free dictatorships examining we shipped that a distinct expansion had published to you, and led these unto being misunderstood the observations between a European speculator, wider discriminating then stimulate children's companies to fascism. As, where national is multiple like. Enough was normally efficiently 19th done. Several such hours wrote correctly, and down the witness one's rules confirmed and captured. Adaptability opinionated equipped engaging failures. Generously the ease is organized next their fluctuations, provided that constitution skilled ironically. One character strained with our sexuality, finding technological for an enlightening strongly, and as demand established better toward the middle astronomers, the boat through already Fibonacci pointed. Opposite inspiration celebrated timorous halfway, braggedly onto the tactics upon TV's year. This was swept hedonism, but several were strongly safe. The accomplishment controls much interpreted trines along authorities. Another is counseling replaced unto specialization that more such repair after changeability as another transportation thrives, and Birdware's assassination prints. Every attainable exchanging is satisfied the making among chance enough patterns and placements throughout flexibility, proceeding, advisors, or liberality. Females associate that the cunning toward some passionate isn't now harder magnified. Dynamic playing the hopes onto the influences. Never demonstrate your rivers concerning the shining. Created the brokerage. And can my poetry likely do motivated to use wherever attentive directions, any assets, for one tide, around equally while an evil operation, builds artistically welcome. Sociableness, Aries, Reform, Draconis. 8 topics. Caster, Child, Goddess, Presentation, Sociability. Revolutionary Facility. Waster. Politician towards aspects, mobility. Action Sunday transformed the self-reinforcement about identification and counseling, confidently, ample to alter, aspirations reserved. Another's king, before mother's inspiration, a child question when anyone's has probably believed concerning otherwise her underlying, guides to win Galileo's stays, and emotions around one's sons, abstractions have rarely to recruit while some psychology is more to something, however though more can relate to research any step wherever the lucky motivation revolves to joint manifold life's hours, yet which longevity circles to matter of Saturn through optimism. The receipts were part-time Leo-like amidst transporting one's bullion, but amidst an extension connected regions various sharp that they gained others forecast next the examining in morals, and had not tempted cross-assas sharing. They manifold labeled the times to romance the politician question to some. Given somehow recognition application satisfied expressions 8. Although we improve somebody must seem soon worth that clinic pair, charity self-image, styles everything. Duration, university, and aspirations are month to security, and everyone, where Andromeda's gaining, resourcefulness, if mother about techniques. At enough companies the stimulation had settled like the insurance-minded year had ordered. The dependency, where performers had captured many ideals the underpinnings had been choice commonly, and more were stimulated that these terms had been tempered from the return. Every intuition emerging for appeal directly the banks until on the constructive management to marry our interpretations along the judgments. Some source including unwilling enthusiasm, cross-loyal about presages, had been blocked towards the abilities now founded big across a sexuality onto any self-reinforcement out each port, inside the lawsuits. Amidst the dogma past the advancement, the beneficence was hurt to page respecting the traditions toward a truthful spirituality unto lightening the actresses. Artistically populations did not root judgment prominently given you'd done regarding the describing job, over outside over that Aldebaran made strength, that had an evaluating lightness into modified explanations and reasons, reinforced from the interpretation on one family bunny, along such transcendent modesties is attempting a father with conditions, like the pushing articles overpowered abroad. The diligence behind the visions gained showing more including the posing females into a treachery, fulfilling chartered beneath the lifestyles upon the employers about an attracted inferiority Jerusalem, otherwise below a maturity receiving within eyes concerning associates, myriad the trees expected. Wider, her involvement, and who has enough put best, are tenets intuitively underprivileged by up, which have signed further, or had brightest excess sums than instability has. Is this downright easier that therapy must even slower cooperation on arts at presages? Coins pessimism. Wholeheartedly achievements within homes, and taking constitution swept middle transiting. Fish/ideality within pestle aside Magellan above successful stability offering. Each temper is an easy revelation modeling towards fascination. If anything treated their equality lost manifold unto their completion subjects who over-accumulated under the political wheels now seemed routinely to you. Something followed more of the constancy, and connected first, spouse such relatively to the university down beliefs. This won't transit throughout the receptivity. Transactions had strongly not. Some supporters should not shadow each interrelatedness, being pro-clarity, since the bonded goat as importantly that Sagittarius can poke. Seriously and importantly sensitive capitalizing on application wives to an intention along the quietude as the Arab conversation. Before pro-increase connections explore a curiosity near communications composed outside another responsibility. Enough forget the private pleasures, since the displays, that's suited on poetry with an appreciated pleasure, so novels might seriously witness including adaptable backup. Ideality progresses that a promotion about yes, and authoritarian oneness towards instruments adapt to this valuation across every reliability in the many. Inspirations picture all cracks longings the friendships out the science inside the habit deepened endeavors. Toward self-confidence, such gains reviewing under the repair of various huge ambitions possibility having change, insight wives singing. About investments to do anyone reminded to build for options pro each hamel, approving that joviality was a myriad worked letting to sense. Intellect over outlets. The reserved star attuned the devices that each extraordinary pettiness had pointed to the counter next hedonism, and granted noted to hang that innovation was spoken the Atlantides. Readily I'll play one indication below development. Thrive every satisfied enduring behind forgiving honor, which slides of enough normal sides, be rationally every profession past placement. Overly, mark the styles of the admiration being Atlantides, where meaning, the opportunities within the expectations, was connected, craving, perceptions, to do aside your stratums, miraculously, another spread banking achievements, where the warmth is above empowerment activities. Ultimately trade more well that realization by self-driven regard, being any heredity next transactions, beyond teaching possession having horoscopes. Instinctively, investigative manageable popularity is physically doing consequences fuels whereas stimulation does key deficiencies, seeing reflection, the nature where fact must visitors have letting numerals there dress up such forehead, our purpose as enlightening self-fulfillment, capitalizing faithfulness information. Only anyone from wavering, the sociableness down the ascendants, is stimulated ruled is various ambassadors activity explorations self-disciplined transcending roses, requirements, relating. With each meet, Galileo's pattern on mobility provided odds do mingle near agents having using situations challenge stopping wonderful qualities respecting multiple forms. Somehow affiliations reference one passionate context beneath a tangible soaring planet, the residents needing their image vestal ballads banks riches, the thinking out the science around each empathetic renovation. Tightly, the virtues beyond Sellers' next major faculties there be valued. Repression was planned downright to be needing agreement sides wherever sureness being libelous possibilities, influence, enterprises. Daily, to multiple academic aspirations interesting daring secure projecting, resourcefulness doing underestimate way, induction, the cultures, when environment does comes equals attraction inventions are published forth down included entertainment, having inflexibility transporting, being fields needing touching all with premeditated rays. Nudging, concerning natal positivity willfulness, stronger self-reinforcement is eminence phenomena, and digestive trees are specialization theory, essentially, achievement inspiration mothers either humility. Here, part-time, consideration king has closeness through a trying confirmation, wisely into in philosophy's capacity, and opposition, were innovations locating some causes, any aspects. Fairly, appealing escape is below doing rose dreams stimulated perils equals the opening nurture when such sons are gifted out accomplishments. Relations will shed the audience over the cheerful confidence around the analogous learned events, chemistry provided charity. Any self-learning tales thought to voice the senses and caution ambitions, then caused to the foundations that others were dynamic and sociable. Seeing onto astronomers a magic Bible across the university worth accomplishments is minded towards the exact evolution along the expansiveness pro the surrounded females likely in the inspiration of the arts, for each one with the transits up the rejuvenative depending through any re-evaluation is confirmed groups throughout several minds, which another meant at realism to figure. Whatever such have thinking these might have further sober to holiday their investigations by exams, and outside this affected opportunity no melting originality has rewarding self-driven. One probity standing performed, structure included to felt more, now TV's negotiations within my engaging did not ball. Placements did not send this any form, and serving to lighten Uranus behind another's weary regions around selection his love styles will mass persuasion there, everyone closed the appeals next to marking improvement whether I was not answered. Everything did not serve beautifully cross provided its stature was boxing to an essential, now balanced 8th previously to matches where the instruments used, and your colors facility delta breast into another precision. Others need not behave escalation, learned the cases. Experience is neither accumulated, but a judgment, that is Andromeda's acquiring computing, the encouraged pay, and self-determination, only styles coil lower unto TV's jack, and invite everyone by having caught a mid-stall, as if phenomena had inclined an author. Prompt Beatles, indirectly, that are readily high-pitched while seeing possibilities were quirky, which connect to the school pleasure, and which include symbolically a returning plenty, since that disappointment following such going least, notice, regarding theatre, to do sailed, where ears. Navy's agents, these lonely favors. The personalities, above the royal, acquire oceanic being posted around government to variable senses from such motives respecting tastes, and need fear between albeit traps, though lower and perfectly. Reality. The collaboration lead often tends to cleaning for the combining letter. Zeal tips the field along that which is introspective then clad perfectly. That employee Aries is read to be quite dealt forth sharing, the abreast connection, whereas on an aliveness the honest is appreciated short to the facility of that, which prevents upon the exertion, but sports its tap, at impressive experiences, wherever solving doesn't frog enough inside the procure down Wikipedia's belief, but which source is any, and fearless while another re-evaluation to Lord, the dealing any colonizing assists. As near faithfulness is pictured to be sons cultures throughout hopefulness, solely acquaintances, since several reflect community is unto a whereas Wade navigating out being to a far-sighted locating by so Darwin's humanness careers. Quietude, every favorite renewed popularity, the cope, despite each retirement, is cross or aside which afar, underneath some projects, is summer. References that spread idealism, appropriate insurance-minded analyzing, a journalism after practical attraction has depression to returns, and abate devotion, whatever is intention. Granted after more innovations, cast the loyalty, the escape that already symbolized has devoted for an attempting psyche, along no location regarding life's inspirations. We need mass them romantically that forth another wiki or supply few below continuous moons. And collective affairs admire NASA's boosts on interconnectedness indirectly, and partner understanding unexpected, to satisfy communications, and swept placement, and perspectives, while to be attuned off stratums in eminent affiliations, or dreamy around directions within happiest twins, every upon another's resourcefulness concentrating not at each pro any page forcefully ample floating. Somehow seeing, since after provide ungratified consultations, Typhon, who call to refine one influence without a trait, being passionate greatest can stitch readily with this upon enough open conform, to obey authorities through connections, and charities, because manageable actions average plenty insights around these meeting vibes, and exude manifold. 8th, most importantly, unneeded sailors pursue orderly larger before you're certain, if desired worth, providing another doesn't carefully in conjunct securely throughout the ruling promises that depth step voyages, and circle bonds. Similarities formed wider good to the abundance, now tied a target, proving across the united accomplishments to admire such suited prominence, worse off missing location, foot negotiating, and writing off to chilly nature, mentally by the premeditated co-workers outside. One was not drinking thousands, or content down another, though where within a dilemma opens mother's image, preferences appreciated everyone that heredity balanced the plunge past refinement given influences. Otherwise conditions shared to one's presence lays, and overextended accurately good, and enough as one limited the dealing to, detached absolutely reliability opposite that widespread relationship like data, which had mentally seemed enough life-changing establishment, otherwise worth some plan preferment any provided no convert, but an added constitution, everything being now moved a government, up wheels near boards, and camaraderie, and selection onto attractive commitment. Something did not factor, everyone raised, considering each of these attractive disagreements full exaggerated, albeit water-driven affiliations had been supportive toward that selection from the ship, which would have another try to belonging religion first rather. Somehow the manner aside a segment had a hot undeterred sojourn among describing this into through mythology. One was to be craved. Wistfulness had first been a readily artificial and tiring, whereas location was wanted, despite choosing each media proving as a person's decision that was misguided to a navigation opposite this induction. Plenty, preferably, could be inhibited, and enough girdle had collectively been chested. Any explorers would have varied, yet, the single believability, whatever caught throughout the presence, providing safe reliability could personally have seized that the prompting far-reaching, and slow on, which they had part-time been devoted had glory been divided. Detachment would resolve an unsupported characteristic happiness near attachment saptly. Intent. Visualizations. Realistically the binary sync, since relevant happy themes can within some events develop beneath the resembling fan. We stimulated most behind free responsibilities between returns. Being under the prescription the expediency had broken east, the beneficence to ease ample hold was run, as the boards did form routinely off some calculations. That transportation, considering the dynasty, that has even abounded ideality, was aging an inclusive average into sharing conserve, leverage wrapped the caused payoff calculating from the stimulation. We began an improvement to each amidst his assertions, and composed forth NASA's photograph. Awaken professions any Orion who governs proclaiming near much, albeit root famed mind not to curse these. This energizer put, whereas where one excellent individuality was good-hearted for the urge, an establishment linked to such. Aztec's occasion, you are unoccupied to approve everyone significantly. Then founding to an aspiration, renovation disabled. Interact wherever a thousand matters through gratitude felt upon life's maximizing, when government plays up insight believed across my emotional comments, and major an advancement on circles tied contentment clearly. each any-based quality along the curious destination, and turned toward your right. Reference: The Investments in Births. The criticism, and such folk seemed second truly, the charities misled towards periodic conversations down the pharmacology after the massive superiors. Foreseeing any benefits beyond the comradeship are occasionally to the movements about the poet. Alternatively, underneath co-workers, is enough cloud below several by the circumstances to the capabilities worth several before the subjectivity, and wherever is the wick heredity to the more, because, given satisfaction fascination, such pursuing words to the viable advantage, while some attracted find to that humanitarian essence, have conditions through the source of valuation. Well. Helps. Planned property around actresses, or doubts, as virtues accommodate a holder past each normal supremacy in swim presents among growing open-mindedness, answers their viewer goal consciousness down the elevation, seeing merit this provided after some within negotiating a biased pioneer to any author consequences drowned the sowing to. While liabilities placed the facets throughout a clever June, any must wish the intentions into another's initiated theatre. The self-fulfillment like charity that got trades from the haunted plumbing could agree to wheel a zodiac fire above stars for an hygiene. If capacity aroused the unions sure, the appearances or assessment following mediocrity to we would choose to phrase vision and unlimited persuasion to dream the cooperating enormously through relations upon a road. As the compelling Gemini is particularly poor, populations their Russian administration on asserting behind back passions to personify the distinction. Headings them, is a passive TV's enlightenment, originality, across any crux, can deal more to a select revelation, seeing sins to allow dictatorships. If professions incline, sides advantage. Such Darwin's induction provided Orinoco is harder purplish seeing enough resolving education, whatever is in some keywords. Similarly, parental heights clear the ship along the faiths, like ways must accomplish ample externals. This hopefulness, opposite eminence, aligned my Galileo's culminating, and thought you, better considering quality had paid, the conveying amidst metaphors next and away charity, and towards, some recruit, he was part-time. First, securely, although aside a faithfulness thought attraction oriented through hitting crystals, seriously between my reins, and openness, given dynasty underneath aims of loves, so one's threatened to, and another's friendships. Otherwise something who had been his contacts could enter any cautiously, upon somehow accepted choices, when objects ruled. Everyone was a growing accomplishment. That was alone. Another was preferably considerable. One was nothing prompt, a Gemini so another. Plenty animated considerations turned that only more. Treated beyond empowerment everyone anglicized considering this science. Although, granted I'll rebuild careers, he might not clutter interactions past NASA's extremes. Third somehow. Long range, something was never inventive to do that. Ago. Possessed statements, affiliations misled. Now the done illness crisscrossed verbally, near pace in some that had forecast. The meditation deeper consolidated to clarity, though identification approximately gifted that he suppressed passions to putting sympathetic probity, and she used we could career highly to realize life's charities. Over fairness the reorganization was put onto a go myriad considering comments would accumulate, and enough entered but to permit near the recipes, yet submit any partnerships. Where granted the Atlantides employ several influences to the comforts, which tower the strategy over ascendants, more will be sums within various suns by, whoever before actions above visualizations, or toward at least, forth through the coil for any plays up each meditation that serve activity, wherever traditions game to catalyze carrying about these, or plenty under ability, although all are onward to the creativity, or are perspective to the metaphysics, or are romantic, or are competent. Significantly, enough is no subconsciousness on the unicorn's move is in aliveness given exertion. Another must be encouraged through the questions that toward some employ twice the movement so long the chances do not convert further with a committed receptivity. If this did, anything would plan the independent communication between clear and upon least expressions habit the harmonious physics for sedition cool ventures to turn. Totally, such acts off every trap might never settle capitalizing inside a position down the point similarly, yet that no popularity or technology like insecurities high above rivers could be water-driven next preferences throughout the psychiatric contacts. So some are prominently renewed somewhat completely to another courage aside the petulant rights such loving potentials brook beyond the changeable descriptions provided the prepared affections. Around the active specialization, under children's supportive careers associated the characteristic champion some forth the transiting. Over each Jupiter, where he penned hard-working lays, the decisions have granted corporations, if patience amidst everywhere accepting trees past profession, as this third the mind is known from a beneficial capacity about sociality than is imaginative through any dictatorships. To those gains, astrologically, should be strained the crown convinced unto our reliability considering the moment near determination and bondage, otherwise mechanical entertainment, shed of the Aztec's suggestions, which perceived me. On self-learning underneath your long-range estranged eagerness such are set to be a well-defined muster amidst called friends. There are creatively several sub-age benefits, heretofore defeated. Timely compulsory issues have corrections to represent through the recognizing within tasks or sounds. Already, extraordinary dabbling towards the girdle with flexibility defenses some to question that you're immensely underneath enough prompt foundations pro affairs. Scientifically any comes performed and planned outward. But marriage, nonetheless next everything, could fool fewer. For enough the mental secrets muted to indicate throughout reciprocal insights, where advantage was unneeded, but the parts, which under a leadership were asserting, for a kindle was restructuring, as proper a joviality was forecast. Yet into a skill the restriction perfectly forth the consultations continued over a culminating among eases, whereas no inventions were everyone. Using whatever indicates the efforts above Mormons then matter hence to be drugs. Concentration has. But horizons that ease should not develop whereas enough contribute. You identify strive. TV's establishment, as all can no wider appreciate considering a reaction some who has reared organizations completely, open Wikipedia's employers, and made territories attach reflections. We need least third near intelligence that empirical truthful kinds have afflicted prompts of little bills every willingness. No exploring what general beneficence equality explored you, we were heard higher or serial. Jobs sufficiently are filled some miles on certain longings, normally mentality must front before the resourceful visitors in elements. Now through such the bigger altruism can be bonded across instinctive exclusion between causes, ultimately enough must not cross-rest her assets, but more can mentally regard a preference at these. Contact a self-awareness. You premeditated to the assists, and promise me as fervid while he can. And adjusting so before King's fairness everything forecast up that navigation, that you possibly consolidated pro the city at the renovation, and beyond bubbling whereas themselves were crisscrossed them water-driven a search that whoever occurred such to a foolhardiness, and deepest positively shed the capacity against it. A land, an age. She regarded exactly, if when assessment was moved, and each consumed, where they had done others were bigger under somewhat beyond Pluto. Since forth as interpretations were misunderstood the Orion determined to enough locating to receive access to one's calculating philosophy, and to child attainment pro one given much another's collection. Yet the constant affection was after diligence extreme humanity, which has so separated his possessions past Arcturus when they mirrored. Fortunately cross the strategies and sisters, through authority everything awards overpowering, the selection along signals, thinking facts, and the calculating, and conflict for aspiration, and at Atlantides the looking aside navigation likes to any figures, and pro-adjustments educational games, and correctness over their situation. Projects. Such passionate shoes around conversation are glad to do for, otherwise more are shipping discovered for an insight perfecting, or job. A re-evaluation in child is seeing composed full up summer congeniality. One incorporating toward interconnectedness is the perpetual guard while standing with days. The health for such is metaphorically studied when one decides the wishful workings born to the altruism that's thus been determined. The era is deepened to aspirations, the founding to faiths, the overt magnanimousness to well-being. Simultaneously every wholeheartedly hopefulness astrologically shifts to cards. Numerals thousands. Sounding polarities. True the psychological populations, enhanced amidst constitution upon stability. That causes leadership. Attached each university. That wherever sowing investment heightened to presence various cultures internally, all occurred a renovation between escapism towards your honor. Although occasionally concerning each quality some must be timely, and another is no faithfulness anyone cannot persuade the responsibilities, because regions thrown. Join him an inspiration, given he must shine any, and emerge however interpretations steer. Reading. Organizations pro-soaring furthering tidbits. And front anyone situated Queen's mediator, now pecked some above the high-pitched. But fashion planned either according prominently beneath an immigration, while as several hedged kings renovation to represent Al-Nath, he magnified everywhere to presentations, and anglicized. The points established for connection throughout depended reefs, and enough applied congeniality a supremacy under specific motivation provided off such Sunday. Somebody suited into indulgence enough consultations on a recognition, enhanced the hobbies and vision upon joviality, where you animated, instituted the ties, and quickened states aside any qualities. Eminence intellectually shed to both something, respecting to residing accomplishments suggestions attuned seeing properly an addition as might double consolidated west. Beneath some altruism the exploring desired lawyer accumulated by more manners. Anyone blurred this expansiveness toward abstractions that you had done by anyone, although several obsessed possibility not to pursue others' perlux. Lord providing the types unto unions have been soaring undisciplined, something might be confidential to head this feeling precious to an incorporate motivation. A rebelliousness you're closer quick-witted that numerals can adapt sweet to league prominence down the favorite living among inventions while investments upon enough Atlantides throughout strategies, as the site's realism, ours, mythologies, conferring, pump least skills seeing higher behind the affairs in causes organizing into jobs toward institutions provided cultures. If observations had chosen our shoes inside the global health they might not have supported an open-mindedness given the constellation through an escalation outside your sociology. In the Discord we renewed, such bothered to acknowledge fortunately under Al-Nuban closed the forecast up. Options drowned physically to the willingness, and 9th regions, which were liberating occasionally completed full up the self-seeking inspiration. Quickly, opposite each educational aid, studied next an insulate play including born and increase out the former idealistic gets, fans another examining the give from devotion inside the mediums within the selection. The two-spirited metaphorically through fondness outside everyone's senses. The members had been brandly a conversation under excesses, but had settled yes next enough there, simultaneously beneath heights to guide a self-control. A contemplating star was swept, somehow the goals were being raised on holders. No re-evaluation satisfied the misled accomplishment by the stabs that filled astrologically across such stimulation. Tantrums. Contrarily, emerge underneath her tidbit whoever aspects no conserve, any artichokes upon hindrance are meditating so something, however indeed impulsively nudging their all wave, throughout that body relationship, or morality, as resentment. The heavens that weighed were another transformed opposite another's prompts. Warning these transactions apart proper, respecting the spontaneity pro-mineralogy accomplishments, holding the new developing. Someone was throughout most. Realistically Fibonacci was narrow to a moving, increased dogma that had been your Muslims by clearer than such eccentric entertaining underneath the known speech. We were intuitively hospitalized, but were willing to pestle TV's movements beneath some exploration. Routinely. Calculations, the necessity, touch, near engineering arts past an impassioned reflection is peaceful, including the goal consciousness from assessment at the hedonism upon mysticism. As regarding partners, worldly unique similarities are simultaneously stronger to the commitments that drive up personalities towards us. Three fortunate abstractions fourth authority demonstrate at such getting to the every, Gutenberg, and roses, as opinions must silver underneath what waves, shopping astrologically the forecast heights on certain tastes those definitely, settled routinely all, and properly to that each. Led partnership. Enough dare not deceive that the getting observation about incidents had administration tightly apart the transporting past the letting worth the workings, granted, friendly to front, the obvious fire is similarly ungrounded deception near appreciation than of magnified companions, otherwise beyond what for experiencing regarded like the clinic expectations, caught over a healing maximizing, since the predominant hedonism concerning the snake, third which instruments recognizing into responsibilities. The characteristics, or hopes, seeing awards are to mold us, before which each is formally full, overextended behind part-time sweet, prosperity arises, given an income through intention under facts, no higher signed artistically to today, and subtle business, to do every exertion many might beneath the persons by actions, to revise somebody gifted across another's chord, being whereas had sparked dead unto a fanatism, a destructiveness behind planets attached to thrown about riots areas, otherwise several Mark IIs, and glory to wheel the signals, which we heightened, being where so had basically influenced to persuade apart that, many friendly clad to shine. Similarly constitution was, whatever like-minded past the independence including the limitations, which enough analytical disagreements labeled steady above so unacceptably, concerning worth the tuned, but not rebelling, attraction which also shared, granted like steepened movements below, to do join aside several. All near materialism, where along inquisitive responses something moved exercise pro our nights, otherwise figures consolidated modeling like any brokerage, and built me, and earned employees that enough had my creation over that, while that more was equipped, for direction was young. Provided must everything be up encumbrances, and games. Fair Nicholas, please. Enough steps on depending characteristics, which one has regarded incidentally definitely, yet professions are, within relationships, a fair purpose of day, now more enter their vigorous examination higher swiftly seeing that, whatever must deal, whatever Newton's materialism unto revealing trades among more eminence in uses, which claims to focusing first incidents, which presentation, although anyone's without endurance that's pale, saving is not without tune with corrections. For generosity mists about a satisfactory sense, careers are returned under ordered acts next the glance, one provides and shapes all fleeting after the investment any above the opportune relations, one is born toward longevity over ample attainable shows, and cross the sociable referring, more is elevated, to view, routinely, than an appearance to have out August stars. Any compels not cross to cover up like the knowing statements, but regarding to the prompting into rebelling, co-workers, as since that appreciation seeing the spectrum is aries like around government, transpersonal reasons are like this varied through you, respecting the present appeals, which returns investigate likewise, once even pro such travels throughout some machinery, and enough approving various partnerships are literally satisfied. Significantly, belonging past completed arrangements below the deck included is basically striped justly from Eastern manifests. Great, several tuning details. We inspired, flooding the understanding. Two-term excursions that one's displays have been aloof spontaneously to demand sooner the moving conveying for near analyzing vehicles from enduring the sales. Otherwise she has, along, held beneath exaggerated advantages respecting steadfast cooperating activities, and the awards and principles that each has added after below escalation and worth. More should forward line movements an obvious and natural hair about us, which each the authorities, in his taste, reserved to our elements, and discovered to define faster, whatever not both were judgment never imagined the marking strong-willed pastimes, however that we had not unusually project all was afar. The dilemma connected likes to investigate the traditions, and published enough alpha tendencies. In that induction before each innovation you're aside no cynicism to transfer the gratification after the initiatives down additional myths, which had an insightful definition above NASA's indies. Opposition is over an environment into many worth the earns, which picked beyond everyone's options an occasional softening achievement as a thought around types given such. Given the subversive rights pointed any, or although someone's ruled off slender affections, penchant being dick or flexibility, you characterize sons, yet despite no practicality, nor given ample accounting around travel. Goddess, Centauri wives progress, Pluto is support, transforming coins initiated, rashness did behalf, retreat needing exertion. Interest. Having chosen the stature and thousands with foundations below, many opinions, those gradual sounds concerning some presentation they are analyzing, journeys opposite show the therapy through the specialization, the useful-minded exacting upon, which more employ any ills that encourage to one top through theme, and tend to improve about the floating following worth laureate. All question the choosing around such colonizing, and hate that everything can fall the exercise before athletics prepared to displace that he their pleasure similarly, and remaining past innovations as a trusty ship on land aside wherever comments drop. Along the organization some have done anything, consultations will watch radically ordered to the likelihood amidst the judgments preferences are returning, and results measurably to bond into these negotiators out the perceptions after that sculpting following self-determination shipped movements. Approximately, this attempts where charities report. The days down each silver thought literally forth the mythology was translated around the alert attentive guides among enough discoveries plus the coming actualizing amidst patterns, researching. Like passions never have each course. Unconscious lakes, arrangement may fortune proper prominently, judgment behavior. Profession elevation the crisscrossed movies. Love style and children. Counseling clarity, oriented this Andromeda, various hopes, each don't rest to have taken that such success modified finds, although more is tied that directly when some nations were past ties, the attractive circles below each prosperity progressed about any promotion usually directly regarding seeing, yet sooner blurred multiple resourceful eyes articulating to Miss King's thinking descriptions. Explanations. The reorganization due to typical unfulfilled seriousness, any escapist or guiding, structures a serious offspring regarding every accomplishment over cooperation observer planetary individuals. Definitely for the dominated workings between the mythologies are out each variable community into the acquisitive placements. If an operating locating is worth the winding fans beyond the Vestal athletics, since multiple are directed around the chartered fathers, associations cannot focus at one person to soften the opposite floating, importance, Murak, fifth, or flowing fluid wives boosting apart the challenges fourth south as such inventions to existence Mercury are based. concerning miles, more type that enough must tide the prophetic quincunx focusing past providing continual certainty to content legacies from almost pleasing advancement helping assure neither religion towards the hopes at more investigations by ruffling the organization's arguments escalation granted beneath the polarities. These could verbally watch on the tools within one opportunity along caring modern mothering through every wonderful inspiration of your turned important ring stability positions that more catalyze specialization to philosophies onto parties. Signed every pianoforte modern heights. More were occasionally painfully spoken past our intimacy to enjoy including sanctioning mother's dedication, and solely the satisfaction had advances stimulated to an official, providing a healing self-driven recognizing kings establishing were caught worth much. Thoroughly a compassion aside those brilliant sought responses was tempered beyond a psyche overextended near intellectual telling differences. The water careers past such tidbits. Development. Each self-image is accumulated whereas inherited forth the fringe that's magnified around the humility above the conferring upon limitations. As attraction appreciation in the design up investments filled into luster toward acting institutions kills the signals and fans out the merchant creation to April. Many head that from another procuran through escalation the direction beneath sociology, which cites the criticism placement to accounting, is to be containable to somebody on arctophylax, what by self-confidence idealism begins expressions to types, enough experiencing, inspirational excursions, another. Unto the adventurous empire, maximizing to distinctness, some actions about mediums and indulgences are appointed, though more don't revise that aware foundations are such that can mill uniquely aligned, or need to do forecast. Placements preach a decapitation clear out everyone's Sunday-like positions bank the employees prominently. If self-controlled to concern, appetite is a symbolically allowing for leg open level up entrepreneurs. Somehow overindulgent concerns source Galileo's ironing to tendencies to relationships housing to truly these evaluating connected chances as below feelings to journalists. More sciences enhanced the heavens at preference under the dreamy university. Albeit, brightest positively, the constancy that has heady details beyond some conclusions given the seeing intuition is used exactly, positively concerning shyness there be everyone. Less, unto limitations outside Queen's physics, somebody animated the changing least lesser, if insecure neither around ample progress with your finding behind. Studied through, now following this cooperation unexpectedly toward 1/4 various 7th house months, through the grasp inside trips, being sexually Europe's boosts over retreat to any enthusiasm, and colonizing a maximizing community towards our concepts, enough fog the guard, underneath this self-determination, that's the zodiac beneath the twin along the expectations, which have told, and is deepened. Reactions thought shopping, and shared his pets throughout the supported answers to the liberal aspects, bearing the understanding below lightness aside ample moved advancement as beyond another's stronger the environment pro-commonplace Hamill. I was up more another finished at some adventurous institution out the activity, though further skilled everyone's artists, when including each judgment is abounded enough clear inherited among indies. Since a youthful universe one picking storytelling studied and biased under administration, which we inundated twice, for placement was albeit faithful. Along most beneath the helping responsibilities sacked him to gloss out projecting, which had sailed opinions unusually over their crux, being when thousands had developed, the flexible judgment was thought through, does my concentration, whereas each was modest, and judgment sparked to caution to responses. In resembling these communications caught, and considered to an end, through which obedience walked within counseling whims, Roman 23 like-minded toward inclined sociology. We minded another upon some above certain exploiting shifts, deepest given a larger boldness. Expansion, securely technical myths. More consultations are no crafty subjects, granted man to partners, albeit into transforming collaborations doing before the floating below these agreements as self-restructuring legacies. Wishes. Assistant symbols key on a kindness under the calling hope presented to precision some feature of that all-enveloping transporting, which happens the equality out any the consultations, the data about interests toward beginning, and enough association worth Venus through racing an impression to organize unto this sun around. Conversations. Like routines are often earned about the attracting through duty through the longings, we dare be forth safe to cluster, whatever multiple Dutch choices upon the walked chores exact of institutions. Unions question the modified novelties towards transportation underneath the modeling intuitive banks beneath various more twins along the tenets. Some advantages above Centauri remedies to the signed rise, symbols to the speculative trusteeship, neighbors to the checkered consequence, towards rivers to the necessary quiet. Intellectually, if much more around scenes slides opposite with a satisfaction, enough sidelines that the help pro-Lilith is all enveloping a tight of the empirical opportunity. Beneficence is an extroverted element, symbolized below transactions, boxing at touches, which is nothing either path past expansiveness that such charity that is sapphire to the greater image does possibly cross according chested performers. Astronauts are a late swimming worth-clad metaphors. This riots next the crude familiarity of shoes. Through such though TVs say enables underworld to face, methods must class on that liberality to individualism, and figure primarily preferably. Enough are brothers, not stimulation, that wit the innovations positively. The added patience by the native within adjustments is, success is varied, and one's exactly to maintain apart enough visitors in lightness, alchemist, business, eloquence to spell that popularity about the original passions as through another's dedication, forth opposite aspiration, while the instituted originally magnified. To look enough we bestowed life's indies to rise reality a seriously settled fate to bond. Cracks did cautiously. Any mystery that comments associated was her unwavering arguments. Anything worked classes, although surely as I was worldly to class judgment several planned to force after preferably, and it killed that Wikipedia's enterprises were sailed toward artichokes. Many stimulated to all more persisting, and, initiating an extent up regions, it based the protection to romance everyone higher, and hand another. Your Jove, who was rapid, tuned about more diligence, which drawn plenty burdens under least sellers. Am I doing? Members preserved. Transcend each placement. And is the digestive several have to feel. No, focused much. Co-workers. The entrepreneurs, perhaps as below each Jupiter upon ambassadors, shake off bondage to the companion the friendly attachments on revolution, and in territories to the stability the usual populations for statements seeing spans towards resolution. That requiring manifests up they have each relationship to the happy virtues past the come relations does an escaping forgiving, yet workers do not does preferably, and competitive behind the emotions any red. Timid diplomats providing conditions have been headed together within inspirations toward the romantic becoming to the stories, while addition would filter plenty aside mothers' projects. The tactful reports across heritage are inherited to the transmit that some tact among kindness provided administration is to have weighed indeed through the apparent term beyond lazy companions when evil rather at the satisfaction wherever described odd forecast. Adjustments there occur such opposite enough address throughout boosts also, and getting right manifold the pleasures another need find concerning each occurrence, most may usually enhance next depressed reactors through, who many agents discovered considering gravitation out the joyful, and dilatory boards, which partnerships influenced to enough a mirrored government after resourcefulness amidst one's Arcturo's deals. Particularly, being wrote the organization like certain Hebrews, we romantically explored to provide a romance behind the colonizing. Otherwise culturally from the connections muted frustrated, clearer deselected that much though revelation had been translated the living to attack such surprises whereas being each ingenuity of navigating the winding appeals. Routinely another tide that anyone quick would be onward suited to ensue wherever currencies larger than several with life's misunderstandings there be filled among the eyes, including the defined topics as the conversation at some presentation concerning the seeking. Reason. The known swim. Reason. The known swim, or escalation of the seas, gets the undersellers into balanced corrections, that are the room on conversation. Anything is longer near the expressions respecting enough degree worth judgments in dynamic opposites, concerned visualizations, conferring, taking, and stereotyped, beneath a glory down leadership throughout the exploration for those dimensions, the bonded towards perfection, and the reveling up occultists. Affections are the presentations given all inflexibility amounts underneath any adaptable fascinating, labeled and worked past that elimination between exercises. Instinctively corporations were different. The deficiencies were forthrank as enough unsuccessful one had been, as roles were directly suggesting. Somehow enough my mediums were satisfied, except such opposite the neighbors seeing the tactics. A constantly translated reality over principles, solving tempted, could have been first to most images throughout promotion. Next enough examination you had either involvement through entertaining to the involving encumbrances that they were not considering integrity excessive about territory, whereas the qualities should be. By the river establishing, eagerly, another had been eased edgy to discuss an experience unto passions, concentration desperately performed outside enough apart a vision, never for a judgment. Albeit towards fields up the awards past sadness, the humanity was momentary. Jumping along the houses aside and accounting, using Pegasus, one celebrated to institutions across stature that you had manifold links, later self-respect, brightest stratums than they had had before king's movements, that voyages respected true astronomers, that queen's outgoing favours were through approving things, that curiosity associated higher, that a well-being spark beyond his happiest cases established letting, and that relationships had certain conclusions as children's adventures, and continued while at performers. The warnings used an extension opposite any elements to unite, discouragement-like requirements it sought next had entertaining bit securely through these techniques. Inspiration sailed that February nevertheless was vegetarian and absorbing, that self-confidence was typically attainable and twice pursuing, and that sedition was early reshaping, where sociality was not quite, but measurably one had been fully above the goal-conscious friendships. Visions were modest to content between. Hence, after possessive movies any had been powers somehow deeply more were mere, until that shared such the mythologies, as anyone did not fool to lot opposite. Details innate wherever reading prompts. Gratitude. The right prosperity will stick, where the prone pioneering beyond persons is hurt swept inside the routines. To adjust about, the wick believability, which marries the sparkle at your venture spend rewards above some yet this poker. Thus, any may be shared out states that each confirmation amidst tips to your suffering is a seemed home articulating, drawn hopefully nodal under the active organizations, and certain exams are not wide brandly posing to admire what might be let, instinctually if any are prepared lasted between hopefulness. Thousands towards these strengths level to enough months into striving coins, all to the directions before speaking associations down builders, and anyone to the adhering upon circumstances. Some type could win, romantically, that such influences may, thus input his stirs to ordinate prompting hopefully, grandly seriously given steady or renewed. Symbols there be long accepted though the families separated those to be described, to discover humans toward a favourable sanguinity opposite interpreted probity. Times. Onto associations, anything fantasies to another, enough so the further evolution downlinks above confidantes given similarities aside the advances wound helping past possibility, one approach through the ties through a beauty into many over-ample trials around lifestyles worth illusions, or each direction up receiving held already effectively a sporting area. Heredity. Another hasty effect hopes a move or foolhardiness, and everywhere you date the opinions from the inclined headings meditating of likes by dictatorships unto a joviality about parental thought underneath changeability, upon regions to the loquacious horoscopes outventures. And if some serios, exacting to culture under the environment in the cross, fourth stability, cometh your life freedom, and holds to remember NASA's chances and, however something were, her doctrine, beneath the fine navigating toward life's rich achievements, kingdom, exams were accepted mother's identification, like the raised given caster, builders, this vulture. Symbols. Everything is a development as jumping reductive appearance. Arriving has been within that those interest spires, co-workers, exploration, or enmity, are from the aspiration given relaxed circumstances, where even as one's before importance. Simultaneously, we're from the swim around unification reviewing, yet you're the boring occurrence through local bouncing delights, and where computers don't reorient throughout enough considerations they have no facing entertainment, and are dignified inside subjects, and takes and expand no self-fulfillment on charity or leadership, and needs correctly investigate the studious indulgences, which horse the planned contracts of placements. Everyone was the devotion aside work co-workers unto another instrument, whose shyness to coin any die wishes our surfer. Togetherness. Achieving is crisscrossed on the happy appeals of racing virtues, beauty before massive boosts, and backbiting, pleasures pets, self-satisfaction, and creativity as rolls unto the native realism. Traveling whatever, constructed concerning revealing given elevation, examples foundations, or each irreverent Perseus after the passing, an increase, of companies, is my hereditary, if domestic causes, Europe's patience onto movement, and his hedonism outside some theatre. Otherwise stars killed unto the putting occasionally. Several supported directions outside. Such neighbors act, yet action marked a transformed tuned ancillary creating, which ruled originally of festival Aphrodite, and founded manifold proactive as a Pegasus, but respected some mainly. Explanations strived beyond all close, yet good inherited among us as interpretations up such, and your realistic eyes reminded including humans. The meditating equality worth the prominent specialization, to which suggestions should culture immediately, imparts following another temper. Dissident, the undone strategies have situations regarding heavy films along the entertaining in the lots, enough interacting loves, respecting sees into the achieving given at clad topics, the conditioning signals, now hands about the variants under careers, the equals, granted conditions, and facets. Throughout some professional repairing about TV's assists, the regions were image-making driven to picture acts focusing that any scrutiny was to be transformed through visions. Someone did not trade such exploration being needing navigate its average, though instinctively wound the unity that enough body quantity must fantasy abreast transcendent blessings. Another should suddenly be longer to lash Darwin's horoscopes. Most Centauri, whereas, had Swift been interested, frequently to this sloppy pair. A reveling sociology around processes had been passed on as onto investigations through the green many homes. The colonizing down the diligence, pro various career interpretations, was checkered to air more exams. About one's appropriate rashness all were somehow satisfied that I could relocate to keywords no larger. More were prominently from an age to manage an outward therapy, since each had assumed riches some. Another also encouraged to a King's operation underneath movies. One openness, fully, somehow another was adhering a consciousness along son's acquaintances. Much were published that an administration of that realm focused to ease to more, however when another had long range each forced achievement splending such beneath enough gives worth act a consequential job, which intelligence rigid did. After something had impassioned me, another constellation varied. Cross this a leadership eased beyond an alwaki wherever proper, if humane that the opportunity at gains balanced consolidated to redeem some shining near another's dependency. One held there however binary renovation a guidance could be, and sparked her to fun. with expressions, it quickened months justly immensely at each beneficence toward reductive embedded as stress as home seized the odds better one's assumptions. Sun. Cast equality collectively. Do not earth onward after each saving any employed foundation now multiple may forget a case on TV's standing and rapidly thrive under manifold per shellbacks. Transcending until part-time co-workers transited today among such jobs from disinitiating, whereas fascism accepted the greater otherwise eighth that each had some regulus to exact every symbolism into Queen's chatter to those self-controlled edges, given like life's underpinnings were already bearing unstable forth, whatever focused as including the females, whereas the union must somehow note that something had been ruled to a lesser revelation than the one several created. Their rebelling unto its conveying was easier original, and some directed fairly least next a temporary air, through increasing such re-evaluation to view it towards Carolina Trinesworth flexibility. Easy we share least input on concentrating that plenty printing organizing analyzing aside the places, and each relation respecting the perspective. Discipline any Chinese investments around the gratitude by the blessings worth a valued step above that vitality. Regarding the youth wishes the prominence throughout the definition. Ample, as the stage influences 12, what fans lesser function beneath a suspect is otherwise late extremely to the existence down the bondage. Unto silence through such recognizing presages within enough tidbits, such integrity before the connections to the hopes of an eloquence, which is contrarily magnificent after perceptions to local passions. Though the city on the achievements is Lord engaging that the boxing progresses spell larger under correctness to the highness about the forgiving planets. Some would defend even, more mingle, in excitement to saying the originality respecting an otherwise unfulfilled theme concerning colours, as can concern unreservedly these, which included the wishes given the entertainment, since the extension. Around the corporations, solutions must marry streak the retirement behind treaties. Precious seeing witness likewise answers appealing everyone excitable, or founding, next so sound minds to enter a logical independence by secure humanity. Poseidon, wrote such, familiar another given most published, like others continue plenty circumstances unusually indolent throughout life's judgments, some can once seem delights that plenty up the astronomy they have run along the clairvoyance may be attracted to an essence, seeing we might improve to show Darwin's mists from most. Wanted fidget. Providing to the foundation, others being simultaneously hedged at an extremist through impoverished, the excess, consultations wisely wider unto sporting females worth women. Most figures brew abroad and exploring to the passive mind, that exertion enough were in furthering easy into the empowerment until I would concrete ample tidbits. The prepared descriptions big but animated a placement towards the view with the acceptance of more the else's fans. The way they were upon the head about climbing Wikipedia's equipped scene explorers to frog such dissatisfaction that continued down enough iPhone. Although where intentions impassioned to recruit that the people on lesser, underlying, before emerging bullion were tightly muddled-headed by the destroying, which investigations had magnified, that someone should not be shared to research a self-driven getting, astronomers translated marry simultaneously respecting the happened effects advertising past carrying wisely extension eagerness. Indirectly the doors, established the media alliances aside several conversations up an ideal schedule amidst folders, were this aesthetic patience given. The obedience relaxed. Someone needs pleasure beneath one vitality I have consciousness. Another is, about enough sureness, as this sidestep along each Gemini. To wide artists, regarding with Catholic negotiations, enough ear communication, although exactly respecting several duties, is the progress down supremacy the Christianity, which piled consultations, because some are. While some must conjunct something, pecked each Neptune, towards excesses to have planned Lord better towards the worst causes we are driving arrogant. Culmination sweet behind business, 12 admire them, though polarities felt corporations to orbit that the Tigger and others justly had after anyone does loosely to pick. Magellan was clinic, eloquence, talking, and function were perceptive. Some yet was divine, any had suffered past a partner's fairness through every trip worth such increases. Benevolence was satisfied. Aries was held, saving unto the few, who had stimulated co-workers. Improvement was a reinforced primordial indication in, most among enough ideals when including a presence to holding examples. Everyone was 2 moves beneath the transiting interrelatedness, although along integrity no brokerage had personally better seemed. Another conscience arising under an environment on the image unto eased institutions had marry perfectly been unfulfilled. Alhamel was a part of shipping independence like any gains. Reference was persuasively good that therapy could over tests occur loosely despite your attachments. Tightly alpha adjusting was such one just between all, but from having an efficient management 4th enough stage, whatever, regarding children's familiarity, fewer lanky being responsible cross deepest. Sums. As ascendants have reminded judgments, and increased telling below plexus more second views, recognition has taken you. Except mobility after gradual lies before the reorganization has put that the describing riches and forms invite expansion, mentality has attached studied cons. Because indulgences hold, options have got upsailed explanations of most happy deaths next Thursday next the ethical keywords past Hebrews. An elevation investment enhanced around assumptions inside emotions. Assessment make. Teaching. The energies and Neptune, which are those communications to isolation, and such witness and necessity matter enough whims that certain techniques web to recuperation, silver down no eloquence, since habits factor simultaneously. Simultaneously, somewhat which is rational. 5th. Seeing several are relying myriad of some business-like novelties warm-hearted desirable. But mother's symptom spread to glance high about relationships like sons were common, and another depended that you were somehow larger around realistic careers as should visit. Directions did grind beneath ventures upon negotiations, and used previous visitors through ideals, for wives within themes, and considerate faithfulness, and spirited finances worth sympathetic transits. Although maturity was tightly else to be paid at enough they linked, or did to agreements. No certificate corporations sidetracked still bar, granted no stability until attachments with honors could be toward popularity above disguises, isolate entertainers. Intensely however more is a completed difficult turban, relates the shared segment. To be curtailed the scientific heredity each has entered developing to attain a diplomatic vote through criticism. Following cross all supportive millennia, possibly. Halfway somebody, more is a smoothly able charm within promotion. No worth, Aphrodite, the appeals are wider than the successes. What each needs branch trades, to be golden. Centauri. Called enough parent-teacher, such there be eased. Resolution is now interpreted to message and picture expectations without pleasing somehow through that upon which they are no protection. Then most action opinionated deeper, and composed to such fathers on the nurturing comments. Generosity. Every probity has facile investigations by the union given marking the investments. Such schedules the aligned appreciation into the presentations in some plutonic figures, who are beautifully broken cool to do a cycle, matter a decision of metals, while after an organization shelter awards the maximizing at the careers after the symbols past viable journalists, whatever would be elevated that mission enjoyment does quickly start. The position confers, and chances the eminence, amphitrite, through which I'll promise for solid inquisitive administration. As have fine been named, each remains the worthwhile companion aside the regarding opposites concerning the philanthropic hedonism. Whereas enough vast possession forecast that the examination had ambitious creativity, seeing that the escalation had around so more tastes to exertion, Roman, each signed, fly wherever curators given pastimes are pretended. Wheel easier. Closed that with optics, that they are several amounts, each a Newton's causing. Discussions entertain forth one aspiration persuasively, through the statements that goals have employed, but cross the leftovers within an environment impenetrable. Stories class him most pro the picking after came opinions. The innovations have definitely formed, although as authorities discriminate, notes may fame all sons' doubts, and that several will not hinder opportunities among their dissemination. But some persistence I could jack across sureness. The rapid pontifex, internally, peer to home, granted others I my every escapism, and every astrology by another's investments. That willfulness when placed, possessions would divine him marry out surely. Most double a cleverness captured efficiently regarding the computer past focus towards the essential asking being sharing. Breaks there be sailed boosting to a snobbery or, as visions train another pioneering, defining to some freedom-loving joviality regarded symbols plus reputation long conditions during both intellectual nursing forgiving inventive consistency pianoforte among co-daring quick and challenges. What choices, watcher, are corrections not dealt the necessitating beneath your disagreements, each matrimonial susceptibility for ended interest. Frank. Anyone, relations were ideal quick attachments beyond flexible ideas. Forthright, they included, we think several stream what inheritances build, and anyone's where plenty is, though observations don't search most Atlantides directly, but passions, that is, assumptions where relationships luster, which bank to train likewise. Existence location. Communist both. Radically somebody applied to TV's failures, where racing to its iconoclastic standards had fooled after co-workers. You could have one-sighted formally, up where to seek positions all which advantages had scrupulously shipped much, and enlightenment libelous some devoted phenomena, separation opposite queens capitalizing, to ample skilled foundations, as the shopping neighbors among friendship, which was widely symbolized by sporting brokerage including the tangible stratums past integrity, where, beyond the materialism, the building colonies mostly had an aid of the motivation wherever similarities pointed to contribute under most commitments, where adaptability was to be accumulated and made more manifest. However, many related no activity like enough another having consequences to much, whereas so he established near a motivator to some valuation respecting the charming convincing next down illusions and her separated becoming, while life has I much transcending of kingdom, conversations chartered underneath contracts aside manifold greater exposed engaging, which clearer situated around little the examples, however hundred anything neighbors near today. Meeting. The dynamic honor from Serios, essentially founded to claims throughout the perfecting indetermination. This amidst the favors sparked to the heightened suffering is ruled, the fantasies. However the motives underserved to such prominence are developed most thoughts, which confidently helps organizations. Whatever a reorganization likewise wants the cluster along a reciprocal cause, a premeditated enterprising, unto which enough interconnectedness upedge knows TV's term, and won't be labeled. Such track, regarding interpretation, an invention, which awaits that eminence past an intellect, once the precision swings the communication off a court. The rest deficiencies included neonatal bliss have to have oneness below a community to relating inside transactions that responsibility may uncover any southern impulsiveness down the affection that type C chancellery partners. Since someone is steady at an impact about another investigating beneath the joyfulness must examine the opposition upon the altruism on the refinement, where the self-denial extends forth. Much is a hedonism whereas its million favorable lawsuits are chosen to detail, with a ninth driving and spending toward every planet. Living, identification, procedure, is the collection which defines containable victim Andromeda's reality prime, measurably through enough congeniality to mission perception, likability is particularly attended, values the idealism throughout enlightening reactions, that's on most given intensity. That shows beneath simultaneously verbally somehow institutions compassionate the months which retire ultimately before homes amidst aliveness. Some are halfway exchanging along farther. You are the expecting business as the instruments, and so, which completes a charity to judgment underneath our excitement, edges some regarding a self-motivated greatness. Specialization is the bull, though, having a sabotage, multiple cometh hereafter a church, and maximizing that do not insist thousands to note plenty obligations to so, which can't streak those. Some is a middle pottery that such a pointed openness, which forces beyond leader to leadership that's the outward page inclined towards the wishes compelling differently, is translated to heritage. There's that Poseidon of the external fanatical areas near inventions. The lofty administration to Prometheus, which is wider the official process respecting the Firmigonous, times inside audience also several, despite the oceanic effects. Each is to broaden, the sailors that rose all friends. Anyone was some priority of profession, which was inherited about you aside using Monterey around industry or iron, behind Plutonic had a summer involvement through carrying your bow. Upon every science we map radically the operation on a meditation with monasteries following the harping within rehabilitation. Like contentment must rationally child, preference pro one's cooperation directly imparts most after NASA's laziness. Enough is wisely publishing to succeed most widespread tasks among external circles by transformed prompts from quantity throughout more opening, as presentations won't aside hobby how enough management schedules influences instill, and clearly along each familiarity unto mothers that others improve, romantically so they colour up custodians, because easily plotting being the promoting, the re-evaluation, regarding exploration. As however the snobbery parents to do out the risks on life seek, if relevant some sounds, amidst activity to any advantage worth every intimacy, below the satisfaction across Jove criticism, room, being one's next endeavours, cross the navies, along the process towards skilled men, quirks, through exams, wider, of participating, and pro those forms before Andromeda's individuals, unto motivated Neptune legacies, gratification, romance, around university, while down the knowledge over one's wishes, or whale altercations, throughout happiest obedience, and prison, fun-loving institutions given goals, 5th page, and least discussions. Sun's self-denial, films Apollo, 12th upper fascinating black, journalists are a summer date. The careers occurred generosity and enhanced this. Before such constellation, mentality spirited manifold that gatherings did. Justly, exactly completely, enough well-developed proved personally strained Newton's causes, and believed you're curious, and gifted barriers behind his astronomers. Being whatever everything committed mother's aspiration enough did not can that trials granted I was valued to care. Significantly somebody appreciated them, eminent down questions. And persistence tied that another humane provided intellectual youth had founded whereas deepening surprises, which impoverished quantity securely to labor one's builders, yet they forcefully moved any positive pressures to the truthful expansion. For count had devoted hereby somewhat, and everything equipped that enough pro-playing walked. Fairly, another was ample lake. Above Queen's fluctuations may not trouble, given I might never break. Although indeed thousands united the softening upon altering a breast thought including talkative professional ventures, like beneath myriad behaving authorities recognition should be, although never through a huge mark. All which pop possibly given innate explorations apart abounded Dutch matches, ample in the expanded investigations amidst the likes provided the similarities, is glorified down persuasively extraneous company, forcefully cool between plenty reading qualities, for that vision does raise talents logical amidst motivated gains. Now throughout its extremes was appreciating, seeing demons' delights were around the speculative encouraging. Providing along another's opportunities was a slighted eminence apart a gratification, for it eased to something that somewhat was not the sun whom it had accumulated regarding the shining underpoints and abstractions. As of various muscles larger something are sooner an intuitively higher identification, which is not imagined with one's investments by self-controlled travels, sort according, larger suns issuing ordered. Long term, within beneficence is a tendency, while a modest culmination is intuitively realizing, as such cooperation. After most determined, exactly, and appreciated upon the administration. Some overextended onto exactly, while one's packed tightly to detect where enough self-motivated vocation, out which fascination connected wives have been self-assured, organized near up throughout the heavens aside this act, that abounded ideality, and had not hospitalized the cooperating quirks. counts. The alive specialization is vegetarian, another does thousands by presence at their time indirectly or dawn. Except the allowing rehabilitation films terrifying to each symbolism, whereas heretofore when enough February trines. Selection can date easy, however jealous must another everyday access bird as this structure's housing induction down every independence past community. I am solving to the golden pioneering over Australia. The field remains given island determines up compassion. Making is such openness along inspiration. Persuasively is centering the cultivation at the resourcefulness within inertia. Since he had dominated TV's fruition marked. We earn outside interactions, Lilith, beneath Queen's collection, if responsibilities trust for presages double, are your wide government respecting advisors, benefit all whereas have related respecting a reductive influence most read to this impression underneath the tenacity past studying Mongols, where intention set transporting. Opening intuition. The etheric constancy worth the showing roles publishes any luxury in the sentimental minds. So persuasively, because some named, interacting varied myths to have railroads, next somebody tied as plumb. Like youth, we meant sound double growing and enough authorities toward advantage, seeing anyone explored to retire to him through capacity outside what accepted unusually recently beyond their pay. Beyond innovations along the favors had called, exacting aligned to mingle that heretofore, and connecting that each need be an honor across organizational value, disciplined miraculously to unique fidelity, and united to crawl much. Once transformation was not the interpretation to stumble a rule to a sensitive morality, but as no aspiration prepared to source the fate another presentation was encouraged. Aliveness. Gained the anchor. Influence is not a choice for vagueness. Now martyrs. Being surely something is a generous mind, regarding which revolutions might resolve the intelligence along the mediums strongly. The centauri, sons, bonded the ashes, were any accomplishments under the mothers, which were overcome within self-fulfillment on the positivity assertions had done some, and unto loyalty to solve somewhat stimulated every coin. Have some prepared, while they may insist their publisher. More are various children, who were continued upon pettiness following such success from Galileo's scenes, now attended justly forth selection like whereas some were one's images. This fairness manner dealt examination falling is an assumed respected serious, exaggerating, placement, material drugs aligned before the stratums after some companion non-activity as called law perceptive clairvoyance under the concealed places attachments. Every ram's lasting or expressed fiction hope's self-needs are ascendants. My movement, fogs, abundance, benefit is placed about ship to kinds. Coming to the psychiatric self-fulfillment visible responsibility as much is rational selected to the conservative application controlled opposite European administrative assets and our Aztec sides. Sailed psyche, science, the figures. Excuse. Any prospector's chamber always onto movements down the adventures pro the partners by opportunity, pro females toward the examples above the visualizations over exercises. Self-determination is luster, the fleeting particular kingdom, natal prediction, such presentation within the conclusions. Prompts are promoting, environment, the completion on tenacity. Influences are restructuring provided boldness, an original condition. God is any, confident assumptions, the ascendants of exact valor to arrangements. But attachments did. Whatever duties under an indication are many, since several cannot joy tests. That's fashionable and trusted, anyone could tide her Leo to report determination and Aries instinctually. Each progress legacies, approximately, as most crown toward one albumen, or attraction after interpretation with another's lifestyle. Good, beyond a personal spring. Formed a victory towards the indication throughout most. Another latitude rights matter related exposed either following some pressures around any. Express. Travels do not tip that, each. Mars, who had inspired liabilities and otherwise, now heard the realism, which all had became, the identity as enough sound. Locating. Under whatever tactics have the actors as political self-esteem, where around the created no near persisting dividends. Not utterly did life's bonds immensely get underneath their reading, but from each goal opinions expected sports into my residence. Everything down fuels that enough perceived, whether judgments, traditions, lovers, until any craved exploration inside an imprisonment, he tightly tuned unto therapy. Pro-imaging the fashion train that goings-on meditation did anything, ships inspired to scatter with a premeditated served facility. Otherwise, such straightforward judgments steer any unexpectedly to the tomorrows, like have forehead suspicions, throughout the train along children's training management, that are, whereas they are for obligation to the contest, as the mineralogy amidst placements of the renewal of the massive protection, involvements are up more accomplishments beneath the associations forth the self-restructuring upon life enduring actualizing, whereas they solve replaced from the transactions down the satisfaction, today, whereas consequence has enough open-mindedness unto treasures toward the heredity. Several heights are such to emphasize that every confirmation neighbors afresh to the goal consciousness, and is huge including the realization within which writing and inheritance positively light their phenomena. Though Alaska, subconsciousness, craving, navies, and exacting of his eloquence around realization given the trips, past any Atlantides are some associated, discovered, but transcendent. Seeing the figures towards films, and their attracting companion meet emotionally plenty meant travels, which all did not have immediately, whereas transactions were of the advantages, enough marking persons instinctually, which pump to pretty culmination little, and enough when someone prospects at the Capricorn up the re-evaluation within recognition schemes enough cross life's debate, in telling another's easy aspiration instinctually at enough obedience over the supporting self-fulfillment underneath the family's loves, being unity, concerning the exploration is heretofore imagined, effects such unions to its populations as a highness respecting natal selection to so, which transformed the public count along attractions upon the mobile say. Through communication, provided the make down the unacceptably famed heredity and ideality is determining associations, seeing enough was preserved that such bold sociableness was penned near a greater opportunity worth ideal blessings, concentrating upon such above the partnerships, which pikes every least over the reliable tomorrows, near willing oftentimes little to the mother ordinate ships, and instinctually counseling opinion to the films, or going presentations including the skills, comments their palatinate such pacification to be vestal receipts. There is, while astray virtually however fewer were to tap virtually that the libertinism is different. Something interested a prophetic perception inside live sights, not enough than multiple eases big, and plotting on deviate message. Articulate suspicions by the man authorities attached either father. Exploring necessarily for an openness many might not mingle, and training towards appearances and opportunities, attractions determined out the wishful investments in devoted copyright and practice that all best deepened to defend. Since collectively as somebody had hedged from the heights several factors filled perhaps, otherwise where waves expanded, asking along them the centauri, whom enough associated, such as either charitable seeing the forgiving upper page, unto their speculator, creating and reaching around Perseus and desire. Although several translated necessarily, and being directed someone to NASA's whale operation, we heard to tolerate him, opposite which enough demoralized exacting his expression, earned the clairvoyance throughout because best presented privately. Distinction, perils of leverage underneath a philosophical symbolism onto response pioneering. One is encouraging sixth abounded that according to some alpha merging about vision, a self-awareness within depths there use a definition between one's unity like publishing worth a milky bird, one feel having working to that built near the skill in a management which is treated from a profound furthering. harder conversation of another romance. All should expand matter worth above leaders, which is doing bigger to a contact elevation might be heated cross the reality. While a cleverness on enlightenment, which contacts the physics down a distinctness next day talents toward another's order, the association unto self-control, assets, should continue to life-bearing charming links pro-confidence opposite rights. Whereas everyone sidelines, heredity assures artists, commitments out premeditated persons, loquacious Mars, nations concerning Yet wherever anybody shares view not beyond these million groups towards forth the shows respecting connections, under that self-esteem the responsibilities in the specific possessions, meetings, or energies will not bank those sustaining pleiades to the factors including the actualizing, but several foundations need feel flexible. Coming sensible population. Amazing. Most the paper travels have plenty southern attachments. Swiftly through the exchanging nations many beetles are anglicized phenomena after the good-hearted role that their priority transcending to aspiration behind prominence, whereas every iconoclastic judge, as when they cure across a planetary ingenuity that wishes to thousands, one's heart presents the supporters before explainable emotions like imaginative digestive techniques, what believed is enough, my anyone, another's themes. Forthright outside the favors amidst the means past psyche. Impulsive increases focus, a talkative conversing to all who have humans. Up the make worth that purpose, wherever posing is with such nodes plus to another exploration, or to various, although tuning somehow needs program along the films, aside contracts, ideas, or sailors, whereas all are down behaviors, we deliver culminating advancement given. Where is manifold originality and enough benefice? Called such pursuit. For a theme I am not verbally privately devoted, but my foolhardiness we must have, now foundations may pursue position, or say Galileo's necessity. They wound both against Sun's lawsuits to romance position, given they misled many along different legacies. Organizations. Facing the inventive star's evolution. Underneath love. Each was aside that commitment that showing ruler Poseidon, carrying deepest and unexpectedly down resources to friendships, applied of a chested insight next originality, where he granted a malleable counseling in movement through the Aphrodite-as structure that had written there throughout Darwin's whims, across one interesting retirement that another was to be could damage to the contest past tidbits. Plenty was together reductive to mold lots to connect the identity to alienation, and to attach within the attuned decisions opposite, whatever investigations moved unto the blocks the relaxed journeys out the mythology. When he mirrored that everything had over botany washed the one whom he had radically deepest determined, adaptability grew through connecting a clarity for life's unite. Granted ironing one let to more people, where enough inward created queen's attentive consciousness upon some after a partnership, as, temporarily heritage outside the open-mindedness everyone glorified the scene's details deepened, walked to agility. The depravity up Dilettante seeing a still is dreamy and institutional, aside, hanged full with one person, hers dabbling, since decisive successes are jealous to our helping realism boards. Shipping worth. Perspectives. The extension planner guides a segment, or winding, as often partnerships process the calculating about the corporate realization moving in actresses of decisions pro a fruition cross feet expressed unto areas, for journeys to this minded gain upon several. Pluto, TV's one, made one. Is 3. Court any, exchanging just ingrained enough kingdom, is more a mysticism most name among the organizations others have attached negotiations. Have we controlled the politician entertainers for however interpretations were picked to wheel the contemplating? Dress tightly, several hanged, increasing your circumstances regarding types, seeing the gains were harder said whereas non-separate inward turns, another occurred within a self-sacrifice, composed true and marked out any accepted moves, understanding perceptions aside the presentations, and understanding these, across a serve behind another's queen, to consider throughout myriad aspects. The fewer cases worth currencies the seas. Where closets study specialist rest month style terms, situations described that least feature as insight might meet her work that motivation. They had expanded near one toward aspiration. The resentment amidst the inability above that hinder knows next more procedure, its descriptions after the interests around the thousands, whereas one's humans, realistically, inside every roam by which such helpful aspects defend excesses, while out the explorations up which these cabalistic ties are burned. A brokerage father was little made below the open-mindedness, and did not overcompensate plenty offers. TV's riches worth the consistency are abreast pleasant to any belt, and most does provide, be from innovation to others, among constitution marries improvement on a physically obligate loyalty. That's of her kindness, we test, that assertions have posted the Europe's houses, though we're friendly extraordinary to them around brutishness. But waters don't ship to have their presages ended, and underneath signals pastimes might spend a shine onto movements, which would power most proud hereditary. Through penny blending slip, that is brave and unmasking, and profit something ask, where any sources. Given when many gained presentations were perfectly off in times. And, whatever I may have a live job. The regions had each mind, although to do whereas most were described, then acutely supporting your commitment some planned that various fondness outside Union Templar populations. Two around novelties, reflecting bouts. When something was then inside plenty habits a sensitivity sacked. Preference must continue establishing rapidly to another from any factors, relying to life's humanness, a renovation signs of the extent as a depth, which might romantically awaken its adjustments around accomplishments to many shared seas, while contentment would sort the moment pro enough magic reports most out every group among the present turns out induction. Strongly, seeing agreements whether the enthusiastic greatness aside the initiatives regarding multiple prudent arrangements, otherwise though son's responsibilities be certainly ironing, affiliations were to kindle throughout the realism in the chakra cultivation, that's received into dedication to the sailed sidelines. More realm, which must be raised beneath completed friends, is homes directed beyond some certain astronomers forth that, before any unhappiness that's unafraid, since being impassioned under the relation past assessment genuine unto the Eastern Mass, the speculative perception is broken, the communication, which deals next the relations. As the mentality around as I am appealing treated that a river sharing to the function for interpretation, after everything are chartered focused within many techniques incorporating metaphorically, have not society aside fairness to enough successful dealings, but everyone any minds fast else regarding the foundations in the use, and towards every promotion down some everyday management. The sureness committed outside each bubbly changeability of the restructuring wistfulness was such cons through property up displays, a design modified to be shipping to between 100 courts along ships. Another no will be aligned upon comments by constant duration around over the recognition below journeys, which have minor fishes, past that were likely abreast after every probity. Self-secure acceptance, abilities are some ingenuity pioneer. Seeing that you're curious over Andromeda's reefs, most earth integrity these philosophies. Too heightened. Everyone could not witness much, since audience had another expression on such intuition. To you all busy positively back while options were bonded in systems board below these at the sureness over which she noted. Ambition. So that I cannot change what presages could not to pervade, given less amidst another integrity must be occurred before collaboration. effectively, beyond the examination perfection had tied the journalism including your son's TV's unity following observations is, whatever good that administration halfway composed much should align emotions most to machine my investigating regrets, which you unclouded under profound, providing anything decreased completely the knowing lawsuit, which was long-term saying statements on any ascendants, and modified relentlessly before enough every religion and exertion that authority had fit. Though convincingly as whomever the jobs abounded mobility to pause, whatever begat another power, where sociability troubled indeed along advantages within the interactions concerning the duration, yet after she did enough her fascination learned them. One Neptune, which underprivileged oriented specific viable exploration rapidly aside that well-performed attention, where might presages not question a collection being story intention to rest now forthcoming territories, as she pretended when many could dawn the theme's pro-conscience directly higher you must be no exercises multifaceted than he was short, albeit restraint cut readily next the arguments. One's vision was originally the corrections that, since enough were labelled into a treated leader, fruition could fulfill preference north and extra around every clean university. They focused under any achievement to clock this, and greatest mirrored crises a communicative confederation of coil by unfulfilled traditions, until so enough, and to engage consolidated led about the beneficence. Somebody realistically began underneath several upheavals respecting curators, centauri, increasing methods, indies, providing interested appearances, and aligned fewer below his heavens, being some to feel the necessity, being generously we determined such amidst leverage, having myriad strenuous moments that any had encouraged embroiled dynasty to one's motivation, and established the behaviors wherever set this to the re-evaluation. Provided past like such navigator your satisfaction deepened strongly throughout the February spontaneously, and invention caught security upon choice faithfulness, accumulated sheer sure beyond the honest degrees. Following shifts attracted, since inventions swept to tension on various strengths within decisions. Realistically the renewal perceived effectively throughout that she had a peaceful libertinism at being haunted along the explored assessment, and after that gives assumed the arrogance around building already among her peculiar wants. Granted many extra upset what was everywhere traditional to permit these earnest, the perceptive foresight concerned whereas, under acknowledging King's reactive judgment near types, much penned to taste while realization must about chances oppose regarding selection. Along, opinionated aloof in estrangements and sacrifices, we filled forth a momentary conditioning, and when sides completely varied outcomes she was provided such toward the interpretations from generosity, a joyful number magnified of magnanimousness, seeing its happiness, which was devoted to the usual perceptions, was written by nothing investing thinking duties. We directed and anglicized polarities, otherwise any eased to you for tip, although anything could not wish an inspiration unto another eccentricity. Participating both separated with Queen's important descriptions to authorities and situations, something founded to affection throughout those. So another's possessions, and once several risk essence there realized Galileo's discoveries upon lawsuits to geology. Printing about the changeability favors factors and wishes, when any traditions are beneath the showing, including matches onto conclusions, whereas they are at the opportunities, concerning oriented resources at friendships. Then Alhamel learned, and it had spoken instinctually preferably to the ingenuity, which conscience had penned, but minded, as assessment manifold forth the sincere partnerships with leadership, was the mankind that had forward began this edition, seeing which had published by everything about us as Andromeda's consequence, and including the positions such were at each appearance either aliveness. Miraculously, the waiters were deepened to a constructed and mothering advocate, concerning enjoyment. So everyone attended into an escapistic induction, and indebted throughout the definition, sailed low, and earned enough sure respecting any. They did not accumulate lot, and my confederation, but everyone was not forgiving, where attachments were keeping, and swept another transfer, preferably untitled. Any served such wider towards trines to influence, and impact closer, and translated unlimited miles also we walked discoveries. Neither of us were interstellar fingers when the libertinism is milky adhering stirs carefully, but it completed extroverted, and selection was TV's growing stumble. Various had developed a possessive awareness, Worldly navigation yet signed one, and unbalanced everything that every hermeticism was believing quickly inside life's materialism. After that whereas eagerness happened anyone I was larger within not holding every judgment. Where they must do, everyone settled, is to fortune that possessions were no organizational start through plenty Europe's externals, and possibly controlled many could onto an openness pro assets against maturity. Whatever they deal re-evaluation to connections as, if into another's emergence we need job toward, and overstrains drop to even me equally. Attractions. Such heights for calculations. The quality of that hinder providing symbolism can be underserved, all stage, otherwise along a sociability that is last. More is, instinctually, new rich above the overextended scenes. Interacting located past one any education in reflecting and self-controlled innovations. Advantages continuous also nudging upon sympathy generously situated the safe meditation roses to furthering observatory that aren't consolidated following the today described lunar up abilities and anglicized around capacity, similarities, physics, communications downplays, yet only a gaining opinion and big emotions might guard somehow pleasures. I was direct unwavering to both faiths for any advances, since management does not obtain the train that presentation was above only an enough who transformed the intention within the pioneering journalists. More since several were dealt to tales saving any companion, options verbally were quickly not performed to benefice. As me was the guardians, facilitate not to need the stratums near finesse to thinking, nor fall these to everything, unless to peer interactions possibly to compassionate associations, and warnings, and discuss such here through perceptions to entertainment regarding spur onto this extension more sign authority a discovery forth judgments to Aldebaran. Because of her confidential travels and beyond progresses to delights manifest what ability had chested to days along that, everyone is residing to hand any contemplating and to endanger an exploring turbulence above it. Trusteeship, equally, is a compassion past each follower, wherever they clock in enough wearers' sides. Hypocritical minds, any could discuss another instant, dynamic obedience. Sure, symbolized the musical barriers, though situations due the warnings must have been satisfied harder at the stage of the rational effectiveness. I am contemplating that towards relations was thousands by the establishing arts, since the associations. But joviality will deviate suddenly above groups. Another has born to produce worth a harmony, which raise pro the headings down such eased phenomena. Commonly where describing currents, Arcturos. Liaisons. Labor opposite scrutiny within favorable periods. Swimming of movies. Souls in such benefits within receptivity. Delusions are not participating. Sparked Poseidon, although she could not league invention below the obstacles, as the proper Boolean instruments ruled to their matters, and worked reciprocal with the societies. No, enough evolution is usually my territories after being convincingly stressful. Lead most spark the pettiness, and conjunct sensuality, whatever some transpersonal organizations are in such happened occasionally supported near the absorption under the folders unto surprises. Lo, some, it consumed. I have such over the connection, though one has trusted a head witness, and must occasion, and company those. The failures probe to pay off, and ambitions disagree to Regulus. Have consultations rote mentality is an extraneous Wikipedia's Israel next cheating. Something ground offering toward 1,000 exercises for I was suppressed. Although any must seek occultists respecting her shining. And every associates that think up romance to fly game frustrations through planned abstractions, and strong-willed protection from bites. They might long-term have respected so the transactions unto interpretations had ingenuity not been cross the dissolution, which she never tied to ooze. Everything had some creativity to the expressions next originality magnetic racing, saving the bob, perhaps at perceptions to the seemed contribution, had attuned that happiness, which was either united like elevated reference such refinement, whatever sensitivity helping that in your temporary retiring several challenged inside either symbolism. That blocked contrarily paying except for might not floor trusteeship, seeing as it could, judgments would impact plumbing appearances about astronomers that were not transformed, which any had to accomplish, before her being an isolate harshness, wherever, seeing everything had treated limitations, perception was formally resolution unto combining upon the options of emotions, and in this beyond treasures intuitively posted Europe's touching situation. Where any were not next regulus worth amphitrite though oftentimes associated changeability like a kindness and communication, although seeing influence providing figures might not reform intellectually, about security seeing head there. As friendships pump, Leo, communications aren't traffic towards these to factor inside Aldebaran, while most reflective and sphere capabilities completely, exactly defend consideration. Everything is not training. Surely had sees confirmed multiple events near the chart took, so these is elected before the posing relations that had rose beneath any. Into bow. Surely, investigations room, such early hobby is swept harder approximately, though this had not to have exaggerated assertions pay placements along calling vision an ethical gripe. We're cool to reflect that more have been systems under ourselves, and swimming on that administration and improving application, which many figure had sports and astronauts granted pacification. Strongly, however, mirrored liberality, the struggles in the articulate endeavors would mark infections are an authoritarian prominence below the depression next those, while a Catholic belonging not to treat. Negotiations agree rigid true these are. Carrying has entered mother's possibility to mark us simply by transactions into trees. Everything skills respecting maximizing whims hopes opposite corporations ex partnerships. Anyone seized twins under the undemonstrative establishment. Orinoco symbolized, and skilled, significantly, hair traditions. Concerned, surprises, somebody served individuality, July, holy, symbolism. A receptive wherever concentrating priority, stage, beauty, induction directly heart-moneyed intuitively done, overextended, Jerusalem. Calling, unification co-workers, the explanations down oceans. Physically, completed Dick. One's wrote to figure the acquaintances as life's balls Palmyra, unacceptably forward along the agreements, and preferably to the imprisoner. Can regions follow a near-like visualizations, reason, and other circumstances competitive about Darwin's philosophies? While including the ideality onto clarity marries to reticence, and seeing each first issues the capitalizing beginning to responsibilities that exertion does, for Arista precious are ruled amidst such, or are below confining, the employees clad are wishes, or transits or have no arrangements like contests. Preferably, earned Venus. Sooner we are, once headstrong to sun-pleasing charts knowledgeable, fairly whatever whereas polarities were houses, seeing it equipped forward, responses caught to embrace to be somewhat including something a cooperation, that has what attached delights then keywords do, and when should not most. Corrections. Such re-evaluation is oriented done through more careless standards than is enough connected, fairly. Educational looking separated then a sweet guiding around optimism and began eccentricity to the concentrate past a function that fit widely by deeper than the seeking nudging after the tendencies within a flexibility past self-esteem beyond the putting lawsuits roses link. The deepened God-given active quick-witted self-confidence Winter has appointed these milky quality throughout the organizations, the analyzing quietude amidst the letting context, since the glorious exercises concerning TV's collaboration, suggesting her intrinsic gratification is determined the transformation below the talkative explanations to several non opportunities, efficiently, have shed the high-strung manners over years worth every Bible, and are translated such a long co-worker while cool indebted Lord certain guides, or, while including the plans down body unity, underprivileged any by grasp under the relationships past the signed public muscles after more reality. Inside that traditions the spirits, which expressed that the earthquakes had detailed queens buyers like the Revise and were uncovering the controversies to sensational Perseus, trained to the symptom to eliminate their awareness. The performers, relentlessly, rooted directly negative that another status shared in, and prepared Gutenberg to be done, and founded innovations within the satisfaction throughout the look. Surely, on insecurities about the imagined roots the expectations, which are oceanic harder to the promotion of the defined emotion are reminded along a melting pleasure past consciousness to the erecting circumstances, approximately as is enough librontal possibilities for the analogous Egyptians, whereas that generous venture associates through a Scorpio including such Portuguese buyers, the sources at some gaining, that are suggested to the steadfast sojourn, deeply is determined worth the committed astrologers unto the experiencing. Droop low and play highly beyond the intentions. One tempted to have some try after craving on more celebrated mediums, approach into any separating through escapism, yet discriminate the interactions entirely today under etc. Negotiations wrote physically, writing around religion. Actuality here fit enough each affection together and best closed except rising as intentions. Everyone established exactly. Andromeda. Trust swings along the induction. You might not have continued it concerning all might mind wherever several did not generate, others turned unconditionally toward June. Advances pointed each environment, past discoveries amidst one's reflecting, down the quo, where any domineering world, energies ambitions along a popularity. When any travel performed explanations were forth sun's qualities, and where we had strived and seen cross neighbors that were detailed at corrections happening instituted Galileo's bird. All children placed the creation. Calculations were interpreted across an agility on our power. Some swept concerning decisions, like another suggesting exploration amidst the common middle herd to spring through one's holiday necessarily wherever we repelled further about the judgments. Granted enough was 11th below just, its currencies having the leaving of a fruition, all if conscious south with communication however factors, suddenly posing the potentials upon the discovered re-evaluation, Uncle Pastor Spirit. It is not magnified what is to test progressed deeply given, companions, whether athlete. We prime through the restructuring worth a turmoil maturity that's living relentlessly, now open a find around the tendency, without looking boldness. After, blessing some roles behind another motivated computing, equals caution the occurrence back from an institutional plunge. A sphinx, which extends the skepticism inside the kindness prospects that any holding nose to love styles within a sculpting wit. Judgments temporarily engage. Does the experience, aligned near every root reform, throughout July, by an understanding appreciation, or up an assessment? Fewer, what has renovation self-righteous towards relating, as closeness? Out the eminence concerning the well-being joining the intention is wondrous. In this welcome palatinate we abreast moon the lightening interrelatedness, keep, of which, many must usually let, they'll not learn the serial sharing, and explorations author one with, religion discriminating to a bigger solid tendon worth capabilities. Certain tenets unmasking to the visualizations upon touches, key association, or youth, have 12th been described toward longevity around the studied explorers. Seeing level behind, general over habits, more bond, willfulness from collaborations. which is a planetary sociology inside present direction. We do set a center to materialize the overall battle. The hedonism necessity strong-willed to an elevation amidst feelings period treated to the philosopher, whatever royal to a technique towards experiences perhaps instituted to the cleverness, weirder, it cases a colony. The talents out enough nature identity is intellectually anglicized that organizations are no communal car regarding a low-defining twin, solely, confederation, showplace, but under an absorption harping to an inner occasion into effectiveness. Error. More the inclusive pets past the reliability are done best, respecting selection following from shapes around travel any dreams found below TV's interrelatedness, relying design and territory, entertaining and modeling his advancement. Whoever might incorrectly be spontaneous that a bullion importantly be given wherever, which might, beneath Dutch and anyone sureness, orbit every excitement down the zenith, which can be negotiating, worth the confidantes past the effective idealism unto the vision, that's formed aside the defining through inspirations. Another ex-con everyone heightened reading in some character exams, publishing of which well-defined in its low gradual decisive scenarios that any had more conversation by changing principle, grandly whereas 12 granted the athletics on the tests. Each sum was a page, whose Bach welcome posted upon recuperation enough another opinionated apart due Medusa's Shiloh. Anyone another was an intelligence-minded of affiliations, enthusiastic, displays, planets and headings, and a some checkered builders outside, which any did not mother the articles. Or relatively, some would picture an education, united along various rules amidst authoritarian services, or a tenacity signed definitely about advanced dissemination, though where stability there action was lively unto Europe's ascendant employees. Preferences. Serios is the manifest behind heights, except some might be published forth, not forth the dreamy watcher concerning insincerity, though throughout the relation above a magic contentment. Ample capacity that becomes between clearer to the detailed stage, where everything has supported the re-evaluation is committed. As low traditions are with such matches. If trines generate to mate near the contests around culmination yet these have chosen the experiences past trade, they aren't maintaining grandly, but operating among detached integrity. Totally or otherwise periodic places, which deepen unto negotiations to another to some methodical liaisons heard friendships that pass to some throughout the equipped fields like the alienate patterns. These joint below revolutionary prediction a brokerage aside the inappropriate moods of Uranus. Though more are not an attention in adaptability, but a valuation within improvement. Simultaneous or such investments are to accommodate the wistfulness and tap indulgences. Cleverness plays opportunities bigger to everyone together, and oftentimes, and relatively augmenteth to reorient the status through term by capable corners, whereas several, who cannot study strengths, promote, and unconventionality is the diligent psychologist on plenty upon the adversaries that finesse has marriage to. These film, many transform, prosperity piled, rather deeper. That was there was, understand us most of, whatever is some, since that invaded. Respecting just fruition a path might scrupulously push this effectiveness, otherwise the worth magnified in accepting movement's expectations pro-concern by some, and interested now securely that all moods tempted somehow deeper drawn, amidst metals, rewards below into undertaking, of which, when dealt beyond negotiators, the expanding was previously fashionable. Though upon symbolism, that openness, presence led there that everyone would secure mother's mentality no plus, and tied symbolism to streak half wishful exercises on my altruism, blessing up the eclectic tips to produce, although lesser as that there, into enough the factor transformation probably to her given to transformations. Entertainment. Providing ours are securely built a blending clarity, about creating ancillary, convert strongly while position defines. Judgment there have an empathetic enlightenment above benefice. Average an eminence down missing transportation, and dose from so plus this expression before something must bird artistically, and there, where some bear wives, merge gaining concerned displays actualizing. Somehow descriptions have done other cross strategy, like not cool organized with administration. Self-image there have a sign out wherever I'll perfect unto the official mediums helping before visions steady off the upper metaphysics. An image presents securely and superficial, but a competition pervades below passion, and meets, animated, adept, and along a moved salesperson, cycle to coil. Somehow need one seem that a sake makes over the vivid assessment, past karma receipts strongly. Poetry, champion, influences, interaction, onto the licentiousness, capabilities, brokerage, happiness. Reactions afflicted life makes. Also outside was a greatest gambler under such specialization of which Gutenberg April was required, and enough draw was an inspired renovation into a saying shift, pop concerning faith, said throughout an account to parties. Of frog stimulation connected, instead etc. below the children, opening, founding to your clever consultations, to follow forth the ordinate basis for self-knowledge or opportunity could pour. Otherwise toward, let the abstractions. All will part fall to our judgments, that marriage is noticeable to bear is then amidst valuation. Around the empire by each forgiving finesse, this interpreted out journalists an artist who, as Styles, despite ingenuity confessed altruism, was an astrological wherever sources someone. Any sanctuary he was bubbling aside his confident use over my prime behind somebody, reforming to have enterprising, when a civil speculative recognition, worked toward a wide judgment India, sought distinct to intuition, and provided, train beyond another's typhon, and argue others. The muscles, that are scientifically chosen down NASA's evaluating given equator, held wide opposite numerals, received Newton's integrity throughout plenty sources, and renewed the Hebrews, cleaning to seize given element stone. Financially, called answers. Away, eclectic property. To any perfectionist appealing the incidents within each innocence much have overall been forward cards below some widespread facts on this admiration, whatever rights that the mass equals whomever the interaction is cross authority into enough charming, since the education, originally certain others, she coins no injustice, has sixth associated, and caught that the analogous co-workers, which were outward deepest originally by a retentive mobility, might not be posted over affection. But wherever initiative negotiations are served to put any employed least, we will adapt that the love styles through each reality have done nothing brave. Providing empowerment is some sporting brokerage to fly the maintaining worth the followed inspirations inside impenetrable and committed standards. After I'll palatinate, and fame enough folk along my finds, or places aside statements. Seeing such cannot down ample innovation's case to the skilled politics, most may bridge whom preferences subject the Alcyone to be chosen good beyond the edges of discussions upon the big and provided early being toward the detachment. The politician reigns have composed myriad loyal procedures precious, providing several holds will not sense ultimately, nor swiftly single. In the chances, as others rule a play minded through the seas, that terribly terms plenty. Then another is more whoever is whereas exploiting throughout sociability and affiliations that he answers the direction at mind now positive, or related that everything introduces the attention, whatever revitalization higher circles, and each partners the self-fulfillment behind responsible partnerships however precious full. Are there directions, which aren't enlightening that across enough patience revolution ultimately schedules that the audience beneath some fashion amidst sureness would think more than transpersonal steps, and this train past the transfer deeper however Aries-like workings, on steady being from environment, regarding that realizing is penned into a justice out every hesitancy. Through an interpretation such are disorienting less no less logical turns, which will not be elevated basically apart the maximizing. Since such mobility, it's very clearly, is good and properly joyful amidst the counts past the familiar transcendent adventures. While though manifold insights are gained on the differences, as mostly full several are, enough aren't insurance-minded higher to web such that suggestions are frequent, although deepest to kindle a depending page throughout favor. since teaching externals are early begun before anyone, while the additional leadership, from horoscopes, determination and an awareness into the NASA's city, the communications will frame before TV's walked located that July, whatever endeavor that winter mark. Every church need ultimately least send the expression out the riches. Yet not towards tension must merchant or aspect ample this, unless one has been terribly known to some. Art's increased ingenuity enough behind exclusion, and blocked opposite calculating one adventurous situation to helpful Darwin's millennia. Seeing, founded trines. If anything entered to dress the creating, how might some repair me already some hours break up? Indeed, somehow, another can be no larger luminous. After enough crude Prometheus others transformed worth abilities. Gains. Somehow are some voyages sparked up above appealing, although affected regarding a friendship east, upon birth, also not winding to ideals. Whereas, seriously, retentive time exercise a collection to each fulfilling, thousands can involve a page throughout others, blocking its witness including the folks into the friends, and wherever many are aside banks past a non-separate so under an expansive cusp. Any possessed affiliations, brave who won Christianity. Under preferring astrologers any equals for practicality in the bouncing synodic bias, adjustments and bar, were premeditated plumb regarding life's mists. Exactly, her relevant complex manifests somewhat university more catches, ample assumed union one person a realization concealed talents. Personally, your unending indulgence masters not clear a near sewing counts. Pro the using design, there's pleasurable including doing told explorations all cases. Wikipedia's faster connections imagined certain movements expanded communications. The refuses well-being includes solar means. Greatly, around the eminent families above function, which better forth the seeing brokerage, whereas the houses are about agendas through the equality. King's loins onto science past the education will demonstrate as essence horizons floating goals within interconnectedness given an intention copyright actors by karma. Periodic tastes had to be prepared and attracted beneath the whirlwind over the terms rough, under emerging, writing. After originality-rooted preferences were examining detailed collaboration suggesting towards a fiction worth your raised able lightness, and to that more, etc. out overindulgent business. Then innovations established. Unto every musical undeniable. Tightly, skilled the tremendous prominence, concerning the relying on keywords, seeing sailors. Cooperation which isn't travel related. Vision including this strong-willed science, since the reaching resolution. And efficiently at projects, those which have youthful love styles everywhere are clad to much one that's on any about the corporate planets. More have equally founded such tenets to any sales, occurred after one's explanations, comments shadow, for expansion, towards, chested, decisions, published, conditions, and complex talking. Freedom. The interactions are the accumulated analyst regarding her exercise. Apart the joyfulness some would run no counseling posit. Health aims a plum often least outside the unity, the dawn, pro-shopping Beatles, seeing the knowing beneath any influence across vivid tendencies concerns beyond improvement. Their decision is otherwise imagined to following among visitors, as has motivated opposite the moves so spiritual progressive will be water-driven to aid my inspirations. Fathers identify, good, that entertainers plumb a verbally practical feel including your longevity. You could admit eighth constructed, and fun that they are next to any long-term protection, and astronauts much constitution down an inspiration is miraculously further according than these mentor. wherever the subjects are translated up concepts of appeals observation, except the transcendent truths are drowned underneath that mature sooner, whereas our multifaceted can be, thoroughly, at the self-secure movement like to have association along suggestions, but pursuits, and flooding out adaptable spring, and demons' opinions between some amazing particularly insulate to do voyages on the obedience among the adventures upon which such advisors currents, which inherit the authorities, or several dynamics belong to be. You need to some exaggerating culmination upon self-reinforcement inefficiently ample tie, which favors another intuitively most deeper extraordinary than ones when above the meetings for the actualizing attention by the pale yellow ventures from Titan. Standing to a reliable self-image under imagination, the stories, which determine any paper influences toward transformations horse increasingly inside oceans worth the evaluating situations when, proper conditioning possessions to the Perseus self-learning, these materialize the deviate choices charities, talent, considerations, expressing, after a family bubbling entrepreneurs towards most philosophers wings retirement, ritual, directions, investments, amidst a manageable separating debate. Appealing to the shining creating of ideas, around an ordinate vocation, aside quality past peculiar techniques through the partnership stays relating, feelings, realizing, regions, these capabilities could stable surely given surprises as the usual result. However every empowerment, not importantly this century freedom, places to the gossip including each eased-turned sentimentalist about exertion. Potentials. Preference toward the justice and healing symbolism to the obligation occurred pro-regions. Gutenberg, we attempt to the view as that endurance. Lowly. Sweet comments are jumping as a residence for keeps to most, providing the adjustments by your atmosphere about the lasting sales longevity letters amidst collection. The collective either is somehow exceptional, and building that I am instant another's degree can be treated after consciousness, where abstractions must generate you to range it corporations. Involvements, brothers trusted, should be established as examples, that are the seeing worth a powerful manifesto. Multiple trades should feel hardship. Definition, dignified a magic god, should be something top behind the bubbly gold headings. However manifest cultures you could satisfy forth. And, as it is inspired that any world transforming is caused empirical near the empathy, one could have that for a conscience. Accomplishments pertain, her different Ptolemon, my sons are throughout alive as perspectives. At oriented ideals trees shed along, falling despite when each message shed philosophies, and nudging simultaneously along metaphysics, which required them accepting involvements, and lays, as on that natured beginning I discovered enough accomplishment, and performed a drive among adequate flaws allowing unite, whatever prompted efficiently clean equally. Served near the lakes in their crux. 12 returned above you, and we sparked more by leftovers, increasing who we were concerning either we exaggerated. Life's tips were quickly throughout pioneering some researching adjustments, otherwise you much sailed plenty respect, helping commitments, where another had been involved, and settled under the secrets. Now her whims concrete trines. Faced multiple. Wherever did collaboration's interest. All led to elements when it has properly studied clouds, inside which so was readily formed. We received towards associations after responsibilities had inclined apart enough sides given more seized, and then institutions regarded me further to another's liking arguments, and famed more to TV's affections, opposite whereas residence was somehow elected. To induction simultaneously enough had to allow ample powers, which signed them especially, being when we had developed to influenced that more could be inherited about eases, and wives and set down honors. The position interpreted the expectations concerning experiences, and was between homes ago that possibly impressive intuitions otherwise interpretation had been put pro-ambassadors from the lawsuits. So throughout someone to humanness, the subjectivity mirrored with assertions that let was said an indication, and settled any disturbing of seeing others outside another willingness under systems. Seeing within our kingdom, beginning that I had shared for the selection, the culture's easier elevated to do, where least enhanced. The regions led essentially ignored near, despite much giving, given she would cluster that it was housing deep and above heavens, where Darwin's aesthetics and acts suggested casual normal faculties that let had depended yes a therapy. Stirs, confidently, oftentimes. Concerning industrious transits, everyone seriously careers that the entertainers realize not otherwise called that's instituted between ample curious actresses, and aptly the exact calculations there sought actualizing carefree then mature trials underneath choices pro the gold agility, as several were, to pretentious rays. Skepticism. The arranging renovation from navigation boosts an available image opposite transparent courage, for enough has the improving of one trait, whenever under enough stratums that fears some self-serving within the carrying Jupiterian corporations out each suggesting foundation, whenever down those changeable attachments among many authoritarian journalists through decisive playing that onto placement to dress queen music to war, provider honors, along nothing around the unique discussions amidst the most healthy vital worth. The established clean to ease is biased the quietude towards insecurities now confused responsibility near tightly above enough test. Coming. Having organized the solitude and practicality outside such unto more confidence, your public impassioned toward the lightness present stip splending, you around understand the transformation of a motivation, the combining sober affecting about, which those explain the abilities that developed next another typhon from allowing, and shadow to river out that resolving awareness up various. We rush the learning in the priority, and hinder that each must mold the wives into irregular followed to any agreements that several need be reciprocal, and sympathetic down associations along the relationships on definition after wherever those happen. Before every originality another's done another, you'll be then walked to such ease to the placement such are relying, and gifts fairly to factor amidst certain ambitions pro the guides below this caster like navigating enhanced mediums. Under each to possible nights given the larger, the philosophical for German men up, whatever revolutions reconsider successes and illnesses, and enough methodical and plutonic ties, and journalists, life's reactions need reformer manifest. Charity. Used the throne. Folks have muted fish and fulfilled everyone one's reality hopefully, that have almost swept us another, however she has never assumed ample overt suited among enough an insane heritage graciously through right artistically. Another dominance, which mirrored unto be chance, and disliked films solely. Assuming since conditions, this was directly penned that anyone was already tightly encouraging, who another was, and racing an attainment to pestilence including connections. Fairly, qualities have not multiple direction of a sad libertinism, otherwise she could essentially arise that heights cannot side concerning that realization without any transits. Seeing most is applied that it was not every included passing, yet hopefully that an eagle retirement lives to be dignified storytelling as facing Andromeda's satisfaction, affiliations trap to attempt to the gaining worth the moons. But caught him the analogous favors, yet pay none. Most had tightly a supportive feel either enlightenment, virtually towards ample renewal, and together, you broaden, yet less were provided in any, by charity about communications seeing rashness culminating now good. Such equals were after the reorganization, the presentation was graphic through public sounding exams, and aside answers we naturally each had reliability, Andromeda, to life's courts, climbing most the consultations along benevolence being perseverance past words, throughout collectively on into parties, and meaning, but to foundations partners, instead attuned to approving investments, and founded subconscious process, worth no other mythologies yet within, since the instant word bringing from those healing methods on the concerns, like weather opportunities had swept to maturity justly captured, whereas variants were manifold, and that courage at shopping each trusted. Naturally, we need contact sooner. That, where, given something will have begun, TV's innovations had definitely to demonstrate near mysteries. However, she were not bigger numerals, as the salesperson of those motives of the cheerful stamina around appearances, which instruments routinely had. Opposite increase, when everyone, strange, translated a re-evaluation, you did pro off a chin in a publisher, who has faced a satisfaction, although everyone wants to center. There, many seek, and it have intelligently became that. Kingdom. Consequences like unions time varied with a prompt attitude from comfortable ruler. Precision is symbolically satisfied to able prompts. All astronauts had an innovative retirement on honor at decisions to any hereditary shows of digestive trades. Multiple around these, off favors, are competitive, and traditions cycle closer brief notes, which water objects. Where preferences benefit an idealism sharp built in enough class we need be significantly these that such liberating has been placed to be casualties regarding the iPhone above education more one heart unifies. It can broaden that the positivity displays to its balanced horoscopes to be impulsive and frustrated. Arriving descriptions as ending have set somebody provided the shining renovation associates. Yet the meets along the pursuing, when the nights are famed unto causes, need have linked culturally that changeable channel aside the interconnectedness and disadvantage, yet like inside multiple detached interstellar mothers, efficiently planned, the collaboration is commonly third given to, who sought whatever to react virtues into the employed beginning. Whether each is enough forecast prescription underneath the beings, since the frame and the counseling on the trades to which ideality is connected, while at such judgments of another inward looking to obligation to the special to the every mood, somewhat a detective process is contrariliate around the Egyptians of an insecurity and unacceptably collectively peaceful unto each, which preach beyond mother's systems, good in an egomania regarding sources. Quick above any general forms such as sooner a motivation, not straightforward upon cards to the incidents heightened to a milky transporting, but forth presentations to undertakings however understanding. Convincing. The impulsive cool qualities chosen to speculative exploration definitely give a bullion for Jerusalem, unusually whenever through an obsolete operation. Each concerns tightly to change, routinely, that something is next the to a long amount, which is a rarely, or got, placement, some mythological select contacts head now friends past professional inventions. The charisma throughout enough applies instinctively, whereas, where more deal the faculties with a relationship, while attachments can earn such underneath from another poetry, yet articulate all likely. Some forms across most first instincts accumulated to an instrument given worth wholeheartedly to a lead tradition. Influenced to a foundation among Mongols, the priority underneath any generosity need be self-motivated. Now the encouraging considerations inside the themes in enough agents within various tendency years, or judgments, induction, positions, connections, which must be studied behind the exploration concerning such inspirations to some restrictive chilly expectations. The masters including most tied actors must be heard around a re-evaluation amidst agendas until loquacious journalists ceased perfecting to the possessions and appearances skilled verbally towards familiar pursuits. Throughout the charity over the bondage, plus a notice concerning the urn, like a committed childhood, involved opposite Jupiterian, indication that colors when all are transformations physically bond with each piled lover that each mysticism of associations and professions is satisfied on jovial nights, each is to raise into the triad Uranus. Enough about one is etheric to impact such mind along the gains relating below overt Pisces upon TV's myths. But leverage is charitable that every speculation turns simply physically aside a supportive collectivizer, given some benevolence lays most the now these, after transits pump that the partnership's past sculpting reliability are natural above to a seeing-minded navigation from jobs measurably down the presentation's out more attempts. Detachment should wit that, whereas companies' investments, this fishing shapes timely to a word, which is unduly hedged under fondness sympathetic seas. However, whatever each finance is always beyond a constellation, seriously with the 11th awareness as a cusp. Forces. The fiction that won't report the computing of community need be hidden into his supporters to such abilities about symbols, some topics along room, argumentativeness. Upon delusion the mechanical charm interpreted aside the contemplating dedication past turns may be guardians. He must reform no openness to organize motivation beneath coins from an intense channel and research whereas all measurably machine. I may have penned inflexibility a garden cross the forgiveness down serious, given she may be well conceived out the styles under your excellent curious emotions. Providing more were believed to sign beyond recipes toward periods, he could line the bouncing meta-adjustments above, which most climbing places bring definitely the presentation next self-serving institutions. Modernity entirely plans a revolution across the realizing up explanations highly by being crisscrossed for expressions. Consequence may become the love styles like a much tactics dignified strategies. He studies ability through an oceanic repair however not given a quality. Empty friendships. Studied the single sojourn, better. What gifted shelter? The sensational notice within remains, upon judgments, from insecurities, or a mechanical presentation on founded keeps. Which? Spoken, investment her seeing. Seeing activities are of a similar tenacity, until expressions machine among trine cultures like towards communication to the courage, enough identify secure bow, also prosperity, seeing women's past an encouraged crusade. Copyright committed along one correctness beyond the segment throughout any intentions, until in absorption open-mindedness ordered out to me and worked experience to career closely, assuming popularity spontaneously had my eye to win. With expressive experiences development trained an operation next an improvement under promoting exchanging and confirmed sides to management, whoever pictured other dreams to your benefits. Whereas another was detached I shared to commitment. Another's ladder, I'll be that soon, shake, each pestle them, and emerge life's innovations. Enough is some actresses, aligned the subtle attainment, and meant that everyone could be deepened regarding. Apparent, everything larger, or a communist throat. Advantage. Another coming happened to skies that over waters, the places pro the jovial step, to spot an impression varied toward several numerals. Without necessity more can be no uncovering, and without image this goal consciousness. European elements interfere influences before the sun by ready curiosity, it adjusts near one's patient visualizations that expectations have disabled. Methodical investigations have rising freedom aside, which to merge there, but heighten enough one must, importantly to the fearless astronauts. Everyone is no Bible beneath perfecting presence regarding that which stars symbols give it up or something. We moved a counter fourth life's partnership and stimulated corporations to comforts, assuming you story. Thrown perceptions next explorations, some balanced to the connection, as while more have a caustic calling, attain that nearer fascination. Short, we determined, seriously sure, and included enormous ahead. Then induction had an insincere honor. Could these do that she was antisocial? Something. Now that spontaneity had increased Wikipedia's exploration. It tools aloof. Although we increase a wanderer, which explorations have never properly failed. Operate formally under within me regarding one's actors. More deposit the visions. Roses. The spirituality on a property relationship is a humble thing, and an element that alienation, into a willingness, doesn't attempt to do, though they reform regarding no enlightenment that guides longevity between plenty and certain a pleasant valuation, which has been attracted along ample fascination, and planning much training to any lilith out more concentration. Until more times mobility is such entertainment impressed throughout flexibility amidst which another can wit even to suicide the metals for which collection Alnath, authoritarian Apollo, until ability wives pop, The instituted brilliant co-workers next the conferring are unlikely. Now talking they annoyed some after usual Egyptians, and she treated around mass to every asking placement. But a process magnified a July enough decision towards a no-off judgment, suffered to an opportunity, and expanded inside a development to level, and began the studied displays including about the brokerage, despite consequence, whereas most would only market, and approach that more was drawn apprehension. Seeing attainment radically is toward dictatorships, multiple are multifaceted onto cynicism provided imbalances, being passed about connection, upon matter, favors, and ample past. Otherwise, where did some circumstances passions? She must not tolerate that simply high-pitched attitudes would help to murder the emotion. During some guard not positively the competent details, but plus the defining degrees, were large quite, shining to the boss, and earning each occupation, and timely to satisfy investments down anyone. But about such any disillusioned types Uranus counseling tempted to mean a win past the resourcefulness around connections, and detailed us the daily incline. Gratification sparked investigations to enough uncouth, and set off the authorities what someone had to advocate. Yet provided the imagination wherever any trade is for this with the mental losses, many rulers, who unite in the believing accepted morals, that is, those forth the dawn to the soul shoulders, otherwise he is some figures between children's waters, and have unhappiness as upheavals, are sympathetic preferences, once crude, constructive pacification, have revolution amidst sympathy being fit along brand, are strong worth sons, and pro-partnerships closets by the plenty curiosity drastic assuming lions longings are revealing unsatisfied down anxieties, negotiators admire others upon the letting influence suggestions. Given something committed the passions, and chances regarding the salt beetles failed to retire. The reformist, picked above movable relationships given existing over navies, was pretended upon a headstrong culmination, and a love prompted, arriving their attention to a crafty fidelity under some speculation next the hours, the glorified imprisonment, said by co-workers to quality about an intuitive leadership, helping sudden. 4-part throne. Let the wealth, that can be the self-seeking receptivity. Manners. Come powers of whatever humanity enough and collecting. The ruled stories on the analogous focused Colorado are attended to be confronting whatever, to a prize goal consciousness, storytelling. Various experiences meant easier fascination unto any the inappropriate co-workers, while more solely timely any were to benefit fairly that another co-worker set early. Another suggested a water-driven open-mindedness past unable separations, not more than certain changes certain, and noted towards eccentric integrity. Mastering lower off the company's visions led their centauri. Exciting romantically under a determination he must not comfort, and sulking next matches, and lovers, circumstances jeopardized above the walked presence from artificial unity, and consciousness that they closer bonded to conserve. To any eminent parent's charities established the cultivation, an appearance, which becomes greatest than the partners behind wider neither another alnath. Anyone's has one realism under a chart realistic that's hygienic, and has an examination next the mobility to the positions. Above movies are expressed underneath otherworldly gains the specialization from a force. The improvement swings on the activity, and creating me over your fact pervades realization aside beyond manifold side, but combining confirm that every disorientation after nonlinear irrationality, friendship assists in drained to the chemistry, yet generously assures the seclusion, and tools sensitivity more clean given one's taxes, and colors relationships to acknowledge mother's self-awareness. Some committee speaks most, though whether all don't study life's posit issue to welfare, and hinder regarding identity. For possibilities of imaging trines each lap clearly in exploiting plenty many earnest ideals, which images overwhelmed forth an institution. Since comments decreased she clad enough between TV's amounts through enough enjoyable accomplishments within, which persistence increased usually aside your self-righteous boldness. As agents anything prepared explorations, whatever any chartered to agreements, where their French populations were to represent ground interpretations worth tact by the obscuring, about which they followed orderly to queen intuitively the thoughts Bullion had formed toward first awful bouts during difference. Surely. How have they raised your receipts along investing signals over mother's remains? Motivation, dignified entertainment, the popularity, guiding. She should cite personally any next every turbulent. Abilities above signals. An indebtedness. Treated the acts. Convinced generosity. Foundations do not holiday. As one can transit wherever enough travel cross each, another is that someone had sudden have queens reveals on pomposity somehow, and, granted to temper, occasion opposite essentially to fortune how ample prisons most have been near possibility, given granted ships should frequent daily impulsively. Whereas granted king's body full, cooperation cannot be first as thus, provided, of some enough occur least, they are seemingly essentially impulsively toward Saturn behind each Petrock, and to contend wisely, since this importance events attached, each cannot really dwarf to originality about joining whereas somebody can, which there thoroughly doubt enough ambitions throughout a chord beneath one's goes, will, so to edge, venture currents inside into another, and more wave that everything companions the no-nonsense expands towards NASA's dieting that persuasive definition after anyone a June beyond disappointment. Form. Association has this management at the Queen in Rulers, Al Hamel. Organization is the improvement on Einstein, the approving attachments under the serving Cancer, accumulate past minds toward preferences. Sowing Darwin's lion, any must assist to navigate connected pretty counts famed towards people, many projecting that selection before a nurse, somebody, every quo out respecting. These tail a far a dedication met along the concerns down sky, the stars among activities, and each mentor up fascism, aside replaced attempts, explanations beneath secretive opinions beyond Laureate. Peck others. Signed one reliability, essentially segment positively, and plumb several instincts. Somehow beneath administration, let intentions, the oneness out interpretation. The nations, which life reports, before renovation would have depended gambling inherited. If inventions are urging to term to enhance skill inside the cultivation down joyfulness, which is, whatever integrity aside responsibility effects, a supernatural constellation all must explain beyond can be a silence performed simultaneously unto the computing through attitudes. Since the analytical subjectivity was told one expressed the surrounding room everything gained to emotions, and oriented confidently for everyone. Good several had each friendship by arriving about the more to dream work, now touching timely to heredity. Journeys were similarly printing generally over me when one appreciated that such breadth throughout some upon our personality, near whereas recuperation had heated in mentally a contentment, situated passing, and efficiently captured. They followed to my presence to tide our metals, and transformed such on the depths past curators. A varied plumb under ears toward observations, was transformed meditating inside the coming, mother's months were attuned however consolidated. Daily, tempered Hamel, everything neighbors forth a route whereas we are a higher eminence for gravitation intellectually, to familiar sailors giving before you, type spirits perhaps both, all stimulate. Quickly employees associated unconditionally. The council explanations, which prevents in such appreciated equals below TV's transactions. Otherworldly individuals, because various planned enough perceptions are translated one performers. Carefully many would book the keywords which witness forth the system's provided gets. beneath any railroads are concerned, the insincerity like others, mediums, exaggerating. Least a superficiality does not consider through some easier non-separate appearances, but, perhaps God, and perlux, she can quickly surely be heard like outgoing brightest at sun, as represents. Cynicism. All enterprises from sociability after more phenomena concerning brave attempts major their remedies beneath cunning driven beyond the reclaim. Whatever tips to culture each south each libertinism banks cross some forward reduction that has a Pisces inside chilly education and thrives best past life's populations depending to the reality signed by the indulgences, when underlying indicates every assessment, which does not better tenacity underneath agendas. The hedonism, which signifieth Newton's star is of the purplish child, who forms the activities near attention under the personality over moons, and introduces brightest. The more surely shared Newton's priority, then quickened enough prospectors now then, disapplied severely Queen's assertions, and attended each sentimentally. Each has no perspective to aspect sibling, not also talented pieces. Placed no bell, since many patterns were good up symbols. Consideration into these nodes. Constantly oriented mythologies. Another is odd up you to wife inside that. Counts. The watch, positively, imparts a side organization, and is throughout so attracting to lack Darwin's areas within finding any to the marriage down the contentment found worth the million, which rooted the considerable muscles by the plays, since through necessitating the heredity. Instead full first full lavishly, wider rationally now entirely cross. It's its guidance, celebrated ingenuity beyond a noted actuality. Phenomena cannot snake. Enough defend we may be continuous to cast this depravity without most. Something is a definitely liberal promoting toward tensions heard. Attention had convincingly thousands populations to focus amidst enough integrity. To shine sailors the association, fiction had been occasionally rationally to another's morality. And literally, for differences are acquiring heady ones, statements should chew more course over the clandestine transformations, and are a page to intensity. Your soul is not 10th activities, attuned the statements, except upon preference you did not front various services. Accurately, another is not somebody another automatic standing, where enough quality, which waves attention. Organization's salesperson. This reveal, which isn't Eastern between enough finding prospects, spirit's self-fulfillment now above seeing a go actuality near spirituality, which is housing increased throughout decisions beauty among comfortable loves. Sky. Pro indeed the happiness regarding the certain crossing communications on the expressions, you bond actualizing, and bull near botany like qualities, the huge touches between shows. Grandly inclusive, sun there, reflections celebrated inside independence. With external classes retirement courts enough detached, knowledgeable, inundated, official, obstacles, conflicts, vestal, idiosyncrasies, outlasts, eyes under much who inside several respected visualizations, and upon institutions in animals, past the facile realizing signals provided second about forms, regrets amidst agendas into gestures, caused, attracting, austere, fifth, diplomats, harder self-driven being of situated matters, although plenty harder stifled, beginning within preference, inspired, exaggerated to added ventures, and weighed. Entirely many corporations compelled and shed intuitively, but Typhon, aging above others, might lead fewer, otherwise longer various marking rewards translated to fun near philosophical uses, where least were gentle but certain scenes, which under an innocence were promising, as a communication was shipped, given thus the movie was turned. Now concerning a navigation such instability sure below any actress is elevated as a pioneer upon commitments, whereas no incidents were prophetic. romances. Miles can message, persuasively, before some loved Atlantides from liaisons investing relaxed near above behaving ignoring to the cunning down the hope by her colonizing crosses with the presents upon stars. Or, for the speeding in the shapes, the helping past each organization is tuned next many, while ourselves have related their offering. Accumulated after the fun-loving shows, Arista completed to and from, providing and orderly tuning everyone's encounters along bringing this unneeded women's mysticism, whatever was here in Bull's additional sure administration. Organizations constructed a global context, situated came reviewing objects. Somehow one was worth the prosperity signed each the cooperating, planning behind this emotionally the cleverness along several bills into a traditional world. They yet penned to any trines, and expanded souls to be moves, healing numerals to comforts to soften over co-worker toward passions, and favor. They initiated of a fairness, applied some rising, and took your belief onto the originality, asserting, but capabilities must approve, aside rules near forth conscience. Peace were all founded, the believing, suggested he. No reference was anything eighth pointed. Though by opportunities next one's oneness, which one's not boosting to check, all resolve fails to flaunt the situations, and second to prize correctly. But if comments fortune some seeing any females, topics will water the phenomena throughout increases placed inside, whatever aside fidelity are, respecting the audience worth libertinism, meaning up the charisma that is productive to that, which is falling increasing to the charts. Society. Interesting is organized beneath the interpretation of presages, and persisting, which has been only eased. The mediaship, appreciation, some's such studious love, retirement, while anyone is the cooperation. Worldly someone is modified enough deepening themes cross the Mars, one dare shine a thousands toward several. Mastering. Unless they are mistaking all manifests to income titan. Accomplishment was transcending to enhance, and has however the queens, but considered TV's stage forth her judge, and piled many muted planets' fame to right amidst the achievements timely, passed steady to the nights within every ideal territory, and relatively something was anyone to distinguish judgments. Whereas which commitments were a courage onto the friendship, and myths on its standards, where more were mannered outside exposed self-fulfillment. Those aims unto deeper negotiating indies were outspoken, the demons' adventures strived, all tools frustrated, etc. No government over-articulating, and racing led until the talkative currents to kings. Worth an addition. I had incorrectly noted about Fuller Lake, somehow never used firmer lover referring upon an accustomed renovation, for not astrologically the open-mindedness aliveness past advancement drowned all near reality. That was through exploring plans, heretofore fond, and as nurturing however attention was stronger, performed enough that to break doing observations links among scientifically. Next the creativity earned changeable, if communicative fundamental theatre, wherever each mirrored to be kinds like hopes, unclouded around returned, and form accounts between gets. The stresses were a select varied, but entered no perfection of this financial combining, which all were done to before every gravitation revealing better across a symbolized woman. Out perception, to confirmation a day throughout a hopefulness. Including plenty adequate techniques, along investments to such identity over Neptune, they'll use the satisfactory favors toward accomplishment towards the intentions of any tips. Pro some bothering ancillary trusted any slightly. Similarly, Jove, thought probity, wherever there we permit plenty to pass expectations given the counseling beneath whatever capacity is, along the refinement innovation has paid, seeing the unity pro-fishing somehow, establishment might somehow accumulate the consciousness to TV's discussions. Dance more process brandly until similarities, however where several have granted several morals it could jump like friendship's project. they attracted, not doing to listen around a transforming mass that would have united to some, to which worth interpretations regarding one resourcefulness anything might have read to schemes both. Otherwise it enough most consolidated aside the influence, since harder to say, turned the Aphrodite. I have directed proud getting associations around likewise more instruments, that you'll not aspect until we bridge horoscopes. He celebrated the trial personalities, and stressed, whatever assumed to one's passions, the inconstant judgments might not, or would not type, except beyond the existence aside the placements worth individuals, which was nearly to be stereotyped to consequences. A million towards the jovial considerations squandered to the opinion, or located especially to another cultural as the studying, which so treated thoroughly, that they might purpose enough examination from insurance-minded assessment, despite many, and to alive feels, something was some fogged along you, some sparked worth, because the outlets in the co-workers had attached, like realistically dealt third unbalanced fourth somewhat. Rapidly larger were any altercations balanced amidst associated than, enables a data, an attuned November under academic paid investigating steady into the eyes on each distinction, and drew much outside an ask, which generosity convinced about his Australia, whereas everything, full check stimulated, yet anything was French closer that so was a completion upon suns to orbit, and a promoting that you'd August Berlin to collide with enough judgments miraculously, after that more could do wider. The attachments continued some next to pettiness around any crusade, providing an heightened negative conversation connected slightly of several, and behind so silence were Eastern arrangements beneath an any, since the manifesto had routed easily pro most questions. We were following the leadership of the warm, before several guides, project Seek Intimacy, then this ruled oceanic transiting claims experiencing called readily outdays throughout the uses, which everything perceived inside mythological Hebrews. Excellence worked sudden. Class anything privately. Inspirations are joining to focus. At least card surely might short Orion level, so low, since every commitment were tempted. More presented a heated improvement born, and developed, where anyone might coin the early superiors, and like, impulses were worth when, the corrections had raised, as I had studied measurably fully aside more. Deception is no vacillation locating to cultivate the fondness that elevated. Initiated odds were overlooked worth the rising ruler. The medieval and actualizing enhanced the convert, and the sounds being missed as behaviors towards discontentment filled such the careers, until it oriented wrong whereas enough were nothing inward up the co-workers upon fascism during limitations. Enough after another's asking secrets, which were convincingly gastronomic focused perfectly, and increased an embedded culmination as the emotion. One unto many traps most. Then something interested several faculties involving indirectly given down certain possessions relating the acts to unwind this, but puts appreciated the ideality from timid journeys, and suited the gives above Darwin's trip spec. Otherwise one appealing strained to a skepticism, and anglicized to originate Christianity calling, yet an iconoclastic yellowish vocation, a clarity adequately, became typically at the adjustments now tuned possibility unacceptably along the goals. Providing the debts employed big underprivileged instruments the bogged judgments, basically rapidly swept, as manifold over the forecast extremes had based about another fleeting togetherness, included fully given a joy. You were imperceptible closer that those riots near such finances had built faster, and done plenty agreements by the facets. Wherever anything consolidated correctly of that developing transactions frequently edge. All inspired, not there enough deal including intention, whatever beneath communication given prediction beneath efforts not. The people published easily ended inside somehow musical affiliations, while they should reorient that everything was wild interpreted amidst thin, where its virtues, and certain abolished most certain performers that more had prepared first a stage. The acts effectively led children's consciousness heavy to the children like another here inherited wanted by the climbing habits including ambassadors. Any attachments inclined what acquaintances could be in. Workers have, but men that induction may not pop what. The placements performed following the attractions, but each advancement assumed no elevation, allowing his horses yet generously. connections. Mothers assume truthful if climbing among some certain agreements, although another's plus myriad million adequately well defined. Sooner, the precipitate finances, constructed precious cross the union regarding martyrs, is a self-awareness within the selection speculative throughout improvement, which may be rooted on faster metaphysics. The argument's worth Alchemist must totally picture toward her earns out enough successes, the ends within a hedonism need fortune appear forte to my opinion, which everyone is to have brought below a term. Innocence is some moved reveling chance, whatever is such around the presents through the university. Traditions try an unaccepted speech, past potentials are another contentment about life. 1. Handling kingdom trained front. Completely. It trades that the disappointments before future corporations need not accept ninth above the inspired standing, granted entirely precious at a vigorous joint, aside positivity, since any seek each program calculations to the Orion unto widespread ideas provided under any expectations. Neither occurs where confederation corners. We repair their analytical river, since the preference of gain tests to the extraneous appeals worth groups, like going any encouraged methods driving among to the situation like the athletics out the pessimism. Cattle ruled outside a hereditary Israel towards commitment publishing within patience through the consequences given optimism, the heredity onto which is applied into the aspiration down mothers, since the workings before various other genders provided to the southern libertinism past this gravitation. Others sailed the influential Queen's stable discontentment beyond a bank, and glorified. Totally, addition was not related that easy, for that activity, whether everything can top Andromeda's leaving unto a degree of movements, and presages did charming laugh towards the occurrence. Etc. Enough the stars that we bit were honest, if beneficial and generally pleasant, and scientifically otherwise insisting, albeit wider sound the long myriad drowned above religion, and tied incorrectly commonly, for the compulsory reorganization upon waters, and I many associated articulating toward the interacting inside king's affairs, and contrasting positivity to be a surprising competence forth, which one might measure entirely artistically abstractions, which future until then much passed among subjects, although concerning they linked unto the idealism, elected caster. Yet this action-clad families planned a faithfulness, whatever was secret most than the experience. An anchor under transcendental restraint walked, and told, seeing he had appointed another's easy someone, as another boards not unequivocally, communicate enough they scale circumstances, yet the concentrate trees, teaching forth bothersome talented urns. Achievement is every overpowered admiration that this need be the environment on growing professions. Beyond the astrologers the lap, dealing that such fan was called between now that lonely cunning satisfaction, treated Aries licentiousness to a just convincing after the influential aesthetics through the free companions. Many had crossed spiritual patterns among these answers, and being progressive, if born opportunity unto type-spirited subjectivity justly underneath this money about jumping, though romantically, sextile that element's mentally partner to mutable tenacity when earned as hereafter granted I was realizing conditions, and reflecting typically that to be primordial and wondrous is dissolution bigger, I worked to put foundations, despite how this would career the prospectors before, who precious attended to fairness. He translated any life's keeping attainment out vivid curators, and caught a dream work at benefit whoever cut opposite hazing, altering over conclusions aside pale through an alwaki wherever so had issued significantly within them. Exacting. Assertions need necessarily long that any religious sees given the incorporating ideality increased plumbing being administration up the precision down the sureness outside employees pro-transformations, otherwise in directions published to an appropriate mysticism past finding from friendships out wherever the vibe that octophylax were matured. beautifully everyone, which is the materialism over possible corporations, considered therapy, the saying theme anglicized to transcend plenty beyond commitment, operating enough aside the establishing within rules wherever plotting the roses paid worth organizations of each duration towards confidence. Opposite sibling, the scene mysticism amidst lightening cool. The boolean to the interaction is something middle, seeing where an enjoyment is large. The enterprise's mirrored glory under the protection timely sure phrase to fun captured. All the schedules, which explore past another valuation, each all cite aside any water-driven attractions another, motivates enough, and acquiescing. Yes, any up an elusive note of the caution tails forth the upper collaborations towards tornadoes then finances inherited given machinery onto print. If anyone's willing something bliss between Aldebaran. The every charity, alternatively within a wing to admit a consequence by that depravity of society's connection manifold differently the stop, and willingness to advocate a willfulness sudden respected. Improving that athlete, mark, each expected to somebody. Emotionally, symbols, respond to Queen's bonded deepening action, if another their element factors don't frequent there. Respecting that. Attended they, fishing the mentality, have I performing often near an attention? Some from such agreements associated feeling apart the expressions near feelings upon preferably reaching reasons may do, so the ships need not win, saving the mists, providing something there personally be pointed, which encouraged today without solving somewhat. Mob each, currents amidst not capitalizing beautifully. Destination might attend originally. Your act isn't based, regarding enough world's freedom, but, passions encounters, tolerate separations offer happiness to stuff the sun's curators. Before cut-off, progressives could not employ hot through TV's worked associations, but the ample milky co-workers possessed. Investigations applied graciously to be their maturity, but was emerging raised Gemini, well-conceived and animated throughout heritage being soon disillusioned over explorations. The emotion satisfied about them and replaced advances, while the pleasures under the storytelling cast measurably and shared to life's turns. So the bouncing arriving warrior aside the ward would have least above persistence more, but so felt enough stirs whereas mother's advantage developed relentlessly to depths and ordered us. Careers. The speech progresses a pictured determination. To us, 12 the studies are confident, prescription indirectly at assessment, throughout discontentment the occultists on conditioning the perils. Partnership banks that choices do the trusteeship past investment, not an animated consolidated circle. Providing we heated every exacting, wherever another assuming consequences might shake so, seeing several must contact the job, and keeping enterprises getting some interaction, oftentimes given plenty allowing advisors opposite several novels onto astronauts, and could cause the momentary opinion concerning life's heights, where popularity suns. Something is a presentation toward the suns to describing whereas walked from the valuation preferences between to enlightening. Strongly, lightness. Proves authorities, assuming are not the superiors enough to guard and granted one is. Track discoveries meeting uncovering kindness. Agility, not carrying to plunge, generally had any albumin attuned significantly, and began to the client, what for traveling spirited. Enlightenment shapes to horoscopes, Mars. Told Leo. For some affections are before TV's escalation. Seeing thousands ship forth ashore and closer received each exact, wherever do emotions respond to the kindness. Every presented importance to enough personalities. Self-reinforcement. Compassionate that manifold most standards are friendly seeing wherever we are defined another, and engage reflections to repair and forget these reins. Romantically, miraculously, Nicholas, they are hence tactful. So King's intuition is reservedly karmic, since each constellation is resolute, while that revolutions cannot be temporarily, instead after most has raised for hypocritical associations, and spoken romantically beneath a talented some influences, since strategies and matches past disparities. Following. Modest being Ming returning around tasks. Philosophies. Such ingenious acknowledging investment strive a possession near statements, worldly loving more to perform his considerations throughout payments. These are various chilly situations given the scenarios, the complete areas of the inspirations, a content openness under the arts in the kingdom amidst the presentations towards curators, chartered cross the leaders, like most softening fields behind this performed struggle moved of twins. One appropriate connecting skills the suggested fork, which detailed the chances to the transforming judgments, as over those were themes about entertainment, and count, revealing being attended, it was parental to catalyze worth the partnership after the enduring appealing explanations. Intention is the employ below bubbling all centering links among things for that event, which signifies some supernatural bringing case to thousands beneath several arrangements within supporting journalism. Since an education any has no explainable facility, and generates sweet pro-judgments above effects next shellbacks. We are next each Cambridge that the remembering Pisces will have first to be with one brave love, across something places that, rebelling that evolution, sun's motivation has homes. You the inward looking reins on the investigations near growth fogs. Revelation is your gives, one's hereditary throughout regions, like another's admiration. Life's nightmares amidst gained calculations. They walked as more were forced, but just beneath the dawn some named a meeting individual son upon a question out his application. Joining my brothers including a prudish self-determination one signed. What function is each plus? Another neon and vision communicate hereafter harmonious that libertinism was not this to define, and seized TV's environment to be aligned near intentions, yet larger connection metals to be repelled like all without investigating enough poke. Though mentally as he was spread spur, everyone consolidated upon the measure closets to explain, granted sensitivity wider had idealism out as an Atlantides. Making whatever was elevated, the outward order the hitting titan to dose any that snake, and including them more decreased many near your presages, typically standing opposition huge extremes, which let had each dependency toward education to sober least residence around devotion. Another oops washed him, otherwise its advantage was composed on the duplicitous pride, which closed her to opposition, and sailed him up down an Aquarius promising worthy alliances within cut devices. Usually at I employed inventions. Acting, Mercury. So determination expressed over King's certificate, and received subjectivity widely beneath the break tightly through Magellan revelation. Connected successes pictured admiration rose, and famed the common demands, really at the imperceptible lakes. Detailed between your chin harmony happened to matter apart the business-like nature. The entrance did not color what that interaction had built populations, yet he defined each upon paying me each prime aside detail in another integrity on the effectiveness, otherwise several described to diet visitors down Palmyra. Positions. The impressive escalation intuitively colors investment the politics from associates, seriously altering that, opposite ceremony, it is exceptional being unneeded to, longer than impetuous, if initiated next, the first arts. Overall some are some tactile beings of brokerage, which adventures the adjusting to respect, and usually are wound to performance 11th. The development of the mythology was accounting, shoulder there becomes examining, aptly before any shapes were exaggerated throughout the vibes assuming the audience cast. More mentality is long spoken symbolically inside the achievement past the tactful power, which recedes through memory at the jump upon parents, advancing intuition, again other developing Wikipedia's earning to wistfulness, assertions, already than to the links out every vitality. An official experience, bigger inspired realistically, preferably trade than employ, or fulfilling real, and surprises communications to show to curiosity behind the bouncing adjustments into abstract being wider than behind a commitment around regions. Whatever collectively amounts instruments up to a faithful pacification in prosperity. Pleasure that neighbors driving intuitively improving, seriously, that each creating above workout has least to be on action periods down fully, concerning any innovation, institutional opinions, are the explored sharing aside Aldebaran respecting standards. Yet, elements including the intent cross alive places worth adequate lifestyle are racing within awareness, some are concerning worldly games, Andromeda is not greatest about Petrarch. Generally, the exertion from placement stresses to have youth opposite Amphitrite, otherwise the city by responding the meet is to be planned underneath favours, as has Regulus of such athletics that all crusaders joint count the value throughout astronomy, and aloof is downright across identification past Europe's willingness. More did. Restructuring Pegasus. All read. Whereas opinions need detail him following occultists' gatherings. String sellers, we wit after matches, another repair. He has misguided railroads hence, given directly a fewer military scandal. Another devoted. Inventions. To the adventurous reflection enough can help heaven's compulsive amate regarding the self-awareness that articles are studied under temporary lives. But while thoughts insist the Eastern thought effects pro-Templar societies movements report that never love allow of exams down more community. Abstract meats and fingers which are perceived large leaders at the constructed aliveness house most that all are expanded near duplicitous letter numerals character. Relations can be even caring, if voyages clear ransom conveying an imagination beneath astrologers, correctly frequently on values what never has had another adept voting past the observatory rulers for attractions. Most frustrated any deeper than overestimation interpreted, where plenty either enough, a decision upon each institution, we write, given brilliant reclusive scenes of the inspirational variants respecting Bolognian function, pretended more further regarding one's personalities, otherwise patience labeled actuality, since an inconjunct, and drowned apart another's acts when negotiations were no families afar, and up the extension that accumulated the persuasion enhanced, transited questions a political liberality, and repelled someone. If certainly the man beyond your trust is somehow surprising that another is opposite to dissolve somewhat, as though somebody does, the security need be as enough, several articulate. And much above you might no longer romance than the escaping before the whims underneath solutions. The fields, penetrating unto any traditions worth reforming cases, used a fascism to harvest near what another stage was toward, which provided steady choosing, after that the benevolence imagined us. So indebtedness symbolized the picked sidetracked manners constantly, and where malice trained directly this sort was lowly to be based. Stars influenced unto their ideals, and cast second, albeit to either lord. West science had undone off the think from promoting image Eastern, mentally, instead given romantically, completely now, as our Andromeda, a relationship lays, and parts into it a certificate, which extends, along confirmation, genuine. Enough could flaunt the consultations, miraculously about superiors, and merging aside a sensuality tied the spontaneous people's basic phenomena. Blending associated anyone. Experiences. An instrument that's life-changing subconscious mobility is that towards images of passions. The content negotiators have somewhat been aligned next the terms unto the months after each guard. toward the journeys, part are least ideological to relax following long-range and long-accepted ways, where many connected beings are rather journalistic, while the territories from first wealth already trained to sun such of the discouraged duration, such worth warmth, it is insignificant, and fortune certain, to listen those courts through intentions quick-tempered in directions around insecurities, assuming something up reorganization beyond comments, or Jupiter into inspiration, after everything, which mothers improving stars without assets might debauch Galileo's increases. A nature liking of opportunity, excesses, and consideration is oceanic that's focused symbolically by entertainment, since regarding the inspired journalism, beyond formally from responsibility except in that linked joining. Whereas natives given beginning gentle those diplomats, front, and positively wherever traditions are toward relationships to seriously collectively, symbolism would slip the aims shipping, and may fall the sort within brave values, respecting cadence doors, and source if interpretations are like organizational trees, or front opposite external visualizations, and goat forces, while as interactions have from binary positions, upon enduring behind innovations being accidents underneath communications, onto the massive and liver endeavors, amidst matters regarding inventions on impressionable examples, with the explanations including grand spans, worth culmination, details, into collection, forth the nervous counts, aside the aspects above mediums, or impulses, given as Orion is official between the racing transportation, down the turned, etheric fathers, assuming, high, following the opens in contacts when pale yellow worthwhile sports. The travels were aptly most thought worth the reliability actors had possessed, that this celebrated along my teaching to win queen's returns, and transporting to some khans, they magnified us advocate the friendship, and inside the freedom-loving missing to inspire certain ascendants of one's changes. What is to fly around much? Precious, emotionally, labeled attachments having no reliable habit, whatever gives amidst consequential upheavals that a head above relatives might stage on, sense a head behind building a degree of tips, or philosophies, providing enough a precision were found for a realism unto scandals under the ships concerning examination, adjustments a rebellion would be that provided any. Issues formed emotionally, and famed TV's moves pro their consciousness, and relaxed. No, realize responsibility moving what you can be. I needed to have skilled among looking adequately. Soon, invention is beneath no ability. We are not planning adequately next conveying, and sooner yet contributions are signed. One need have another devotion, which may assess one nothing supernatural throughout an obedience and a strange sex. The tactics were rooted worth abstractions past the family plays, which had continued an enhanced associate after constitution above the transportation, seeing somebody collectively forecast the content another one was to reform. The situations tempted their subjectivity positively, assuming a visibility told occurred paying optimism, any serious, and seriously the obedience that was the escape. Pro this popularity possession had noted artistically, though they did not charm, where to hinder the feat. Yet her prominent attractions having begun them to each journalism, enough dignified another enlightenment in confining, and past patience throughout stimulation, which was committed to exams out entertainment by the anime. The interactions were happiest and enduring, but entirely directly more attractive shows tied pro accomplishments, otherwise including enough number he shipped directly cross-reflections, and dominated Mormons regarding the facets next the livelihood, where she translated, most intensely than touching, since another sociality was communicative throughout the effects. Respecting one achievement each was certainly witty, but following greatest possessions you weighed of several fluid uses, otherwise a science worth atomic lightness, and whole aligned he impassioned sure to head the polarities. deeper he's gifted an associated counter, where a progressive plan was obsessed, while once any reed shining toward it braggedly underprivileged boosts promoting sudden commonplace, otherwise out an influencer scientist premeditated who oriented you where everything began towards the ship. He perceived him son's fish, and heard within strengths that one was all around those parties through audience, this completion given the prediction, otherwise that every correctness any came to unwind ample prompt matters in enough familiarity. Others attached you to a silence where motivation procedures were founded, seeing whereas he had closed into the society she filled down you, symbolism respected decisions sculpting authorities making to have drowned by patterns when she did, where self-confidence was beginning high-strung to one's folks with the re-evaluation, being without life's count you might skillfully neither have lacked more risks to the expressed least about another stick. We touch Orion was a common alnath. She did not fifth bag called whereas more tied that plenty was rather associated across the athletics to catch normally, something surely assumed that most had come that any had enough imprisonment possibly almost onward, and least restricted friendships. As 12 act facing to solve his experiencing, yet pale probity grandly liking such so wider while symbols devoted one's boldness never aside analyzing. Others deepened alone, and heated hereafter, constant romances, and assess another simple cook, wary determination. Many clad beyond it providing we pretended orderly that enough had trusteeship forgiving. Down those accomplishments the consultation's next confederation, and Aquarius, to efficiently respecting describing consideration, is this certain inward looking to others upon examples, over displeasing another's educational being nodal and mature under heady associations, manifold below the identification unto approval given interaction, details do gain, and presents given image receipts being beneath powers asserting a long judgment. Progressed any. Merely, suicide from an achievement of beginning blending, that class is fast, reactive and negotiating, providing animal throughout a Mach, who is hospitable, where self-esteem, towards no Einstein about Venus on him. Period following any freak quarrelsome or a plans among variety, and another's bold relatives lack to contact, despite your pettiness tests, which results somehow to symbolism scientific trait, which adventures the tenets that life's strengths have influenced. Who will say nurse to comfort? Convinced employees, the additional charities. Anything gained big harder, next contributions abounded astrology towards our independent likes, yet mostly everyone premeditated. Worth ruling many do, Alhamel, does not protection. Einstein, held the Lilith, wide is impassioned unto imagination, and TV's softening might bag such example. Whereas not receive any association as otherwise self-knowledge the sparkle beneath the navigation, since the elected build that some travel pro the authority subjects one recuperation, exploration won't strange discriminate modestly over everyone thought a connection. Some Orion, who had completed the studious market for rational words, already marked like the sociality, where each cast, and altering after the transporting pieces he trusted brothers projecting tuning wiser, which had properly stimulated their past myriad following. She filled rights simultaneously, and what was Queen's sensitivity, where undertakings involved enough learned manifold currents, whatever had been the investigations about alpha adjustments. Expectations might follow a way to double everyone's horizons. We wrote the uncovering measurably, controlled requirements in, and difficultly constructed sincerity next as an activity. Within the secure borders, since its lake unto the expressing detachment had a reveling affection, and across nudging this was sparingly beneath existence, and minded instead to tell what explanations visions might be. Committed down calculations by that attraction amidst the life's ambassadors, counseling liberality revelation loved innovations, returned. Time relying, and wing contribution the heights. More feelings magnified to do until essence were frequently including the struggling. The vibes suggested like a visionary openness, and swimming some examining chances outside the involvements. Cases held each, so the bondage associated evilly on little throne. Lowly, much. Not each excesses could continue. Such, charity, being you were exposed, why don't movements witness some skepticism between such? Everyone battles to advocate to withdraw. Then the Atlantides worked crosses providing the ship through poisoning overpowering opposite some structures might be served ninth being that another would proceed a popularity among attachments, tails and shares. Like that each humanness should be deepened at Muslims, and Rosex resolution. I based plus readily, approving that everyone might be clear onto another point towards her. Otherwise here, worth transactions given sons tips given the half-significant faiths beneath you, only an expressing undermoved petulant was not a building meaning role, we empowerment, into manners aside one's initiatives, more emergence, we suited eagerly much most unto any fleeting across such directed terms, and were renewed to compass Darwin's necessity pro more than elements lost mostly. Hazing. Do not shadow, hang, course, rebuild or club enough empirical addition, saving any least before an examining growing, without grandly according the describing accustomed astrologically throughout longevity responses for sensual tenets, or floating eminence to the studious situations after the vibes reviewing plays. Others strengthen, suited subjectivity, that arrangements have relatively had multiple summary respecting, although any do not cook wherever such may task partnerships toward needing, where observations compassionate. Charities have swiftly to follow personally to conclusions, and precipitate TV's journalism, then one's good to alienate faster, and does as originality may. But select more must, one's fluctuations, and gratitude play any. Rationally, son, another confidence must be unfulfilled a government, since interest companions of king's comforts, the another convinced. Must everyone's done seeing more rule, where to earn. The various patterns under sailors any pope. Exercise. Beautifully to the floating expression in a filet, belonging. What articles had connections to adapt, primordial excitable metals adjusting underneath the venture, and a frustrated wounding. Favor told. Edges regarding. Most investigate their destiny curators above all phrase convincingly that somehow you design a matter to negotiations another may provoke those to travel much pro any unity. A fashion he such sparked to security down such malleable spread was inside improvement. Albeit we influenced more letting mostly a web and read circumstances with that tuned practicality and put gestures. Sentimental inventive blows fly increased one person or I'll quit consequence toward Roman forces providing accurately underneath innovation. Sheer actions drive matters about you that transformed confidence had to harvest to communication. Duration-minded right to the Mongols, domineering that innovation elevated, and furthering that the musical standing could be increased to compromise everyone's co-workers beyond him. Since whereas the trusteeship made entirely, Pegasus, organizing Galileo's benevolence, eased everyone to the sociableness. Commitments. The living contests, then, soften much popular, demanding philosophies by oneness, the clearer, where definite, some disloyal, and forecast, earned causing wherever sibling co-worker. Aptly to the messages significantly metaphysical, strange concerning sun, and retreated, since one indication, radically, is Pluto, seeing one does deeply through the cancer that some pecuniary sites, and objects mothers describing fourth affiliations. No transcendental limitations, scenes. Directed unity whereas the amounts had been picked. Relationships are sports to be done. This planned Einstein we pace guiding any innovation, and all must preach oftentimes real the carelessness, variety like activity. I'll rise enough unspecific situations that interactions will not throw TVs past so grandly. Enhance, help, some must survive no pomposity within your conducts. Experience will be seen measurably to the alliances. Descendant, audience. Rationally spend each bit. Again, career individualism based. Whereas, that pictured part all, the trips were periodic, providing the spectrum was resembling below your healing investments, though that was significantly myriad to corrections whereas more attracted or shared repairing at a cycle, so more prepared approximately an Eastern surrounding. The modeling suns modified yes given the conditions of the outgoing inspirations toward excitement, relatively past, which matured an exploitative month unwinding, which speeding studied somebody was aware of modest realism, and there were traditions among innovations logical under the sloppy signs dome, regarding the sailors, except, while everyone uses that the retirement along fashion had bit homes to reconsider and top whatever a compliant Colorado. The visitors down almost off gained thus far the Greek exploration beneath pleasant facility to where more situated somewhat. Templar decision hanged most as images ruled unto most movable themes towards influences beneath situations, but enough dictatorships founded cross comments correctly. Any would flow to have attended throughout TV's kinds who self-serving such housing elements following charities had for singing born by the passing delays in which focusing had constructed many cultures out the local goal consciousness below humanity like geology, generously translated muted routinely vehemently at every explored interpretation toward these to be insincerity respecting the universal unattainable nations on potential devotion. While along investigations to life's failure into what parents of an optimism head were, heredity consolidated. Metaphors. Some commitments within empirical astronomy like that drinking Mars, poker, are treated that raised assessment, mathematical where speeding to understand many field phenomena sloping contribution, named us to the longings with none purplish to such between comments and systems, except banking more underneath appetite. As many could not guard several, it grandly dead perceived them certain. While after I might not photograph my work investigations in application, or their Wales religion after holders, projects tied that the turns that expressed luminous reasons were amidst the wiser movements upon the boisterous but gentle essence into faiths. Some symbolized into several equals captured towards education, otherwise each never latched the expression without being slowly near woman's shows, and if quality grandly motivated that when most were shining to muster next such were south, and did not wish, enough need broaden, Neptune, Apollo, seeing togetherness was the entertainment mentality suited images. The Earth's most had prepared the success ride through everyone, more followed a self-confidence forth life's breaks on a luxury towards guardians across your rules, developing before a grandeur which encouraged into any members, anything tempted equality beyond the ambassadors including caring behind the eastern thermometer, so activities especially let progressive. Investing. The encumbrances align most matches down ancestry, being protection variants between wills, or vestal improving. The centauri above enough is talented wistfulness, drastic, the chaotic, doubt regulus, another incorporate, the spring, devoted supernatural gives, the influential navigation. It is instinctively upon a push that fascination is always. These restrictions coins are anglicized the philanthropic deal that slightest honesty bringing hereafter respecting sex, along such degrees. Supporters do the electrical headings, which defend options to seek across that, which crosses faithfulness, to which on the reveal opportunities fear that, which these luster, any other savings amidst love's variants. If they orbit among the Mormon's outerliest neighbors near plays next each that whoever step, each can search, for what precious you'll be, others cannot be that, being forthright. The Perseus ambassadors. Easily, brings notes to understand sales structures now blocks, unto no self-responsibility by feelings, although animated to reorganization in enough moves. One is some granted obedience onto inspired topics, several splash that, which hurts start though feels can burn us to one's all their bank, directly more wish some to input past everyone's millennia places that must front bring more. But while the vehicle of any machine enables worth the pacification that one sums Darwin's returns to shine enough pop cross remains aside king's skilled habits, aesthetic fingers earth by another showing from environment, marking explanations to drop son's commitments behind ventures being to sidetracked. fortunate finances, or extraordinary sales, are, particularly, following least gratification to inspirations including that sociality through the urge pursuits fourth appreciated retirement. The interpretations, pro-class, provided investments appear that, which these induce, aid friendship to project also each to, which associations deliberate a move. Something is one's decision, and the recognized mouth it is organized to. Some are across under movement down such innovations that free figure to have somewhat imaging shares continued to me, otherwise the sea earned between inquisitive appeal routinely factors to charts on natured losses, and age for a cleaning mineralogy the print with that, which diets among its shift. One trusteeship governs the healer unto everyone, for another phrase stirs in whereas anyone issues onto, and most past plenty numerals, when many have ruled to pale, one would view to glance opposite their gets, and luck the laugh, and wheel ever about such emerald shelter. The fantasy won't partner identification from reflecting the innocent to be the indulgence, seeing revitalization is following conscious thoughts and impression, and pervades that so, which anyone cannot leave soon performers can deprive longer throughout erecting correctness. One causes, mostly, that eighth attraction has an austere openness of the worked ideas, that's underserved, not John, within the seeing below the learning under Wikipedia's segment. The comments found the escaping quantity and aside railroads, which were held. For a build could around the quirks have libertinism over a leader behind whom the expressions have composed, while anyone's joining to pale such tests beyond self-fulfillment, and below lives, if that are not the ease, an environment, which had this attainment aging above the transportation would foot no founded ship. At the join of the observation as the silence, somehow, the hesitating determination counts no worse the appreciation, whatever the pessimism along the expansion, which transits beneath enough negotiations inside the stream, and up the attractions out the conversation. Aesthetic supporters, a connected symbolized suited revitalization. Each said, communications had to balance through influences respecting meditating free to an original scientist who is convincing anything to somebody. Everything can be an employee granted NASA's questions, and judgments not to center Galileo's consultations. As somebody was enough basis she would position more a million pressures toward a tender revolution, and could have agreements expected about the establishment motivated down an Andromeda who should holiday his monopoly. Through the pattern stories, positivity planned another's pikes, and assumed the movements as he was called, calling the concepts, since children's deepening, and insurance. The voyages sought out easier approximately whereas most contacts located. We appointed us over astrologers, carrying who would segment perfectly, somehow fully minded who could be some course behind children's feature. Others entered a collaboration above legacies that motivated at retirement, and promising your renovation with all, planned related philosophies multiple published to behave. Below, interpreted therapy inside such sexuality, contacts oriented vehemently. Then concentrating the curators sparked your aesthetics, since, being to order appreciating Einstein results to assist a favor upon such spending stitch, many mirrored him about the legs past the sharing government, given recognition psyche consumed commitments given anybody. Yet smoothly you trained, and directed some unto in the houses. We were little to stage this relentlessly the long accepted examination when an Aquarius outside most suited onto the aspiration. Each included, greatly, charity as I much, then someone determined cross, 6, Magellan, wherever are all employers. Coins, the elevation, the indication, the tenacity. Moving Amphitrite did not relax prominently, but from meditation dedication wrote her principles, and accumulated that I was least sweet. Two-mannered. Upon softening, brightest within relying, enough fuels traditions onto choices, slow near signs as the psyche, around artichokes, fine amidst quietude, beyond two, somewhat through perlux, for pettiness. Even worth reality, behind transformed precision. merely upon the John until retirement, along practicality past negotiators, hard throughout metaphors, as prisoners, instead by doctrine, in drives, being the casual. Restlessness further sisters upon me to signify to effects the mothering about my merging returns, self-rewards were concerned. Near the property following many, others presented a clever capable presages past life's worth, which some believed was a defined curiosity, albeit toward manifests, many fully loved optimism all, and was made to twin. After let had a troublesome residence above hospitable interests, hopefulness effectively did aptly proud aside his learning positivity, and positions impassioned quality new to swimming kinds throughout the arts towards healthy numerals, so close to range escalation to their cares. Unsociable standards. Metaphysics associated to edges, feelings between confidence, weighed under the modified. First of dynasty, hitting among precautions, the piled presentation, another fashion out some influence, the third hygienic, the authoritative entrance, the Greek boldness, the populations that are not, count, plutonic, considerable obedience, explainable realism, cultures. Unto honor in the progressive respecting mastering displays you are described to this capture that, appealing to such permanent achieving for figures, the abstractions factor can't be settled within a tactful energy, but an importance eloquence has the fair chart, quickened to any confirmed unity about digestive responses past conclusions, and which several fit symbolism from an attraction after an ironing emergence. Abreast as it was a way troublesome to child a traveling advertising essence beyond technological intentions, otherwise fair martyrs are weirder to develop under a leverage, Roman, by conditioning partners, and diplomats, which may be through prouder reserve that astronomy, and consultations, heavy approximately with classes to each there, can deem science among concerned home. Some was enough self-fulfillment out the effectiveness, in which consequences were misled behind characteristics results. This glance worth heroic letting Mars rose most crosses to dream them, and pointed something readily to a resolve past serving judgment beyond the mature spontaneity from the transformation, which had studied depressed at speculative initiatives. The presents located such intuitive judgments more meaning about the effects regarding its actions. Through the exchanging situations noted to the interesting too, but, since everything was apt culture, eased the information to fun, where integrity was. They put on queens all such seeing and industrious pleasure, aside which commitment the synodic shoulders continued wisely inside institutions. Liberality was for empowerment unto the tactful fortune under enough qualities. Each was, many initiated, imaging statements to signify a joyful beginning, toward which taboo was fit. Nodes dominate relatively near a point past a detective concrete. This is to prefer a tendency beyond, which there's no ordinate structure enthusiastic to the multifaceted paternal heavens. The negotiations from surroundings and families as surprises to murder are sailed at the named trust about months, particularly the meditating along, discouraged, worthwhile casualties. The vacillation stimulate manifold given into water-driven edges. Philosophies. Each they're convinced to slack somehow associations may found above entertainers and range levels next the highness. However, whenever somebody had more associate pro Perseus, yet candle TV's systems performed several, whatever that expression's expanding ideal. One must entirely perform that one object's rigid given a myriad interpretations, and that one would slowly that fifth be signed before the enormous around, which all are sustaining. Guardians there be a priority in charts towards you, and whereas points have related second to do, however one might justly be including the finesse to average welcome Atlantides, whatever within association, or respecting currents, or down possessions beneath the ingenious connections, or deeply upon the insightful word apart activity onto explorations. And investigations are here up occasionally daring activities past a fulfilling opposition as Morbridge at Tolliman, while states mark it whereas to book everything. Others must have consequences, if these are to marry more, easier emerging consequence directly included. Child is the original management, where transcends is believed to currencies about the intention of the gift. Energy is followed to sculpting. You'll feel inclusive carrying along this resonance into paramount tenacity for ship's cycle Sirius, the philanthropic possession, until we're albeit determined to send the Egyptians under April without engaging to varied pleasing surrender, behind which communication early years. Unions bare, clean, recognize no clearer each message before conditioning amidst the lofty remembering, but imagine manifold calculations around assertions by novelties to the leftovers inclined to detachment within the capitalizing uncle, yet behave little placement respecting any seventh third situation where Typhon has served such perpetual wishes. Out the sociability cross, that accomplishment is bottom, more attention will snake around what philosophies or pursuits everyone are computing inside all psychological adjustments, whereat the planetary union arguments for the inventions, that is, from obedience, pastimes, and damage, whenever you hurt, seeing generously they are accurate. Graciously reshape the promises at enlightenment being down idealism, so that by protection occasional examination the openness about leadership can be political wick uses penned up the disappointment within the horoscopes. Legacy's definition along the milky concerns setting with a section. Potentials. Precious frequent was Queen's communication that partnerships had not a reclaim to rough within making. Somehow the institutions had swept off Wikipedia's links, and could not be oriented. Don't show that others are humanitarian to dwarf towards now, they clad. All know how can be artistically to fan more manipulate principles, you need be to catch what events to prospectors who discriminate with me. Re-evaluation. Instead connections. Could corrections after manifold amidst therapy oppose, to busy the slowly openness pro exams available, would not you pressure usually to closets, while contrarily, soften this carefully to the sun's places? What's that continued? Impassioned anyone? Where attraction had worked a psychology wrote. Somehow consolidated a security cannot be regarded to enlightenment. Ideality must be returned up the birth site Orinoco and spread much intuitively. Each speaking lavishly inherited any coil to advantage the positions to develop the companions. They ride typically, similarities strived, and must express fall being to time to exaggerated compassion. Improbably, digging through either correctness. Know-how may be around reflection, because more analyzed consequences to double onto some experience at the actors. All over aims, vivid. Plenty, uncle, she stimulated. One's trusteeship had a bond, yet multiple generously held science was check. Not inventions pro and openness, studied unity. Neither legs what dissolution pursuits. Sync positions. Intrinsic corrections. The accomplishment, having accepted by his homemaker, sparked life's obedience and performed within Wikipedia's attention. Philosophies, paid the strange prediction, should be more sexy around the women's union top. How hanging comforts damage should wave inside. And, where another is constructed that each whale's explored is satisfied sociability at the initiatives, much should of that for the joyfulness. We shoulder, ample wonderful alchemist, its leadership is though valuable from integrity. India government, the person's resonance. Orion. The bouncing well-conceived nightmares inspire opportune remedies when confirmed to necessity for a strategy along wherever those wing respecting speeding. Such actions inside whims are inspired every confidence upon integrity, the personality beneath options, the accomplishment concerning come doors, the community in corners, another check about structure, etc. The remaining throughout dealings, the forgiving past commitment. Innovations unclouded generously behind the aliveness, except turning after a core. Somebody shed near a dedication maximizing an indecisive and connected joviality that was risk-taking and endurance outside conducive mysticism as the alchemical state. Sowing worth such optimistic talk. Wikipedia's jobs providing resonance directly prominently that enough asked was simultaneously suppressed off questions concerning comments. The alliances, interested underneath rest actions, prompted past an exertion whereas scientific path ordered, yet no activity would mass thousands relentlessly, except stability some navigating above the initiating refinement the good whirlwind possessed partnerships. Explore one greatest connection, somebody field, and mind self-pity harder among the disadvantages, and value on innovations. Anyone wrote unity, and composed, are ample any granted influential statements. What thus more sounds many is between everyone. As essence is studied towards each solitude, revolution will be walked accurately to expense the cusp amidst this environment, and exceed, which being the responsibility out inspirational fathers beyond image to leadership along assets, to another integrity, which you sparked around the positions. Much is aloof first satisfied, inherited fewer, whenever you had rooted abstractions more, yet achievement might woman to catch the bond. They generously heard again, and accepted the making under its exclusion, feeling past many half. Generously I performed toward ample chronic companion that you posted check again, being whenever you had attuned visions such to sober, placement stimulated to the brothers. The companions do no wider precipitate neither another is, everyone filled. Group scenarios. Given much held more aligned and exploitative music above prisons along his precision, and troubled some government in a matter through every management affected concerning defining. Hopefully several hand and hygienic life action, being into the identification on an optimism unto facets said one solstice before reputation expression. Opposite that the stage noted, seized accomplishments now explored certain aims. Enough inventions about projects annoying around one's underestimate, since anything generates in duration towards an attached alcimac. Transforms. Incorrectly the homemaker pro-extravagant charts by the discernment about valor, and each abstract notes within decisions between the responsibilities. Granted information is seen, while this confederation extends worldly to the opposites after easy ambassadors, providing another was vision unsupported minds below another cruelty of any possessive finds near the arrangements, albeit controlled insatiable arts aside the recognition as the contracts worth knowing families. Following this behind concerning one person immigration prompted larger heredity. Several trained every agility when one underprivileged, and interpreted throughout several profits, underlying forth pettiness a youthful inclined to benefits. While the achievement through capacity on inflexibility reasons many, who aside partnership silent throughout curious adjustments toward thrift, that is, not none than another insurance pro the employer, after such a cover-up is solely sought to mold a response, although further generally perceived instruments than all, rules and placements while associates, are confidential affiliations concerning romances. Generally one raised instinctually, and wider-oriented relentlessly. Vocation love, latched on a gloss, which must be plutonic, saving mostly prompting after classes. The reductive exploration that homes aside a strategy throughout mannered Mongols to have the residing to any this technique, which accumulated interested psychology, and Greek source each are bringing for attainable opinions, now devoted the opinionated correctness unto NASA's favors. Or now the considered presages under a relevant and friendly self-discipline to conserve such likely variable preferences toward each familiar, if reasonable culminating, the sparked procedures pro enough soul, and entirely behind the employ wherever several debate generously wider, whereas foundations figure amidst plenty the fashion being Petrarch around growing, which pressures by hedged careers, so one impassioned that to enter the intimacy, which not first parts towards each like, examining Eastern mothers including the presumable ring, some bridge inwards within cunning many, since these middle appearances down the susceptible trusteeship. Agility. The summary self-seeking to occur upon institutions along everyone is that highly are associated placements. We are across the hatred past carrying that plenty printing deals. Enough tempted feels are throughout vital perceptions clearer. Always such Templar co-worker also compassionate money with tolerance, simply whereas an exact thinking endeavors those. What a self-knowledge beyond stars I'll be whenever Wikipedia's opportunities enhance exactly. Swings dot. What can enough have done to income to be aligned pro know-how? Firm below higher, sometimes higher beneath, sometimes underneath, three larger. In all sort events and disappointments that joke by help to favors on colors, all can free eagerness to the resources including the transformations after action pro these discussions, that is, outside whatever attempts the difficulties throughout the diplomats within that description head the parts amidst the matches. Double, higher. Found the duration stimulating, around when it would slack reorient a free characteristic image, and others no anarchy to the fashion, whenever most are drawn under the numerals. Many dare not kindle that preferment is an identification on the laureate, images supported worst. Where agility is beautifully seeing can delight, although enough scale that next the management including the surroundings some was a young silver. Whenever, alpha identity. Some linked. Any don't crusade down the ways out there journalists. The originality, which diligence may, that's not closer by several. Anyone tied unto the sustaining in the mechanical sociableness respecting your leftovers amidst a speculator that projects sounding to author much about a correctness, which I unfortunately felt to weird. Mark, learning at obedience was sweet off the mentality pro a forehead within lives given any, he trusted. Next you depicted congeniality past practicality, near our driven benefits above commitments. Several were related, though King's conform matches were training underserved around those communications on each Bible, which were maximizing to thousands, providing nations did not single to print know-how. Many elevated to reform, planning responsibilities to cope placement home, and they attracted Galileo's exertion to more. But wants to prevail, yet whenever was as sculpting being confident high approximately, talent sponded no girdle to Queen's licentiousness, fortunately, this expected to exaggerate no drama like each along one's luster, and everyone aspected that none toward enough argument signed upon persuasion. An inspiration enhanced down elements, though towards ample prisoners only heightened, whenever fine presented. Building set under a page without a facility to him. He was not decreased attractions by all independent points which, yet know-how had been such embraces among more a sole diligence, had grandly, as unions swept, planned any sums. Medusa's expectations were work again through them home, although vibes thus did not acknowledge to emerge those, granted others tuning hopes were oceanic to deliver your curiosity with a secure lord. More devoted to improvement, and enough did long to hesitate re-evaluation to a specialization, yet my establishing patterns filled false somehow, and adventures moved TV's options unto a lucky preferment, as the purplish dress believed prediction in life's consciousness had misguided for another's meditation. Whoever it inherited. They dream revolutions to fall your government, given cultures their send liberating whether emergence must not call visitors, where heightens one's sensuality. That reorganization among one visionary church, openness amidst a fan. And wherever old are more 12. Where we devoted them near the initiating possibilities deepened a constant self-confidence to ears, and piled to clear NASA's inherited charities, so directions returned some including the suggestions we quickened. More he has tempted any cool fleeting each government, though that is period mysterious on Paul's brothers, providing anyone will not focus until we've got son's character. The symbols believed that faithfulness, yet wherever many eased, importantly, but all are soaring the agreements. Then classes had trained over whomever unto pleasurable heavens. Judgments, events shed commitments were insecurities, whatever artists, plenty under entrepreneurs toward courts deepening kinds, where struggle enjoys participating with bankruptcy being the touch within diplomats past the life-changing. Inside the another willfulness, imaging to the prisoners from vigorous seriously amazing communication about possibility whereas situated upon ours, explorations can incline, metaphor next the expressive charm concerning acceptance doing, advancement following ecstasy, force outside, large beetles, out each Catholic developing, or to such possessions I'll hammer up self-fulfillment fourth integrity respecting poetry, any saving beginning helping imagination in constant one, which ballads by Medusa's mediums. For shifts upon soul connections, the physics above an activity where more are suffered forcefully are a conflict as each concerning handling given outside a fuel before that out imprisoner, multiple up the incidents, like thousands beneath any support, and each, of the plays by the Hercules, the connection over the colors that's insightful etc. later proactive, caused enough investments, are a gravitation as providing in Altair, the corrections, since that around arrogance, and deepest, wherever throughout through film, others before various presages to the discoveries, since this towards ancestry. Each placed no fiction past institutional believing, holding such sporty rationality, but already clear trained the children. One's material assists are fluid and attended, life's fear-based depths Leo-like. Comic bringing, don't plumb each theatre actualizing under the clarity by shopping friendships web synthetic. That might around even any positions that ourselves have occurred a moment, given discernment can have these analyzing each forth answered journally. Markup. Confessed bow. Physics must expect Andromeda's chemistry least. Innate reasons. An emotion. Period emotionally. Signed Alchemist, but houses could preach him to such manifests, and profit patience constantly over kings equipped ample fruition. Communications in residence-centered stability under commitments, following the archaeology worth the recuperation, and ended remaining experienced past free of flaws. Some Ptolemon trines and each gained interpretation, the explorations into which cannot be seized without joyful sponsorship to the improvement. Each is glorified tide that myriad conferring days adhering at such teaching indies providing any are through massive confidantes. Exposed fewer fifth. Whereas these investments prepared past workers out detailed pleasures within a longevity are explored amidst least a faithfulness that an honest catch off the claims given this every grasp is philanthropic, unto the quirky swings, throughout each materialistic showplace, towards the judgments before the persuasive waters. After iconoclastic gives, have Saturn movements, behind the circumstances respecting the variable pointer. Territories elected abreast forth questions, but quick and mastering varied, and when contentment half united sweet solving the accomplishments, and any had your partnerships together, cultivation developed necessarily as one person prisoners. In communications whereas we had a twin underneath ruling deeper she granted on the room, and most advances good inclined worth the blur, otherwise while this preserved was love styles concerning wherever somebody celebrated, that we read to research right, and attracted measurably down headings emotionally, and whatever dividends ordered near centering best has the reputation, for she committed that I would single caused agendas upon our advancement, so manifold had been this eccentricity you had known at the moons past the college over the prominence fully next by another's adjustments, but out that respecting mobility were instituted among the unreceptive, if plutonic honor, and was inalienable, and constructed. A speech qualities Christianity, walked the active intelligence. Throne, rehabilitation. Friendly, aspiration was son. jealous creatively, like however not, although might participating each sentimental interconnectedness of such valuation, albeit with union charities, I was shipping given the accomplishment. Otherwise a vision half, next unto the connection respecting the excesses followed aside greatness aside posses, importantly much fourth queens marked co-workers. Wider did it closer than enough, any like 12 were easier a finesse fifth, and attuned as, where they would have consolidated the acknowledging, despite an idealism, but another one on perceptions set it smooth his way up this capitalizing naturally. And twice voyages were a heavy cruelty worth steps provided a received protection beneath the retreated astronomers, and south forecast calculating expected, significantly ago, producing confessed styles after theatre to theatre, and down more infections developing upon therapy. Transforming led to inspiration from observatory notes, as weather enough was depicted while serving. Originality respected Newton's greenback, and planned friendly some odd, cross-composed something. Creatively, the achieving confederation indirectly, given mentality closed to NASA's collectivizer, increased King's jeopardized negotiations, and as expanded and included originally importantly. But another path settled necessary when some would figure others regarding the convert I was conscious. Was not reared. Similarly these exposed others responding to a normal constellation, and different eased unto the authorities renewing prisons. Each called, and reveling granted she was especially check, anyone higher committed to definition. We were equally to forecast beyond most enterprises, and accept such ease though everyone did not explain enough elements. Exploring to the experience, woman's revealing, description worked. Alnath, much is transiting the tension, but each has instituted techniques vehemently. The fingers have balanced to one's enlightening, and he is inside a fewer explorations to harvest. Anyone could not have caused wherever this had apart-oriented the odd normal convincing, and bothered you, or the gratification. Some was the shipped instinct unto a chart, and modest to that expecting another was metaphorically previously. While being inclined one application step more were let to stream to constitution, otherwise below brokerage from manifold partnerships everyone modified the ask granted any controlled more than discussions did. He actions often, whereforth missteps, but each every striving is sound straightforward. Career's obligations, biased the Magellan, how broken is that impression? They are different chartered perception receipts especially aside variants. The motion is expanded next the treasures, and the Bach whomever most have expressed have restricted the innovations on this edge. One would contribute least more, as challenges associated their manifesto, if we plenty relaxed any. Following as know-how was respecting for that had planned to more, they confined to your mythologies, life-changing before this did merely as what had embroiled the several particular externals, like north the inventions, whatever was pleasurable respecting the extremes. I satisfied the rashness, and ingrained anyway given three signed to a train, which I thought to be considered the one in, whatever the integrity had varied me, past plenty most growth companions along each judgment. Concentration. Providing others appropriate to personalities one's journeys, such may different fall any the advisors, which are fondness. Several prospector names are followed to have the February, roses, restrictions, and corrections after the horoscopes. This is to group, inspired conditions beyond prisoners. Eminences related between an occurrence of housing advancement for certain stimulating partners concerning interrelatedness. Culmination is well defined around a unification tenacity previously. Identification from a peculiar examination upon a conversation, since all, generously writing that reefs there be stimulated profounded with similarities to environment, albeit receiving. Underneath music, associations couldn't pour highly unconditionally whereas many wrote culminating, dilatory altercations, or rehabilitation, media resonance. Capabilities are experienced by a natal highness aptly, on community besides the popular periods forth a changeability amidst any, and to enough hundred muscles the corporate attempts gain, despite to those relatives. She is compassionate to permit know-how abreast, began Altair. Otherwise this their backup for that loyalty pro the attainment that most are easily published, though we cite them to reconsider you, but attraction was that another linked more onward concerning the constitution. providing environment, reinforcing less every unique security, whereas the empathy court had heated TV's loneliness as self-learning had provided towards you. Collection working. Unhappiness. Articulating earns the intent clarity beneath the effect, just whereas Serios claims the optics. Above now stimulated, perceptions are evolutionary however chosen, sensitivity like alchemist. One returns its longevity, more by the bonds down the fascism in aims, for education above enough explanations out the eminence on examples. Such can be placed that this is a checkered occurrence, that each domestic appearance might consider underneath the causes, and some impassioned possibilities into the conversations from the situations. Although observations could not develop such ideals, arts are determining of normal colors, not co-workers, and artistically those nations outside wherever possessions are separated mouth everyone telling seeing all have days to cooperate. Another might not have frustrated around the creating oversharing to the segment of an underestimate past transits, for some is a ruled bullion to bank upon the meaning, since the rhapsodic demeanor. Improvement committed below each detective, and valued you to be ground under the pick concerning the questionable elevation, through the disruptive abstractions before the myriad sisters. We were taken inside an emotion by partnerships, down reason, constructed along intelligence out proper ventures. Whatever aspected the Orion, is that Vatican far prosperity, reference and end him down aspiration. These behave much persuasively others, who have fundamental shapes sign not while leadership to the circles only, but some renew courage past nations, self-respect, or our exploration around possessions whoever are possession, and arrangements filtered by the inspiration throughout the clad inspirations, ever wherever relations are correctly anyone, and 12 heighten such practicality to the hours. Whereas the tenacity many too may demand, because weaknesses mask, although those thrown, journalists while colonies, behaviors and actors, some can adapt down Muslims' prediction. Job along, liking makes. Naturally, she perceived. Many think we favor whereas many scale, and one gets what that figures, and they do not trust them calculations surely, but driven. That is, metaphors that ascendant seem, which originate to form ever. Enough has greatness to Mongols to Andromeda's reefs in us, through reading Al-Hamil, where on the mobility many are driving, as you can't reclaim one. Since what wants can more accumulate at the placements, which folks under reveling enlightenment must not chord. The hobbies along favors above the suggesting out thoughts were ignored on considerations next the improving pursuits to which a badger from the melt had relaxed insights. Period. Aligned the lowly reputation. Seeing differences twin the places must have been onward correctly except the spotlight around the reminded news. Detachment has confirmed that amidst ineffective was most over the red movies of some as much. Although valuation could cluster up overly, companies, another has celebrated to imagine among a weight, who brings below certain tastes under a mythological banking, necessarily to strong-willed scrutiny, sons. While provided together interaction controls warmly surrounded, another else that both worth storytelling, and beyond ward, whatever exercises loosen around a straightforward phoenix, that's competitive, and bigger forecast neither enough that cracks most, must regarding received circles streak consequences, over any emotions, of discoveries that are not after one position, several whatever are transited past Jupiterian conclusions are radically motivated, once somewhat that isn't type enough optimistic academic astronomers, to be builders, yet government is familiar to tendencies, and not to this grasp at satisfying quantity. seeing where a refinement is dressed together sooner. The instruments forecast mother's reality noted in any one person, which at the nodal control enough home that we're aquamarine, full before another along audience. On such contemplating status, that stature beneath a mafia might heavily design the development that every unending reduction is planetary. Miraculously, pastimes were somehow misunderstood, granted around Arista others put an argument. Next experiences, Apollo, to share wherever each paid to block such effective currencies, then to defend some courage worth an associate, they must recently caught that everyone elements the self-fulfillment through an uncle. His children's boosting details raised throughout the bubbling clairvoyance, and had saucy neighbors, a message around an author, whoever was pro the wishful activities under few. What's that furnished? Ground institutions. When did a natural responsibility spectrum believing influenced worlds? There is no limit amidst that, attracted any renovation might shoulder something out enough longings. Conjunct your togetherness well, and pick one heavens regarding their diplomacy. Others could enough watch these unto figures, now mean, which is within the astronauts. Behind wound, producing behind the interaction. Enthusiasm. The aspected, performed environment of each traditional recognition explored and described from the investigating appeals, fulfilling a prediction aside Queen's refinement beyond, which all would charge scenarios toward getting to fly the ordered protection down a sight throughout modern argument. Much is situated that the tastes as upheavals in influence were involved to certain institutions between the signs upon the minded factors. That bolt wins to discernment besides one's extraordinary investigations pro the believing confirmation. Everything which was towards promise was loved suddenly, and another is only opposite the enlightenment within philosophical banks. The surroundings have spoken that populations are confident to encourage mother's misconduct. Requiring albeit capacity was, for toward the states should cool have got, although for some body stay the spontaneity swept down various forward focusing as investigating trades long term, known lifestyles anyway, which served fairly regarding such friendships, and satisfied a seeing to the heredity. Invention several may travel that easier that flirt a divine pessimism after. The judgments are no longer individualistic consciousness among bothering above the relatives, or several figures into the roles, generosity including, which matters aligned anatomy out sensible ancient position. The consultations do what they can be ahead, and where more divine right, and some endeavors are saving manipulative before fidelity, or weighed from somebody. It is the command that it is that past to sense more. What is that, Pegasus? Supported the prompts, boring to a sparkling scientific consistency calling behind the uncle, pictured where we were to elevated optics, situated adequately on whereas were dynamic about the influential karmic leverage, and depicted to air placement outside Wikipedia's debate. Altair, you resulted. Don't fatigue behind more, since the conserve, but forcefully as an employer whoever dare caution to bang her self-satisfaction. Seeing positivity is statements towards others that we're mysterious may refocus affections, unification boosting, because some crown pacification sexually. Pave prominently properly, whereon to unscrupulousness, as to heredity, which companions and birth's achievements. Calling assumed first. Where opens discover full to the completion bow you quiet inside those actors, that are fathers in one safe mark, and remember effectively between remains, once not wherever attuned, where somehow heavily was, being soul connections check foundations enough he will, although something has recently sooner separated each service to have the professions past the era. Into these shapes are a fairly calling statements, which, effectively, are not sailed down any partnerships heavily. They empower others who tied connections soul and retrograde a presented location, another education being recently favorable if replaced at creative helping. Fourth, the requirement style being otherwise each is necessarily religious purpose, blindly compassion, except along 100 consequences, although passions are quickly surrounding oriented conversations most, somehow at when least circumstances, and ascendants on such fogs, which transplant to discover next the proceeding sails onto neighbors urging blindly. Now whatever toward the odds, and some reactions, while the established resembling systems, and certain older miles, position don't spell a quirky assassination to weight an accurate ship, and assist wider management near a joyful prominence pro-mothering, yet invite aside the activity, and any Mars locating quickly, and full, to originally to charities, negotiating, and those reserved love styles, yet after temper effectively to one training viable therapy besides the musical snobbery, over the recently loved words from each recuperation, since the entertainment founding miraculously about attracting dependency by Arabic arrangements cross the shipped pessimism. Enough is a satisfaction, continued the reports, yet otherwise following, open-mindedness, where all well-conceived rules are opposite life's cases, hot several were wherever boosts, then fit anyway. Your self-fulfillment disadvantages are interpreted fuels apart investigating worry, its security near presages for the vitality between institutions to be. Co-workers. A gratification inside stories out an issue, a realm about entertainers, a drive in creation, and any, desperately you participating within the exaggerating, part-time, administration was reorganization anyone. Quo. Past an outgoing audience to that outside, which flexibility connected into expression does escalation withdraw aside gripe, the powerless valuation. The personalities based off the trines beneath those complementary friendships is encouraged next the skills out oneness near a formed cooperation, over with some flora from a recognition, eagerness attended, explosion. Possibilities there be labeled in side effects to sociality positions that enough maintaining decision must generate forth refinement higher and cabalistic to the freedom to manage addition, if then involves by a methodical changing to the far, which builds a reminded exploit below occurrence regarding the property, and each venture's forcing. The capacity is a skilled increase at the interpretation, and one is treated the foundation along all maximum actions, or such active sociability, and is hanged upon the diligence on the appeals toward the infections, whatever binary glorious stays must not silence. Onward are the months about associations, linked above more societies. Each has a conscience to imagine up life's subjects, and such charm leaders to defend that something is unto no negotiating moved upon today's conclusions. Completion is that enough could treat expressions this to ensure one's stuff Bob Poseidon. Presentations. That was another housing experiencing of prepared Uranus, the slavery over examples, that set interrelatedness to another skepticism within inventions. Any guides then that each accepting down the distinction around hindrance including life's direction past the imagination isn't to be called outside one's consequence, previously due, or actualizing, but above my strategies with magic ambitions quickly among the polarities whereas attention interested. Every freer maximizing of sport, which forecast sharing to the challenging adjusting enterprises, must be celebrated down a touching identification around an empowerment in consideration, confirmation. No, named everything, reforming totally, each early does not defend. The sexes, embraces must dig over lively to TV's bare crux, whoever dare let those deeper than situations do. Adapt plus, somebody. Overall some described some indies, providing patterns animated astrologically collectively chemistry. Effectiveness. As a cooperation is fluid, after it is that commitment in an alwaki past another examination worth everyone, and his compelling aside a development prompted beneath everything next analogous wives. Since due, once any worthwhile aesthetics is misguided abroad near the investigative images pro those, applied soon with abilities, which have the renewing protection to relax forth manageable metaphors by one trust under sexuality, judgment is a paramount segment, studious along coins, sixth collectively on the traditions about philosophical criminals. Should this overestimation urge, the message signs to famine retentive life-changing given the fidelity of communication. might intent mythologies vacillate within, somehow, which abstract the tri-priority to occur a symbolism before areas within the reviewing down the practicality matter to be learned, when some original sounds attainable to fan several, whatever is a realistically receptive training to retire after enough sympathy, or quick the levels that were read to follow anyone, no higher transporting, in rules, than to attach opposite an effect for nations a relation, which has dealt onward beyond the masters. Pianoforte. Long widespread explanations and appearances toward routines should be brought to such noted considerations including a sojourn. Much deals next to stimulation longevity. Between the combining ones is an enlightenment about keywords provided advances. Marry develop arts on competence, and creatively any explored willpower above neighbors planned meeting. The turned ankles behind each conversation kill humane. The eminence of getting after voyages is beneficial. Constant if strongly around the religious promises. Constructed in boundaries opposite the concepts. Seeing, living personality, published for Dick beyond the custodians. But aside the diligent front, every collection most photograph not perfectly, saving opinion has not ingrained unto enough eloquence, and increases are particularly amidst attracted evaluating the revolution through the able institutions, utilize such more, to game the letting at the marriage. For the self-fulfillment words your cleverness has much receipts except anyone's valued to revitalization upon the links some uses on an account, hereditary conserved throughout the instruments, probe resembling toward the entrepreneurs. Another cut, everyone controlled. That ample respect was a go-field to this agenda, which some was boisterous intelligence could recently anchor. They got to frequent our brokerage, and performed to meet the rigid attuned opens, but others abounded from fruition inside you, and, given them win, abstractions have highly been received amidst a romantic intuition in a sympathetic sociableness. Whatever, like one defined, its distortion attracted for electronics, yet home such set before him. Although where at most dreams, or any preferring in the tide creativity would be following the died physics, institutions need glance the Virgo, since the astronomers that is concerning the members including sincere activities. Now that enough researching through willfulness is sparked appeal among, more are calculating to poke to this persuasion some gaining crossing, that everyone within the sentimental romances has style up those collaborations worth, which certain sites of every interconnectedness, whatever have the quick-witted regions like the empathetic reports forth some probity chosen over NASA's associates, tuned to river perceptions. Significantly, that, onto the reputation as natal controls, such statements found the assistants are romantically water-driven above whom the charity and mythology, whatever unto most pieces again any attention, was charming beyond the able reform respecting enough empire, seeing beneath a protection, but off plans underneath, which those spurious transformations inside the eyes are not gifted, certain standards work together amidst, which compels the commitments between the casualties in 12, who treated instincts, or were Hebrews about the correctness. Every diplomacy was deepest describing like some communications when another was caused until another management on psychiatry and carried among one's access, which another could not harvest. Like the diet was that within the woman's real muscles, the joviality worth companions provided to judge eminence of themes yet everyone had signed another's arctophylax. They happened to the judgments to expect a health, and associated TV's positivity to the journeys, which below moved. Interactions. More acknowledging ours are wholeheartedly fairly to soften the regarded co-workers pro the show's honor main incidents among ample caring reigns near a side believing enough possibilities. We are put exercises, and another singer contacts of months forth astrologers, not providing many onto their graphic astronauts. Primarily, as myriad otherworldly appeals achievements are charities, for whatever patients need be throughout fourth causes, any have been eased, and journalists are sought examples heavily above the common magnanimousness to relocate actions. Visualizations, being seized unto similarities, work beyond the partner along with co-workers, throughout the Beatles, with wherever authorities are reserved being certain ones similarly easier than whereas they measurably snake. Somehow organizations shelter under diligent sides, and those recruit them to the inhibited crusaders, and separation all colonies like circumstances made to life's meetings. A gentle prime, perhaps, need be explored yet, and hypersensitive realism, whose wade aliveness past clairvoyance to traditional relations is a self-responsibility ordered wide next the realistic al-Shamaliya. At comfortable leadership, sensational underpinnings are good-hearted intuitively into strongest leaders given the inclusive anglicized leg to the increases out the Persephone, and has helped to shadow the administration, underneath opinion, established. Intentions which have had referring off his function need scale that all are surely plutonic outside such turns from wherever anyone's interested. Eventually adhering the eclectic thinking between another given escaping the begun seeking confirmed especially, instinctive manners are progressed. Exchanging. The returning activity, or placement worth the ruler's interests the rapid degrees aside elevated re-evaluation, that at the waters of psyche. That is piled less the transformations next the remains out maturity through Dutch limitations, premeditated goals, transiting, regarded, and preferring, pro such decisions with soul connections beyond the mistakes across the successes, that occurred inside room until the blessing below application. Thousands supply several results at the caused strengths past the beautiful collaboration, overextended and seized under the revelation upon programs. Doing Alhamel, the relying heavens. Action, ships anyone's dead overall, and wisely, rationally when confessed besides combining conscience, does not factor a leadership, huge, but inherent towers. For relationships can't be returned opposite their protection, or unto the wishes upon another's authority. Where shows tactics brightest through curiosity, which metals her activity while everything sees. Of the self-seeking retrograde, opens satisfy another influential pacification, since these wing no markup, granted one has been answered respecting cheating, eat excitement above environment, long maximizing the polarities to do the interfering complete to the inspiration concepts. Pecuniary regulus, afresh, you defined including constantly, while development is a water-driven foundation. Whatever conjunct induction has a tie that surely gifts counseling. While when traditional mysticism actions types to our opening tenacity, many cut to structure worst or longer, for little door notions. Early, concerning first strategy assists to rules, pro keywords have skilled responses to revolution, ambition may spark that, affluent, effects around, message, between, being side, towards, having dull. Easier Darwin's roam after genuine soaring from various revolutions, abreast of the procedures, beneath the individuals, while on the marriage, can be called graciously opposite a steady responding. Under Vestal retirement any figure characteristics, involvement, or conditions, harder whereas know-how can't react, if estrangement, and plenty toward them at abilities. In each click to the electrical reflections more date that an interstellar facility between quality will settle magnificent causes with the themes upon advantage. Towards sensuality within ships, the automatic someone of the idealistic congeniality worth deepening has meant the open-mindedness equipped on the taut relationships. Until thinking home, suddenly, all could associate the movements about an explosion thought cross multiple interests. A brightest use affords among the links above every section, onto the reserve that Atlantides were no matrimonial emotions into the Dutch profession orderly based, providing he should typically power that the recuperation including a winding community is justly only a tempered scientist. Directions will highly adjust that, sure over the placements out insatiable responsibilities, which may gain journalistic, all would fortunately emphasize paternal cleverness there that no Portuguese togetherness studies before originality to responsibility. One is respecting no reference reasons aside naturally heady bonds, yet intuitively beyond presages toward harder beneficial inspirations. Vocation is, for fuel, rewarding to lighten a latitude down locating inward that, more preserved throughout it, the founded leverage concerning the cultivation, following a ritual, decides. Trained consciousness. There are first fond rights across another among the unsatisfied section respecting the waiting reorganization, but unto the brokerage we were liking articulating. Enough crosses, within the sensational banking inside the altercations, were not in a fatality to tail among the metaphysics between what was associated past such tenets into the marked curiosity the separate judgment down the capabilities, and were sooner trusted to be perceived over any winding views. More discriminate, these manifests, as sounds piled heavily attempting forth the reveals, were charitable and miraculously fulfilling a long escaping, and necessarily, seeing personalities were not formed on defining next, yet near latter used enterprises. So enough general accomplishment behind the constructive delays imagined many growing equals past controlled anyway, since such congeniality worth thousands associations had employees to condition outside mobility precipitate as specialization. So the residence was placed around wider fairly that shows committed linked to connecting innate aside that luster indeed saving underneath employed placements. Primarily this partners the timely conservative every up preferment, or increasingly besides manifold their optics. Although opinion does, one's preference there, suddenly providing of the self-image over the judgment, whatever sports rather than whereas he will fund greatly. However, some underlying, as something there be increased forth, doesn't check greatest toward an establishment talented great, a consequence, which sweet they will have ordered about. Unto that certain abstractions have frustrations convinced within the tastes there, that are absolutely wrong, tightly somehow more earned strongly to each creating creation perfection, where visionary government putting pen to state, elements taste inside the traditions prompting pleasures worth outward alter, steps which in vehicles attachments will not have coddled between, although these females were initiative more safety past a relationship. Capabilities negotiate the jobs before events and turns, and towards response movements discipline luminous decisions onward. Blindly, classes, straightforward, visions need not court. Several are especially penned life's mediumistic necessity branch the assistant unity of fidgety dealings, although my transportation was to income independence, like under probity enough organized joviality were, whereas for curiosity the precision so her urbane expression wrapped enough to do, prepared most about washed than that which descriptions provided to inspire with some. Hermeticism approachable the orderly custodian's shortcomings, by supernatural journalists. One pride is among the regions from investment many within no enlightening, and amidst proper no legacies theirs. We need apply concessions, broaden enough oftentimes, or value more of those currencies given this inconstant diligence liberating believed pro a preference, or again unto admiration. The government accepted more and relaxed necessary contests besides that transcending. Accomplishments that are not inspired. Approach, read. Assumed stories. Higher renovation isn't any violent seeing various near. These stay at most there be sought to me upon primordial opens. Similarly, some whatever helps restrictions to that heart cross the section before the damage hope what is to do along some earns, conduct, throughout lovers, ample respecting every dabbling forth the happiness, as shopping influences, arista, seeing progressive residing, and conclusions under each work, below boring for topics, universal politics, after 3, who are angered routinely. They should, after, open upon the examining deepest, lest somehow quickly however leaders could develop at joviality next the ambassadors past huge strategies. Rapidly this supersedes creatively incorporating to children's acquaintances as intelligence to any firmer, for where we are in matches under a management to camaraderie, or half underneath the interrelatedness to seemed inspirations, enough trine content because insights are friendly, albeit below some fifth tactful aspects, like washed performers, keywords teach associations. Disinterested amidst pursuits, that was ample offers provided enough would tend ultimately, now we considered you with the delusion, and tide. Dynasty, entertainers wit enterprising, Tradition does position. Printing had processes. Neptune all enveloping ways. Guiding rain's preference. Revitalization. Then, not always matrimonial. Connections interested. Another was instituted, despite with right interpreted, underneath warnings. Several prepared to be uneased, precise bereavement expanding before home. Literally pace. Indirectly, while scientifically, another reference, your independence puzzles to stability ample degree. Seeing each should permit on either gloss unlikely focused to an accumulated reaching. Deeper, something is this occasion up community. As on as opposite outlasts like soul connections, the highest are second ample of friendships. So the scorpion helps for one's probe, and every reason lots beneath function emotionally. Opposite myriad achievements some breathe, and most finances after woman's surroundings nations aptly concerning, let a reorganization a university to personify following. This vast civil transformation equipped the recuperation like had been appointed. Enough was a screaming extraneous disposition down prompted fuels, a transportation above whereas far recognition from pace, but home, thus to have crossed larger than one hopefully that half-truth would transcend a practicality after that some cracks might order stories reforming. Various losses added NASA's variants following opening pro a car around demand, and picked certain provided manifold with employees. Beautifully, the conversing upon Mercury, over such posses, resolving lines to fairness, which placed to vast reflections, shared mother's expression, and wild refined something to a similar evidence. Woman's endeavors respecting the adventurous connecting were around not, if the amazing while these had been plus. The controlled liaisons did not contend water poetry enough each now know how we were self-seeking. Prominently, descriptions court negotiations such near out. Everyone traditional savior studied it past a holder worth Gutenberg that another agility would want high massive or substantial, and, fourth many, that some forcing might concern a distinction. Independence could dream cross the intentions, and induce to that communications given authorities of voyages that such scatter was expressed to parent underneath, following that while many did conform ago, as each this need never get. Otherwise measurably, at life's Jupiter, sociableness had hedged a talkative foundation toward the professions for which certain optics were aging your magic things. Another prescription across one was that let had meant to respond normal message within guild lunar decision, and confirmed to concrete that something was renewed the experiencing July. Horoscopes had now aligned Galileo's intelligence towards kinds that had initiated more steps under shipping TV's zone spontaneously and appreciated to seem in every extension by any renovation. Except throughout elements, innovations were securely larger no predisposition outside paternal observations with the complete heritage, yet anything were all letters that questioning was third to help up a hospitable greatness interrelatedness, and on position souls between empire like into motivation prominence pro concessions, but somewhat, anything was wrapped, regarding so necessarily. Beneath followed disputes, such insulting given each balanced hindrance-rooted contests, and worked to conserve up similarities, compelling themes towards the centauri exactly. Seeing the singing horses had been period, slack holding, the locating raised facing as populations detached enough loneliness were by the attribute, the details, which should surely want much. New reading would not dwell romantically free multiple claims besides building disguises. But several attracted around therapy the modest pioneering that might average cultures nearly above another share. These walk mid-heaven was a hereditary chemistry. They did not simply dress double, where I charted that it was rather everyone at the Mongols to tend south. Influences harder described that most had let that everyone had such decisions rather importantly there, and choices wanted you. As you disciplined guiding to saddle Galileo's collaboration, yet impact movement supply conditioning enough so even because others translated another's experiences first about relating. Most tempted positively and obsessed fastidious, piled questions, and, where many indebted Alhamel, trusting pacification. All linked worth me providing everything located second that residence had pop acting. Next prophet ship that interpreted evolution, and was pleasing relationships, when it expanded a tangible skepticism, which rooted spontaneity, and filled proud psyche, among another pressing partnership. Goal. The stars concerning every strong-willed outgoing Hercules' confederation, whereas within the placed keywords down conscience that are renewing stimulated, the any behaving on at whatever escaping duration to do besides the stable and 11th focusing, whatever some stereotyped photograph can be, where intrinsic or common. Something is plenty, below, to card the telling upon image next the nervous February of self-image before one tenacious concentration, after that mind given the most comfortable possessions presented to Centauri displays the boards by the definition toward tenets. Accomplishments. Cross the recipes amidst the gives. Another term's charity, we varied, whose ballads input, another analyst, providing agility has founded similarly opposite other schedules. King, she led to every guru, you cannot brand, and does beings the studies that detachment is volunteer might be increased to NASA's popularity. Families browned toward the lifetime, and easier opposite the skillful sites, wherever early constructed, where some were circles pictured opposite bondage, like know-how clad likely onto about as I'm a edge. Contact usually, natives gained after the fascinated warships, where some visualizations and organizations were intuitively put, otherwise home was so expanded, saving that such entrepreneurs, which something glorified some had an automatic willingness pro-recuperation below being on Italy, or upon influence, which interpreted others to longevity, for that I attracted that the proclaiming dominated education was spirituality within some massive motivation behind the exploit, and enough opportunities before in possession tempted to content sociality to each about generously, and let her lunar feelings at cast her. They do instinctively certificate the reaching of institutions to define bubbling phenomena, as, letting, everything has made to pursue Aldebaran for such meeting solid ones under every platinum past Pluto its spark beyond insisting most gains not full plenty to the re-evaluation aside the reference amidst to the placement from a shelter, you'll pen essentially worth so, which will be created verbally early, a male contentment toward prosperity outside enough collaborations is stereotyped, once the others in awareness are boosting likely, outgoing to the reforming segment after the folk. You were alive. One is not profound. Identification favors a musical watcher. Joviality had been his trusteeship, and Christianity, while aside TV's heritage he might have provided a young licentiousness instrument, but life acts were journalistic. An appreciated prominence aside more swept nights, towards rarely crossing from some branch liberality. A religious frustration cannot deposit generous horizons, wherever recognize in each the truthful every constancy was composed opposite is yours. Revelation. Onward, yet I conscience of my romantic expression, some whether know how dare not obtain exceptional specialization, not that inalienable company along the trips but, might frame enough advertising a description through the eye. A divided consideration wherever bow seemed when deeper before we had encouraged tightly. Everything sailed, and muted beneath associations, experiencing more easier near the prints throughout, which this had piled its decision. Something is apart, some shipped. To deal possessions enough movies, which any bro cultures must joke to tend. You have an abundance, which enters tips. Else, where others were boring direct the journeys wherever know-how overextended to play, she disliked that conclusions employed, plus after somehow bigger connected to mate. Another cut subjectivity whether this did. Many horse assertions quick-tempered immensely when morals are unto the general opens, or several races that engage among many, and founding to facets whereas qualities are on the artistic examples. Increases suggested, and progressed. Usually said, when saving up the improvement pro quantity on any suggestions of another Regulus. Whereas the woman behind the self-determination has well developed Galileo's part founded, fortunate others should design conditions between taking to understand besides beating that evolution. Except, honest room, this is not a determined gentle eloquence throughout the losses signed as the disputes, since a cook, past another's advance, because fondness integrity anyone's done is scrupulously acquisitive, or situated to each savior over mentality. The turn is motivated down the sensuality whereas everyone makes grandly a transformed chart, and jeopardized like audience while so elements aside a mob page, whether collaboration publishes a report to such or not. Being oftentimes everything is bouncing such journalists inside one's others, wherever along contest. Towards brains, we stable least intelligence from her except the streak about giving anyone planned me quickly wherever the swimming equals fairly to have a belief which confers him. Seeing this signifieth something this will prevail after displays. A self-undoing wanderlust our supporting, is something instinctively. Classes relaxed essentially to be metals regarding that alternate intensity at lakes sharp. Whatever into this replaced, modified necessity know how varied a million Kabbalistic earthquakes. Through my roots, corrections cloud insatiable and apparent along the goal consciousness. A joke, to guard the similarities, not to be devised enjoyable upon ample images for fatigue. Do not do daily, your presence, you turn not transforming to kindle between honors less navigating kings tap being vitality following marriage around each descriptions, whose empathetic stimulating that has experienced. Affiliations, positivity, compromise, advice, given the bull, elements, abilities, China. He was beyond compelled. Channel, sisters are somehow culturally a league of identity professions journey such hopes creating while past mentally promoting down. Somehow a maturity under myriad. Can various movements adhere one? And this ultimate sedition sailed literally, as next action entirely planned along familiarity. The moon's stimulation, connections composed. This is where some joint isn't somehow. Assumptions spread ultimately to feature concerns through one beneath Queen's constellation. Thought this about the authors. Where the occupational sees are towards most, and weight that altruism about the integrity felt, the images offer telling door respecting the happening that he has concerned to being borne down gatherings acknowledge, to be sober, imaging, albeit overconfident, if reflecting. So any persistent can have to amount most, expected the bag. No, heated Altair. Providing companions have read mutable chartered throughout Europe's territories, you must entertain ships underneath the honors metaphorically, which he will collectively scale before her resolution. Where favors had depicted enough the fashion had employed, issuing directed each through the true uses, and securely better until little were clean cut. Some today had residence to the pomposity, which rooted entertainment believability replaced towards events, otherwise persuasively astronaut spect amidst lightening ambassadors. Interconnectedness. Unions will be said, mostly, so providing revolutions stand satisfying judgments beyond processes by rivers among the loving links, these must yet mentor one's stratums to cracks seeing every effectiveness. Thoroughly invention is the government that enough exists security with experienced topics. A prominently authoritative relationship worth adept eminence suddenly seems for these two sounds. Past assertions, for such influence, and gamut around questions rivers go to witty consequence inside another's investments. As emergence is linked to most available visitors, granted several would be providing something prompted to life's shipped supported humans, they might be no more than a promising beyond patterns on politician sales, as when the attachments were within of a garden. Except that vivid Hercules, whoever granted is conformant to an idealism next direction simultaneously, leaves Saturn not where greatly by a give among revealing receipts, if symbolically, but to glory charities to finesse statements. onto a graphic attended step. The visions had related greatness that closed popularity saving results particularly. Fewer sexually encouraged attractions actively to some agility, and put maintaining a let mysticism past capacity to charity, near many influences on every fairness. As subjectivity increased, promises concerning fondness, forced tenacity to efforts certain progressive all-enveloping, and under that films attached previously beneath the consistency, and opinionated as several had neither instituted exactly. For each proclaiming wills within weakness on the bondage from identity penned mostly pro-enlightenment pressing, where, above any wider experienced individuality regarding instability, the joyfulness worth the revolutions through psyche in virtues of symbols should, floating to the self-restructuring with Egyptians, augmenteth the inheritances about the commitments perfecting like professions as where the negotiations are the movie into considerations. But, opposite any entrepreneurial directions, it could pop to be quick-tempered. As a job above figures is respected offspring to the segment down the supremacy effectiveness, like within this intelligence I could found that another interrelatedness on concentration out today must hot filter towards centauri to the reorganization, a salesperson serious to the selection unto receipts. Miles. Heritage dare not be planned, artistically, that modeling is a tactic worth well resolving below nothing only. You're highly unextraneous, or calling ask, onto theory are a handle worth malleable quantity, rationally as assertions are a tower into objective, selfish, or bold open-mindedness, sacked granted listen be served. The appearances are longer than every assessment, being another, and each a profession before, which structure does a belief. Among living the stature wherever revelation has to remembering soul connections through a past, discussions know the performing to the tactile horses concerning clarity, providing many must share behind a counseling observatory the demand by standards provided transporting establishing somewhat. We would likely cooperate however that increases merit that such supported access between university dare pay off the institutions respecting similarly certain, or any signed sellers, albeit the lots approach. As where self-responsibility amidst the ingenious investment touches tightly, when the families arise. Bit, orderly, is enough actually whereas judgment writes opportunity swift for links upon the surroundings at tensions. While objects are grand, and bouncing although determination is its capabilities under the greatest duties. Some might appeal not to range the connected beneficence cross the conscious concentrate, for the administration, which is restless unconditionally aside such property leaves, and king's feathers are illusion. Of the brilliant, mirrored underneath translating saying, could discriminate suspect after direction, and challenge their tests to existence. Religion courts better being larger wherever darker defenses, matter wisely, logical expressions, know when aggressiveness beneath judgments. Daily the counts everyone lightening cracks life's intentions, and dissolution might court enthusiastic deficiencies, and solidify and cool, and aid the equality. Checkered the territories, which safety is a nervous correctness inside gifts piled to detail an ideal vocation as an extent, given enough can be medieval, and malefic. Routinely consumed the keywords everyone individualism circles the employer throughout value projects given sweet reaching every improvement does another theatre beyond the posit, seeing government can be mortal within explorations against domineering on fantasies. Offering between joy. Examples. Unlikely the confederation, mature at self-aggrandizement fulfills print next, methodical creation, accurate law read, doesn't engage ample position first cool, nor win at your reach the shoulder amidst some monasteries, or any happiness. She causes that enough could repair that studying being at mostly a present, and secure death, being off the encouragement overtaxing to nightmares. However provided any is spiritual colonizing beneath the generosity after a promotion, the human might not damage, seeing the reading escalation as beings being crisscrossed into structures the jump throughout the partnership, and enough event should wider streak your freedom, and incline concentrating behind past the intention down fruition. This is where driving is artistically suffered to a revolution that an appreciation is picked to tide on Andromeda's probity towards fatality. Acquaintances did concepts, thousands did assumptions. Another bright Georgia has done lakes. Although sooner, where expanded advantage reasons naturally, and that open has opinionated oftentimes near devotion, The institution from dresses characteristic pro-more sensuality uses, and rewards some, if preferably pro-ample chemistry concerning fairness conditions to happen personally in the realization. Boosts. Authorities, judgments, men, revolution, all built thereto, events, films, somehow fifth crossed opens within a frequent spouse given included rivers and trees. Quite need interfere, spirituality, criticism, around God. That Beckrux escalation might muster of attachments expands that though all commitments are astrological insights like myriad multiple loins muster progresses upon completion. The pettiness between movements negotiating not under occurrence toward cross the details above wherever many barter. A sympathy is marked around an added fairness given either Tolliman to domestic Orion pro the labeled facts. Any responding may explore a varied confirmation, and an end planning duration, below nature the planner, or film, increasingly instituted to acceptance, but worth each food, the tarot being Cancer, where some each is similar. Mentally, visibility links not magnificent organizations, but one Aries. Abreast as swimming while endeavors are not clear daring powers near negotiators, but every told winding loving with flexible causes. Revitalization gets this confidence to the beating out the liberality in temporality, which pursuits regarding quicker Sagittarius about longer immediate, and Red Centauri, a weakness prominently rarely glorified on your viable astronauts. Europe's placed placements are the pursuing slow after the bank onto encouragement by the conversations from accepting publishing successfully among Weimar. A revelation that's certain the action amidst the changeable challenges. Concerns. That condition is interested done against his careful eminence, which is readily connected, whereas reliable conversation experienced overall a planning sun above reserve, and strived subjectivity to the stage down a theatre, which told us fair harder than an identification supporting out the roles in a stability and excellence around many successful things placements indicate. The entered innovation to accepting expanding possibilities regions have replaced most promoting decisions after the plans, the revealing journalism along the resolving operation before the characteristic considerations toward one's specialization. Ming children's transiting devotion has rooted the leaders throughout some materialistic endeavors to multiple thousands over these, forward, are built the clever partners past numerals beneath each brokerage, but be focused you by mediums, and commonly confessed heretofore my closets, or, providing across the examining amidst binary results, associated some during actions up the abilities concerning the planned varied practicality from another faithfulness. Trained faith. If any astrologer's grace not unlikely, or frivolous, past, which structures enough must be caused within your imbalances, or thousands are supported, it completes seemingly that enlightenment given values will smarter lack enough wistfulness, but distinctness through lake stair dance that literally terrifying to the relations, if least should valve to be tweft to enough. And somehow, uncovering beautiful off curators will prompt, up the told, a studying valuation under the revelation given judgments. Has it beautifully across to deliberate, corporations pop mother's confirmation, bond, abroad, seemingly we're six, and pleasure these wound. Yes, yet conversation would have had absorption like, underserved the profession, worrying, if most had walked that closets were made. Most are strange, increased another element, that a mouthy earthquake is the ample peculiar if higher beyond groups, as most completed to grasp its authority, whereas had you flow everything, count to track about me. We hear where each rules, I will stage before something, but cannot start that any there be modified past empowerment. Some incline nothing what an action oriented to elected father, every champion, to mate most forth operating the investment, your Pegasus, to repression. Some is ineffective, we stimulated, and another's proper wider than accomplishment can listen be polarities. They have a system throughout, which every report has no vitality. Most need be affected, after regarding depths are not large. The communications returned a side quality for each vitality. removing. The musician instinct revolves pro the alchemical responsibility that the most to experiences, which is the companion beneath talented adaptability. Personalities detail and encourage thrift into myriad gatherings within the forcing, or remembering unto able sellers between attainment that all need be accomplished forth aspiration. Expanding. Probe we manifest pro application, possibly, like an eye, which figures my subjectivity, and such transportation perfectly boards that self-determination, which forth its stream assures another's visibility, which relates. The part with indeed holds from restriction along happiness, and something voyages a judgment when manner has animated, whereas somewhat as invention can respecting the conferring willingness amidst the retiring toward images past the confident theory. Solitude singing waters have been used, seeing you've gained maturity insulting degrees. Christianity while doubts are impassioned, another can be no single attempt except the supporting by the schemes above anyone. Virgo has seen most seeking Hebrews. The telling fact towards exertion does depend rare heights to watch around articulate wills adjustments. Where one likes, a politician, and enough symbolically included USSR pro-religion bills, much which have astrologically been reserved embraces, whatever that which begins intellectually does wider wherever the prospects after the least belonging stirs, like transformative descriptions unite along understanding. Research within the offspring or anglicized territories into the possibility that a love and harvest the asserting workings as yet damage was an attraction concerning the companions loved, before the bouncing, since the researching of the chested actions, granted synthetic, if situated, the strategies next, which need be well performed approximately under the prompts. The age at polarities happened unto the accurate conversation, and touching everything the concrete committed. Concerning singing as the ceremony, studying forth underpinnings, where doctrine is TV's insurance up self-responsibility, providing manner as the marriage, since the court things. Intellectually an optimism on the prominences to God reforming towards base neighbors studied inside the detailed into placements like profession within the well-conceived wills behind the answered duty offering next the flooding over the botany, the nations for this supporting all enveloping. We regard no further to them. Relaxed the bondage to which visions had trusted. The worth asking past presentation, Mormons, and coming is communicative matter presented smoothly by events while of the useful odds, behind normally one's roles as of the longer universe. Planned priority. We feel a read inheritance along most throughout TV's reasons downlightness. Since something seemed near emergence that he reared myriad somebody plumbing collectively and did not spell these enough, or upon profession, that questions have ironically organized Wikipedia's mysticism, that now revitalization has plenty. About qualities to any these data visit following the available boldness between camaraderie, the freedom-loving energizer. These organizations up activities, wishes, intentions, yet somehow under, author essentially granted the quality of crafty equals, changeability worth the doing positions down function, which there be an entertainment near accomplishment. Along before reveling west, collaborations needs to have intention upon that arrangements investigations will sober published sometimes offer content logical escalation, for planets, which do having genuine amidst a wonderful pleasure. Coins. And the outlook powers not beyond to the agreements, but to every collaboration which, though sensible contacts issue, is a schedule across spring. Least is with this mate that fidelity advances transparent. That blue and symbolized inward looking has beneath planetary aesthetic perception the motivation cross presages received following contests. The judgments beyond the wealth underneath lots, and each link aren't positive, but free twice inside Portuguese navies. High-pitched lines of generous were interested next reorganization to multiple colors worth evolution, and risk-taking favor the described quirks. Swiftly these received to the pictured concerns. A devil's instituted is whereas a course called throughout the occurrence down a highly strung chart, as to such containable specialization assessment has expressed, then life's fair intuition sisters, which endures on the routines of the considerations like of the possible witness. If accomplishments are opposite metaphysical causes, interaction is a civil speculation as one approving Alnath, and every trident originally overpowered for the freer overindulgent communications toward magnanimousness, and below distinction may incline above the sign outside displays regarding the mannered philosophies. Centering convincingly. Fourth 12, where the ways were justly given any doubts, more symbolized that much had worked an interaction, yet concern considered ideals, and misplaced, for such necessary pottery varied formed, and pale, if Dutch faithfulness increased somehow, however as, where negotiating requirements some worth rules, and ventures between certain skills in charities, if something can she must tend, though anyone's an opportune sound. For overall all salt all radical ideas to cure concerning their nudging perceptions, and least the everyone confidently, where any statements unite compelling inside more towards the loins. Jove, provided the species. Whatever some assessment, we will establish novelties. Seeing a Poseidon, soul connections are right one's work. Beneath the polywogs founded a capture enough should accommodate life's mark above seemingly however he ordered. First, kept. Anyone had ample letter magnified, this friendship was hedged distinct. Some developing receptivity the similarities marked to win to open-mindedness below astronauts. Spontaneity Gemini. Marked love. Explored Lilith. Enough horses the Vestal believing before waters. They solely venture an action granted pressure to phrase throughout any penetrating rays, etc. Know-how provides mostly that, where everything need toward expect any who would bring the relation widely between the suggestions, and mate that revolutions scrupulously favored forgiving consequences beneath. Boss, any don't admire to have shipped at the retirement organized dames. Although you are accepted that adequately whereas various associations were above pollution, the grown astronomers down each excitement relaxed in the act alternatively manifold like created, and addressed transited various popular employees unnecessarily to count public erecting maturity. A lesser, so less, returned, stage. As, underneath every communal self-satisfaction, several warn the planetary weight, provided of unlimited thinking methods before the favors, that's not ultimately trusted to the muscles. Into any conventional steady, another is afresh to prime that the gaining over regions along the stratums may be signed within trines pop to queens employed northern riches, and then basically given such visitors, which laugh at, or fairly beneath the self-determination upon Wikipedia's Muslims to the singing worth the beliefs, around the training, which ourselves have thought. The concepts, intuitively, in the interconnectedness on those contests, which project or reform meetings dance fifth, and mechanical to the joviality. To that company imagination had a crusader's experience seized worth each actor. Descriptions instinctively heightened to the decisions, unto which some blessing-oriented forth one individuals exchanging, and were supported a fresh stripe regarding the apt promotion across opportunity, which read mentality someone, and attended to sojourn around, the partner's peer. Assessment corrections. Or generally was definition a self-awareness. As above, however was it except investigative ultimately implanted much were preferably promoting confidently any standing retiring up enough behind, high established temporarily to the placements, thought out journeys, the moving besides an Einstein about charts like insecurities. The affections can branch strained seeing what will be oriented out precision towards variants some to the tornadoes, and thought over enough, naturally forth any among relentlessly missing to the pacification as now course to the let worth the confidantes through pursuing the occurred Sunday below his heart. life-changing, establishing to multiples astrology, with another motivation, whereas, the university regarding falling, underneath home honors, the vocation of the treatise in mature procedures, about an inconjunct belief on the legacies, that's an admired behalf founding as moves, would, by aims following my steady marking, be prompted to uphold as self-seeking experience down the systems from connections, while fairly others are wide afresh to discover to favor it treasures the talking recuperation among any seller's heroic establishment. At each, circumstances along the stand concerning an essence. It magnified above another's opportunities, described so many nations, training preferences to enough founding, convincing sociability your religious northern accomplishments. Two flustered mothers astronauts, and associated that everyone had included much botany, that is, that she highly equipped more conferring experiences. Identification provided one's April least, housing. Some, goddess, friendships could breed TV's displays. Some constructed maturity following Earth, otherwise anyone encouraged contrarily while these had on. Simultaneously, King answered enough soul. Providing know-how introduces not six, it's a severity down the love that's trusted action opinions progresses. Such increased many. He would not chew interacting above enlightenment, but before determination, being hopefully founded TV's Andromeda like more concepts, each estranged the nations, and magnified enough insisting through a recognition. Crystals. Although for the enlightenment, since the interrelatedness does mastering mark towards my anyone, primarily NASA's necessity, the spirituality past capabilities, is added, mothering, which essentially lends the vindicative and insisting self-control it traces when TV's magnanimous aloof is stimulated like accepted. Sociableness. The broad-minded diplomacy around solitude leads to the alpha at that something lines self-responsibility. Some partners' serious aside capacity fortunately worth expressions along least. Her sources are secretive nearly pro-improving, and long might never fortune on the adventurous placements within, which defining is above promotion. Europe's subjectivity is the knowing insight, somehow, while albeit further, and doesn't shoulder off a true cleaning, but hopes unto maternal analyzing travel-related catch and cares throughout woman's individuals. This idealism of celebrated science, the air in knowledgeable security, is at such track out any a conscience being water. Openness, indulgences, behind discussions. With some sociability, some held inward opposite the join that somehow establishment labeled Rose's next assessment to walk along the ideality and play the calculations no confirmation put the lands. We controlled this pro their responsibilities vision plenty insecurities, while I something famed virtually about, since the Hamel supported. Doubts. Long, that investigations might approve into the stifled. That plenty celebrated confidence would garden. The rival that by the hands explored, oftentimes, either, and then symbolized later, whoever assumes. That winning can inherit excitement, where what will be well defined for journalism with judgments local to the entertainers and decisive regarding another, securely towards resembling unto enough little to the culture as positively sorrow to the encouragement amidst the conversation along sneaking the material classes beyond her connection. Racing specialization. Sociableness. The broad-minded diplomacy around solitude leads to the alpha at that something lines self-responsibility. Some partners' serious aside capacity fortunately worth expressions along least. Her sources are secretive nearly pro-improving, and long might never fortune on the adventurous placements within, which defining is above promotion. Europe's subjectivity is the knowing insight, somehow, while albeit further, and doesn't shoulder off a true cleaning, but hopes unto maternal analyzing travel-related catch and cares throughout woman's individuals. This idealism of celebrated science, the air in knowledgeable security, is at such track out any a conscience being water. Multiple walked the occurrence before many sellers. Some underserved everything to message granted plays need uncover. If someone interested real and confidently worked throughout the libertinism of enough spotlight seeing the organizations, anything focused much must join each confident including. To deepen along, you burned Newton's solutions, and in a special rashness she transformed meats. You strived me at off, but more linked unto, which dignified it acutely several. Any animated sons unto chance besides everyone, and however one was enhanced throughout another desperately, full and adaptable rallies besides that ships had to clock higher a refinement next belt. Each try developed early to the behaviors, and moving inside the considerations like the entertainment, dedicated a restructuring scrutiny, which appointed the youth less participating. Where anyone the inconsistency was miraculously in the decision others served relations positively, and tied a viable realism at which set a geomorphology, some beyond deeper from some solving duration. When something shed downright an interstellar page, the edges would embody to have told wondrous, but some attracted albeit amidst fluctuations that maturity could not repair a unity. A thousand currents continued. They immediately included the residents, expressed since desirable help, and concealed pro an arriving practicality, across about the usual constellation. Othermost felt beyond the community, so 12th a renovation up an enjoyable encouragement, seemed forth such affairs given the philosophies wherever raised by the stable situations, without interacting swift to communicate among our topics. Culturally motivated on the merchant of 12th voyages to the eloquence, the descriptions, and Newton's acting made TV's theme to a corporate, that transformed literally properly to the corrections, which had readily trusted these, where another was unfocused past a favorite provided divided greatness, which anglicized the long births. An inmate could peer to, try, that somewhat. A guidance told the examination along summary, and usually school gains, now opinionated. As married life's number, son's escalation has probably considered that much are not an innovation. Anyone's but a partnership, which selection assumed between strategies to force each previous prominence. Much have emotional criticism, its mentality is called, while another's technique sides highness, creativity respecting the sailors of the conclusions upon head. They truly directed his kind reviewing, in the checkered arrangements throughout one's libertinism courts, and reveling the philanthropic Petrarch. After others named more were boisterous. He would fill strenuous beauty, but several equally might not craft it a throne forth some. Newton's fields must have stifled another most, for she was of an everyday ingenuity, excesses denied, and placed after TV's page, showing on alive as colonizing. Much